Here's the Chashin, a hunter that nobody gave a damn about. He was so invisible that his guild had only one member, himself. He handled his own missions without catching anyone's attention. But everything changed when his sister got attacked and left badly hurt by the famous Twilight Guild in a festival that was supposed to be just a test. So the MC stepped out of the shadows and entered the tournament. On the day of the fight, the whole stadium swore he was going to get wrecked because he didn't have any class. The Fire Dragon mage was smirking like he already won. But when the fight started and the mage sent down a rain of fire dragons, the MC wiped out the attack with just a thumbs down. The crowd had no idea what was going on and kept wondering how he did that. The mage kept attacking but couldn't land a single hit, tried to unleash his strongest attack and the MC cancelled it again. The mage got humiliated and beaten by the MC with a single hit. The Twilight Guild got so mad that they unleashed their secret weapon, the Death Knight, known as the Mage Killer. When everyone saw him step in, the crowd was shocked because he has a nasty ability to shut down enemy magic for 10 seconds. So they figured the MC was done for since he was just a mage. During the fight, the MC took a beating without even landing a hit back, until he used gravity magic and threw the knight into the wall. To counter the MC, the knight activated his anti-magic skill and charged in with everything. Right when he was about to land the hit on the kid, the knight got chained up in mid-air. Everyone was completely lost, not understanding how he used magic. Turns out his main power was never magic but martial arts. The knight didn't even understand how that was possible. Then Cha finished the fight by landing a punch straight into the knight's chest that shattered every bone in his body and sent him flying out of the arena. Everyone was left wondering where this little demon came from. Truth is, this kid now has the power to solo every hunter in the world. But he wasn't born this overpowered. His life changed when he met our great friend Truck-kun. He ended up in a bizarre world full of martial arts books. When he finished reading everything, a system announced the tutorial was over and he was ready for the real challenge. 10 years later, he finally left that cave. Some random lunatic popped out of nowhere with a knife trying to kill him. When Cha killed the guy in self-defense, his level went up. That's when he realized he got stronger by farming other people's lives. The system announced that to get back to Earth, he needed to reach max level. So he spent his whole life training and hunting down sect leaders to level up as fast as possible. The kid had already turned into a monster. 140 years had already gone by and he couldn't even remember his family's faces anymore. That's exactly when the system announced he finally hit the level cap and was ready to go back home. Chad didn't know if he should feel happy or sad because his family had probably passed away by then. As he made his way back to his world, he swore he'd get revenge on whoever sent him there. When he arrived on Earth, he saw a girl all beaten up and her face looked really familiar. Getting closer, he recognized his sister's pendant. Turns out she was in a dungeon and her whole guild got wiped out, and the last hunter betrayed her by attacking from behind. Now this piece of trash tried to attack Chow while he was distracted, but the MC unleashed such an absurd amount of energy that left the guy scared out of his mind. The MC wiped out the hunter with a single hit, with a force so insane it turned the guy's head to dust. After 140 years, he finally managed to smile again. A memory flashed up, the little captain crying while hugging a teddy bear as their parents scolded her, saying they'd leave her behind if she kept it up. They started walking away, saying it was getting late. Then the hero went over to her and asked if she liked amusement parks. Smiling, the older boy said that if they stood there any longer, they'd trouble their parents. The girl clutched the teddy bear tighter, still unsure. Tears filled her eyes again as she asked if they'd meet again after he went home, since he was leaving and wouldn't visit much because of school. But he just reached toward her hair and called her by name. Patting her head, he told her he cared about her a lot, and that even after starting college, he'd come see her often. She looked up, hopeful, and he promised that when he came back, they'd go to an amusement park together. That finally made her smile and agree. Yun Xiao climbed onto his back, and when he asked if they were heading home, she told him to carry her to the car. He teased that he could only do that while she was still light, but a loud crash suddenly rang out. The car had been badly wrecked and smoke poured out. Inside, the girl thought it was all her fault. If she hadn't been stubborn and begged to go to the amusement park, this wouldn't have happened. She crawled out from under the seat, hoping her parents might still be alive. Trying to open her eyes, she searched for her brother. Then, seeing the smoke and the torn-off seatbelt, the black-haired girl realized he had vanished. Now though, her hand was being healed with energy. Yunsel's eyes snapped open and she gasped for air. As she tried to sit up, teeth clenched, the hero told her she was awake. He had treated her with his kai, but her injuries were still too severe for her to move much. The brown-eyed girl stared at him in shock and asked who he was. The old Taoist said he figured she might not recognize him. Holding out his hand, he said she'd grown so much that now he probably couldn't carry her on his back because she was too heavy. Xincha Xinhyun took her hand, looked at her gently, and repeated that she had really grown. She stared at him anxiously, thinking it couldn't be true. Then she remembered the pendant her brother had given her. Inside was a family photo, and he'd told her to stay brave even when he was far away. Then she turned to him, Clutching the gift tight, she burst into tears and asked where he'd been all this time. Her brother pulled her into his arms and said he knew it had been very hard for her, but she quickly pushed away and asked what happened to Jonghyun. The hero turned his head and pointed to the burned corpse, saying that if she meant the attacker, the captain immediately went pale with fear. He stayed calm until someone screamed, asking if he was the killer. Xiao simply said yes, and asked what the problem was. Yunsel grabbed his hand in panic and told him they had to run, now. The scene then shifts to the city. She sat there, tense and quiet, while her brother looked around the house and said it had been years, yet nothing had changed. Looking down, Yunsel nervously warned that they were in serious trouble. The director would come for them. She explained that the man was their guild director and the father of the dead bastard. He used to be part of a criminal group, and everyone knew how cruel he was. On top of that, he was one of Korea's 11 top hunters. Seeing it was already 9, she realized she had been out for a long time. Then she wondered how she was supposed to report this, and guessed the bastard's father already knew his son was dead. Yunsel anxiously said he would suspect her first, since she was the only one who survived. Chow walked over and asked if that was what she was worried about. Running a hand through his hair, he smiled and asked if it was really that hard. Why not just kill Kang Jin too? She immediately yanked his cheeks, while the self-proclaimed Supreme Sword kept bragging about his title and feats. Yunsel told him to suggest something actually possible. Clapping her hands, she said the first problem was simple. That man was level 50, and he didn't become guild leader for no reason. He, though, got stuck on one word, level. Then she snapped, saying his nickname was awful. What kind of normal person calls himself that? And what was with the way he talked? He vanished for 14 years, came back acting like this, and now sounded like a total middle school edgelord. Even he could tell this really bothered her. Xiao looked away as she broke down, saying she didn't even know anymore. Their parents died, her brother disappeared. Did he understand how hard that had been for her all this time? After a moment, she lowered her hands and quietly asked where he had been. Nearby, the old Taoist stood with his hands behind his back, looking at a family photo on the wall. He looked up at the portrait and said he understood now. Their parents were dead. Yunsel froze at that, but without changing expression, he asked if she was really more concerned about the way he talked. Turning back to her, the protagonist said he had spent all that time in a place called Nurum. The reason was complicated, and first he had needed to figure out what was going on and learn many things. Calmly, he then asked who hunters were, what a guild was, and whether this world also used levels. She could only stare at him, mouth open, completely speechless. Then she suddenly grabbed her head and held out a hand, telling him to wait because her brain was about to burst. She hurried off, saying they would talk later. Right now she had something urgent to handle. Che asked where she was going. Grabbing the car keys, Yunsel said she was heading to the Dawn Guild and told him to wait there. Left alone, MC reached for a door. Behind it was a room, and he said nothing had changed. It felt like he had just been here yesterday. Touching his chin, he remembered her angry rant about his terrible nickname and thought about how strong she had become on her own. Heading for the exit, he let out a breath and said he needed to become the older brother he had failed to be. He rubbed his chin, wondering where Kang Jin was and if he should find him first. Then, the front door exploded inward. Several hostile men were standing behind it. One of them raised a hand, forming a magic circle and a projectile. A savage grin spread across his face. In the doorway stood the director and his 2 sons. The man who stepped in demanded to know where she was. Sean only looked at him with disgust and called him trash. The gray-haired old man, furious, demanded to know where his sister was. At the same time, a car arrived at the guild headquarters. Yunsel stood outside the main office, thinking she had come straight here, but something felt off. Confused, she wondered if the director had already made his move, and what would happen if she got caught going inside. As she tried to think of someone she could ask for help, another girl called out from behind her. A pink-haired woman walked up with a smile and asked what brought her there so late. Then, a little suspicious, she said Yunsel was supposed to be on a raid with Team Jonghyun and asked if something had happened. Yunsel just stood there, deeply shaken. Then she tensed. This was the vice director. Yunsel looked at her carefully. She knew this woman was one of South Korea's 4 strongest hunters, famous for being firm and fair. Even so, Yunsel couldn't tell if she could really trust her. Clenching her hand, she decided this was her only chance, and that she had to tell the truth. Meanwhile, the villain's father and his sons were still at her house. Chow lowered his head and coldly asked how they dared. Then he pointed at them in disgust and asked whether their parents had never taught them not to break down someone's door. When they pushed back, he said the proper thing would have been to knock. The younger swordsman struggled against the restraint and cursed at him. The old man glared and said he didn't care who he was, just where his sister had gone. He stared back and asked if they were looking for her, because his son had been killed. With a mocking smile, the old Taoist said he was the one who did it. The older swordsman instantly roared and unleashed his energy. At that same moment, Yunsel told the vice director that her brother had really returned from Murim. Che pulled mana into his body, his eyes glowing, and said that sounded about right. Then he told them to show him what they could do. The berserker charged at once, blade blazing with rage. The protagonist met him head-on with a smile. Back at the guild, the pink-haired woman smiled faintly and said they should meet him right away. A burst of red energy slashed out, but Shinhyun easily leaped away and dodged it. Frowning, he noticed the sword was filled with a strange power. Its aura and the sword's energy were not the same thing. He calmly watched them and wondered if this was the hunter's method Yoon-sol had mentioned. He then remembered the red-eyed man who had beaten his relative. That one had used a strange power too. With a sly smile, the old Taoist said it was worth studying. The old man started swinging wildly, teeth clenched like he had lost his mind. He kept attacking non-stop, switching through different stances with a rapid chain strike skill. But Chao was far from ordinary. He dodged every blow with ease. The director attacked again, and suddenly his sword stopped with a sharp ring. Shinhyun lowered his hand and said he understood now. The intruder stared in shock as MC said his level matched the peak of martial arts. And honestly, he was impressed. The man could only think this was insane. How could anyone stop a blade barehanded? Cha held the blade by its edge and, even while being pushed back, said there were people like him. Then he shoved the weapon away, smiled with glowing eyes, and asked if Korea had 10,000 more like him. The sons rushed in, readying their weapons, but a blast of energy instantly knocked them back, and the reincarnated man shook off the rest, telling them not to interfere. Behind him, a spell was already being prepared. Then, he caught a strange flash of fire and was surprised. A fireball from the mage slammed into him. The director and his son stood there waiting, sure it was over. The younger swordsman declared it finished as Che stood in flames. He raised his sword and rushed in to finish the job, but when the blade reached his throat, he caught it with both hands and said this was better. Grinning more darkly, he snapped the blade and said it was better than he expected. That left the attacker horrified. Shinhyun unleashed an overwhelming aura and hurled him away. The scarred man pulled back, wondering what was wrong with this freak. Staring at the calm, long-haired man, he wondered who he really was. Che glanced at the floor and thought about what his sister said. He had been gone for 14 years. Looking at the three of them, the old Taoist judged that all had reached the peak of martial skill, a level that normally needed talent, technique, and countless years of experience. It stunned him to think this world had reached something close to Murim's level in only 14 years. As he studied the director, he realized this world had plenty of people at that level, and the thought genuinely shocked him. Then the protagonist frowned, realizing that even so, none of them were on the level of the top 10 martial masters. He pictured many people laid out like names on a sheet. Cha remembered his time in the other world, and, with a grin, asked if people were saying Jinho ranked above him. Back then, he challenged everyone and declared that he would climb to the top and raise his rank himself. A skull lay there with a sword stuck beside it. MC stood on the cliff as a storm built around him. That evening, Yoon-sol rode down the highway, thinking about everything that had happened. It was making her head spin, especially the deputy director suddenly wanting to meet her brother. She glanced at the pink-haired girl asleep beside her. Usually, Yoon-sol hid nothing from her, but now she couldn't tell if this girl was a friend or an enemy. Then she recalled their talk in the parking lot, when Jia said she needed a meeting with her brother. In return, she would bury the issue tied to the leader. That offer shocked her even more when Jia added that she had already handled the director too. With that much on the table, refusing wasn't really an option. The short-haired girl wrote with a troubled look, remembering she had no wish to become enemies with the reincarnated man, and Yoon-chae kept wondering what she really wanted. Then the passenger suddenly spoke, catching her off guard. She asked if he had really disappeared a few years ago, and Yoon-sol answered that it was in 2011, 14 years ago. The pink-haired girl stared at her in shock and went still. She grabbed Yoon-sol's hand, panic rising fast. 14 years here meant 140 years in that world, and she had no clue how strong he had been back then. After looking out the window, she asked what kind of person Shinhyun was, and Yoon-sol said he was kind and gentle. With a faint smile, she added that he was also great at studying. When she asked again, Yoon-sol lifted her head and said he got into a top 20 university without a tutor. The pink-haired girl figured he was a real genius, but the archer said being smart wasn't the most important thing. Smiling, she said her brother was insanely stubborn. Once he started something, he always saw it through. Then, the hero pointed at the magician and faced him. Even with the swordsman right behind him, ready to strike, he stayed calm and said this was a power he had never seen or even heard of in Murim. Then he told him to use that strange energy again. In the next instant, Cha threw a punch and shattered the warrior's face, warning him not to interfere because he didn't care about him. Horrified, the sorcerer pulled ice from his mana circles and clenched his teeth, trying to steady his breath. Shinhyun knocked the attack away with ease, and said he'd seen tricks like that a million times in the ice palace of the Northern Sea. Cold gathered in his raised hand, and the ice palace crossed his mind again. A swarm of ice dragon heads appeared, mouths open and ready to attack. Then the magician was frozen solid, and Cha casually said it was more like this. The shieldman panicked and ran, begging to be spared. but he couldn't escape the apartment. Realizing it was a barrier, he understood the exit was sealed. A compressed beam pierced his head. The director stared in horror at his dead son while he mocked him. A shield was supposed to protect from the front, so how dare he turn his back and run? Then, the protagonist blew on his finger, which only scared the old man more. Smiling, he said bandits never really care about loyalty. The swordsman was horrified. Ice magic. A barrier. He guessed Cha might be some kind of mage, but even then, that shouldn't have stopped his strike. He lowered his sword, confused that the apartment hadn't been wrecked by a fight like this, then realized the barrier was the reason. The old Taoist let out a breath, glared at him, and demanded to know if this had all been a trap. Had he known they were coming and prepared for it? The protagonist folded his arms and said he had wrapped the area with the sword of the mind. It had been many years since he'd last been here, and he wasn't about to dirty the floor. Then he added that the old man wouldn't understand his level anyway. He started recalling the time he stood atop that cliff. With a hunter's smile, the reincarnated man said that by entering his home, they had stepped into his territory. The old man gathered his energy, cursed him, and swore he would take him down with him. His eyes turned red as he activated the berserker skill. After losing his children, the father roared and grew a little larger, using a berserker burst. Shin Hyun calmly asked who the real monster was now. He noted the huge jump in strength and asked if the man planned to die just to kill him. The broken director screamed and raised his blade. For the first time, the hero stepped back a little, looking mildly concerned. The berserker hacked wildly in every direction, trying to cut him down, but Cha dodged every strike with ease. Watching his face, the black-haired man thought the old fighter had lost his mind. His rage was exactly like a martial artist's. The broken sword rose off the ground, pulled up by energy. The old Taoist caught the blade and, smiling as power gathered around him, said he would show MC respect. The reincarnated one answered with a single downward slash and cut through his body in one move. Blood burst out in a stream. The old man briefly came to and struggled to breathe. His head dropped to the floor, and as Cha walked away, he said the man had been granted such an honor. Fixing his hair while covered in blood, he smiled and said that strike came from the Emperor's supreme sword. His sister was just getting home and said this was her house. Yun Xiao froze in horror at the scene, asked why the door was open, and went speechless. She turned on her brother as he cleaned up the bodies and demanded to know what happened here, and what was wrong with the door. He simply said she was late. Then he wrung out the rag and calmly told her not to panic. It was only a housewarming party. She immediately shot back, asking why the whole place was covered in blood. The archer marched up angrily and asked why he kept finding trouble after coming back. He just said she had a good expression, and if she entered Murim, she might even grow stronger than him. Then the pink-haired girl cut in with a smile, saying it looked like a battle happened here. The moment he saw her, he felt this woman was somehow different. Sensing those golden streams of energy, he realized her inner art resonated with the roots of divine martial cultivation. The deputy studied him and thought that he could even control the spread of sound. She started wondering who he really was. Smiling, she let out her energy and wondered if he truly believed he was the only one who had been to that place. He looked back, suddenly uneasy. The next day was bright and sunny. Yunseo lay in bed as sunlight hit part of her face. She jolted awake, drenched in sweat and breathing hard. Alarmed, she rushed out of her room. Then the black-haired girl heard her brother call to her in a quiet, almost sad voice. It felt like something pulled from an old memory, him saying she woke up early. She spun around at once, and there was Shin Hyun in normal clothes, hair cut short, asking if she thought he had vanished again. Still shaken, she realized it hadn't been a dream after all, and asked why he was up so early. He glanced at his phone and told her to wait a second. He focused on the screen, said nothing, then turned and told her he'd be back soon as he walked out. Xiao left the house and got into a waiting car, while she thought that even after a week, his return still didn't feel real. She remembered the deputy's meeting with her brother, and what she had said, that he had left nothing behind. Before leaving, she only promised they would meet again. She also remembered the men in black who came and took away the director's remains, and those of his men. Then came the news the next day. Jong Yun was on TV, and Kang Jin had vanished after suddenly retiring. She pictured the pink-haired girl with her arms crossed, and realized she had kept her promise. Looking out the window, Yunseo thought about being the only survivor and taking the blame for the Red Wolf dungeon raid. The guild gave her a suspended sentence, and today Ji-hai had called her brother. That made the archer uneasy. She kept wondering what Ji-hee was planning, and as the hero rode in the car, she quietly hoped he'd come back soon. Meanwhile, the deputy sat in a restaurant. As she lifted her tea and took a sip, she heard someone say she must have had nothing better to do. The protagonist walked up and added that it was because she had put someone under watch all day, every day. He sat down, she smiled and said he caught on fast. Though it wasn't surveillance, it was protection. He replied that he figured as much. Lifting the cup, the master of Murim opened one eye and recognized the taste. With a smile and closed eyes, she seemed surprised he knew about Jong Yun, then said she often stopped by Hongnam for tea. Then her tone sharpened, and she said it was just like in Murim. The dark-haired man smiled and said he liked how direct she was. Setting down his cup, Cha said they had confirmed there were 3 people, including the 2 of them. Then she brought up the head of the Twilight Guild. Twilight and Dawn control the Korean Hunters Association, but right now they're at odds. While digging into Taehoon's past, they found something important, and that made him remember Taehoon's disappearance. She went on, saying that in 2011, Taehoon woke up in a strange cave. Beside him was a book called The Origin of the Cultivator's Divine Arts. The book opened on its own, its pages flipping fast as energy poured out. Like them, he left the cave and realized he was in another world. That made the protagonist think of his own escape, and she asked if his case was the same. He instantly remembered the messages asking if he wanted to return home, and the mission to witness that world's death. Shai-yun confirmed it was exactly the same. She calmly explained that after many years, he returned to Earth, only to find a world of hunters and dungeons. Whether it was fate or some cruel joke from higher powers, no one knew. But this world's change was clearly tied to their trip to Muram. He stayed quiet for a moment. When she asked how much he knew about hunters and dungeons, he said that's when they first started appearing. He said it began when a goddess gave her revelation to a 14-year-old, and after that, a class and skill system appeared, a lot like the RPGs they played as kids. Soon, monsters appeared too, along with people using powers beyond normal human limits. But he cut that off, saying there were more important things to ask. He caught her off guard by asking how they returned to Earth. Her answer was simple. They died, then came back after death. The pink-haired girl tensed when a dark aura rose from him, and asked what was wrong after guessing he'd returned the same way. The cup in his hand shattered. He remembered being told he had to witness that world's death. That was the condition. Grinding his teeth, he recalled even the goddess had seemed shocked by it. He pictured the chained man and wondered if she knew who sent him to Muram, and why. His thoughts kept going. If reaching the peak in the martial world earned a return to Earth, then reaching the top as a hunter here should also come with a reward. A sharp smile spread across his face. He said that reward had to be the answer he wanted, unless she was ready to lose her pride as a goddess. The yellow-eyed girl could only stare at him in horror, unable to speak. Then he looked at her with open confidence, and asked if she would finally say why she called him, because clearly, she wanted something. Cha looked away, uneasy, and let out a breath. After a pause, she suggested they walk, then brought up Dawn's former leader, Post-Hun, specifically his group. She explained that before the board died, they had always been careful when dealing with that group, because too much could go wrong. Turning back with a smile, she told him he should take responsibility for killing him, and wiping out the guild's main force. Lowering her hand, she asked him to join Dawn. She offered him the CEO seat, along with huge fame and wealth, then asked if the deal sounded good. He scratched his head, and admitted that since this came from his sister's boss, it wasn't easy to brush off. But then he turned, opened his eyes, and said he had to refuse. Cha asked, stunned, why he'd turn it down. He answered that he worked alone. After a few more steps, he added that there was another reason. Shai-yun turned with a smile, and guessed it was because he didn't want to serve someone weaker than him. She just looked at him and said nothing. Without moving, she suggested they test who was actually stronger. As she spoke, he scratched his chin. She mentioned that 1 year in this world equals 10 in Murim, and asked if that was true. He said it was. From the shadows, the deputy said age and strength don't always grow together. Smiling, he agreed completely, then added that even someone who spent 300 years there could still be weaker than him. Energy surged around her, her eyes lit up, and she raised a hand holding a sphere as she activated her opening move. A blast of purple energy tore across the ground at high speed. The force split the grass in its path. The sphere shot straight toward him, then it suddenly stopped in midair. An instant later, it burst outward with a wave of energy. Shadow dance. As clouds gathered overhead, he realized his senses were being blocked, and the area was darkening. The range looked to be around 50 meters, and making a dome this big through physical force alone would take huge energy and time. As the borders dissolved, Cha said this was her natural ability. Once the space fully closed, she explained they were now in a separate dimension that copied the real place. She added that from the outside, it would just look like they had vanished. Stepping forward, the deputy said that in Nurm, she was called the Bloody Cherry Blossom, and had never failed an assassination mission. He smiled and said he knew it. She was an assassin, the kind who fights to kill even with her hands tied. She pulled one dagger from a portal, and said there were only 2 ways out of this place: defeat her. Then she drew the second blade, lowered both, and finished the thought, or die. Still smiling, he asked if that was supposed to scare him. Then he pointed out that her ability didn't seem made just to trap enemies. A moment later, she was at his neck with a blade. Smiling, she said of course it wasn't. He only met her with a calm stare. Again and again he slipped past her attacks. Then she caught his blade and went for a direct grab. She kept striking, but it did nothing. He knocked everything aside with his bare palms. After he stopped her double slash, she dropped low in one sharp motion. Then she lunged forward. She tried to press with another hit, but he dodged that too. Jumping back, he noted that she held a dagger in each hand, with one lined along her arm, a very specific style. Looking at her killing intent, he said it was the art of the greatest assassin among the Dark Kings of Muroma. She was clearly shocked when he named it too, the Moonlight of the Bloody Path. He'd figured it out in a single glance. He smiled and said he'd fought someone using that style before, back when he was still a little inexperienced. His aura grew heavier as he added that he ended up killing that person in an instant. The yellow-eyed girl froze. Horror spread across her face. Standing tall before her, he said that since she was from Muram like him, he'd allow 3 styles. If she could beat him, he'd join Dawn. Then he warned her to count this one as the first. She tightened her grip on the dagger. The pink-haired woman spread her arms, released her aura into the space around them, and told him to try whatever he wanted. He looked around, impressed. Inside her space, he couldn't sense her at all. It was like she had vanished. He wondered if that was part of the dome's power. Then he noticed countless flashes above him, and grew more alert. He glanced to the side with a faint smile. Suddenly, he leaped high and flipped in midair. A storm of fragments shot past him, then froze in place. A heartbeat later, they all flew back at him, while he was still in the air. The old Taoist charged his hand with energy and raised it, annoyed. Even in midair, he knocked every attack away with blue bursts of power. Then he started coming back down, leaving streaks behind him. With a smile, he raised a hand and said it was impressive. Suddenly, he swung that hand and blocked another strike coming from the shadows. Shinyom smiled at her and said that made 2 styles already. The pink-haired girl was starting to despair. Jumping back, she said it was just like she thought. Straightening up, she declared that he was the strongest Shaolin master, the one who left the world at 150. From a distance, she called his name and said he could be treated as an equal. He scratched his cheek at being called the strongest, then said that was true, but to him, it was nothing special. Multiple copies rose from the ground. Smiling between the pillars, Cha said she would kill him here. With him surrounded, she asked if that would make her the strongest in Murim. Shinhee Shenhyun just smiled and said she wasn't serious. Pillars burst from the ground, and with his hands still in his pockets, he said she'd left him speechless. The deputy spread her arms behind a wall of shadow daggers. Her eyes shone even brighter. Then she slammed her hands together and fired a massive wave of razor-sharp energy at him. The spikes nearly hit him, but Cha didn't move. Then a spark flashed. He used the Sword of Mind. A blinding light burst out. Every projectile rushing at him was sliced apart by aura blades. The assassin covered her face, struggling to breathe under the pressure of that energy. A massive 5-sided stone shot straight at her. The pink-haired girl froze in horror when her body stopped responding. She shut her eyes, thinking something was holding her in place. Then the boulder was smashed by the back of a fist. Shinhyun's strike shattered the stone and sent the pieces flying away. Without lowering his fist, he called it the 3rd style, and the end. With a faint smile, the black-haired man asked if she still wanted to keep going. Her hand started shaking, and she admitted defeat. The dome slowly faded. Pleased, Cha heard her say she would stop challenging him, and she asked one question in return. Holding his hand, Jae asked what he had done. For a moment, it felt like she had faced something impossible to beat. He sat cross-legged and told her she was right to trust herself in that space. Inside it, her power grew enough to kill even someone stronger than her. The deputy looked uneasy and asked him to go on. Gripping her blade tight, she asked what kind of realm he had reached. He smiled and said the mix of martial arts and abilities was amazing. That was why he enjoyed the fight. As she put away her daggers, he raised a finger and accepted one offer. Don would give support and information, and he would back the guild with his strength. Shin Yan added one condition. He would work as a freelancer, not a partner. The pink-haired woman paused, and he explained that it was more like an alliance. He didn't mind helping, he just refused to serve under someone else. She quickly looked up, thrilled, and asked him to promise her one thing. Staring ahead, she warned that no matter what happened, he must never join the enemy guild. He bowed and gave his word. Then he held out his hand. He swore by the name of the Emperor's supreme sword. She shook his hand, thinking the title sounded dramatic. He then asked to be taken off surveillance. He had only tolerated it because his sister worked for them. But from now on, he couldn't promise restraint. Did she understand? After she promised they would do nothing to damage their relationship, he lowered his eyes, thanked her, and said there was one more thing. He tore off his shirt sleeve. When he handed it to her, she was stunned. He apologized for what had happened. Still surprised, she listened as Shin-Yun admitted he had talked about the 3 styles just to compare a Dimension Master's power with that of a high-rank hunter. The black-haired man scratched his cheek, looking guilty, and she turned toward him. With a soft smile, she said she appreciated that, but she had been ready to fight him to the death. A little uneasy, he said it made sense now that she had aimed for vital spots. Then he grew more serious and asked why. Out of all paths, she chose the assassin's art. She said it simply suited her. The yellow-eyed woman stared off and asked if he had ever felt a desperate urge to kill someone. Shai looked at her and answered with silence. He remembered the system message offering him a return after death in this world. With a dark look, he said he understood that feeling, because he thought about it all the time. A black car sat on a forest road, and the driver checked his watch. Then he glanced in the rearview mirror and started to worry. Seeing his boss, he nervously asked if she was okay, and guessed she had used shadow dance. She replied that even that hadn't been enough to scratch him. The suited driver turned around in shock. She said he had surpassed even her expectations, and now her stamina was almost gone, and her MP completely empty. Then she looked away. She remembered the fight. Spikes had rushed at Cha, yet he never really attacked her. Then she recalled her own dagger strike, and realized she still didn't know how he had blocked it. Her body trembled as she called it a complete defeat. Watching her through the mirror, the driver carefully asked if she had considered sending him to the Sun Festival at dusk. She looked out the window and said they needed him if they wanted to stop T-Hun and his guild. And she remembered meeting that man. That monster had stood over her and said they should follow his will. Another Murim master had stretched out his hands with a smile and called that man the god of heavenly war. Now, still staring outside, she said they were doomed if they lost T-Hun. It was still bright out when Cha came home, ready to announce he was back. Before he could speak, his sister rushed in and hugged him. Caught off guard, he said he hadn't expected that. She grabbed his shoulders so hard he joked she would break him, but she just told him to shut up. Looking down, she begged him not to disappear again, not to do anything dangerous, and to always come home. He looked at her sadly, as she admitted she was scared. Appa would vanish again. Chaz stroked her head and said he understood, but there was something he had to tell her. Smiling, he said he had decided to become a hunter. Yun Xiao stared at him in disgust and asked if he wanted to die. He set a cube on the table and said Jie gave it to him. Sprawled on the couch, Xinying grinned and explained that it could open a hunter status window. His sister just called him unbelievably stubborn. The black-haired man took the cube and said it was time to begin. At once, it started glowing in many colors. The light shone right in the reincarnated one's face, and he looked excited. Then his smile faded when the cube cracked apart. Seeing that, he froze. Rainbow-colored sand spilled from his hand, and he asked if Jai had scammed him. She said this was normal and told him to try calling up the status window. The old Taoist summoned his status, and 2 windows appeared. He checked the Murim one first and realized that status belonged only to that world, invisible to others. The same seemed true here. Then, the dark-haired man looked to the side. A blue window floated there, and he knew this one was his hunter status. His sister came up behind him and told him to check what class he got, but a bright line of text caught her eye first. She pumped her fist and said that was just like him, different from every other hunter. Then she said they had to start from the beginning, leaving him confused enough to ask again. She pictured the class system and explained that hunters are split into 6 main types: warriors, defenders, magicians, priests, archers, and assassins. There are higher classes too, but those 6 are the base. For example, she started as an archer, while her advanced class is sniper. Everyone begins with a main class, and it can't be changed or removed. Then she pointed at him and said he had no class at all, meaning he received nothing, and was basically just a normal person. Turning away, Yunxiao said classless people can still become hunters, but the real issue is abilities. Deep down, she hoped this would make him give up. She explained that hunters need experience points to level up, and they can only gain those by fighting monsters with abilities. Then the crafty girl added that, unlike the 6 main classes, a classless hunter has to get abilities through skill cubes. To scare him off, she said even the cheapest close-range technique costs 20 million won, while a sword technique costs 25 million won. Crossing her arms, the archer explained that normal hunters gain abilities automatically as they level, but a classless hunter has to keep spending huge amounts of money. The black-haired girl turned back to her brother. Then Yunxiao stepped behind him and Beijing the scary look, asked if he had that kind of money. He only clicked his tongue, and then an idea hit him. Xinyun remembered Jiha and said he already had a sponsor who would fund him. She turned away, refusing to buy it. He left a little uneasy, thinking he would have been in serious trouble if he hadn't made that alliance. But then he realized that wasn't the real problem. Thinking of his Murim self, he couldn't believe he was classless. Was the world really saying that a genius who would never appear again in Murim history was a talentless hunter? That seriously annoyed him. The scene shifts to Mount Chiak's training dungeon, where a rabbit hopped around. Its ears twitched, and then, the rabbit changed at once. It was a dungeon monster all along. Yunxiao fired an arrow and set it ablaze. Smiling, she asked if her brother saw that. He brushed it off, and said she should focus on catching at least 1 rabbit. As the monster melted away, she told him that clueless beginners die fast. A red stone was left behind, and she muttered that this definitely wasn't some normal rabbit. Cha picked up the drop and asked if it was a moonstone, and if it could make money. She explained that it was a clean natural resource packed with energy, which is why monster-era power replaced nuclear plants. As she reached back for another arrow, she warned him to stay careful. In a dungeon, anything can happen, no matter how strong someone claims to be. But she got cut off. The protagonist flicked energy from his finger and killed 3 rabbits at once. He blew on his finger while she thought her warning had gone in one ear and out the other. Then he checked his status, realizing martial arts still didn't give him hunter experience. There was 1 free stat point. Cha leaned in for a closer look. It was a D-rank sword skill, and he wondered if he should ask Jipei for another one. His sister tapped his shoulder and called him shameless. Of course he wanted a free skill at the top of the training dungeon. He ignored her and kept reading about its rarity and effect. Then his face hardened when he understood what rank Jihei had really given him. Yunxiao frowned and said she didn't know what deal he made with the pink-haired girl, but the vice leader wasn't someone simple. She would try to take everything from him. Che stayed silent and didn't react at all. That expression caught her off guard, and she called out to him. Worried, she reached toward him and was about to ask why he suddenly changed, but he grabbed her hand. With a smile, MC led her away and said he had something better to show her. When she saw it, she clenched her teeth and asked how this was even possible. A huge swarm of rabbits filled the area below. She asked how many, and he calmly answered, 337. He had counted them with his senses before coming. She reached for her arrows and said that was still way too many for a beginner, but he told her not to worry about small stuff. Then he scared her half to death. Standing at the cliff's edge, he pushed off and waved on the way down. As he fell, Cha thought there was no greater humiliation than this. He remembered the price of skills in the card, then decided a D-rank sword skill was wasted on someone who had already reached the peak of martial arts with the blade. He refused to stay some useless classless hunter. He drew his blade. Spinning with aura, he released a wave. He slammed into the ground hard enough to crack it, and thought even jokes had limits. A massive pack of monsters gathered around him, all staring him down. From above, his sister yelled at him for nearly making her fall too. He calmly told her to quit being mad. He was just thinking about how to cook these things. The rabbits bared their teeth and glared back. Then a flood of system alerts popped up in front of him. He spotted the skill notifications, smirked for a second, then got annoyed by the non-stop spam and snapped at them, asking if they thought they could teach him. Looking through the mess of cut-up windows, Schaub smiled and said it was way too noisy. By then, the monsters were already charging him. One drooling rabbit let out a harsh screech, but the Murim master answered with a swing of his blade. The wave sliced through half the attackers. His eyes gleamed as he demanded to know who they thought they were. Dropping another one, he smiled and asked who was teaching whom. Chow walked away from the slaughter, blood on his blade. Turning back with a grin, he asked if hunters had only been around for 14 years. With crystals scattered across the ground behind him, he said it would take them 100 more years to teach him anything. Xinyuan swatted away the pile of windows and called them annoying. He stared at the system and wondered why there were so many alerts. Then, something clicked. A notice told him that his swordsmanship had reached plus rank, and he asked what that was supposed to mean. While he kept tapping through the windows, his sister ran over and asked why his status screen was so small, and how he even changed the settings. Concerned, she asked what he had just done. Still poking at the messages, Che said he had no clue because he couldn't read English. The system should explain his mastery of every kind of swordsmanship, or it was broken. Yunxiao watched in nervous shock, wondering if any of this made sense and if someone could really get a high mastery rank all at once. Then the protagonist noticed something strange and turned to her with wide eyes. Serious now, he asked if passive skills that don't use mana could still earn experience from monsters. She said yes and asked what was wrong. Smiling at the window, he said nothing was wrong at all. In front of him was a high-rarity energy skill with high mastery. He clenched his fist, tilted his head, and said he wanted to make things much easier from now on. Cheer slid across the ground. Then he pulled his fist far back for a strike. He lunged and fired off a shockwave that blasted everything ahead of him away. Without lowering his hand, he said that from now on, martial arts should finally let him earn hunter experience. Taking a wide stance, he said it couldn't be helped. Korea's strongest hunters, Jihei and Tihun, were powerful because every hunter needed abilities of their own. Yunxiao could only stare in shock. He took hold of the bow and thought about martial arts. The black-haired man turned when she called to him. More serious now, and a little shy, she asked him to teach her martial arts. Clutching her bow, she said she had doubts before, even after he beat the director so easily. But after seeing this herself, she understood how strong he really was. She remembered that raid and the death of her teammate. If nothing changed, what happened in the Red Wolf dungeon would happen again. There was no promise the past wouldn't repeat itself, and as team leader, she couldn't stay this weak. Through tears, she said she didn't want any more regrets. Leaning forward, she admitted she could never become as strong as him, but if she learned martial arts, maybe things could change. He placed a hand on her shoulder and told her he would teach her, so she had nothing to worry about. Pulling her a little closer, he smiled softly and said he'd never taken students before, but he would be strict with her too. She nodded, and Xinyuan thought that was for the best. He couldn't stay by her side forever, and she needed to protect herself. No one knew what was waiting for them later. Then he walked off looking pleased and said they should head to the next spot. Nervous, she asked if they were on a golf course or something. The two of them moved through the area with quick jumps. She looked at her brother and asked what he planned to do now that he knew how to fight with a sword. As monsters watched from the mountain, she kept going. Would Appa still keep training warrior abilities? Two rabbits leapt down from the mountain at Cha, He raised his fist, filled it with energy, and said he could level up with martial arts now. His punch set off a huge blast. Yunxiao shielded herself from the impact. He went on, saying he wasn't fully sure yet, but one thing was clear, his future as a hunter was still uncertain. Holding out an arm to stop her, he said martial arts could raise a hunter's level, but there was still one problem. Looking at the herd, he said he wanted to master a special class ability. His gaze sharpened. Jihei had grown stronger by combining martial arts with an assassin's ability. The image of the pink-haired girl flashed through his mind, and he realized he needed a power that could link with his martial arts too. Then, he suddenly had an idea. He burst forward at top speed and slipped behind the enemy line, stunning his sister. The moment he rose into the air, every monster turned toward him. The old Taoist raised a hand and formed a sphere of aura. Thinking of the enemy who almost killed his sister, he realized not every skill would work with martial arts. Magic, like a mage's fireball, was one of the hardest to combine. He launched the aura attack, and it tore through the enemy line before exploding. His sister grew worried and warned him that charging in alone like that could get him hurt. Xinyun stopped her, and, with a sly smile, realized there was one kind of power he still couldn't mix with martial arts. As the monster bodies dropped, he crouched with a grin and proudly declared that he'd become a mage. Yunxiao stared at him, face blank, her mind racing. Then she turned away, deciding she didn't care anymore, while he kept celebrating in place. Sitting in front of his status screens, he confirmed something after testing the hunter system. The Murim system and the hunter system were very different. While his sister worried nearby and said they no longer had to stress about money, he compared the two. The Murim window only showed basic stats and the state of his inner and outer martial arts. That kind of info helped a martial artist a lot, but it had no extra features. The hunter window, on the other hand, listed everything: skills, stamina, even mana. He studied it carefully and thought the hunter interface was much easier to use. It had more detail, more functions, and a totally different feel, like the two systems were made by different beings with similar power. He pictured a knight leveling up, and thought about systems where you fight monsters for points and get rewards right away. That kind of setup pushes hunters to grow fast. It's dangerous, sure, but anyone who chooses that path can get stronger. Then he compared it to Murim. There, getting stronger was slower, and even harsher. You trained without end, risked your life, chased enlightenment, and if that failed, you needed some life-changing event. That last part made him stop. The words fateful event kept echoing in his head. He thought of a cultivation manual and remembered that the heavenly deity was a legend, a being who reached godhood through ascension and created the roots of divine martial arts. That led him back to the dungeon, and to the legendary treasure they had fought over for years in Murim, right before he woke up in that cave. As he went on with his sister, he felt that fateful event answer was almost too obvious, so he brushed it aside. Xiao looked ahead, and thought that if a goddess gave humanity the hunter system, then the one who sent him to Murim had to be. The thought hit him so hard he froze. He pictured the chained man smiling through a flood of notifications, and realized who it was, the god of heavenly war. His jaw tightened, and anger rose at once. With Jaehee's help, he kept going into dungeons. Over the next month, he fought non-stop to level up. When a giant rooster suddenly appeared in front of him, he finally understood why he had come back to Korea. Grinning as he powered up his fists, the now level 22 hunter joked that nothing was more Korean than chicken. Back home, Appa taught his sister about the body's 365 blood paths, and it was too much for her to handle. They even sat meditating in the shower, and he realized she had learned how to move her inner energy too. Still, she had started martial arts late for her age, but there was a way around that. Standing over her, he hinted at a method, and she nervously asked what it was. He placed a hand on her shoulder and called her by name. With a gentle smile, he told her not to worry, and not to hold back, even if she coughed up blood. That only scared her more, and she asked why he had to make it sound so bad. Soon, screams filled the apartment as he forcefully drew out her inner energy through the key channels and burned away the impurities. Later, Yunsol's arrows started piercing stone, and that breakthrough let her rise another level. Covered in grime, the old Taoist watched in shock as she showed him the result. He called it amazing, and leaned in for a closer look, almost burning his hair for it. Jihei picked up her cup and said it was obvious now that he was doing well. Smiling sweetly, she asked if it was time to begin their deal. He looked at her seriously and said she hadn't changed at all, straight to business. She replied that she'd already told him she didn't want things to get awkward for her. Raising the cup to his lips, he said enough time had passed since her call, and asked if she had a real plan. The deputy answered that she did. The assassin leaned closer and called him by name. With a pleased smile, she reached out her hand and invited him on a date. Cha Shin-hyun was caught completely off guard. Folding his hands, he admitted it was the first time anyone had ever asked him out, but he wasn't feeling it. She brushed that off and told him to come anyway. Still smiling, the pink-haired girl pulled her hand back and explained the real reason. A new dungeon had appeared, rated danger level 10. Hunters usually needed to be around levels 45 to 50 to enter, which meant a near top-ranked team. It wasn't a place for level 20 hunters. Then she looked at him with confidence and said it would be different with him, asking if she was right. Tilting his head, he asked why she wanted to go in with only him. Her expression sharpened as she answered that she wanted to control the number of extremely dangerous dungeons. She went on to say that she also wanted him to grow as fast as possible, as a hunter. Leaning forward with a grin, the old Taoist asked if that meant she was really planning to back him. She didn't like that at all. Looking annoyed, she asked where he had learned to talk like that, and why he sounded like some old Muram master. He shot back that he already knew he sounded old, and didn't like being called that. Shaking his cup, he said it made sense for her to help him because of their alliance. But then he asked what she would gain if he became the strongest hunter. She watched him quietly, as he swirled the cup. Then she brought up the Sun Festival, and asked if he had heard of it. It was a yearly event held by the Dawn and Dusk guilds. On the surface it looked like a friendly contest to decide South Korea's best guild and improve relations between them. But in truth, it was where both sides measured each other's strengths and weaknesses, to see when they could cut each other's throats. In other words, a small war. She explained that Dawn and Dusk were always clashing over dungeon ownership, and that often led to bloodshed. The public didn't know, because it all happened inside dungeons. Now things had reached a breaking point, and full war could start at any time. They were sitting on a powder keg. Surprised, he asked why two guilds fighting over first place had become something this brutal. It seemed far beyond a simple rights dispute. As she poured tea, the deputy said it all started with Tae-hun. Things hadn't always been like this, but he had suddenly begun chasing power like a man possessed. Che was even more shocked when she said Tae-hun kept talking about following the will of the god of heavenly war. He jumped to his feet at once and startled her, demanding to know if that being was really here and what tie he had to the enemy guild leader. She told him to calm down. She didn't know much either. She had only heard that Tae-hun once received a message through the Muram status window. That word, message, stuck in his mind. She added that no one could confirm it, since nobody else could see another person's Muram status window. She went on to say that even if Tae-hun really had gotten an order from the heavenly god, she still couldn't understand why he treated the Dawn Guild, and her, like this, when they had once been close. Looking down, the yellow-eyed girl said they had been comrades in Muram. They understood each other and shared the same fate. He only looked at her, silent but clearly taking it in. Then she met his eyes, and seriously asked him to join the Sun Festival, as Dawn's ally. Later, as the driver listened from the front seat, she explained that the balance of power had recently shifted toward the Sevens because they were taking dungeons and routes aggressively. The hero walked to the car beside the deputy. Once they got in, she said that if this gap in power became obvious at the festival, it would be the end of their guild. She added that losing their director, their strongest fighter at a time like this, had made everything worse. He cut in there and said he mostly understood the situation now, but she still hadn't answered why she wanted to raise him into the strongest hunter. With a serious face, the pink-haired girl said the Sun Festival invited outside media and was broadcast live. Pointing at him, she warned him not to tell her he planned to show his martial arts to the whole world. There was no easy way to prove he had been in Muram, and doing that would only stir up hunters everywhere. She jabbed at him again, saying he must be confident enough to handle the International Hunter Association. He couldn't exactly deny it. Looking away, she said that was exactly why he had to join the Sun Festival, using only hunter abilities. Then she asked if he understood what he'd just agreed to, and with how much he owed her, refusing wasn't easy. As the driver pulled a case over, she smiled and said she knew he would willingly agree. Nervous, Cha asked if this really counted as consent. Inside were skill cubes. She explained that it included the 6 wizard skills he wanted, plus 1 high-rank mage skill and 1 sorcerer skill. MC rubbed his chin and figured this was still a win. He was going to face Tae-hun sooner or later anyway. Then a sheet of paper flew at him. A whole stack dropped onto the old Taoist, and he snapped, asking what it was. The pink-haired girl calmly said that, unlike Muram, this world runs on legal paperwork. These were documents making him an official ally of the Dawn Guild. The deputy cheerfully dug through the bag and explained that the rest were support records, payment guarantees, hunter registration papers, and forms to create a guild. Chas stared at the papers and asked why he needed a guild at all. She said free hunters face messy rules for joining the Sun Festival, and there would also be trouble proving everything they had already given him. Satisfied, she lifted the suitcase and asked him to guess the total value of the skill cubes. It was worth far more than a house, she said, so if he got that, he should just sign. He could only point out that this had clearly been her plan from the start. Shinyon lowered his head and signed, wondering how he had gotten dragged into this. As he moved the pen across the page, he figured the guild name was just a technicality, so anything would do. In the end, the guild was named Unlimited. Chas stirred the mana under his feet and said he could feel it. They were in the monstrous bird dungeon, surrounded by flying enemies. The protagonist muttered that all he did these days was go from home to dungeons and back, and the pink-haired girl smiled, saying it was nice to see such a model student. Then she looked up and warned him to stay sharp. Even if they were weak one by one, their numbers were insane. Gathering a sphere in his hand, MC said that when he had scouted with his Kai, he counted at least 3,000. Lightning flared around him as he stared ahead and said that only made things better for him. A giant lightning arrow formed in his hands, and he grinned. The more targets the better. He slid across the ground and pulled one leg back, then drew his arm behind him to throw. The projectile tore through a huge number of the lizards by itself. She was stunned. It had only been a few hours since he learned that skill. Trying to cool his hand, Cha said mana and Kai worked in pretty similar ways. She answered that she wouldn't know about that. As shards rained down, she warned that if he pushed too hard right away, he'd burn through his mana fast. He said that would never happen. He was a limitless wizard. Monster stones dropped into his hand, but she corrected him, saying he was really just classless. He brushed that aside and pointed out these weren't the only monsters in the dungeon, and she agreed. The protagonist frowned and asked again, saying something felt off. A man simply scooped grain from a bucket into a bowl. Then he used it to feed the fish. Elsewhere in Seoul, at the villa of Twilight Guild's leader, a man in a hat sat fishing until someone called to him. Chulho stepped up with a folder and reported that Dawn Guild's vice leader had been acting suspiciously. He looked down at the file and added that she had been backing an unregistered newcomer in every way, and the two had even gone on dungeon raids together. The guild leader kept feeding the fish and asked if that was true, then wondered what was so strange about it. Coming closer, the subordinate said their investigation showed this newcomer wasn't new at all, but Warden Jaehai, the older brother of a team leader in the enemy guild. He had been missing for 14 years and had only recently returned. When Cholho added that Dawn's director had tried to hide his return, the boss raised a hand to stop him and asked the real question. Where had he been all those years? Cholho hurriedly flipped through the papers and admitted their intel team couldn't find out. Taehyun took off his hat as Chulho went on, saying their strongest fighter vanished right after learning the truth. He didn't retire. He likely went after Shinyun to avenge his son. The leader set his hat on the bucket and said flatly that he was dead. The employee nervously clipped the papers together, while explaining that Kang Jin had most likely been killed. Smiling, the green-eyed man said the old Taoist was the one who did it. Thinking about how Cha fought, he guessed the man was probably from Murim. In his mind, MC appeared smiling with glowing eyes. Back in the dungeon, the black-haired man kept firing magic and wiped out most of the monsters. Clenching his fist, he said it felt different from using the palm of wind. Then he blinked in surprise when she said she understood why he was so pleased with himself after getting a new skill. After checking the pile of corpses, the pink-haired girl gave him a worried smile and said an hour had already passed. Aside from the feeling of using it, was his mana actually dropping? Calmly, he said his mana was already in a special state. Cha touched his chin, shut his eyes, and tried to think of a simple way to explain it. He asked her to remember the cube she gave him, the one that trades life force for magic. She said it was basically an emergency skill, then asked what that had to do with him. Smugly, he explained that in Murim, reaching level 35 in internal and external arts gives you an astral body. In that state, your power can be used without limit. Then, at level 40 in external arts, you gain rejuvenation. With that upgrade, you can keep using your power to sustain your life force forever. If your life force is endless, then your mana is endless too. So by using life force exchange, magic becomes infinite as well. To him, it was a perfect setup. Jihei was too overwhelmed to follow all that, and just froze. Cha lifted a hand to his face and apologized for getting carried away. He pictured two spheres flowing into one and summed it up. It was an endless cycle of power. Even if the systems were different, at high levels they all started to look alike. Smiling, the protagonist smacked his fist into his palm and said what he really meant was simple. At a high enough level of martial arts, nothing is impossible. Uneasy, she asked if something like that could really be reached. But MC suddenly dropped down, then sprang up, saying he'd go clear the flies before the boss fight. She thought he wasn't just explaining ideas, he was forcing his whole way of thinking into words. Pulling out her dagger, she thought that if he expected her to worry over a mere monster boss, he was insulting her. If this was all there was, then the Solar Emperor had nothing to fear. Then a winged monster suddenly dove at her, and she wondered if she should. Jihei cut its head off without even looking. Smiling, she asked if she was supposed to do nothing and just live off him. Hordes of monsters rushed straight at her, but she used her skill and sliced through the entire swarm. At the last second, the deputy drove her dagger into the stone wall. Hanging there, she let out a breath and muttered that it was plenty high. Then she kicked off the wall and leaped far ahead. On the way down, she started cutting through the lizards as she jumped from one to the next. Eventually, the pink-haired girl landed on the ground. Looking down, she said she wanted this dungeon cleared as fast as possible. She stored her dagger in subspace, and thought that, once she got back, she would raise the danger rating. There were more of these things than the report claimed, and the fight was harder, because they could fly. Still looking over the area, she wondered what rank of hunters would be needed to raid a place like this. Then Jihei noticed something odd. A proper team for this should have 5 roles: shield, mage, shooter, priest, and a close-range fighter. A huge dragon flew over her. Then, two giant monsters roared through the air, pulling smaller creatures around themselves, and she asked what that was. Staring at the horned beast, she wondered why it was so huge, and how a dungeon could have two bosses at once. One almost struck her, but she barely managed to leap upward. The dragon lunged to swallow her midair and opened its jaws wide. Jihei anxiously pulled a dagger from subspace and muttered that this was getting annoying. Then, another lizard rushed her from behind. The boss slammed its wings together and fired countless blades at her. The deputy watched in shock as another attacked from behind and realized it was using demonic power. This wasn't some random abnormality. As another monster rushed her, she thought this whole dungeon system had gone wrong, when someone suddenly caught her and blasted straight through the dragon. Smiling as he held her, the hero said he'd finally made it. As dragon pieces hit the ground, the pink-haired girl told him not to say he already knew. He just smiled, reminded her he had warned her about the boss, and said his senses had picked up a strange monster in the dungeon. With the dragons closing in, she asked if he really knew and still did nothing. He said he'd been waiting for them. Leaving the boss for last was normal. He looked at her gently and said he knew she froze because she was worried, but now that she'd calmed down, she could handle it easily. All she had to do was stay calm. She looked at him, still a little uneasy, and said nothing. After they landed on a rock, he casually said it was time for a snack and asked her to pick the menu, fried or grilled. The beauty shut her eyes and told him this was no time to joke. But fire lit up in one of his hands, a ball of lightning formed in the other, and he crossed both spells with a grin. Peering forward, he said he'd been waiting for this. A huge lizard stood before him, and Xinyan said they were having chicken for dinner. The girl stared up at the sky, trying to figure out what was going on. As he kept throwing fire magic around, she called to him through telepathy. Then lightning crashed down, and the pink-haired girl asked if this was the same person who said he would use magic. He struck again and sent a wave of fire into the swarm, while she pointed out that he was really just punching everything. The old Taoist slowed down, lightning wrapped around his fist, and asked what she meant. This was obviously magic. The yellow-eyed girl answered with doubtful sarcasm that sure, it was, but something terrifying appeared above her. A giant claw pushed out of a green portal. The girl saw two massive monsters and tried to make sense of it, warning her partner to be careful. She leaped across the rocks at top speed, thinking the monsters had come through that portal, and that should have been impossible. Dropping in from above, the deputy panicked and yelled for him to run. She fired off 2 aura blasts and shouted for him to get out. She'd open a path so they could escape together. He just had to hurry. But one of the lizards suddenly fixed her with a deadly glare. Then several smaller ones swarmed in front of it. As bodies dropped, Jihai wondered if the boss even cared that the smaller monsters were dying. A sudden wave of dread hit her, and she called out loudly to her companion. He was standing right in front of a huge storm of monsters. Watching it, the yellow-eyed girl realized the smaller monsters were definitely not moving on their own. She understood the giant ones were controlling them. Thinking back on what happened, the pink-haired girl realized the small monsters had been throwing themselves in front of attacks meant for the bosses. She raised her dagger and knew the fight wouldn't end until the big monsters went down. She just had to figure out how to reach them. She hesitated as she watched the giant swarm and wondered if the hero was holding up. He stood in the middle of the circle, and their eyes met. The way he looked at her made it clear he was doing it on purpose. The killer let out a breath, unable to tell what he was thinking, and wondered if answering through voice communication was really that hard. She opened her eyes and anxiously said this kind of anomaly had never appeared before. No matter how strong he was, it was still dangerous. She had to help him, but she couldn't reach him while he was up in the air. Then she spotted a cub. She jumped onto its back and flew up, thinking the monster cluster around the protagonist wouldn't notice her there. If so, reaching him would be easy. The deputy stayed tense and serious, thinking he just had to hang on a little longer. If she took down the mutated monster giving off that strange aura, another winged creature slammed into her and knocked her down. Jihai started falling and cursed. Barely managing to save herself, she stabbed the nearest target and held on. When she turned, a huge dragon was roaring right at her, and the deputy smiled, asking if it had finally noticed her. She leaped straight at it and thought it was too late now. This was one-on-one. Raising both daggers, she glared at it and thought no monster in her game could stop her. Then she used Shadow Dance and ordered it to open up, but a bunch of smaller monsters burst out from under its wing. The beauty fell back and, with a hopeless smile, wondered how fast she could clear all this. Then a shot tore past her. It was energy from the hero, slicing apart every living thing around him. The pink-haired girl was stunned. He was using a power blade without resources, and controlling several blades at once through the sword of exploding air. Seeing the fan of swords around the protagonist, she finally understood what an astral body was. He said this was just a hunter role-playing game. He held out his hand and said firmly that it ended here. A non-stop storm of lightning-fast swords poured down, skewering small lizards one after another. Then the barrage grew even stronger, enough to block out the sunlight, and the attacks kept getting heavier. The sight was stunning, like a comet crashing down. From the cliff, the deputy watched it all and saw rocks raining down too. Remembering the rift, she thought the protagonist had saved them this time. But a bigger problem remained. What if this started happening in other dungeons? She grew tense and touched her chin, thinking about how the system judged dungeon danger and what level of hunters should clear it. Would that still matter against mutated monsters in a portal like this? A little despair crossed the yellow-eyed girl's face, and she thought it would all be destroyed. The hero picked up the blue crystal, while she kept thinking that the festival didn't matter right now. They needed a full investigation. Ji-hai immediately imagined him reaching for her, and thought he would never miss a chance if she let her guard down. If she split her focus, his guild could destroy them in an instant. She looked down sadly, wondering what she should do, but a stone suddenly waved in front of her face, and she asked what it was. The protagonist was standing close by. He asked why she was spacing out, then pointed out he had asked how this stone was different from the others. Looking at it, the beauty explained that it was a monster skill stone. Since he killed a large specimen, he got a rare skill stone as the owner. The hero crushed it right away and stayed silent, while she kept thinking about the boss. Then Ji-hai suddenly surprised him by turning sharply. The yellow-eyed girl looked at him seriously and said she had something important to tell him. A month later, on a sunny day, some young men talked about the Sun Festival schedule and looked forward to it. They walked past Cholo, who sat with his head down while listening to talk about the now famous protagonist. He lifted his head anxiously as rumors spread that Shen Yong was the Dawn Guild's secret weapon. He looked up at the skyscraper and thought he was done for. At the same time, a glass smashed over a bespectacled man's head as someone demanded to know if he was joking. At an emergency meeting of the Twilight Guild's top brass, a short-haired man pointed at him and said Dawn had chosen this guy as its savior, yet they still couldn't learn where he'd been for the last 14 years, let alone his level or class. The employee could only apologize. But the shouting man suddenly went quiet when the leader spoke. He calmly sipped whiskey on the rocks, legs crossed, smiling. The green-eyed man narrowed his eyes and told him to sit down. Park obeyed at once, and the guildmaster said Dawn seemed to be worried about something. Rising from his seat, he said they had picked their trump card too fast. Whether it was a bluff or a jackpot would only be clear once every card was on the table. On the screen in front of them was the face. Ti-hoon lowered his head with a dangerous smile and said they had to destroy the seed of discord. The bespectacled man sat in the middle of a coffee shop. He nervously checked his watch and tapped his foot. Looking at the time again, he said the other person should be here any second. Then the protagonist showed up, and he hurried to greet him. Cha Shin-hyun stood with his head slightly lowered, while the employee thanked him for accepting such a sudden invitation. The old Taoist, dressed like an office worker, started to raise his head when suddenly something caught his eye. He noticed a man behind him working on a laptop, even as someone held out a hand to greet him. The secretary pulled his hand back and turned toward the guests. At last, they shook hands. The hero first planned to keep it simple, but then he remembered his sister telling him to watch how he spoke, so he greeted him formally instead. Chulho looked at him nervously and said it was a great honor to meet him, while inwardly wondering what kind of rude jerk he'd been. But on the other hand, Yukon Tien, the bespectacled man, got even more nervous, thinking about his job today, learn everything he could about this guy. Then he finally explained why he had asked Cha Shin-hyun to meet. He dug through his bag in a panic, searching his briefcase. Watching him, the protagonist wondered if this team really needed watching, if this was the level of people they had. He set a device on the table. He asked what it was, and the man said it was the button. A curtain-like barrier spread around them. He explained that it blocked outside noise and kept their voices from leaking, making it perfect for a private talk. The reincarnated man gave him a smug look and asked if this was really what they had prepared for his visit. Growing serious, the bespectacled man got to the point. The Twilight Guild wanted to partner with his Unlimited Guild. Leaning back with an annoyed look, the hero thought he had expected this. He asked if they had seen his showing at the Sun Festival, and reminded him that he was working with the Dawn Guild. The employee quickly lowered his hand and said they knew that, and they were fully aware Dawn was backing him. Then he added that they also knew about the hidden issues between him and the team, while also seeing how well his dungeon raids with the guild leader had gone. The hero listened calmly as the man continued. He pointed out that Cha Shin-hyun still had not joined Dawn, and instead had made a one-man guild while only cooperating with them. Without meeting his eyes, the young man said that based on all that, they believed there was some distance between him and Dawn. The protagonist smiled to himself. This man was sharper than he first thought, and he took back his earlier judgment. The offer was tempting too. They claimed they could give him something his current guild never could. Their information was hard to dismiss. The bespectacled man flipped through his papers and asked to explain the final contract terms, but the protagonist cut him off with a slap on the table, saying he did not need to hear them. As he got up to leave, he waved a hand and said he had come out of curiosity, but this had only wasted his time. He would reject any offer they made. Cholo stared in disbelief and asked if he was really refusing before even hearing the full deal. Watching him go, Cholo nervously called out that if he dropped the solar ritual, they would grant whatever he wanted. but the protagonist answered without hesitation that he owed Jae-hee. The old Taoist turned back with a smile and said he hated losing. The employee tried once more to stop him, asking him to wait because if he left like this then, the kid called after him with tears in his eyes, thinking the man was a real scoundrel since he still had so much left to say. Then the guild leader removed his mask and asked how long he planned to stand there staring off into the distance. He rose from his seat and walked over. The green-eyed man placed a hand on him and chilled him by saying he already knew what had been said. With an earphone in, he added that they had only been trying to stretch the conversation as long as possible. The guildmaster grabbed his tie, frightening him even more, and said all that eavesdropping had been useless. Then Tae-hun started walking off with his arms spread. When the man apologized for being rude to him, Tae-hun brushed it aside. He had more important things to worry about. The head of Twilight stared ahead and said it was strange. Narrowing his eyes, he wondered who that man really was. Jae-hee listened on the phone with a smile, amused by what had happened. She said the enemy must be furious right now. Walking down the street, the hero smiled and said they probably guessed he was from Murim, but the name of the Supreme Emperor of the Sword had not spread that far. Then he remembered the guy behind the counter and said that the moment he entered the cafe, he felt him open his outer kai, which proved his guess. The pink-haired girl said that kind of person was cautious and got jumpy whenever things stopped going their way. The yellow-eyed girl leaned on the wall with a smile when he said that man would not bother her for a while. Then he asked how the dungeon investigation was going, and she said that thanks to him, there had been no new complaints since that dungeon. Looking at the screen, she added with a faint smile that at least for now, that was still true. Thinking back to their raid, she admitted she would have worked herself to death if he had not handled the investigation in the Dungeon of Ominous Birds, and she thanked him. He asked what else needed to be done, and whether there was anything specific. She looked at the phone in surprise, and asked him to repeat that. The hero grew tense. She asked why he seemed so down, and what was wrong, but he only answered with silence. Then his sister walked up and asked if he had finished talking. With a sad look, she clasped her hands and told him it was time to go. The black-haired man put away his phone at once, agreed, and thought there was nothing else to do. Together, they went to the cemetery. Yoon-seol touched the glass and faced her parents. Through tears, she told them her brother had come back. The old Taoist stood behind her, worn out and silent. Thinking he already knew that, he turned his head away, closed his eyes, and thought coming here had been a mistake. Looking at the portrait, he realized how different he was now. Even standing before his parents' remains, he could not shed a single tear. He turned and started to walk off, thinking that even if he showed her this inhuman side of himself, his sister would only cry in silence, and it would not help her at all. She turned from him and asked if he truly felt nothing. Her words hit hard. She said he did not look sad or even hurt, and the hero only fell into a dark silence as she faced him. Following him anxiously, she forced a smile and asked why he would not say anything. Uneasy, the long-haired girl tried to joke that what she said was true, but he cut in and simply apologized. He started to leave, thinking he could not hide it forever. He admitted he had become someone who could not show her what she wanted to see. Yoon-seol clenched her teeth in resentment. She kicked the ground and shouted, asking if he even knew how strange he was. Why was he apologizing? What did he think she wanted to see? The black-haired girl stood there with a fierce look, trying to figure out what she really wanted. At once, she remembered riding on his back when they were kids. Covering her face with one hand, the archer asked why he had changed so much, and why he was still acting so cold. The hero only looked at her without showing his eyes. She confessed she was not even sure he was still her brother, and he answered that too much time had passed for either of them to stay the same. But his sister turned away with a hard look and said it did not matter. She had lived fine on her own until today. He silently watched her leave. Sadness flickered in his eyes, and he thought again that he never should have come. He remembered countless deaths. Her question, why had he changed so much, and did she really want the answer, stayed in his mind. Then he realized he wanted that answer too, and wondered what had happened to him. Suddenly, a glitching notification appeared behind him. It asked, why, and he wondered where this Murim-style dialogue box had come from. Among chains, the god of war smiled, and asked why he still wore the shape of a human. Hearing his name, the hero was badly shaken. He stared at the message in front of him, wondering why it was talking about humanity, and what kind of nonsense this was. His hands started shaking. More notifications appeared, telling him to stop resisting for no reason, and saying they could even help his motivation. The black-haired man answered coldly that this being was still acting on its own, as always. Then he demanded to know who it even was. Shin-hyun gave a playful reply, and asked if he did not know the heavenly god of war. The protagonist tugged at his tie with a smile, as the being kept promising to take everything from him, and told him to wait. He called it madness. Under the bright sun, the hero smiled and said he did not know who it was or why it was doing this to him. When the reincarnated man spoke of a ban, everything around him began to shake. Lowering his head with a smile, he said he would find that thing and tear it apart, but not a notification popped up, telling him to just wait. Then, the last traces of light faded like they had never been there. The black-haired man stared ahead, dead serious. He frowned and said that all he fo. Yunsu suddenly stopped. She turned around with tears in her eyes. Not seeing anyone behind her, the girl looked forward again. Tears ran down her face as she muttered that he had not even followed her, and called him a vile scoundrel. Several days later, the announcer at the festival jumped up from her seat and loudly greeted everyone. Shaking her head, she nearly startled her co-host, and said this festival was made for the heroes who clear dungeons and hunt monsters. People had been waiting for it with huge excitement, and her partner quietly thought he picked the wrong person to work with. She slapped both hands on the table and announced that they were starting right away. The brown-eyed girl shot up from her seat, full of energy, and called it the biggest event in Korea. As confetti filled the arena, she shouted that the festival had officially begun. The crowd roared while she explained that the festival brings the hunter world together and creates a short truce. A little girl walked hand in hand with her mother, as the announcer said this was part of the solar festival, where people could watch hunters fight up close. Jay listened and said it felt a lot like the Olympics or the World Cup. The deputy smiled, agreeing that it was pretty much the same. At least to the public, hunters were the biggest stars. Holding her mug, the girl said hunters were basically like movie superheroes with real powers, though a lot of information about them was tightly controlled worldwide. Then, she added that the festival also helps make hunters seem more friendly to the public. Che stayed serious and said nothing, so she called out to him. She admitted the whole thing felt a little weird. Setting her cup down, she asked if he had fought with Yun Sul, and Shin Yun looked even more uneasy. She remembered they had arrived separately, and said it made sense. They already looked tense back then. The pink-haired girl pressed him for answers, sure he had messed up again. In his head, he admitted she was right. The yellow-eyed girl was shocked when he asked her to find him a quiet, hidden place to stay. She got even more alarmed after he said the Murim status window had sent him a message. With chains and strange notifications still in his mind, he admitted he did not know who his enemy really was, but he believed the heavenly god of war was coming after him. As his sister reached for the bow, he said he did not know how long he could hold out. The black-haired girl picked up the bow sadly, and her brother warned that staying near him would put her in danger. The deputy quickly sat up and told him to wait. This was too much to process at once. She tried to calm things down, saying that even if everything he said was true, living apart for Yunsul's safety still felt strange. But then he turned his head. Watching a family on TV, Shin Hyun said Yunsul did not need an older brother like him. Still staring at the happy child, he went on and said the brother she remembered and hoped to see again was already gone. And while he said it would be better if things went back to how they were before, a punch suddenly flew at him. The killer's fist stopped against his chest. She lowered her head and said she hated getting involved in family problems, but if her own brother said something like that, she would have punched him for real. And the old Taoist was stunned when she said she seemed to know more about his sister than he did. Just then, an employee came in and asked if the vice leader was there. He stopped at the strange scene in front of him, then nervously said the event was about to start. The pink-haired girl turned red, scolded him for not knocking, then told Chai they would finish this later and that he was not allowed to go anywhere until she came back. The black-haired man quietly watched her leave without a word. He scratched his cheek and thought this was his punishment. In the arena, the announcer told everyone to watch the opening ceremony before the festival began. The leaders of Dawn, who organized the solar festival, were coming out to greet their rivals. The leader of Dawn stepped out from one side, and the vice leader of Twilight came from the other. The excited host told her co-host that some viewers might not know Jae-hee and Tae-hun used to be in the same guild, and he awkwardly confirmed it. As the bastard reached toward the yellow-eyed girl, they explained that the two had started as ordinary hunters together, but now stood on opposite sides at the top. He added with a sly smile that a lot had changed since then. A fake smile sat on his face, but the pink-haired girl was grinding her teeth in anger. Even so, she forced a smile, tilted her head and asked if he had been doing well. Then she glanced at his deputy and remarked that the assassin boy filling her old spot had grown up nicely. At the mention of him, he reached for his weapon, but someone stopped him. Tae-hun smirked and said he had heard they were very busy taking care of new recruits. Raising a hand, he added that they had always looked after the weak. With the bodies of her dead comrades filling his thoughts, he told her that this time he would personally remove everything blocking her path. She turned her head aside and let out a breath. Anger flashed across her face as she threw the words back at him and told him to go ahead and try. The green-eyed man clearly enjoyed hearing that, and at that same moment, the solar festival began. Their handshake crashed together with a burst of aura. One hunter frowned and shouted. He drove his spear into the girl's shield again and again. She gritted her teeth, tried to hold the defense, and cursed. But then her opponent lifted his weapon and brought it down hard, splitting the shield and injuring her. Blood burst from the blonde's mouth, and she started coughing. From above, the announcer declared that Sanmo of Twilight had won Warrior Tournament Match 5. She called it incredible power, even with a blunted weapon made for the contest. He had badly hurt his opponent. Still sipping cognac, Tae-hun smiled and said that was only expected from Dawn. It had been a long time since their fighter had needed that much time to beat someone, and either way, the girl had never been a real threat. The pink-haired girl glared at him, thinking how arrogant he was. Then, the green-eyed man rose and said he would step out for a bit. On his way out, he said he hoped the next match would be at least a little more entertaining. The deputy silently watched his back as he left. The guildmaster came through the archway, and an assassin behind him spoke up. Pulling out a dagger, he asked when he could act. The man flashed the blade and asked when Jihai would be killed, and a finger suddenly clamped over the weapon. The man in the green vest told him to relax, it would happen soon. Looking away with a smile, he said everything comes in its time, then asked for the name of the hero's sister. He said he wanted to greet her personally. The scene shifted to an abandoned city, as the host greeted the audience, and announced the Archer Survival Arena. She said this event would let everyone watch the best archers from each guild. Beaming with excitement, she added that the qualifiers were about to begin, and asked her co-host who he was cheering for. He stroked his chin and said there were many strong contestants, but he personally supported Yun Xiao because she was young, talented, and already showing great results. As Cha's sister got ready to head out, the commentary brought up the recent Red Wolf dungeon incident. With the girl standing turned away, two people behind her wondered if she was really competing, why she had even been allowed in, and what would happen if she did the same thing again, after killing her subordinate. But the black-haired girl suddenly turned and loudly asked why they would not say it to her face if they were already talking. The two instantly covered their mouths, scared. She stared them down with folded arms and said nothing. They quickly backed away, and the beauty leaned against the wall with a long breath. Her mind went back to the day at the cemetery, and she thought about what she had not said. She was angry again, but also hurt. Why was he avoiding her? Then someone called for her. A short-haired girl nervously asked her to come to the waiting room because someone was there to see her. She was surprised and stayed quiet. A spark lit in her eyes as she guessed who it might be, but she was completely wrong. Waiting there was the deputy, who asked how she was feeling, and the huntress answered coldly. She asked why Jaehei had come before the match, and Jaehei said she was only there to support one of the guild's promising hunters. Yun-Sol got annoyed and said she had planned to come in with her brother, but he had disappeared somewhere. The yellow-eyed girl noticed her mood and grew worried, though she kept it to herself. The archer froze when she was told they should clear up the misunderstanding between them. She frowned at once, and when the girl kept coming closer, she raised her hands and asked since when Jaehei had started meddling in other people's business. Jaehei replied that she was only worried, as both a sponsor and her boss, but the black-haired girl only laughed at that. Hands on her hips, she admitted she never liked her. To Yun-Sol, it felt like they kept her brother close and used him however they wanted. Was she wrong? Thinking of her brother's eyes, Yun-Sol said he chose to become a hunter after meeting her, even though he had only just started acting like himself again. Biting back her anger, she said Cha never should have become a hunter. Her voice shook as she asked what he was even trying to do by getting stronger. He was chasing something, and he never told her what. That made the pink-haired girl tense up, while Yun-Sol went on, saying she had a bad feeling. Then Yun-Sol broke down. Through tears, she said he wasn't the brother she knew anymore. He'd changed and grown distant. A voice over the speakers announced the archery match would start in 1 minute, and called all participants to the arena. She quickly wiped her face and apologized, saying she hadn't meant to show that side of herself. As she turned to leave, she was stopped with one last thought. Maybe he never wanted to change. Gehi, looking down, said she understood. She'd gone through something like that herself. Her thoughts drifted back to when she was a killer. In that memory, she stood over a body at night and thought about Cha going into hell, where he could die any second. He spent so long there alone that staying normal was impossible. Back then, the yellow-eyed girl showed no emotion as she said he probably didn't want his sister to see that side of him. Still walking away, the archer said it was weird that she had to hear about her own brother from her. With a faint smile, Yun-Xiao added that he probably saw her as someone he couldn't rely on. Then, she took it a step further, saying that wasn't the case with the one he felt close to. The killer stared at her back and said nothing, but a second later, Yun-Xiao suddenly looked back in a pointed silence. Spotting part of someone's back behind the wall, she said she'd been wondering where he went, but he'd been here the whole time. Cha was standing behind the wall. She called him out, saying he promised to leave her alone, yet he was still worrying about her. He brushed it off, claiming he was just passing by. The pink-haired girl almost stepped in, but then she paused, collected herself, and shocked him by saying he was the same. Jaehei grabbed him by the collar and slammed him against the wall, demanding to know why he couldn't just tell the truth, and why he still acted like his sister was the little kid he remembered. Jaehei slowly understood what she meant as she pressed harder, asking if he really thought hiding his real feelings from his sister was helping. Her voice turned sharp. If he had something to say, he needed to say it plainly. Then she let out a breath, stepped back, and told him to follow her. A flare gun fired as she said she'd show him a side of his little sister he didn't know. The flare shot high overhead, lighting up the area. At once, something tore across the ground at high speed. The Dawn members rushed into motion, and the announcer began explaining the qualifying round. In this archer survival match, 6 teams from dusk and dawn would face off. At the booth, Taehyun watched and wondered how it would turn out. Smiling, he said he hoped Jihye would enjoy what he'd prepared. Looking at the upset archer, he added that this was only the start. Right then, her earpiece crackled with code C, enemy contact, while another team called for help under code E. Once she reached the roof, another call came in. Code B, enemy spotted 200 meters away. She remembered the pink-haired girl saying he didn't want his sister to see his weak side. Then she pictured her brother standing with his back to her. Furious, she punched the wall hard enough to crack it and cursed. Grinding her teeth, she wondered if he really thought silence would keep her from understanding. Why couldn't he just tell her what was going on? Instead, he told Jihye everything. Then her earpiece reported an enemy scout in District 3's alley, outside sniper range. Support had to be awaited. She lowered her bow and wondered if he still saw her as a child, as if he was the only one who had changed. A young enemy stood on the next roof. She said her aim was fine, but the coordinator warned the target was beyond the 300-meter limit. Yoon-sol heard that even for a sniper, making that shot with a competition bow should be impossible. Stepping onto the edge despite their protests, she said it was fine. She'd handle them herself. She drew the bow and loaded a skill into the shot. An alert came in right as she released. The arrow flew with the loaded aim skill and martial technique stacked into it. The shot raced toward the enemy. It struck him square in the chest. Chien was eliminated. Calmly standing on the roof, the black-haired girl reported a successful hit and was praised right away. With a proud look, she told her brother not to underestimate her. She remembered sitting alone by a wall while adults talked about how she might be left with no family and no one to care for her. When they said they couldn't even find her older brother's body, she clenched her fists and thought he wasn't dead. Thinking of the accident and her dead parents, she convinced herself Appa was still alive. Seeing his untouched seat, she believed he'd appear in front of her soon. Then, in that moment of despair, something strange appeared before her. On the TV, a deity announced that nightmare days were coming very soon. The blonde figure folded her hands and called on humanity to grow stronger. With empty eyes, the girl looked up, while everyone else panicked, wondering what this even was. To her, it was a revelation, a goddess speaking of monsters, dungeons, and hunters as this absurd world became real. And through all of it, she believed her brother would come back. After passing her hunter aptitude test, she got the archer class and entered the hunter academy. There, someone dumped milk over her head. One punk threw a bag at her and mocked her, asking if being an orphan tasted good. Hands grabbed at her gear while someone sneered, asking if she was jealous. A purple-haired boy laughed the loudest, saying his family paid a fortune for the academy while she got in for free. A second later, she smashed a tray into his face with all her strength. Yoon-seol rose from her seat and told them that if they were so jealous, they could become orphans too. And when they insulted her again, she glared at them, cursed, and told them to follow her if they were really that brave. They went silent and stared in fear. She remembered the blue wolf attacking her and thought about how she still made it through the academy. After that, the top guild Don, one everyone wanted to join, found her. The beast bit down on her bow, and she struggled to fight it off. Reaching for a broken arrow, she thought, had she really suffered this long just to run into a bastard like this? Then she drove the shard through the monster's head. Hatred burned in her eyes as the monster collapsed in blood. Jae-hee found her there and said, a little surprised, that she came to help. But seeing Yoon-seol covered in blood, she added that maybe help wasn't needed. Smiling, the yellow-eyed girl asked if she was new and what her name was. The hero's sister answered with clear distrust. The killer held out her hand and said she had eyes full of fire, that she'd grow strong, and that she should remember her name. That was when Yoon-seol caught the deputy's attention, and later became the youngest guild leader. A displeased guy stood behind her with folded arms, and she knew Jungyeon wasn't the only one unhappy about it. She remembered all the work she put in, and thought that being a team leader, even leading Dawn, was fun, because she wanted to get stronger. Again and again she pulled arrows back, rubbing her hands raw until they bled so she could survive on her own. The black-haired girl kept sharpening her archery, refusing to let weak thoughts creep in, and snapped herself back into focus. Every arrow hit the center. Now the hero's sister picked up the pendant with a sad look. Inside was a photo of the two of them together, and she quietly stared at it. As she tucked it away, she muttered that this wasn't praise for her. Her brother was the problem, because he stayed with Jae-hee. Staring ahead, she admitted that compared to an opponent skilled in martial arts, she was still lacking something. Then she raised her bow and shouted that she wouldn't forgive him for treating her like a child. She wasn't that weak. Suddenly, a heavy silence fell over the place. Looking around, the blue-eyed girl realized it had gotten far too quiet. She spoke into her earpiece, nervously saying code Ela. She was leaving her spot and moving to a new one, then repeated her question. A red aura suddenly appeared in front of her, and a storm of arrows rained in from behind. One arrow pierced her hand, and right after that, someone yelled for everyone to stop firing. 4 people stood on the opposite roof as a report came in that the target had been found. The enemy wore a cruel grin. She realized the muscles were fine, but the skin had still been pierced, and that shouldn't happen with blunt arrowheads. Blood dripped from her hand as she realized they were using real arrows. One of them dropped down and told her not to expect rescue. They had already dealt with the signal, so no broadcast camera could reach this spot. The black-haired girl just smiled and said she never counted on help anyway. Still smiling, she yanked the arrow from her hand and said she'd never relied on something like that in her life. She tossed the arrow aside and asked why they were causing all this trouble, just to catch one person. Then, the black-haired girl set 3 arrows on the bow at once. Aiming through the bow, she coldly told them they were already dead, and said to start. Right away, they gave the order to kill her. She looked up and saw a rain of arrows coming down. They were insanely fast, so she had to react right now. She leaped up at once and avoided the hit. Then she drew her bow and used her archer skill. That triggered the scattered arrows, sending them flying in every direction. One after another, her enemies were killed or badly wounded. She jumped back and realized one enemy was still left because her injured hand had thrown her off. He stared at her in shock, thinking she had taken down 3 people from such an unstable position. He frowned, unable to believe a sniper could do that much damage up close, even if they were using match arrows too. He ran through the archer types in his head: snipers for long range, shooters for targeting key spots, and rangers who shine in close combat thanks to speed. Like rock, paper, scissors, each class counters another, which meant a team made only of rangers was a terrible choice for taking down a sniper like her. Meanwhile, the brunette moved through the air and thought, thankfully, it didn't hurt much. She just had to finish the rest. Then another enemy suddenly appeared nearby. She shifted aside and landed. Dodging the strike, she used her sniper skill again. Her arrow shot straight at the enemy. He barely dodged it, but she had used that same boomerang shot, and the arrow quickly curved back around. By the time he touched the ground, it was already too late. He looked up and started cursing her, but he never noticed the arrow coming from behind. It pierced his back and killed him almost instantly. His body dropped to the ground at once. The brunette frowned, realizing what she had just done. Another opponent was waiting right in front of her. They locked eyes, both fully ready to fight, but then another enemy showed up on her left. The young man fired almost at once. The arrow came at terrifying speed, nearly reaching her before she turned and spotted it. In that instant, her brother's words about martial arts flashed through her mind, and she understood. A second power awakened inside her, and she caught the arrow with one hand. Her opponent was completely stunned and couldn't understand what he was seeing, but she rushed him right away and swung hard. One blow was enough to kill him. He fell, and she immediately turned to the last one. Smiling, she asked what they should do now that only one survivor was left. The brunette facing her said he could save his last words because they planned to beat everything out of him, but instead, he surrendered. Then the dispatcher said he'd support her and activated Code 1. At that same moment, an arrow was already flying toward the back of her head. 3 people appeared on the rooftop, and the dispatcher said that was good work. She looked up and said she got his message, but the help came a little late. He apologized. Watching through the camera, the commentator announced that the archer had survived round 6, Dawn had won, and no one really understood what had just happened. Then her teammates landed, while the news reported that something abnormal had happened in the broadcast zone. The hunter had taken down 4 Twilight players. Her face made it clear she was thrilled. The watchers on the side said it was unbelievable and that the brunette was seriously strong, but she had been like that from the start. Then she closed her eyes, said she didn't need help if possible, and activated her sniper skill. She looked up, used clairvoyance, and said she made it through, then thanked her brother. At that moment, a helicopter passed overhead. Her older brother was inside, pleased by what he'd seen. His girlfriend looked at him and asked if he saw it. He coughed and said he saw everything. Then he added that his sister got through that crisis thanks to the martial arts he taught her, but that wasn't really the point. Turning to her with a smile, he said he was joking. She was right, he really didn't know her anymore. He still remembered her as a little kid, so seeing her grown up and this strong left him confused. Thinking back to her childish laugh, he admitted he couldn't keep treating her like a little girl. He went quiet, then said that was exactly what he should expect from his sister. He was cut off and asked how he could talk so openly about martial arts. Looking down, she added that they were lucky the broadcast had problems. A drone was nearby too, and they had agreed that if that person had seen them, things would have gone badly. But the truth was, that man had been watching the whole time. He got angry and said that movement was most likely martial arts. Later, everyone moved to the amusement park. There, a girl asked how her brother really felt about his sister being so strong. He started thinking, but she quickly pointed out the answer was obvious, and that he should at least open the bottle if he was pretending to drink. The brunette looked away and said that compared to the strongest immortal in the universe or whatever, she was still lacking. Without martial arts, she wouldn't have reached the finals, and her inner energy was almost gone too. In the end, she would have lost. She was surprised when she heard that wasn't true. Her brother set the bottle down and told her she was strong because of her own hard work, both her martial arts and her hunter skills. He lowered his head and apologized for hiding so much. He wanted to be her brother like before, but some things got in the way. He pictured her as a baby, and said he still saw her as that tiny, innocent sister from the past, when really she had grown up and become far more mature. She listened in silence. Then, she said that all this time, she wanted to find the person who had made their family this way. That was why she became a hunter. She explained that she thought if she reached the top as an archer, she might find at least one clue. But before she knew it, she was completely swallowed by that life. Lowering her head, she said it all felt strangely simple at the time, and that was how she ended up here. Then she held out her little finger and said the past was the past. She only wanted one promise from him: never leave her again. He said that was obvious, but she looked at him from under her brows and said it wasn't obvious at all. Raising her eyes, she said lately he had been hiding things from her, and it made her feel alone. There was no reason to keep secrets from her anymore. He listened carefully, then he smiled and said he understood. He hooked his little finger with hers and promised he would never leave her alone again. Then he added there was something else she needed to know, and she immediately asked what it was. Smiling, he told her his nickname wasn't some immortal whoever, it was Immortal Emperor of the Sword. She was stunned. The girl completely froze. Then a loudspeaker announced that the great battle would begin in 1 hour, and told everyone to head to the starting area. Repeating the warning again, her brother got up and said he had to go. She told him to do his best, then asked if he was seriously going dressed like that for an official event. He turned back, surprised, and said it was comfortable. Then he asked if Cha thought those attackers were strange, since it looked like they had targeted her on purpose. She remembered them right away, and said dawn and dusk sometimes clash in dungeons, but this time they attacked her openly, which really was strange. Then she smugly said, they met people like that all the time. They probably just wanted to get rid of a Dawn Pro fast. Her brother thought she'd definitely brag about that later. He thought it over, and heard that if that was true, then it was actually good. But in her head, the same warning echoed again, that everything would be taken from him once more. Sometime later, he arrived at the stadium, where a man greeted him and said he had heard a lot about him from the deputy head. They shook hands, and the man said he'd be taking the vanguard in the great battle. He was looking forward to it, and was glad to finally meet him. Then he turned and asked how the others were doing. While the man spoke with the others, MC quietly asked his girlfriend if this was the same leader they had been talking about. She told him not to underestimate the guy. He was a top-level 60 hunter. MC just pointed out that even so, he was still weaker than her, and she agreed. Then the brown-haired man walked over, said he was heading out, and wished her luck getting ready for the match. He took that as a sign that the man wouldn't be using martial arts in the battle. The protagonist smiled to himself, remembering that true martial arts can look just like magic. He also felt grateful to his girlfriend. She looked surprised when he thanked her for making up with her sister. Then she smiled, answered him and wished them both good luck. The brunette smiled back. Soon, some people came up to Cha and asked if he was really the one they'd heard so much about from the deputy leader, the talented hunter chosen to lead the vanguard. They were clearly impressed, but MC barely paid attention. His mind was still on the men who attacked his sister. The more he thought about it, the clearer it felt. They had to be acting on someone's orders, and only one person fit. A moment later, that person showed up. It was the leader of the Twilight Guild. Smiling, he joked that he had interrupted their break. He stared at him through the crowd, thinking that if the one who contacted him was a heavenly warrior, then this man, someone under that side, might be involved too. The guild leader stepped closer and casually asked what was wrong. Wasn't this just a friendly match? He had only come to say hello. The others answered coldly that nothing about their guilds was friendly. The guild leader just smiled. Then he spread his hands and admitted they were right. He said he'd heard a remarkable man would be here, so he came to take a look for himself. He moved up to Cha and said he'd heard a lot about him and was glad to meet him. Still smiling, he added that this was their first time meeting. The protagonist looked at him for a moment, then shook his hand and agreed. Yes, this was their first meeting. As he watched the man, MC thought about the heavenly harmony of pure art. It still gave him no answer. If this wasn't that man's doing, then where had his sister learned martial arts? That thought brought him back to her. Could someone who had never been to Murim really master martial arts? Cha also glanced at the man's assistant and said he recognized one of the workers. It had been a long time since they last met. The assistant stiffened a little when he mentioned that he had once tried to get closer through the secretary, but that talk had gone nowhere. Then the protagonist looked back at the guild leader and brought up the archers' battle, saying his sister had caused Twilight's hunters a lot of trouble. The man replied that he had been meaning to mention that. Her skills were as impressive as expected. MC frowned and warned him not to forget it, because he would make him pay. The leader only answered with a mocking smile, saying he was terrified and would look forward to it. Turning away, he told him to do exactly that. At the same time, he wondered whether Summer was tied to the Heavenly Warrior or not. That was the second issue. First came the fact that they had touched his sister. As he left, Chow Pei said he'd put on a show the man would never forget. In his heart, he was already set on wiping away that debt for good. The whole stadium erupted in cheers. The commentators shouted that the crowd had been waiting a long time for this. Everyone listened as the announcers built up the day's main event of the Sun Festival. A female commentator stood and declared that the great battle between dawn and twilight was finally about to begin. The whole crowd was eager for the fight. When Chao stepped onto the field, the commentator introduced him as Dawn's representative, a super rookie who had drawn huge attention after receiving a personal partnership offer from Dawn's deputy leader. They added that he was the head of the martial arts guild, Hunter Shin Hyun. The female commentator grabbed her partner in excitement and said this was the first time someone outside the guild had entered the great battle. Who was he, and why had Dawn invited him? No one knew. Her partner explained that his level, class, and achievements were all hidden. Since nothing was known about him, that mystery alone could put pressure on the enemy. Then he introduced the protagonist's opponent, the head of Twilight's vanguard. The man stepped out and said the rumors were true. The protagonist really did have an arrogant face. The commentators called him Twilight's genius mage, the fire dragon's flame. Walking forward, he declared that he would burn MC to ashes. He only smirked. He couldn't tell if those titles were supposed to be serious. In Murim, names like that might sound normal, but here, they just felt embarrassing. As the two stared each other down, the commentators announced the start of the first match of the great battle. Then the bell rang. Meanwhile, the head of Twilight smiled to himself, thinking that his man knew exactly what to do. He kept watching and thought Chao couldn't be allowed to leave alive. At the very least, they needed to force out all of his abilities. His subordinates backed off, remembering who was in command. Then confusion spread through the arena. His opponent was suddenly flying overhead. Even the commentator was stunned, saying the protagonist had revealed his class right away. Levitation was a sorcerer skill. As MC hovered high above the field, the female commentator said he had openly shown a high-rank class. On top of that, keeping that height proved amazing magic control. Was this really his plan? A man beside her turned and asked if she thought Chao Pei some strategy. After thinking a moment, she said no. It looked more like he simply wanted to do it. Still floating in the air, he judged his opponent as a level 50 wizard. From what he could tell, the man was around the same level as his last opponent. The protagonist remembered that earlier fight and thought that if he used martial arts, this enemy wouldn't stand a chance. But if he fought only with hunter skills, things would be different. He was level 53 now. He lowered his gaze and admitted to himself that even though his power had raised his level fast, he still lacked real experience as a hunter. Then he looked toward the guild leader and realized there was another reason for this. The man was watching him closely. So Cha smiled and said to himself that the man really was studying him. He must want to learn more. Raising his hand, MC activated his power and thought that the man could stare for 100 years until his eyes dried out. He still wouldn't see what he wanted. At once, he launched a barrage at his opponent. As the other man tried to defend himself, the commentator yelled that countless energy spheres were raining down on him. He threw up a fire barrier, but it barely held. From below, the man frowned and thought these were just basic, attribute-free mana spheres. Was Cha only testing him? He fired back, and the commentators shouted that Twilight's hunter had finally countered, swinging blazing fire like a whip at his enemy. The wizard frowned even more. The protagonist was a sorcerer, but he was clearly hiding something. In this world, there were only 3 kinds of magic classes. Some magicians focused on non-combat work, making skill cubes and items. Those were artisans. Wizards specialized in battle by giving mana special attributes. Sorcerers, though, were something else entirely, more like people with supernatural powers, using abilities like teleportation and flight. He pictured that kind of sorcerer, and remembered that they usually stayed in the rear, acting in support and only stepping in when their strange powers were needed most. But standing back and watching wasn't his style, so he rushed in to attack again. Firing up his flames, he shouted that if Cha had a trump card, now was the time to use it. As he struck, he warned that otherwise MC would have to feel his heat. He quickly shielded his face with his hands and frowned slightly. Then, the blow slammed him into the ground. The commentator shouted in shock that the flames had exploded on impact. Just what you'd expect from the fire dragon's flame, an incredible mix of fire magic and raw strength. The crowd was stunned, and the commentators added that this hunter was famous for a close-range fighting style, something rare for a mage, which made the battle even more interesting. Still, Cha lowered his head and muttered that he had thought he was the only mage from Murim. Then he rose and added that this man's way of thinking felt a little too similar to his own, and that put him in a bad mood. His opponent stood across from him, listening closely the whole time. Then he formed another fire sphere, and warned the protagonist one more time. If he didn't want to end up crawling on the ground, he should start fighting for real. With that, he activated his special skill. A massive pillar of fire shot toward MC. His opponent shouted that it was time for Cha to show everything he had, was holding back with the fire dragon march. A giant fire dragon rushed straight at him. He just smiled and said his opponent wanted a trump card. So fine, he'd get one. Then he lowered one finger, and everyone froze in shock. Blue energy appeared in front of the fire dragon. His opponent stared and blurted out, "Who is this lunatic?" That insane power had just stopped a major attack. Even the commentators were stunned, asking what they had just seen. Looking at the wrecked arena, they said it was unbelievable. He seemed to dodge with incredible speed, but how did he survive that blast? The crowd was just as confused. The commentators said it almost looked like he got swallowed, but none of it made sense. Then a huge blue flame beast appeared above him. He had cast it perfectly with nothing but a finger snap. At that moment, a man turned to Yahello and asked what the hell happened, but she walked away. She was thinking that no one could really tell the difference between his power and magic. He had fooled almost everyone. Even when he claimed he didn't understand it either, she knew that wasn't true. The guild leader was watching from his seat nearby, and he was furious. His protege was still in the arena, and now people were saying even Fire Dragon March had failed against the main character. He couldn't understand it. How could his special move not work? That made the guy even madder. He formed another attack and shouted that this bastard needed to die. But the brunette lifted a hand and made a shield in one smooth move. Then he mocked him, asking why he was so upset. Did he want a little lesson to feel better? His opponent jumped back at once and shot into the air. He came back down, slammed the ground, and yelled at him to shut up. As he rushed into close combat, the commentators said he was unleashing a furious combo, but the main character was handling it easily and blocking everything. One fighter was raging, the other looked amused, and the commentators loved it. Who expected two magicians to end up brawling like this? At last his opponent stopped, confused, when he heard that he had done well, but made one mistake that ruined the brunette's mood. The brunette pressed a point on his leg and said he was still too inexperienced. If he was going to open himself up like that, his balance should stay in his legs, not leave the ground so carelessly. The opponent was thrown away and crashed down hard. The guy added that he also needed to fix his bad habit of lifting his shoulders too much when striking, and pay closer attention to his enemy. The red-haired young man looked up and asked how he did that, then asked again. He stepped closer and leaned in, saying he'd been training in martial arts for a long time. Then he bent down even more and said the other guy just lacked real experience. Almost face to face now, he asked if he really thought he understood everything. Did he actually believe his current power was enough? Then he hit him where it hurt most, saying those pathetic techniques alone were nowhere near enough, and that he was weak. The main character looked surprised when his opponent started threatening to turn him to ashes. The young man forced himself back up and covered his body in flames. The brunette barely managed to leap away. His opponent screamed that even if it took every last bit of strength, he would burn him to ash. Then fire dragons appeared all around him again. This time he was using his true power. The furious Fire Dragon March charged straight at the brunette. He stood there for a moment, unsure what to do next. Then he smiled, and said it looked like he'd have to use a little more strength. After all, this one was actually strong. Fire swallowed the whole arena. The commentators shouted that this attack could burn down the entire stadium. Fire dragons were flying everywhere, and now the brunette would really have to work to defend himself. The girl stepped back and said the flames had spread through the stadium like an explosion. It was getting dangerously hot. The young man's girlfriend watched closely as people said her comrade had cornered him. What could he possibly use against such a brutal attack? But then something changed. The girl was completely shocked. Right in front of her, the brunette blocked the attack with a single move. It was unbelievable. Even that massive assault couldn't break his barrier. He stood there smiling, saying it was annoying, but attacks like this weren't that hard to stop. Then he spread his arms and said that as long as his body couldn't die, and felt neither heat nor cold, taking him down would not be easy. Even so, the fire dragons kept pushing forward. Everything was still burning, even though the attack had been stopped. A second later, an explosion went off, and the flames suddenly began to fade. The brunette lowered his finger again, and said that pathetic attack couldn't even touch him. He had really come through it without a scratch. The commentators yelled that he had wiped out that terrifying power in an instant, and crushed all those fire dragons with ease. Everyone was stunned, shouting that this power was unbelievable. Was he really controlling gravity? His opponent dropped to the ground and muttered that this was nonsense. Then he looked up at him, while the commentators wondered if his magic had always been this overwhelming. Even for people used to fights like this, it was something new. His power was beyond belief. Could a beginner really control gravity that well? Meanwhile, the guy walked closer and said this fight had been more fun than he expected. He aimed his energy at his opponent and said it was time to finish it. Then he struck hard. The red-haired young man was blasted backward. He crashed down hard, and his opponent smiled, saying it was definitely over now. At that moment, the guild head asked his assistant who was next. The answer came back, the knight. He said that was perfect. With a cold smile, he told the assistant to go tell him to use it. This was Xiao Yum, the Spear of Twilight who protected them. His spear erased opponents right from the start of battle. Finally, the knight stepped into the ring, and the commentators introduced him as the Spear of Twilight, the Mage Killer. A girl turned and excitedly said that with a nickname like that, he must have never lost. Someone else added that war-type fighters usually beat magicians more often, though magicians can still hide tricks no one knows about. The main character stood across from him and studied his new opponent. Then he stretched his arms and asked if this was really the Mage Killer. He said he was looking forward to the fight, and that the guy had a nice suit too. The guild head smiled to himself, thinking this guy was way too relaxed. This time would be different. The knight activated his power at once, and the commentator announced the second duel of the Sun Festival. His support skills were already boosting his body. He swung his weapon and charged forward. Then he threw the first attack, and a girl explained that right from the start, the knight had stacked every physical buff he could, and rushed straight in. The main character smiled and asked if he was really trying to break through head-on. He admitted it was pretty fast. Then he gathered energy, and said he didn't care. He fired a projectile and mocked him, saying he looked like an easy dummy to beat. His magic spheres exploded across the field. Even so, the knight pushed right through them. He closed the distance in an instant, catching the guy off guard. The main character had to jump back right away to avoid the strike. Looking up, he realized the knight wasn't just fast, he was strong too, and had serious willpower. Against someone like that, fighting from the air would be best. At the same time, the knight drove his spear into the floor and activated a skill. Then he swung and leaped toward the main character. The brunette clearly hadn't expected that. A second attack came down from above. He managed to raise a barrier, but even that got pierced. An explosion followed, and the commentators called the attack incredible. The knight wasn't giving him any chance to take the air. He kept pressing without hesitation, and the arena staff would have a nightmare fixing all this damage. Meanwhile, the main character was down on the ground, wondering what had just happened and how he got slammed into the floor that badly. The knight wasn't slowing down at all. He ran at him again. Finally, the young man got up and said that if he could use martial arts, he'd finish this in a second. He also called the bastard stubborn, because the knight was already charging again. Then he raised his hand, his eyes glowing, and said the other guy probably wanted to see this. After that, he lowered one finger. But something strange happened. The head of the Twilight Guild calmly sipped his drink, while the commentators said the hunter had used that unknown skill again. For the first time since the round began, the knight stopped moving. Then the man paused mid-drink when he heard the commentator's shock. The knight started moving again. He had resisted the magic and was rising back up. Then he lifted his glowing eyes and stared at his opponent. A pillar of magic trapped him, but it still didn't stop him. Even under that crushing pressure, he forced himself up and kept moving. The main character heard him say, "You really thought your gravity could stop me? Now it's my turn." The knight charged straight at him, yelling for him to get ready. Cha stared at him, confused, wondering what he meant. Then he waved a hand and asked when he had ever used gravity. For a second, the knight didn't get it. Then he was blasted backward at crazy speed and slammed into the wall. That hit drained almost everything he had left. It looked like the match was over. The whole crowd froze, including the guild leader, who clearly never saw this coming. Even the commentators were lost. They first guessed it was gravity again, then corrected themselves. No, this was some other force, strong enough to crush even the knight. As Che stood there, they kept asking what skill he had just used. He walked up to his opponent and admitted the kid was tough. Lasting this long had already been surprising. Hands in his pockets, he explained that his power wasn't gravity, it was attraction and repulsion. His main skill, earned through hard work, called yin and yang conductivity. A status screen popped up with details. This was a top-level treasure, so rare people barely believed it existed. It let the user add attraction or repulsion to magical power, without outside magical effects. Che lifted a small pebble, and said that if the knight knew basic physics, he'd get it. Attraction pulls things in, repulsion pushes them away. The full explanation was long, but that was the idea. Then he flicked the pebble toward the knight's head. Closing one eye, the protagonist started to explain that he could apply force in any direction he wanted. But the knight cut him off and said he was wrong. The knight got back up and warned that MC never should have revealed his weakness. Then he reached out with a mocking look and used his real skill. Everyone watching was stunned. Now it was starting to make sense why the knight was known as a mage killer. A girl watched in fear and realized the knight had a special ability. If her ally relied only on magic, he was done, and she was right. Xia suddenly couldn't do anything. That outstretched hand looked like a death sentence. The guild leader finally smiled and said the guy was going to die right there. But He panicked and shouted, asking if this was really happening. A status window flashed in front of him. It said a counterspell had been used, blocking magic for 10 seconds. As the knight lifted his axe over him, Cha still didn't understand what was happening. Before the match, someone had gone to the knight and told him to use counterspell on the leader's order. The knight turned and said he hated using that skill in public, so why push it this far? The leader's assistant answered that the boss believed this man was hiding something. He didn't know what, but a sorcerer with attraction powers was too dangerous, so he had to die. He said it with a smile. Back in the arena, Chao looked at his enemy and thought it was over. Shaken, he asked what this even was. The knight rushed him with his spear. The strike landed right beside him, and the protagonist barely escaped. Still smiling, the knight said MC looked surprised. This was his true skill, counterspell. It shut down magic for a while, so the fight was finished. Hearing that he had no chance without magic, Cha was knocked aside. The stands erupted, and the commentators called it a shocking twist. Just when the fight seemed over, the knight's strange skill had completely suppressed the hunter. The guild leader smirked and said the knight was simple and honest by nature. He'd never stay calm against someone who attacked from the shadows with magic. He added that even he had never dreamed of getting a skill like that, and the girl turned and cried that this couldn't be real. Terrified, she thought he needed to run now. The tournament didn't matter anymore. He had to surrender. He was told not to use martial arts, but Che wondered if he really should run or give up. The knight closed in, saying no, that wasn't happening. He swung again and said he wouldn't be able to dodge or surrender, while building up power for the next attack. With blazing eyes, he said the tip of his spear now held enough force to destroy a whole house. He wanted to see if the protagonist could survive without magic shielding him. Then he kicked off the ground. He swung down and wished him dead. Cha looked up and wondered if this was really how he would die. The knight struck at once, but MC stared back with burning eyes and muttered, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Then he released a huge burst of energy. Everyone around him felt it and had no idea what it was. Some men turned to the deputy leader and asked what was wrong. Why were they suddenly clutching their heads? The guild leader held his own head and thought that the heavenly harmony of pure art had started to react. But this energy was different from anything he had ever felt. Even while the knight kept pressing forward, the leader realized these waves of power were massive and terrifying, and the knight couldn't handle them either. Suddenly he screamed. Then he froze, wondering how this was possible. Was it magic? No, the counterspell was still active, and yet he was trapped by some kind of binding force. Hanging in the air, he shouted, asking what kind of skill this was. Cha appeared in front of him and said it wasn't a skill, it was martial arts. If he wanted details, he could ask his leader later. The knight could only repeat the question in shock. Still glaring at him, he said he'd almost ended up the same way a few minutes ago, and he hated being told to run. Looking at the knight, he noticed how stunned he was. It seemed only this man could truly see and feel that power. The protagonist went on to explain that the force binding his body came from a sword art called the spiritual sword, something you could use after reaching the 40th inner level. Even though it was called swordsmanship, the sword really meant human will. Then he moved closer. He drew an invisible sword and said that at this level, a mere thought could kill people, or split heaven and earth. With a smile, he said ending things plainly would be too boring. Then the chains around the knight began to tighten and move. When he dropped to the ground, Chai told him someone had to teach the younger ones a lesson. Then he drove a full power strike into the knight's chest. The knight coughed up blood, and MC seemed satisfied. As he flung him away, he thought the leader should watch closely now, as much as he wanted. He smiled, thinking these were the real martial arts he'd wanted to see. Then he leaped up and unleashed a whirlwind strike. The knight's body shot into the air. The pressure was so brutal, his bones audibly cracked. The leader was stunned, and the commentators shouted in confusion. They had thought the strange power was stopped, but now everything had turned again. The knight couldn't fight back anymore. When the protagonist landed, his bloodied opponent crashed down behind him. The commentators wondered if this was tied to the energy pouring from the protagonist's body. MC looked pretty satisfied. The commentators declared the duel over and called for the medical team, while he casually said that felt refreshing. He hadn't used martial arts in a long time. He won the duel, and the guild leader took the loss. The commentators announced him as the winner of the second match of the Great Battle at the Sun Festival. After that, he refused to keep fighting, saying his mana was spent. In the matches that followed, Twilight lost 3-2, and the festival came to an end. News spread fast. This time, neither Twilight nor Dawn claimed the Sun Festival. Instead, martial arts stole the spotlight. He quickly became a star among hunters, while Twilight's reputation took a major hit, and people argued about it all over the comments. After that, the guild leader shut himself in his room. His assistant came over and asked if he was okay. He waited by the door for a long time, but got no answer. Down below, the man just sat there laughing. To him, the whole situation was hilarious. He replayed all the emotions he had felt, and said he'd had enough fear. Now it had all been washed away. Then he picked up his jacket and thought that brief moment had shown a level of power he couldn't handle. What the guy displayed was beyond him. Putting the jacket on, he admitted it. Maybe he couldn't beat him right now, but that only meant he needed to act. Smiling, he added that there was no reason left to hide his methods. As he walked out, he told the assistant they were leaving, asked where they were going, and the brunette smiled. To see the heavenly warrior, of course. A week passed after the Sun Festival. The phone operators kept saying the same thing. Everything was a mess, and they were repeating themselves non-stop. This was happening at Dawn headquarters. Callers kept saying they wanted to speak to the hunter and get martial arts guild contact info. One operator finally snapped, repeating that the main character was not part of Dawn. He belonged to the martial arts guild. Then he lost his temper and yelled into the phone that the rumors about the deputy guild leader dating the hunter were complete nonsense, and demanded to know which idiot kept calling. The shouting was so loud it could even be heard in the conference room, where the deputy guild leader and Che were sitting. The secretary stood beside them, with his head down, and reported that they had gotten 328 calls and 800 emails, meant for the martial arts guild. More exactly, for guild leader Shin Hyun. Most were from reporters or people wanting to join. The girl quietly drank her tea as he went on. Besides that, there were 8 partnership requests, 42 ad offers, and 29 filming proposals. The protagonist listened closely. Out of all those offers, only one had been accepted. Just then, someone knocked and apologized for interrupting, saying the chief secretary urgently needed to see something. The man looked up and said he would end the report there. Upset, he headed for the door, wondering what had happened this time. The girl set down her tea and said that was the situation, then asked what it felt like to suddenly become a superstar. Chow let out a breath and said he didn't exactly hate being famous, but all the hype made him uncomfortable. Then he asked for the secretary's name, saying he should thank him. The deputy head listened carefully. After a pause, she raised her head and said this apology was late. When he asked what for, she explained that she had asked him to surrender because she didn't want his identity exposed back then. She admitted it was rude, and worse, she hadn't even considered his opinion. She apologized again, saying she had been too anxious. Lowering her head, she added that if they had made the wrong move, everyone could have ended up in danger. Che stood up and told her she was overthinking it. Did she really believe he'd be hurt by something that small? Then he lowered his voice and said, "Sure, it was annoying, but he hadn't wanted to use martial arts anyway. And even if the Twilight Guild leader learned the truth, what could he really do?" MC reminded her that he had met him that day. For now, that man's limit was simply realizing how far behind he was, and he'd probably stay quiet for a while. Looking around, he added that the moment he thought about the guy aiming for his sister, he wanted to strangle him. The deputy clearly liked hearing that. Then she bowed and said it was true. Twilight's public activity had dropped a lot after the festival. She had expected him to pressure Dawn hard, but it seemed the shock hit him deeply. From what she knew, he had shut himself inside his house, and veteran hunters who had stayed neutral were now coming to Dawn instead. She reached out her hand and said that gave Dawn a real advantage, and it was all thanks to him. Smiling, she added that she wanted to thank him properly, officially, as the deputy head of Dawn, to the head of the martial arts guild. Che smiled, then said she finally sounded like herself again. He shook her hand and told her he'd be counting on her from now on. Then he picked up his phone and said enough time had passed. It was time to go, since his sister was waiting. She immediately looked at the stack of papers and asked why he had accepted only the invitation from the Jeju Island Guild Union. Why that one, and why reject all the others? As he was leaving, the protagonist said he was tired of dungeons, and his level wasn't going up much either. Then he smiled and added there was another reason. Jeju was a perfect place for a family trip. On his way out, he said he'd be back in about a month, and they could meet again then. Che trusted that girl, or maybe he just trusted himself too much. If he had known what was coming, he never would have gone to that island. The last thing he saw was her smile. Sometime later, they arrived at Jeju International Airport. MC's sister walked along happily, clearly excited. She turned around and said they had really come. Then she looked around and said it was her first time here. What should they eat first? Black pork or perch? He followed behind with a smile and asked if she really liked it that much. Still, this wasn't just a fun trip. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and someone shouted loudly. It was a representative from the Island Guild Union and the Tamra Guild. Their greeting was pretty strange. Honestly, it looked a little silly. The two of them were so thrown off they couldn't even answer right away. Che turned and said it might be better to go rest somewhere, mainly to get away from them. But the guild leader quickly caught up and stepped in front of them. Then he grabbed the protagonist's hand. He shook it with all his strength, introduced himself as the guild leader, and thanked them for accepting the invitation. The girl behind him couldn't believe he was the leader. He looked younger than she was. Then he leaned in and said he had loved MC's fight at the Sun Festival. It was a little embarrassing, but he had become a fan right then. He asked for an autograph later, saying he had even bought a t-shirt for MC to sign. MC started thinking maybe he should just turn around and leave. Then the guild leader turned to his sister and asked if she was really the Dawn group leader, and also his sister. He greeted her warmly. At that moment, an assistant rushed over and said they were running out of time. The young man turned and said he had completely forgotten. He started hurrying them along, saying things were moving too fast, but there was somewhere they had to go first. He promised to explain everything on the way. The protagonist looked at him and said he understood. Maybe they should just let him go on ahead. But the answer came back that their schedule was packed. The leader kept talking, saying since it was their first time here, he would show them all the best places later. At that moment, someone nearby watched them and reported over the radio in Chinese that the main character had arrived. On the other end, a man with glasses said that if he was in Korea, he should speak Korean. Did he really want to expose himself? An apology came right away. Then the man stood up from his lounge chair. On the sand, he said the sweet break was over. With a dozen guards around him, he started walking and said it was time to work. Then he took off his glasses and said, "Welcome to the trap." Meanwhile, Cha's group kept moving. Soon, the group reached the headquarters on Jeju Island. There, they were greeted by the leader of the island side. The man shook MC's hand and introduced himself as Kim Hee-jun, leader of the MC Guild, saying he was very glad to meet him. He added that they had come a long way, so he hoped they wouldn't refuse Jeju's special treat. Then he told his nephew to bring it quickly, and the boy agreed. When they heard it was a local specialty, the girl's eyes lit up. She wondered what it could be, black pork maybe, or perch. The boy smiled and said that once someone tasted this delicacy, they would never forget it. Then he opened the tray and proudly said he was presenting a first-class, fresh, carefully chosen tangerine. The girl froze for a second, totally caught off guard. Then she reached for her bow, but her brother stopped her and said she just needed to be patient a little longer. While she peeled the tangerine, they apologized for bringing up work right after the trip, saying the situation gave them no choice. The man looked at Cha and explained that the island's hunters were mainly under local control, but two major outside groups, Dawn and Twilight, were also involved. Because of that, they chose to build their own independent organization. He talked about those two guilds and said they might soon take over Jeju completely. They had been targeting the island for a long time. Then he explained that Tamra Guild had played a key part in running Jeju up to this point. That lasted only until high-risk dungeons started showing up far too often and in large numbers. This year alone, 5 level 11 or higher dungeons appeared on the island, something that had never happened before. And dungeons that dangerous can only be cleared by guilds with veteran hunters above level 40. He lowered his head and admitted Tamra can't join dungeon raids right now. They don't have any veteran hunters, and every strong hunter on the island already belongs to Dawn or Dusk. Cha frowned and asked what the issue was. If dungeons kept appearing, couldn't they just leave them alone for now? He figured the monsters probably couldn't come out on their own, but they quickly told him that was impossible. The man stepped in close and shouted that if Tamra stopped protecting the dungeons, they'd lose that right completely. Dawn and Dusk would take over, and once that happened, Tamra would never get it back. He said he finally understood. The men grabbed their heads, nearly crying, and said they'd fought so hard to keep those two guilds from taking over. If they kept doing nothing, Jeju Island would be lost to outsiders. Then he looked up and said they had already given up hope and fallen into despair, but not. Then he pointed at the protagonist and called him their last ray of hope. They went on praising him, a high-rank hunter with no guild, officially neutral, the one who could save Tamra and help them keep their ground on the island. They even shouted that he was perfect, a new wave of hunter who could outshine everyone else. The brunette just stared, thinking these people had to be crazy. The guild leader gazed at MC with shining eyes and thanked him from the bottom of his heart for coming. MC shut that down right away. He hadn't come out of kindness. He was here to level up and make money. After that, he stood up and said that if the talk was finished, they should head to the dungeon right away. But his sister stopped him and told him to wait. She gave him a serious look and said there was one problem they had to deal with first. Cha tensed and asked what she meant, and the brunette looked him in the eye and said black pork and perch were waiting for them. Sometime later, a fight was already underway in one of the unduns, when a sudden explosion went off. The hunters below were struggling to hold back the monsters. One of them gripped his spear and said their attacks meant nothing. The enemies were way too fast. Their opponents were fire poison monkeys, and those creatures could make huge fireballs and launch them straight at the guild members. The team barely dodged and realized they needed to fall back fast. Then, one of them felt something hit him. The young man turned and asked if it was poison. He had heard these monsters were toxic, but he didn't expect them to be this strong too. He threw up another barrier and realized just how dangerous they were. He had no idea how long the shield would last, and their flames were just as bad as the poison. Another hunter started backing away, thinking things were getting worse and worse. At this rate, they'd all die from poison or fire. But then, an explosion cut through the fight, and someone joked that with a name like bulldogs, they expected actual dogs, not these monsters. It was Cha. He drove the enemy back with one hit. He smirked and said that for monsters known for poison and fire, they were pretty ordinary, kind of boring. One of the guild members turned and thanked him. Then his sister arrived with the guild leader, who said this was exactly what you'd expect from the martial arts guild leader. He handled those monsters in one move. He thanked the protagonist for saving their men, while the girl asked why she even had to drag him here. The boy on the ground raised his hands and apologized. He thanked the girl too, saying she helped him save his magic power. He wouldn't dare ask a leader like Cha for help, but if he had kept using magic, he might have burned through all his strength. Then he activated his magic and said that thanks to the two of them, he hadn't wasted any mana, so now he could finish the job easily. Smiling, he told them both to get ready. The others immediately waved at him. Once the monkeys were trapped, the hunters rushed in and wiped them out. Afterward, the leader walked over and asked if that had really been a lightning attack earlier. Had he learned magic too? MC said it was basically something like that, then asked what the man's magic level was. The young man scratched his head and said he was just a little short of level 40. The brunette was stunned. His level was higher than hers even though he was younger. Xiao looked at the others and said the rest seemed close to level 42. After watching them for a bit, he could tell they were pretty skilled. They replied that made sense, since they were in charge of the island's dungeons. Anything lower would be embarrassing. At that moment, the two of them were still fighting the Yres monkeys. The brunette thought back to his teleportation and asked about the magic he used. It really caught her interest. The boy said he had spent a long time training it because it was complicated and hard to use, even if it didn't seem that impressive. Then something clicked for him. He moved closer to the brunette and asked if she really understood what kind of magic it was just from watching. He couldn't help thinking the people here were awfully clingy, they'd latch onto anything. Then he looked away and realized he'd finally gotten the answer he wanted. He needed to invest in intuition and study the status window more. As the name suggested, intuition let him see things for what they really were. With his martial arts skill, that mattered more than the other stats. He pictured the stat in his mind and thought that no matter how gifted he was in martial arts, he still needed it. Seeing the true nature of things was too important, and now that he could look at this magic and understand how it worked, he was sure he could learn it too, so he smiled and said they should watch closely. He was about to show them teleportation magic. His sister was shocked, while the boy looked thrilled. Cha raised a hand and warned them not to be too surprised, but a second later, nothing happened. He was still standing in the same spot, so people asked if he hadn't used teleportation at all. The girl said they should just pretend it worked so they wouldn't embarrass him. He clearly didn't understand how the world worked. But the brunette suddenly snapped back and asked how he had activated teleportation, because nearby monkeys were sitting there at that exact moment. The guild leader came up from behind and asked what those guys were doing there. Cha just waved and said hello. The monkeys didn't even get time to react, because they were suddenly hanging high in the air, and the protagonist casually said goodbye to them. Then he cut off the teleport, and the monkeys dropped straight down. The brunette, standing below, said it was amazing. Cha told her that was how you use magic. He landed nearby and explained it simply. He sends magic at the monsters one at a time, lifts them up, then drops them. The key is using it on a target. Then he admitted there was a limit. He could only lift things about 150 meters high, but for monsters with no wings, a fall from there was enough to kill them. Honestly, it sounded a little scary. The young man then laid out the basics. The teleport range can be adjusted through empty space and within sight, and anything in that range can be moved in any direction along with the target. He grabbed his head and wondered why MC had made him explain all of that. Did he really need it? Then everyone was shocked when MC teleported and appeared in a tree. When they asked if he had really used the teleport, he said yes. After watching it twice and hearing the explanation, he figured out how to activate it, and he thanked the boy for the help. The problem was, he got stuck in the tree and admitted it might take a while to learn how to use the spell properly. Everyone immediately went tense. Sometime later, they set out the food. The men looked up and thanked them for the help. Now they could finally rest and eat. Nearby, the guild members said they were exhausted. The girl got a little annoyed and pointed out that dangerous monkeys were still around. Yet, these idiots were eating like nothing could happen. They answered that there wasn't much else they could do. The boy showed off the monsters he had killed, and said he only had time to do it because those two bought him some time. When the leader brought her food and said eating mattered more since he needed energy back, the girl scoffed. She came all the way to this island, and they were feeding her plain kimbap. Then the boy turned and pointed out that the brunette was getting better with teleportation every time he tried. Smiling, he said once you fully master one skill, learning another gets much easier. If the guild leader keeps training, he might reach his level 2, maybe in 200 or 300 years. The boy quickly pulled out his notebook and said he would remember that. His sister watched from the side, thinking that even though he was her own older brother, he was acting so annoying she wanted to hit him. She lifted her mug and warned them not to follow her brother around, hoping to copy him. He learned his skills in a weird way only he can use, so they probably would not gain much from it. Still, she was surprised to hear that this guy was actually a leader. The boy raised the notebook again and said that was exactly why they should not stop now. They needed to keep improving, especially since he recently felt like he had hit his limit. Looking at the telepath list, he said he understood all that, but he still honestly wanted to learn something from the new guild leader. Then he explained that his team believed in him and counted on him, because they trusted him. He knew he had to get even stronger and not let them down. He added that if he became stronger, he could protect his comrades himself. That made her remember how she had lost a friend in one of the battles. The boy scratched the back of his head and apologized for bringing up something so painful. The girl instantly snatched the roll from his hand and said she would take it after all. She figured one bite would not hurt, and the island food was surprisingly tasty too. That alone made the leader incredibly happy. He started waving his arms, shouting that he was glad she liked it, and could even bring her a whole truckload. She told him that was way too much. Beside them, the brunette asked how much time they had left to catch those animals. The boy explained that the monsters were fast and there were a lot of them, so it was hard to say. Teleportation also had a usage limit. If he had known this would happen, he would have trained longer use magic more seriously. The girl grabbed him at once and demanded he repeat that. If a monster crushed him while everyone else was distracted, who would take responsibility? He asked her to calm down. Meanwhile, the main character was thinking hard. He opened his status window. His sister asked what he was doing, and he said he was trying to find a way out of this mess. Then he found one. He never thought this skill would actually matter, but he had sovereignty, a skill from a monster skill stone he got in the dungeon. Back then, he had not thought much of it, and only used it because he figured he might learn monster skills. Instead, he ended up taming squirrels, and it turned out the skill worked in a totally different way, and it was pretty powerful. By now, he had learned a lot about it. The interesting part was that it could control a target's mind through the user's will. Those squirrels had basically become his puppets. They did whatever he wanted, and later he even changed the skill by combining it with Control Sword, which let him force targets into certain actions. As he stood there, he admitted he had only used it a few times for fun. He still did not know if it would work on monsters, since controlling their minds should be harder. So he closed his eyes and said he would test it for real. His eyes flashed brightly, and he muttered that he hoped it would work. He activated telepathic submission. A scanning wave spread out from him, sending energy in every direction. The pulse reached several kilometers away. At last, he found the monkeys. It was strange feeling the skill work from that far, but the pulse was able to take hold of them. Now he could pick a target, use mind capture, and give an order. After locking onto one monkey, he commanded all the monsters to come to him at once. Then he snapped back to himself. As he grabbed his head, everyone rushed to ask what happened and where it hurt. He turned to the leader and asked if he had enough mana left for teleportation. The answer was yes, about 5 more minutes. That was enough. The brunette looked up and said a huge crowd of monsters was coming. Then an explosion-like rumble hit, along with shaking ground, and he stared at the others with wild eyes. The guild members jumped up asking what that was. An earthquake? That made no sense. They had never heard of natural disasters inside dungeons. He turned and said that if so, then it could not be an earthquake. Another guessed it had to be monsters, and realized the enemy was closing in. Suddenly, one monkey dropped nearby. It was odd. Why was there only one? The girl looked up and said the shaking was pretty strong. Someone else let out a breath, saying he thought a whole horde was coming. But then he looked up and saw something overhead. A massive group of monsters was staring down at them from the trees. The group grabbed their heads and shouted, wondering where they had all come from, and why so suddenly. The brunette immediately told the leader to get everyone out. Raising his hand, he said he would handle the rest himself, take his comrades and leave now. The boy understood from that gesture that he was about to use that ability, and said he got it. Then the sister ran up to her brother and asked what he meant by leaving it to him. Was he seriously planning to fight them all alone? At that moment, countless monsters were watching them. The girl yelled that she was not leaving because she wanted to fight too, but the leader stepped in and said it was time to go. He reached out and activated teleport. A second later, everyone was gone. The young man lowered his gaze and said that was perfect. He took his stance and said now he could fight without holding back. His eyes lit up as the magic kicked in. A giant pillar of energy shot upward. It looked like a huge explosion. The force was so intense that everything around it shook. It could even be seen from the distant mountain, where the boy stared and said it was unbelievable. Smiling, he said the leader was amazing. His subordinates wondered if he was even human. This was too much even for a high-level adventurer. Maybe the rumors about someone above level 60 were true. The young man turned and said the guild leader was probably the one who had called the monsters together, but then he noticed the girl. She clearly was not acting like herself. So he figured that no matter how strong her brother was, he was still family, and now he had been left alone against that many monsters. Thinking she had to be worried, he gently took her by the shoulder. He moved closer and told her he understood her concern, but the guild leader was very strong, so she did not need to worry. With a bright smile, he added that since she knew her brother better than anyone, maybe she should trust his strength a little more. At first, the girl looked confused. Then her expression changed like she had just heard total nonsense. What upset her was not fear. It was that her brother was out there collecting a crazy amount of experience by himself, and she wanted to be there too. The young man froze, realizing she had not been worried at all. The brunette turned and asked why she would even worry about her brother. The girl said he was probably the one person no one ever needed to worry about. Meanwhile, her brother laughed and said the new trick was really good. All he had to do was give an order, and it worked on every monster in the dungeon. Pointing at the monkeys, he said that with his strength and sovereignty together, he could easily gather all the monsters in one place. Laughing again, he said his dungeon runs were about to get way faster, then activated sovereignty once more. He stretched out his hand and said that settled it. Then he looked up and ordered all of them to appear right away. At once, bursts of energy started popping up around him. At that same time, the deputy head of the Jihai Guild suddenly felt something. She grabbed her head, and the secretary asked if she was okay. Maybe she was feeling unwell here too. She replied that she was fine. Then the girl turned and said she had just imagined some kind of crazy laughter. So the secretary said he would continue the report, and kept reading. He brought up the home base of the head of the Twilight Guild, and said that, as everyone knew, that person was still inactive, and the guild members' activity had dropped a lot too. He flipped the page and added that because of this, they had received a questionable dungeon assignment without much difficulty. Then he looked up and said that, for now, he thought Twilight could be ignored. The girl listened and felt something was off. Even for him, this reaction was way too much after everything that happened. When she pictured him, worry crept in. What bothered her most was whatever he was doing behind the scenes. Then a report was placed in front of her. They said this was now the top priority. The woman was shocked by what she read. It was about a dangerous dungeon found in the mountains, with a desert climate. Its risk level was 13, and the recommended level was 60 or higher. The place was mostly empty. The monsters inside were especially strange. This brutal dungeon had giant underground worms, and people had already died there. From above, the rocky area stretched out below. Someone repeated that the dungeon was risk level 13 and meant for hunters above level 60. The guy turned when he noticed movement. In the desert dungeon, the harsh sun drained everyone as monsters burst up from underground. The guy frowned. Several giant worms rose from the sand. They were nearly as tall as a 10-story building and hid deep underground. Ji-hai kept reading while the other person explained that even if there weren't many of them, those monsters were strong enough to kill high-level adventurers. The guild leader had checked it himself, so the report could be trusted. She closed her eyes and let out a sigh. This still wasn't enough. They'd need another raid to understand the place better. Her gaze drifted away as she thought it over. Ji-hye remembered Shin-hyung carrying her and wished he were here now. She looked up in confusion when the other person pulled her out of those thoughts. Going back to the papers, she was asked what was on her mind. He said she seemed off today and could rest if she wasn't feeling well, but Ji-hye insisted she was fine. Ji-hye nudged the cup. It hit the floor and shattered. Startled, the man quickly said he'd clean it up. Jae-hae only sighed. She felt like she was about to lose her mind. Staring at the broken cup, Jae-hae wondered when Shin-hyung would come back. Meanwhile, our hero watched the fight. A month had passed since the dungeon trips began. A hoof swung close to his face. Through the smoke, a horse's head appeared. Then a bright shot slammed into its face. By mixing sovereignty with his twin swords, Shin-hyun had gotten used to telepathic control. The girl with the bow cheered after landing the hit, and Kyle praised her. Now Shin-hyun could safely summon monsters from the Jeju dungeon. He was basically their lord. Yoon-sol grabbed Kyle and asked why he was talking to her like a little kid. Watching them, her brother figured she was just fired up. He thought about their 3 different classes. Since the system gave experience to everyone who dealt damage, everything depended on hitting the enemy. Then he looked ahead and realized he might not need to step in. Several horses were chasing his teammate. A glow flared around the hero, and he decided he'd have to help after all. Shin-hyun caught his comrade. The monster chasing him looked confused when they vanished. They reappeared on a tree branch. His teammate thanked him, and Shin-hyun told him to relax while wondering if raising intelligence with stats really helped. Just putting points in didn't always mean real gains. Kyle looked at Shin-hyun with shining eyes and called him amazing. Yoon-sol got mad at being ignored. Shin-hyun thought about how he'd fully learned teleportation during these raids, though Kyle was improving with the skill even faster. Scratching his cheek, he admitted he still needed more time to master teleportation the way he wanted. The girl said she'd finally tried it herself. Later, at the restaurant, Yoon-sol talked about Jeju Island's special dishes, black pork and mackerel. The plate was piled with food. Holding up her glass, she said she needed to keep leveling. Yoon-sol had already gone up 3 levels and reached 38. Sitting beside her, Kyle said the leader would gain a ton of levels from the underground raids, and thanks to him, they had learned a lot too. Shin-hyun couldn't figure out what was wrong with those two. Setting her glass down, his sister said the island soju was really good. Shin-hyun thought this trip had been about family. He worried she'd trained too hard, but it seemed to be helping. Looking over the papers, Kyle said this was the schedule for the next raids. A new request had come in from the Semdado Guild. Shin-hyun looked down as Kyle explained that the dungeon's risk level was 11, and creatures called werbats would appear, wolf faces with bat-like bodies. Looking back up, Shin-hyun said that if it was a bat dungeon, then it had to be some kind of... He stopped and frowned when he heard the next dungeon was a cave. Then he slammed his fist on the table. Kyle covered part of his face and said the report mentioned possible reinforcements. They were even willing to send one of their group leaders, but why? Thinking of the green portal, Shin-hyun said it all came down to the cave. It would be dark and cramped, making arrows and teleportation almost useless. After wiping her mouth, Yoon-sol asked if that meant they couldn't do anything. Didn't the others feel like they were being made fun of? Shin-hyun crossed his arms and said he would win. Seeing how tired his teammates were, he told them to go rest. Kyle started to protest, but the hero cut him off and said not to worry. He'd handle it himself and finish as fast as he could. Shin-hyun thought of the book and felt the bad memories come back on their own. Leaves drifted by the river as someone called out to him. Jonguk smiled and held out his hand, saying he was leading today's raid. Shin-hyun shook it. Jonguk said he was sure the boy already knew about the dungeon, then suggested they get started. Grass pressed under their feet as the green portal stood among the trees. Shin-hyun stopped in front of it. Clenching his teeth, he thought he'd hoped it wouldn't be a cave. Maybe he was wrong, but something about it made him uneasy. With several people behind him, he decided to end this quickly and head back. Ahead was a dark cave entrance. A winged creature crackled with lightning. One raid member turned to Jungkook and asked what to do, since they were moving through the dungeon much faster than expected. Shinhyun looked over and said he was done, asking what came next. The man commented on how fast he was. Checking the radar, he said they were close to unexplored territory. The others were stunned by how quickly the hero passed them, and said they needed to hurry. When someone asked if he was okay, and said he looked pale, Shinhyun lowered his head and answered that he was fine. Then he remembered himself in that cave, standing there now with his aura flaring. Shinhyun realized those memories still haunted him, even after all this time. Jungkook put a hand on his shoulder and told him to take a break, but he flinched when the boy snapped that he'd already said he was fine. Shinhyun turned and glared at him, asking what part he didn't understand. Jungkook quickly rummaged through a teammate's bag, apologizing and saying he was only worried. Then he asked for a recovery potion. Shinhyun thought he needed to get out of there fast, or he might kill them. Pointing at the radar, Jungkook said the path was confusing, so they had to be patient. But they were almost done exploring, so there was nothing to worry about. Arms folded, he added that the others would guard the path now, then ordered everyone to line up and move. Shinhyun thought they were acting way too suspicious. As he stepped forward, he wondered if maybe he was overthinking it. The group kept moving through the cave while Jungkook warned them to watch their step in the dark. He asked Shinhyun if he'd ever visited Sokyeram Grotto, and joked that it was much better than this miserable cave. He even suggested checking out the local sites later. Shinhyun agreed, but the look on his face still unsettled Jungkook. Frowning, Shinhyun asked how much longer it would take. Then, something made him look up. A magic circle was carved into the ceiling. Shinhyun's eyes widened when he realized what it was. It was a formation. At the center of the circle was a square seal shaped like a person. The whole thing burned with golden light. It didn't hurt people directly, but it could throw all their senses into chaos. Seeing the others wander around in confusion, Shinhyun realized the formation made people walk in circles. They kept asking why the path was repeating and whether they were even going the right way. He followed the golden flow in the cave and judged from the ceiling that the energy was leading somewhere. Grabbing his own hand, he wondered what a Murim formation was doing in a normal dungeon. Was this another road to that world, or had the formation always been here? Clenching his fist, he decided that whatever the answer was, it had to be tied to Murim somehow, and he never wanted to see that world again. He shut his eyes and tried to calm himself. His grip slowly loosened as he reminded himself those days were over. Then he stomped hard and said he wouldn't be tricked, accepting the invitation. With a faint smile, he walked forward to find out who, or what, wanted to meet him. At the same time, back in the sand dungeon, a massive monster exploded out of the ground. Eyes wide, the guy yelled for everyone to get ready. He raised his sword and covered himself and the others in a bright glow, saying they were almost there. Then another monster burst from the sand. The brunette looked over the fight and said things were getting rough. He was almost out of strength. His eyes snapped open in shock. A bright red glow built up in the monster's mouth. Jinjo drew his sword and said this was his strongest move. They had to win here. His blade flashed and he said if they lost now, they were finished. A shining wave shot straight at the monster. With his mouth wide open, he shouted for everyone to move, now. Then Jihee charged in. She locked onto the target. Her blades carved bright streaks through the air. Wiping sweat away, Jihee said it was blazing hot in here. The others were just glad it was finally over. Jinjo patted her back, praising her as a great deputy, then joked about whether she could have taken them all alone. Closing her eyes, Jihee smiled and said it wasn't a big deal, and the leader could have handled it too. Still, they only killed 3, and the team wasn't in great shape. She told her teammate to find some shade and rest for half an hour. Jinyo spread his hands and teased that Jihee was probably shy about going on a raid with him. When he joked that he and Shine Young weren't close, so people might think this was a date, Jihee answered with an elbow to the chest and called him ridiculous. Holding his chest, Jano let out a breath and said he was glad he could at least make her laugh. Jihee told him to shut up next time, then asked why the other directors weren't here. This raid would have been much easier with them. She raised a brow when she heard they were tied up with urgent business. Elsewhere, a man watched the entrance to the sand dungeon. He pulled back his bowstring as his partner told him to do his part, and then they'd finally be accepted. 2 men stood by the portal. One said joining a guild might make martial arts easier to learn, since Shin Young was way too strict. The other asked if he'd seen the hero's strength. A man in a gray suit walked up and asked if they came here just to talk. Then the first guy grinned and said nothing ever happened at the gate, so he should join them. The second added there was still nothing to do anyway. Lifting a stack of papers, the suited man told them not to get too relaxed, even if Twilight hadn't been very active lately. Then he reminded them not to forget about that group. Bright lights suddenly appeared in the sky above them. One of them grew brighter and brighter. Purple flames wrapped around it. The man wiped blood from his face. Dropping to one knee, he wondered if this was the archer's meteor shower. But who fired it? Only the top people even knew about this raid. He spotted a figure inside the cloud. As the stranger came closer, the man froze. It was Twilight behind this. Sungmin smiled at the chief secretary and asked if he was all right. They faced each other as the man in the suit said he was glad Sungmin had arrived, then demanded to know what was happening. Sungmin answered that Twilight had started moving again. The chief secretary cursed through clenched teeth, angry that Twilight had stayed quiet until now, and suddenly pulled this. He frowned, thinking the chief and deputy still needed a few hours to break through. Should he stay here or call for backup? Then, something clicked, and his eyes went wide. He turned to Sungmin and asked how he even knew about this place. He'd heard Sungmin was never told about it. Instead of an answer, a blade stabbed into him. Blood spilled from his mouth. Holding the bloody blade, Sungmin said that if the other side was busy, he would finish things here himself. Then he pulled out his phone. Putting it to his ear, Sungmin said the cleanup was done, and the others should be arriving soon. The person on the other end smiled and said that wasn't bad. Helicopters flew overhead. He replied that they were coming too, and it was nice that everything was going smoothly. Still smiling, he told Sungmin he had done well. Later, Taehoon arrived and waved at the archer, who bowed. Looking over the bodies, Taehoon said they had done a good job. Sungmin and the archer bowed to Taehoon, and he said he liked what he saw and hoped they kept improving. Frowning, he thought Jaeho was as naive and soft as ever. He remembered walking into the room with a smile, thinking the girl never even guessed there were traitors among them. The two men who had just helped him smiled awkwardly. They'd been on his side since the Sun Festival. Now his foot pressed down on someone's hand. Staring at the green portal, he remembered guarding it with Jaeho 7 years earlier, right after he came back from Murim and had just become a hunter. Taehoon remembered his teammates smiling and saying this was the place. He followed Jaeho, as they said they'd found a brand new dungeon no one had entered before. The girl turned when he called out to her. Looking annoyed, he asked how long she planned to keep dragging them along. Because of them, she had to stop training, and he didn't want her babysitting anyone. Jaeho looked at him in silence, while he asked why she even needed them. Had she already forgotten Murim? They needed to get stronger fast. Touching the necklace, he asked if she'd thought about what he said before. He told her to look at this jade. A heavenly warrior had given it to him. Taehoon held out the necklace and said it could boost martial power several times over. With a wild smile, he urged her to follow the heavenly warrior, saying they'd grow much stronger with him, but Jaeho told him to stop. He stared at her in surprise. One hand on her chest, Jaeho said she understood his fear and worry, but they weren't in Murim anymore. No one was trying to take their lives here, so why chase even more power? She smiled at their teammates and said she liked taking care of them and the younger ones. For a while, she wanted them to forget the weight of Murim. Taehoon watched, confused as Jaeho walked away toward the others. He thought she was the only one who truly understood him. They had lived through the same hell. Standing apart from the team, he realized Jaeho had left him behind because of those bugs. The thought ate at him. A bright trail followed a sword swing. Taehoon was drenched in blood. An injured Jaeho called out to him. He frowned and turned her way. Tears filled her eyes. The girl in the yellow shirt had passed out. He couldn't believe such weak monsters had hurt them this badly, and he thought about ending it himself. The archer frowned and begged for help getting the injured girl out of there. Taehoon gripped his sword hilt as someone shouted that they couldn't stay. The monsters were too strong. The archer asked if Taehoon could hear him. The blood-covered man turned back again, pleading for help and telling him to hurry. Taehoon's eyes widened. Wasn't this always how it went? He always helped Jaeho and followed her, but she still rejected him because he carried a sword and shield. She had just forgotten the despair they felt there. The necklace around his neck began to shine. The jade turned red, and a thought rose in his head. He needed to get rid of this trash. His eyes turned crazed as a voice told him to destroy everything, making Jaeho weaker and leave nothing behind. The archer lay on the ground. The rest were dead too. Then Jaeho would finally understand him. Taehoon held a blood-soaked sword. Smiling, he said he would set Jaeho free. Now completely mad, he said he'd free her from all the weakness around her. Taehoon stood by the portal. With his mouth slightly open, he stared at it in confusion. The man behind him wondered what to do now. Sunghyuk walked up and told them to guard this place. After a few steps, he looked back and ordered that if anyone tried to escape, they were to kill them. The two men looked uneasy, but said they understood. Sunghyuk went up to Taehoon and asked what had happened to Che Shin-hyun. He just smiled and asked if everything in Jeju was fine. Sunghyuk said there was nothing to worry about. He introduced Galn, saying he had already made his move, and no one would escape his trap. Taehoon lowered his head as Sunghyuk said they were moving faster than expected, and everything was going to plan. He started to ask where they were now, but Sunghyuk cut him off and said he trusted him. The man looked at him as Sunjun and another person appeared behind him. He said they were heading into the dungeon with him. Pulling a dagger from the void, he said he'd kill Cha Shin-hyun himself, just as promised. He only stood there, stunned. Then he let out a breath. Spreading his arms, he told the man that since he'd made that promise, he could try whatever he wanted. Sunghyuk smiled, thinking he wanted to make up for the past. Taehoon smiled too, and told them to begin. Looking at the green portal ahead, he added that the hunt should start now. Leading the others forward, Taehoon said today's hunt would begin at dawn. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyun looked around, wondering why nothing was happening. He stared ahead and thought he had accepted their invitation, but still nothing changed, and behind him stood Jungkook and his partner. One asked if this was really it, and the other said everything should be fine in theory, though he expected someone to be waiting for them. Hearing that, the protagonist turned around. He stepped up to them and demanded the truth about what they were planning. Jungkook acted confused. Then Cha Shin-hyun grabbed him by the face. Staring hard at him, he said he'd ignored it until now, but did Jungkook really think he'd stay quiet to the end? Jungkook frowned. A bright aura flared around MC as he warned that if Jungkook wanted to live, he'd tell him everything. The hero turned at a noise and saw a long-haired man. The hero's eyes widened. Taking off his red glasses, the man said he was faster than expected. Good, now he wouldn't have to wait. It was Gowlin. He smiled as his assistant said the target was in place. The hero noticed a red light near the ceiling and realized they had finally shown themselves. Getting a better look, he spotted the explosives and joked that this was one nasty welcome gift. Cha Shin-hyun just smiled and called them insane. Then the cave exploded. Jihae's eyes went wide. A bad feeling hit her, and she quickly looked around. She tried to brush it off, thinking she was just overheated and needed to calm down. Then she spotted two more monsters below and called it out to the others. One 400 meters east, the other 700 meters west. Maybe they could clear everything in a day, but she suddenly turned around. A pillar of fire was rising where they had set up camp, and it caught her off guard. As the flames spread across the desert, she wondered what was happening there. At the same time, Jinyo charged in. He and his ally hit the enemy together, then Sun Yuk appeared right behind him. Each swing of his sword left glowing trails. Jinyo clenched his teeth and gripped his weapon tight. He dragged the tip across the ground, then answered with a slash that also carved a bright line. Out of strength, he slumped against his sword and cursed. Sun Yuk, Sunjun and the knight stood before him, and Jinyo knew handling all three at once wouldn't be easy. Someone laughed out loud. Taehyun was sitting on the sand, calmly watching the whole thing. Jinyo looked at him and decided not to even waste words on him. With a clap, the man mocked that Jinyo still looked worthy of being a leader. Smiling, Taehyun brought up the Guildmaster of Dawn and gave a fake apology for overlooking Jinyo. Jinyo bared an ugly smile through gritted teeth, saying he never imagined meeting Taehyun like this. Staring at him, Jinyo asked how he got here and what happened to the hunters guarding the entrance. The brunette glanced away, thinking back on them. Then he looked back with a wild grin and asked what Jinyo thought had happened. Jinyo's glare turned fierce. Lowering his head from exhaustion, Jinyo asked how they even found this place when the raid was supposed to be secret. But he forced himself back up, grabbed his sword and said there had to be traitors among them. Frowning, he shouted that even so, he'd wipe every traitor out of Twilight. Sungjun raised a hand and noted that Jinyo had gotten stronger, but asked if they shouldn't hurry things up. Jinyo stared at him, confused. Then his anger flared as a spear pierced one of his comrades. The man looked at his leader with tears in his eyes. Jinyo froze in shock as the blonde begged not to die and cried for help. Nearby, Jinyoung coldly said they should put him out of his misery. Jinyo's eyes narrowed with rage. Laughing, Taehyun covered part of his face and said the sight was so moving he could almost cry. Looking up again, he added that moments like this showed just how annoying bugs could be. Jihae moved in from behind, saying someone had made a mistake. Her blade flashed. Sun Hyuk blocked the strike. Jihae smiled, glad they had finally met, while he answered by grinding his teeth. Taehyun turned toward them and asked if that was her greeting. He added that he'd missed her. Jihae shot him a hard glare. Then she lifted her leg and told him to stop talking nonsense. Holding her weapon ready, she reminded Taehyun they'd been enemies for a long time. He looked at her, then told Sun Hyuk he'd handle her himself. Bright flashes burst between them. Jihae and Sun Hyuk traded swings, their blades leaving glowing streaks. A second later, they rushed each other again. One slash cut 2 marks across Jihae's face. She answered by leaping above him and kicking down. Sun Hyuk threw up his arms to block, but the hit still shoved him back. Jihae pressed in and said he'd gotten a little stronger after following Taehyun, but there was a time when he couldn't even hold a dagger. In reply, he aimed a hand at her, but Jihae dodged and told him he was rushing too much. He clicked his teeth in frustration. Jihae gave him a puzzled smile. This fight was tougher than she thought, but she could still beat him. The real problem was what came after. Then Jihae noticed a group behind her. Jinyo, holding a dead comrade, screamed for the enemies to come at him. Dodging another strike, she glanced his way and figured their leader could hold on a bit longer. Sun Hyuk watched Jihae spring high into the air. While rising, she looked toward Taehyun and realized he was the biggest threat. Sitting with his legs crossed, he simply waved at her. She raised her blades and wondered if he planned to just sit there. What was he after? Taehyun kept smiling as he watched the battle, and called out that Jihae had grown a lot stronger too. Then he looked away and said the operation on the island should already be finished. Back in the cave, the tunnel had collapsed. Taehyun thought of Cha, and when the rocks started shifting, he decided Shinhyun should have died by now. A bright light suddenly shone from beneath the rubble, and the next flash blasted the stones apart. Smiling, Chai Shinhyun said this made the second time. His eyes gleamed as he asked if they were really that eager to die. Jungkook pushed himself up from the ground, held his head, said it hurt, and asked what had happened. Before anyone answered, he saw the protagonist standing in front of him. With his back still turned, MC said this wasn't funny at all. Lowering his head, Cha Shinhyun said his rushing ahead must have forced them to show themselves early, and even then, they still tried to kill him with explosives. Jungkook let out a stunned laugh and asked if he was really okay. He was smiling, but fear showed in his eyes as he wondered who would plant explosives in a place like this. Then he felt something. A glow wrapped around him. He collapsed, clutching his throat, and Cha Shinhyun asked if he had anything to say. Standing over him, he demanded the truth and warned him not to lie. Jungkook answered that the dungeon entrance was controlled by its owners, and this dungeon belonged to his guild. He also said placing explosives this deep would take days. Kneeling in fear, Jungkook was asked again if he truly knew nothing. The protagonist Shinhyun's eyes turned red as he asked if he was supposed to believe that. At that, Jungkook's eyes tightened. He grabbed his chest and clenched hard. Bursting into tears, he swore he really knew nothing. If not for Cha Shinhyun, that blast would have killed them all. Still crying, he said they had nearly died because of it. MC only stared at him in silence. Dark hands and golden chains reached toward Jungkook as he pointed out that he had stayed quiet even though he'd had plenty of time. Those hands dripped behind the man while Chan noted it was his first time using them on a person. Looking down at him, the protagonist activated absolute submission and said that if his mind was destroyed, he'd have only himself to blame. Dark fog rose near Jungkook's face. It almost swallowed it whole. Then the man's expression changed. A guild badge appeared, and the truth came out. Sumdato had been backed by Twilight since the day it was founded. Their real job was to keep Twilight's power over the island. Jungkook remembered sitting in his office when someone asked who they were and where they were headed. Gowlin stood before him, calling the office shabby but cozy, then asked if this was the Sumdato Guild. Lowering his hand, he asked whether anyone had contacted Jungkook. He introduced himself as Gowlin's death sentence. Jungkook stared in confusion, having no idea how this man was tied to Twilight, but the stranger calmly gave his name as Gowlin. When the man in red took off his glasses, Jungkook felt a crushing aura from him. Then Gowlin said he needed help, and first, he needed a car. Jungkook's men could only watch in confusion as he went on, kneeling, explaining that Twilight had ordered them to obey every request Gowlin made without question. Cha Shinhyun listened in silence as Jungkook said their mission was to get Gowlin to the dungeon at the exact time and handle the rest themselves. As Jungkook's comrades tried to wake him, MC watched and realized no shockwave should have reached through the dungeon. That meant the explosives had to be planted somewhere else. Shinhyun closed his eyes and pictured the cave entrance, focusing hard and wondering why they had already run. Then he said he couldn't wait to meet them. The long-haired man looked confused when Chow told him to move. A bright sphere formed in the protagonist Shinhyun's hand as he said the man was in the way. The boy frowned and answered that he'd protect the leader to the end. MC fired a beam of light from his hand. It tore into the pile of rocks, hit deep, and exploded. A new path opened up. As Chow headed into it, one of Jungkook's men asked what kind of skill that was, but another snapped that it didn't matter. While trying to wake their leader, they were relieved they might survive and go home, but he told them they were staying here. The two froze in shock. Turning back with a smile, the protagonist Shinhyun said they had to pay for their sins. Did they really think they'd be forgiven? Waves spread from him through the cave. The boys kept trying to wake Jungkook, crying that otherwise they'd all die. With tears in their eyes, they watched rocks fall from the ceiling and begged for mercy, saying they had done nothing wrong. Hands behind his head, Chow listened to them beg to be saved, and said he'd lived in a cave for 10 years. Now they could try it too. Then he smiled and said that was reason enough, thanking them for giving him the chance to crush them. But first, he needed to say hello to Gowlin. Wiping away blood, Jihye said she hadn't expected this. Seeing Sunghyuk split into several copies with his assassin skill, Jihye smirked and admitted his training had paid off. Sunghyuk and the clone smiled back. He said she was still looking down on him, and first they should clean up the blood. Then he told her it was time to use shadow play. Jihye just smiled and asked what he meant. Lowering her hands, she asked again if he really wanted her to use it now. Sunghyuk watched her as she said that skill was too precious to waste on someone like him. She added that, even without it, he still couldn't beat her. Sunghyuk clenched his teeth. All 3 copies charged at once. As her hands multiplied with the Dark King's poisonous kiss, Jihye told him to watch how a real killer fights. With a hard look, she said she'd show him the moonlight of the bloody path. The fight continued under the blazing sun. Then someone shot between them in a flash. Sunghyuk and his copies chased after Jihye. She sprang off the ground. In midair, Jihye flipped over. Sunghyuk tracked her closely. His clones started glowing. A blast went off a second later. Jihye barely dodged the fireball. 3 clones rushed her again. Swinging her blade, Jihye mocked him for being such a Taehoon fanatic. A bright slash swept toward Sunghyuk and his copies, as she added that he was just as stubborn as his friend. Suddenly, a bright beam flashed overhead. Jiha tore through the clones with lightning-fast strikes, then turned and noticed something off. Sunghyuk was right behind her. Light burst from his touch as he used an origin skill. He drove a poisonous spear into Jihae. Dark stains spread across her blade, and she couldn't tell what they were at first. Jiha jumped back. Looking at her weapon, she realized the poison was eating through the dagger. She landed and reset her stance. Glancing up, she found more clones in front of her, and knew one mistake would kill her. Still, she was enjoying it. She tossed the ruined daggers aside and asked when his style had changed this much. Smiling, Jihae said she'd need a different weapon. Sunghyuk stayed quiet, then thanked her. Jihae lifted an eyebrow. With his head lowered, Sunghyuk said she was the one who once taught him how to get stronger, pulling out new weapons from her portals. Jihae said she didn't remember that. Thinking about the poison, she knew she had to be more careful and not hesitate, but she still had to find his real body. Standing among the copies, Sunghyuk said she really couldn't remember. He frowned and said he'd remind her. Jihae raised her blades as he warned this was her last chance to use shadow play. She only asked if he was tired of bringing it up, because she wasn't going to use it. She smiled and said that skill wasn't for him. In her mind, she knew she had to save her strength for Taehoon. Through gritted teeth, Sunghyuk asked if she was sure. He appeared behind her, and she looked back in surprise. Sunghyuk slashed at her. At that moment, he remembered her smile and the way she mocked him for copying her dual dagger style. Then another memory hit him. Jihae asking if he was really the one Taehoon wanted to replace her with. He looked away when she brought up Taehoon. Standing over him, Jihae called Taehoon a bastard. Sunghyuk raised a hand without thinking as she told him that, pathetic as he was, his very existence annoyed her. Jihae knelt down and pressed a knife to his throat as she talked about what it takes to become a killer, to become stronger. Smiling at him, she said real strength starts when you truly try to kill someone. If he wanted power, then he had to hate someone enough to want them dead, just like she did. Then she tensed at a voice and realized Taehoon had already found her. Rising to her feet, Jihae said Sunghyuk had understood her. The person she wanted to kill most had come here, so his death would wait. Standing tall, she delivered one last blow. He had no talent at all, and he should quit this life and start over. Sunghyuk could only stare at her. His face tightened when she said he simply wasn't built for this. Now he said that in that moment, she had crushed his pride and almost erased his whole sense of self. After that humiliation, he rebuilt himself from scratch, and completely changed how he fought. Blood at her lips, Jihae heard him say he had done all of it for one reason, to kill her. Watching her wounded state, Sunghyuk said that even as an enemy guild member, she was someone he respected. That was why being disgraced by her hurt even more. Catching the dagger in his hand, he admitted she had been right. He raised the blade and said his wish to kill her had made him far stronger. But Jihae suddenly said she remembered something. In an instant, everything around him turned pink. Sunghyuk looked around, confused, as Jihae said he wanted to surpass her that badly. With a cold smile, she asked if he'd learned anything yet. Folding her arms, Jihae said he missed the most important part of what she told him, and asked if it really felt that dark in here. Sunghyuk turned, saw her behind him, and realized those had been shadow clones. He ground his teeth, understanding it had all happened in that instant, while Jikia said she'd give him one more lesson. Holding out her hand, she told him a true killer only reveals themselves after the target is already dead. Shadows wrapped around his face. He screamed Jikia's name. She looked at him and said he got carried away by his own victory. Then, she dropped her hand and tore him apart, saying it had all been an illusion. Glancing back to where he really was, she called him an idiot. Then she noticed something. A voice said Sunghyuk had gotten pretty strong. Jikia smiled. He had finally shown up. Taehoon returned the smile, as she made it clear he was the one she wanted dead. Walking closer, he asked if she enjoyed the little show he put on. Jikia raised her weapon and said she had plans for him. He shouldn't expect an easy death. She meant to drag it out and make it bloody. Taehoon grinned wider. Reaching into a portal, he said that was exactly what he wanted. A sword appeared in his hand, and he said those were the words he had been waiting to hear from Jikia. Their auras flared around them. Frowning, Jikia finally used shadow play. Taehoon kept smiling as the two clashed. Jikia's call showed on the phone screen, but the message said the subscriber was temporarily unavailable. With two people watching him, Shin-yun thought she might just be busy, but he urgently needed to tell her about Simdato. He glanced aside when someone asked if he was trying to reach Jikia. A man appeared behind him and said she probably wouldn't answer. Two more stepped up and added that her dungeon was likely under attack right now. Shin-yun looked at the man in front of him, who calmly said he knew phone signals couldn't reach that place. It was Gao Lin, smiling. He said Shin-yun was probably wondering how he knew that, but for people from Murim it was nothing unusual. Reflected in Gao Lin's glasses, Shin-yun asked if that was supposed to satisfy his curiosity. A portal opened in front of Shin-yun. He said Gao Lin still didn't look like much of an expert, and he had more questions. Was he really from Murim? More importantly, how did he know about the dungeon attack? Gao Lin waved a hand and said he could explain, but Shin-yun's attitude was rude. Removing his glasses, he asked if he'd like to ask more politely. Xinhyun closed his eyes and said fine. If he didn't want to talk, then so be it. Then he fixed Gao Wulin with a sharp stare and said he'd beat the answers out of him if he had to. The scythe wielder looked thrilled and called Xinhyun impressive. As blue magic swirled around the hero, he thought the rumors were true. Xinhyun really could control magic at a crazy level, enough to raise goosebumps, and he could probably mix it with martial arts too. Then Gao Wulin brought his hands together and formed a magic circle. Another circle spread beneath their feet. Xinhyun looked down and wondered if it was a trap. Smiling, Gao Wulin said it was something like that. But as it activated, Xinhyun felt this was nothing like the ones he'd seen before. Gao Wulin called it his greatest creation, a Murim gravity trap fused with magic. Clenching his fist, Xinhyun activated the heavenly golden seal. The others rushed him at once. Turning to face them, he smiled and called it a cheap trick, but then his eyes went wide. Gritting his teeth, Xinhyun couldn't understand what was happening. At the same time, a red-haired fighter came straight at him. As he pulled back his fist, Xinhyun realized his whole body had become much heavier. He struck at the attacker, but the man only smiled, and Xinhyun was stunned to find he couldn't use his internal energy. He stared in shock. The other two moved in to hit him too. Xinhyun threw up a barrier and slipped behind it. Frowning, he cursed under his breath. Gao Wulin's 3 helpers stood behind him. Watching them smile, Xinhyun wondered if all of them were from Murim. Enjoying himself, Gao Wulin said he liked seeing that desperate look on the hero's face, and asked how it felt to fight without internal energy. Xinhyun raised his arms against the attacks, as Gao Wulin explained that the heavenly golden seal was absorbing all his energy. Then he looked up and heard the rest, that stolen energy was being passed on to Gao Wulin's subordinates. Spreading his arms, he said that no matter how strong Xinhyun was, he couldn't beat them. With a smug smile, he added that the stronger Xinhyun got, the stronger they got too, so winning was impossible. The 3 assistants charged with shining eyes, sure the power they stored up would kill him. Xinhyun just smiled and told him to stop talking. He stomped the ground and said he was sick of hearing him. Light burst around Xinhyun as he said he wasn't called the Immortal Sword Emperor for nothing. He'd show Gao Wulin how small he looked before real power, real law. A red circle on the tree trunk showed a formation made by placing natural objects or charms in the right pattern. A blue circle sat on the stone, tied to space. Liang, dressed in red, was a legendary strategist and formation master. With his octagonal method, he could call wind and lightning and wipe out an army. Gao Wulin sat in the lotus position, doing a ritual. He admired Liang and kept sharpening that art even after returning from Murim. The guy with the scythe sat with his eyes shut. Then he opened them wide, thinking he was worthy of being called a god too. A sword blade shot forward. The red-haired boy swung it, but Xinhyun suddenly slipped behind him and said he understood it now. The others turned in confusion as he explained that golden meant energy, a wordplay behind the heavenly golden seal. Right then, Acorn and his partner lunged at him. Bright flashes burst in front of them, and they couldn't understand what was happening to their bodies. Xinhyun moved to the other side with a grin and said he was almost done, so they could wait a little longer. Gao Wulin stared in shock, thinking Xinhyun had made a new law. He'd never heard of anything like it, so how had he found the formation's weak point? Wrapped in blue aura, Xinhyun looked impossible to him, and he couldn't figure out when the formation had been changed. The red-haired boy looked confused when Xinhyun asked if they were magic. Xinhyun rubbed the back of his head and said he didn't know much about them either, but their energy felt very similar. Hamster and the others looked stunned when he said that even though they used martial arts, they definitely hadn't returned from Murim. He recalled their attack and said their skills were rough and mediocre, far too crude for someone from Murim. Their martial flow didn't match true art, and that proved it. Gao Wulin gave a wicked smile and said Xinhyun was exactly right. Then he spread his hands and said he was right to call them human. The 3 frowned when he revealed they were artificial humans. Crossing his arms, Xinhyun said that teaching martial arts by forcing energy into someone else's body was possible, but at this level it made no sense. He looked at Gao Wulin and asked what he had done differently. Seeing the 3 beside Gao Wulin, Xinhyun said there had to be another method. Lowering his head a little, he added that if they'd been made normally, he wouldn't sense a difference. Was this demon cult magic, or the magic of earthly mages? Gao Wulin smiled, and said Xinhyun got it. He pictured bones floating in blood, and said these useless people had been remade into useful ones. A few worthless lives were the price. After thousands of test subjects, he created subordinates equal to high-level adventurers, and now he'd take everything from Xinhyun with his formation. Scratching his ear, Xinhyun said so Gao Wulin had been using people as sacrifices. Then he smiled. A bright flash appeared over Gao Wulin's head, and Xinhyun said he liked his tricks. Gao Wulin covered his eyes, not knowing what was going on, while Xinhyun decided it was time to end this. Blue fire glowed in Xinhyun's hands as he said that when he fought demon followers, even tearing them apart never made him feel pity. If anything, it cleared his head. With a dark smile, he said it was time to hunt a demon. Gao Wulin lowered his head and called him a bastard. He pressed his hands together, formed a magic circle, and demanded to know how Xinhyun dared say that. The red-haired boy looked at his hands and smiled. Acorn and his partner were glad they could move again, and felt full of energy. But Shinhyun raised his leg and told them they were already in his trap. Then he slammed his foot into the ground. Blue spread through the formation and replaced the gold. Gao Wulin looked around, confused about what he was seeing. Blue flames covered the 3 assistants, and they cried for help. Their faces twisted with pain and despair as they begged someone to do something. Shinhyun walked past with his hands in his pockets. Stopping by Gao Wulin, he said fiery gold was still fire, and fire melts metal. Smiling, he explained that understanding the 5 elements was basic. He removed the metal essence and replaced the gold by tuning the formation. Gao Wulin stared in shock and asked how he did it. Shinhyun looked amused and said he'd studied formations a little in Murim, so Gao Wulin's skill meant nothing to him. Gao Wulin frowned as Shinhyun said he was only having a little fun. He dropped to his knees, saying he'd spent his whole life on research and experiments. Staring at the ground, he said Shinhyun had crushed all his pride, and asked how he had reached that level. Shinhyun folded his arms and said he shouldn't be upset. Once he knew Shinhyun's level, it would feel like an honor. With a broad grin, he added that this kind of field needed talent. Without it, hard work alone would never be enough. Still kneeling, Gao Wulin bowed his head as Shinhyun prepared to kill him. His own formation had drained all his energy. Gao Wulin couldn't even move. Shinhyun crouched beside him and said that since he'd stolen so much energy from others, he shouldn't mind losing his own. Holding out his hand, Shinhyun used absolute order and told him to reveal everything about Ji-hai. Gao Wulin's eyes began to glow. He pictured the girl covered in blood and said she was dead. Ji-hai lay in her own blood. She had always been alone, in the original world and in Murim. Then, when they met, Taehoon reached out to her with a smile. He said he hadn't known other returnees existed, and introduced himself, happy to meet her. Later, he held back a monster and told Ji-hai to run, promising he'd be fine. At one point, he covered his ears and said the cave still reminded him of Murim. Taking Ji-hai's hand, he begged her not to leave him. It was hard for her to trust him, but she was also grateful. Someone needed her for the first time. Now Ji-hai finally opened her eyes. Looking ahead, she thought they never should have met. From below, Taehoon told her to get up. Smiling, he asked if she was really satisfied dying like this. She forced herself back to her feet. Her eyes shone brightly. Ji-hai rushed him again. Taehoon raised a shield in front of himself. Her fist struck the sphere on it. An explosion followed. She covered her face with one hand. After shaking her head, she saw Taehoon flip away. Ji-hai gritted her teeth, thinking she had to be getting tired. Standing before her, Taehoon said she'd even used shadow play and told her to give up. Ji-hai frowned, wondering when he had become this strong. Seeing the red aura around Taehoon, she realized he hadn't wasted his time either. Ji-hai swallowed hard. There was one last thing she wanted to know. Taehoon smiled and asked what it was. He stood there with his mouth slightly open. 2 other men lay beside him, and Ji-hai asked why they had to die. He turned away, annoyed she was asking that again, and said he was bored of it. She should ask something more interesting. Her hand shook with anger. Upset that he still refused to answer, she asked why the words she should be saying were coming from him. Facing him, Ji-hai said he always dodged this question, but this time she would hear the answer. Taehoon lowered his head in silence. Then he opened his mouth and said they were weak. A mad smile returned as he asked if it wasn't human nature to want to step on others. A whirlwind rose around Ji-hai. She said she'd been foolish to think talking to him would give her answers. A tear slid down her cheek as she said she was done, and would finish this now. A moment later, she charged, sure she would kill him. As she closed in, she thrust her blade forward. Taehoon blocked it with his sword. Right then, a bright flash appeared. Then came an explosion. Clouds drifted across the blue sky. Shinhyun sat on a rock. He looked down at his phone. Ga Wuzhan knelt there with his mouth open, as Shinhyun said their guild served the heavenly warrior. It looked like this place was full of scum like Taehoon. Ga Wuzhan's body dropped to the ground. Shinhyun wanted more answers, but he was already dead. Looking down, Shinhyun said he had learned the location, but it was still 450 kilometers away in a straight line. The sea stretched below. He pictured Kaiyul with a magic circle over her head. Looking down, he realized there was only one way. Standing at the cliff's edge, he said that at his current level, he could get there in 20 minutes. The question was whether he should worry about that. He turned to leave, telling himself he and Ji-hai were only business partners. If she was in trouble, he didn't have to save her. As he kept walking, he thought about Murim, where killing and dying was normal, so why should he help her? He had no real reason. Then he suddenly stopped, remembering what she said. Shinhyun pictured Ji-hai smiling and asking him out on a date. That memory made his eyes go wide. He remembered her holding that mug and saying he knew about the Kinshin silver needle. She used to come there often just to drink that tea. His hand tightened on his collar as he remembered her demanding the truth. Angry, she grabbed him and said Yoon-sol wasn't the same little kid he remembered. Then he recalled her reaching out and saying she was now the official deputy head. Back then, he had greeted her, and she thanked him. Now he covered his mouth in shock. Then he lowered his hand and started to laugh. The sound echoed through the whole area. He grabbed his head, thinking he really had gone crazy. As he stretched out his hand, he thought about how few things truly mattered to him. Then he clasped his hands behind his back, and decided the only ones on that list were himself and Yoon Seo. Shin-hyun broke into a wide grin. As he turned back, he realized someone else had joined that list without him even noticing. A second later, he took off. Shin-hyun raced through the forest at full speed. With a smile, he told Ji-hae to hold on a little longer. The mountains stretched out far below. Sing-min happily leaned back with his hands behind his head, sitting on a folding chair and saying this felt great. His partner agreed it wasn't even that hard. Taking a drink, Jung-hen said joining Twilight had been the right move. His pay was now 3 times better. Still, his partner looked off into the distance and wondered what that crazy guy had been thinking. They were talking about Shin-hyun. Jung-hen checked, and Sing-min said they were lucky Mr. X knew a monster like that would join Dawn. Jung-hen tossed his can and guessed Shin-hyun was probably dead by now. The archer smiled and added that even if he escaped, there was no way he could get here from Jeju Island. Then both men froze in shock as birds burst out of the forest. Sing-min nervously stared that way and asked what it was. His partner had no clue. Jung-hyun looked at the trees and muttered that this place should be quiet. So what could cause that? Frowning, he said something felt seriously wrong. Then he saw it. Shin-hyun was staring at him with burning eyes. A moment later, Shin-hyun reached out his hand. Both men's eyes went wide. They knew exactly who it was. Then all that followed were flashes and screams. His blade ripped through the air. Smiling, Taehyun asked Ji-hae what she thought she was doing. Her strikes left bright trails as he mocked her. If she wanted to kill him, then show her real strength. Ji-hae looked at him as he asked where all her spirit had gone. She clenched her teeth while he kept taunting her, asking if this was some kind of joke. Then Taehyun moved his sword behind his back. Ji-hae's dagger started to break apart. She stared at it in shock. Then Taehyun reached toward her. He grabbed her by the face. His eyes glowed as he warned her not to lose focus in a fight. Then he hurled her into a rock. Walking up to her, he said he was getting bored. He stopped beside her and asked if she really thought she could win with power like this. Ji-hae looked up as he mocked her, saying this was all she had. Leaning down, he asked if she understood now which of them was right. Then he grabbed her by the throat. Grinning like a madman, he said following the heavenly warrior had paid off. It still wasn't too late, so he offered her one more chance. Ji-hae stared at him in shock as he claimed they'd become so strong no one would ever dare threaten them again. But Taehyun suddenly looked surprised when she thanked him for the offer. With a hard stare, she said she'd rather die than follow him, and told him to stay out of her life. He shook with anger. Ji-hae repeated his own idea back at him, that the stronger one is always right, and said he was still just a child. Smiling, she told him he'd die like a dog for following the heavenly warrior. Taehyun frowned. Ji-hae pictured Shin-hyun's face. In her mind, he was chained up, facing the screen gods, saying he was hunting the heavenly warrior. She remembered Shin-hyun dragging Sing-min across the ground. His mind was full of revenge against the one who ruined his life. So would he really let the heavenly warrior's servant live? Taehyun smiled and repeated Shin-hyun's name. Ji-hae looked at him as he said Shin-hyun should already be dead. Then her eyes widened. Behind Taehyun, she saw a figure. Taehyun kept bragging that killing Shin-hyun would help the Tenjo Guild rise, because they were strong and served the heavenly warrior too. Shin-hyun let out a sigh as he listened. Taehyun said the Muriam returnees and their group had gone to Jeju Island, and each one was stronger than top adventurers. Taehyun spread his arms and said that no matter how long Shin-hyun had trained in Muriam, he still couldn't beat the guild. But his smile froze when a voice behind him said hello, and told him to keep going. Smiling, Shin-hyun asked if Taehyun was talking about burying him. Taehyun stared in shock and said Shin-hyun was supposed to be dead. With Jung-hyun over one shoulder and Sing-min in his hand, Shin-hyun answered that he was very much alive, and he brought these guys back too. Shaking them a little, he said they were in his way, so he killed them. Then Ji-hae called his name. Shin-hyun looked up and saw she was still alive. Ji-hae was smiling behind Taehyun. Shin-hyun noticed the many wounds covering her body. He stared ahead without saying a word. Blue energy started to spread around him. Taehyun stared back, thinking Gao Lin had lost to him. But how had Shin-hyun gotten out? He was supposed to be on Jeju Island. Taehyun gritted his teeth. As Taehyun hid behind his shield, Shin-hyun said it had been a while. They hadn't met since the Sun Festival. A bright sphere formed on the shield when Taehyun used Reflect. Shin-hyun slammed into it and demanded an answer. Blue power burst out. Taehyun's mouth fell open. With a grin, Shin-hyun asked if he believed in any religion. Pointing his fist at him, he said Taehyun should pick one, because as far as Shin-hyun was concerned, Taehyun wasn't living through today. Taehyun swung his hand and shot back that Shin-hyun wouldn't survive today either. The green-eyed man shouted Shin-hyun's name in rage. Then he slashed with his sword. An explosion burst between them. The blast spread outward as the fight kept going. Shin-hyun shifted his hand aside just as the brown-haired man moved in to strike. Then Taehyun sent a whip flying at him. Shin-hyun rose in a burst of magic and said that when he first entered Muriam, he nearly died. Holding a magic sphere in both hands, he added that, out of courtesy, he'd use martial arts too. The focus fell on the sphere as he spoke of the 100 dragons descending. Taehyun frowned and yelled, asking what that was. Shinhyun raised the orb over his head and smiled darkly. Then he unleashed it. The soaring sky dragons rushed forward in a blue wave. Taehyun looked at them, then smirked and thought it was just ordinary martial arts, using body energy like he did. Still smiling, he dewinned, held out his hand and mocked Shinhyun, asking where he stole a technique like that. He said it was a waste in Shinhyun's hands. Then he raised both hands and shouted that if that was all, he wouldn't even need to dodge. Power tore across the ground. Then everything exploded. Jihye covered one eye, let out a breath, and tried to understand what just happened. Looking ahead, she realized neither Shinhyun nor Taehyun was anywhere in sight. The attack had blown them both away. Then a voice behind her asked if the deputy leader was all right, and she flinched in fear. It was Jin-ho, kneeling in front of her and saying he was glad she was safe. Jaha rushed to him, asking how he got there and what happened to the others. He answered that their comrades were dead. As flashes of the battle came back to him, he said he was the only one who made it out alive. Nearby, someone coughed up blood. The green-eyed man gripped his sword and thought he had barely survived. That attack was far stronger than he expected. Then the brown-haired man turned as people ran up, shouting to ask if he was okay. The red-haired man looked around in shock and asked what happened here, why so much land had been destroyed. Someone answered that Jihye caused it. Standing among the rubble, another voice said things looked even worse than expected. The speaker sounded familiar. Shinhyun looked up in surprise and asked if Singjin and Ji-young were here too. The red-haired man glared at him and demanded to know how he got there, stunned that this monster still didn't look tired. Frowning, the green-eyed man thought things were bad. He still hadn't recovered. As the others stared at him, he kept thinking that he just needed a little more time. Then a sly smile crossed his face. Turning to his allies, he ordered them to kill Shinhyun. Watching them, the brown-haired man guessed Shinhyun had weakened from that skill. This was the perfect chance, and he said out loud that 2 more bodies would do. The other 2 looked ahead in fear when their leader asked if they were deaf. If they wanted to live, they had to attack. Even though they hesitated, they agreed. Then they gathered their strength. One of them swore he'd get revenge for the Sun Festival. As they charged, the red-haired man yelled to get ready, and a fire dragon's scream rang out. The brown-haired man raised his sword, thinking he only needed a little more time to recover. The other guy was terrified. Then the 2 of them rushed in. Right then, Jin-ho asked if Chao's leader was here too. Wasn't he supposed to be on Jeju Island? Ji-ho cut him off and said they could talk later, because the blast came from nearby. She stared forward in shock. Lying there, the man felt a little relieved. A dark figure stood in the middle of the explosions, and the voice finished the thought. He'd been trapped in a cave. Then, the man smiled and said he rushed here by teleporting across the sea and the mountains. Crossing his arms, he looked at his enemy and said he knew he was trying to recover. Everyone was stunned. They could hardly believe it happened in such a short time. They kept staring at him, thinking it was like no time had passed at all, when he grinned and said the snack wasn't bad. Then he stepped forward and said now it was time for dessert. His opponent got mad, unable to understand why he still hadn't recovered. He let go of the sword, still unsure, but after pushing through his doubts, he should have healed by now. Staring at the main character, he wondered if he could really beat this monster. Then a voice in his head told him not to worry. It was time to wake up. He'd suffered enough. The pendant on his chest began to glow. Lost and shaken, he asked if this would make him stronger. The voice told him he was the only one who could do that, then urged him to give everything he had and fight to survive. His eyes turned blood red. A sudden magical change took over his body. Taehyun's eyes went wide. He said it was incredible. His whole body was overflowing with power. He froze for a second, then said this strength would let him surpass himself. After that, he threw his head back and screamed. The protagonist watched him and said his enemy still had a few tricks left. The man smirked and asked if he was still trying to hang on to life, then promised he would die today. He smiled as the voice in his head said Taehyun was a loyal tool, and they were almost there. A black-haired man stood smiling among chains, while the voice said it had missed Shin Hong. Another transformation began. A black mask formed over the man's face. The protagonist laughed and said, "Not bad, you really hid that from me." He kept watching him, and said that, judging by his real power, it was coming from the necklace hanging on the masked man's chest. Then he lunged forward. The brunette answered that he was pretty fast. He reached for his sword and said he was actually getting excited. Since that power wasn't truly his, he'd use a weapon. Lifting his hand, he said it was an honor. This swordsman was finally drawing his blade. His opponent swung and grinned. It was an origin skill. Smiling, he held the sword in front of him and said the blade suited him perfectly, so his enemy should get ready. The opponent frowned and attacked. He watched the flying sword without the slightest fear. Then he smiled and said he hoped it could keep up. As soon as he said that, he counterattacked, catching the enemy off guard. Looking at the blade's tip, he thought it was a shame. Someone clearly didn't value their sword. The blue-haired man turned and said, "Losing your weapon in battle means certain death." The necklace flashed green. The protagonist noted that this little toy was running out of power too. Then he held out his hand and asked if that was all he had. A blue beam shot between them. Tae-hun coughed up blood as the protagonist said he had plenty of questions, but first, he grabbed him by the throat and demanded to know who was hiding behind the name Heavenly Warrior. Looking down at him, the protagonist said that was the only reason he was still alive. Otherwise, he would have died the moment he touched Yoon's soul. Then, with eyes burning with total control, he ordered him to talk. Tightening his grip, he pressed harder. Who is the Heavenly Warrior? Who does he serve? Who is he? Blood ran from Tae-hun's mouth as he quietly said the Heavenly Warrior was the one who sent them to Murim. The protagonist froze and asked again. A notification with a question mark popped up. Tae-hun stared in surprise. The protagonist started to ask what the hell, then chains burst out from the notifications. They rushed toward them, and the brunette realized this was the one living inside his body. Chains wrapped around the protagonist, and he demanded the answer again. The man let out a sigh before realizing he was chained to a wall. He struggled to get free, not understanding what was happening. Shin Yoon shouted, asking what the hell had happened. Then he looked down and realized this was the cave from Murim. In shock, he yelled that it was a lie. He couldn't believe he was back there again. He turned when someone asked if he recognized the place. There he saw Tae-hun sitting on a rock. He said this was his world, created by the Soul Sword, and asked if the memories were coming back. Smiling, he added that he was the first to arrive there, and it was nice to meet him. Then he said this was their first real face-to-face meeting. The protagonist kept straining against the chains and asked if he planned to keep him there. Tae-hun answered that the whole space was made from the sword's soul, so those chains wouldn't break easily. He looked annoyed when Tae-hun asked if he wanted to calm down. Then he asked if he wasn't really Tae-hun. Studying him, he said that based on his swordsmanship, he had to be the Heavenly Warrior. Tae-hun pulled a hand toward himself and said there was a lot to ask about that. Then he held out his hand and said this was a rare chance. Ask anything, and he'd answer honestly. The protagonist said nothing. Tae-hun's eyes widened when he heard the question. Did you have fun? Shin-hyun, confused, asked if he had watched it all. The end of it all. He was thrown into a horrible world, always alone, with death around every corner, never knowing if his family was alive, and lived that way for 140 years. The protagonist shut his eyes and asked if he had seen all of that. The man stood there with a sword in his hands. Fear filled the protagonist's eyes. Then he shouted in rage. After all 140 years of pain, was that fun to him? Tae-hun stood quiet for a moment, then honestly said he was a little bored. Shin-hyun stared at him in horror and asked again. The man stepped closer and said he was tired. He kept walking toward the protagonist, saying he had nearly died. Coming right up to him, he said he'd waited patiently just to watch his level rise. And even then, before he could finish, he was cut off by one question. Why? Tae-hun looked straight at him and asked why he was still human. He had suffered in that world and gone through endless pain, yet somehow stayed the same. Shin-hyun asked what he was talking about. Then Tae-hun burst out laughing. The blue-haired man looked at him, confused. The protagonist fixed his eyes on him and said there was something he really wanted to know. He pulled at the chains and said he didn't even want to think about what Tae-hun had said, but if he was that bored, good. Grabbing the chain, he said he had one regret he wanted to settle, just one. Then he shouted that this bastard had ruined his life, and added, Heavenly Warrior. He raised his hand to strike, shouting that he would kill him. The protagonist slammed his fist into Tae-hun's solar plexus. Blood burst from Tae-hun's mouth. The stones on the bracelet shattered. The battered man dropped to his knees. Shin-hyun gritted his teeth and thought about those words. Blood ran down his hand as the warning echoed, open the door to ascension and go past human limits, or lose everything. He breathed hard while staring at the bloodied man. Then a man and a girl came up from behind. Jiha's eyes were wide, still shaken from being strangled. Shin-hyun turned and asked what had happened to Tae-hun. Clenching his teeth, he cursed under his breath. The next day, he answered a call in the office. Chol-ho said he'd follow the advice he was given. After hanging up, he set the phone down. Once Dusk learned from Dawn that Tae-hun was dead, they fully surrendered. He stood in the middle of the office. One man lay on the floor, and most of Dusk's high-rank hunters were already dead. Clutching a dagger, the survivors lost their nerve, which sped up Dusk's merger into Dawn. A man screamed hysterically, throwing papers everywhere. He yelled that the guild would fall apart without him. It was Dawn's chief secretary, Dong Hae-chun. He had played dead during the attack, then healed himself afterward. His hands were covered in blood, but the problem of joining the two big guilds was finally solved. Someone suddenly shouted, asking where his tie was. The man yelled that Dawn's speech was today and asked why it was taking so long to fix his tie. Just then, someone rushed in and warned that the press conference started in 10 minutes. Jae-hyung and Shin-hyun sat across from each other in silence. He thought this felt weirdly familiar. Glancing at his cup, he noticed it was Kinch and Silver Needle again. When asked if he liked it, he said tea like this was for enjoying, then asked what she planned to do. Jae-hyung picked up her cup and started explaining. Smiling, she said the public story was simple. After the peace deal, twilight would merge into dawn, but some parts were still hard to settle. Shin-hyun told her they could pretend not to see it, but the whole world already knew, so there was no going back. She replied that there was nothing to worry about. Then she lowered her eyes and said she was disappointed. The protagonist stood beside Taehyun's body, as the girl said he had lived a hard life. Jae-hyung let out a breath and admitted she never thought he would go out like this. The protagonist quietly said Taehyun's name, and the heavenly warrior's words kept echoing in his head. His face hardened as he thought about opening the door to ascension, about that state right before truly crossing over. Taehyun just stared in shock, while he kept thinking that if he didn't cast off his humanity, he'd lose everything. A rat hiding in the dark had even dared to threaten him. He took a hard sip from the cup and decided he wouldn't let it slide next time. The girl noticed and asked if something was wrong. He apologized and said he got lost in his own thoughts. Jae-hyung told him he was giving off a scary vibe, then asked if he could check something. His eyes went to the iron box, and he asked what it was. She explained it was a secret safe from Twilight's leader's room, and neither opening nor breaking it had worked. Some kind of magic seemed to protect it. Shin-hyun rubbed his face and said that was interesting. Then he smiled and said he normally didn't mess with things that belonged to the dead. Still, he sent his power into the safe, saying he almost felt bad since there might be valuables inside. His energy poured into the safe. The wheel on the front started turning. The door clicked open. Jae-hyung jumped and asked how he did it, and he casually said the seal wasn't that strong. He picked up a folder and noted they had hidden it well. Opening it, he asked what kind of paper this was. Jae-hyung quickly snatched the folder, saying she'd seen it before. Shin-hyun looked surprised and pointed out that he hadn't finished reading yet. Looking over the pages, Jae-hyung said it was a secret deal between the Junghyun Guild and Taehoon. If they worked with Twilight, every North Korean dungeon would be handed to Junghyun. The protagonist frowned in shock. What did it mean to hand over dungeons? He grabbed the phone, and as soon as he heard the voice asking how he was, he knew it was Kim Ka-yeol. The red-haired man reported from the dungeon entrance. Just like the protagonist ordered, every Simdato member who attacked them had been captured and would be arrested. While the protagonist sent out his power, he asked if they'd searched the area. Kim Ka-yeol said the dungeon inside was a mess and asked if explosives had been used. It was obvious something huge had happened there. Then he turned to the man still cursing and said he hoped to see him again soon. Shin-hyun hung up, muttering that she was seriously annoying. He suddenly focused when he noticed the document mentioned the Tenjo Guild. Ji-hae handed over the folder and said it wasn't very detailed, but it looked like 4 more people had returned from Murim. Flipping through it with a smile, he listened as she explained these were their personal files. They were known as masters who'd reached level 50, and he said now he understood why the guild was called Tenjo. He stared at her and asked if all of them were crazy fanatics. She said that seemed likely. The protagonist rose to his feet. Alright. Smiling, he said he had a new target now. Find every member of the Heavenly Warrior Guild and use poison on them. In Murim, getting swallowed up by someone stronger is normal, and this time, he planned to be the one who won. Dong-hae Chuan stood beside the throne, where the blonde woman sat. He told the man with glasses that dusk and dawn were merging, but it wasn't dawn taking over. Dusk was the one being absorbed. The other man confirmed it. She then asked if they'd heard from Gao Lin, but no one had gotten a response for 36 hours. Tilting her head, she suggested that meant both of them had failed. Taehoon had seemed completely sure of himself, and Youngcheng said that was what made this strange. Somehow, Gao Lin still lost. Dong-hae Chuan added that every 10 Commandments member sent near the cultivation masters had also gone silent. Taehoon must have been right not to underestimate Shin-hyun. She replied that judging by his martial arts level, he'd trained for at least 75 years, putting him 68 levels above her. She gave a small laugh and said it was almost funny. The man glanced to the side. Yang Chung ordered them to learn more about Shin-hyun, but avoid direct contact and move slowly. Resting a hand on his knee, she added that both outer skill and inner power mattered. Strength alone didn't decide victory. At the Tamra Guild headquarters on Jeju Island, Yoon-sol called out to her brother. She warned him that if he ever ran off without her again, he'd die for real. Holding back a hit, she demanded to know if he understood. Shin-hyun apologized and said he hadn't meant to worry her. Then she asked where he'd gone, and Kim Ka-il stepped in, telling her to calm down. The protagonist shut his eyes, thinking this was a terrible welcome. Meanwhile, the Twilight merger had become the hottest topic around, and Jin-ho took charge. At the press conference, Jin-ho announced Twilight's dissolution. Jae-hae stood there with a folder, saying she wanted to dig deeper into the Jinjo Guild before they erased every trace. She kept studying the documents. The protagonist scratched his head and thought this might actually make revenge easier. Yoon-sel stood up. The man bowed and admitted the whole mess was his fault. He never expected traitors to be hiding among the Jeju guilds. The siblings watched in silence as he offered a sincere apology and asked how he could make it right. The protagonist closed his eyes and said he still didn't trust the Jeju guilds. There could easily be more traitors left. The man froze in surprise. Then the protagonist said he wanted to believe them, but what happened had destroyed that trust. The red-haired man stared at him, and he went on. If they weren't against him, then he wasn't their enemy. Clutching his chest, the man sighed in relief that they hadn't been cast aside, and that fairness had won out. The others answered his call. The protagonist asked if they planned to come under Dawn's leadership. With a grin, he said the newly united Jeju guilds should join Dawn too. They'd stayed neutral because of the fight between Dawn and Twilight, but now that battle was over. He pulled a folder from his portal and told them to come under Dawn's protection, since Jeju's strength alone wouldn't be enough to hold all the local dungeons. Shocked, the man took the file and said the whole alliance would have to decide, so he couldn't answer alone. His hands trembled, but he admitted it was probably the best offer they could get. He bowed to thank the protagonist, who said it was easier to trust each other when they were in the same boat. Looking ahead, he thought that if he spread his power to this island, finding every traitor would be much easier. As the man stood there holding the papers, the protagonist turned to the red-haired man and asked if he was leading the group. He said yes. Then he asked whether any agreed dungeon was still left. Kim K-il said one remained near Halasan, and the protagonist immediately told them to head there fast. Shin-hyun grinned and said he'd be very busy from now on. The sun shone brightly overhead. The protagonist asked if everyone was here, then pointed out the team only had warriors, tanks, and priests. A pretty odd setup. He asked why there were no mages or archers. The man met his eyes and explained that inside this dungeon, any long-range attack that relied on sight was useless. The protagonist looked confused. The brunette explained that the Halasan dungeon was one of the worst on the island, mostly because of the fog. It swallowed everything. The man went on, saying fog covered the whole dungeon, so it was hard to tell friend from enemy. Eyes appeared inside the mist, fog monsters. The group exchanged looks. One of them explained that the monsters blended into the fog. Normal physical attacks barely worked, and only wide-area attacks could hurt them, but he cut himself off. With his hands in his pockets, Shin-hyun asked what else he was trying to say. Deep claw marks on a shield told the rest of the story, and the man added that the monsters were absurdly strong. Everyone watched as he said they attacked out of nowhere like assassins, and he'd nearly died more than once. He stopped, caught off guard when the response to his whole warning was that he talked too much. Scratching his head, the protagonist said he got the idea. They just had to hit them hard with the right skill. He stepped forward, said he understood enough, and told them they could stop explaining. Turning back with a smile, the protagonist said he'd just use a little more power. The two of them could only stare at him. One complained that he should have listened to the full explanation, while the other said that was just how he was. A portal opened, and the guy said the place felt strangely familiar. Standing still, he thought that even with a light breeze, he still couldn't see a thing. He turned at the sound of someone calling him. A man ran over and said he was glad they found him so fast. The rest soon gathered around, and someone suggested they stay close at first or they'd get separated. The girl formed a ball of light between her hands. She sent it ahead to light the path, and the man said moving with light was safer. He paused when someone suddenly asked if he was the leader of the group. Chae asked a basic question. Was the area near the dungeon entrance completely safe? Following the light, he got his answer. Yes, monsters had never shown up at the entrance before. Then the fog got even thicker. MC turned, confused. When he looked back again, everyone was gone. He called out, telling them to quit messing around. He couldn't see a thing in the fog, so why were they attacking out of nowhere? A monster slipped up behind him, ready to strike. It raised its paw and bared its fangs. Shin-hyun rushed in, power gathering in his hand. He moved in to hit it. His palm landed on the monster's face. Then he smacked it hard. His fingers dug into its face. With one brutal slam, Cha drove the monster's head into the ground. The others spun around, startled by the noise. Shin-hyun clenched his fist and realized what it meant. The monsters became solid right when they attacked. The white beast opened its mouth, and he turned at the sound. His teammates were already fighting the beasts. Someone asked why fog monsters were at the dungeon entrance, and Hajin ordered everyone into formation and told them to stay alert. Cha was shocked to notice signs of a jump. Shin-hyun looked down as someone shouted, asking where the healer was. A blue glow gathered near his palm, then shot through a monster's body as blue sparks scattered. More beasts were pierced by the beam. A bright blast followed. A shadow fell over Cha's eyes. Shin-hyun stood there calmly and asked if everyone was okay. The boy's eyes filled with tears when he heard that Shin-hyun had already checked the area with search magic. There were no more enemies for now, so they could rest. The man stared at him, thinking that in such a short time, Shin-hyun had already read the situation. Standing with the group, he asked if any monsters had escaped. He could still feel their energy, and if they needed help, they could ask. Hajin thought Shin-hyun had figured everything out and made a plan almost instantly. The brunette looked ahead with a faint smile. The man lowered his gaze, realizing that without him, their team might not have survived that first rush. Then his eyes widened when someone called his name. Shin-hyun walked over and asked if they could talk for a moment. Away from the others, Cha asked if monsters had ever attacked right at the dungeon entrance. Hajin said no, never. The hero touched his chin as Hajin explained they hadn't cleared this dungeon in a long time. That was likely why the monsters had built up so much they reached the entrance. Looking into the haze, the brunette said they'd need to learn more while clearing the dungeon. Fog filled the whole place. The beasts charged with their jaws wide open. Blue beams fired from Shin Hyun. The blue-haired girl frowned while watching him fight. She raised a hand and pointed out that he'd been holding the front line for 3 hours. Was he okay? Maybe he should take a break sometimes. Another bright beam tore into the beasts. Shin Hyun turned and asked if anything had changed from last time. The attack rate, the monster's strength, anything. The girl said there were definitely more monsters than in earlier raids. Other than that, it seemed normal. Hajin turned and wondered if it was still too early to judge because of their group size. Shin Hyun put his hands in his pockets and said he'd scanned 4 or 5 kilometers from the dungeon's start and found something strange. The man blurted out in shock. His search magic reached that far? Sha looked away and said they'd find out soon enough. This was a dungeon, so a rise in danger wasn't that strange. An hour later, the man's eyes went wide. Standing in the white haze, he asked why the fog had become so dense. Shin Hyun gave a small laugh and said it looked more like a white wall. The brunette added that something else about it felt strange. The man reached into his pocket when Shin Hyun asked him to throw a dagger into the fog. Pointing ahead, Shin Hyun said there was a lump of energy right in front of him. Throw it there. Hajin said he got it and would try to hit the target. He threw the knife. The blade flew straight ahead and stabbed into a huge eye. The group was stunned. Shin Hyun said it was a perfect hit and told them to get ready. The man looked at him in fear and said something was coming. Sha stared forward without flinching. Something burst out of the fog. It was a giant fog monster with one injured eye. The boy trembled in fear, almost crying. He hid behind his shield and yelled, asking why it had to be him. The man swung his sword. With clean, fast strikes, Hajin cut the monster down. Afterward, he turned and told the boy to stop whining. The squad nodded when he said they could handle it as a team. Watching them, Shin Hyun gave a quiet chuckle and thought the group leader was pretty good. Then he looked away and decided there was no reason to step in. It was better to head deeper inside. A scream rang out, then another, and he wondered why they were coming one after another. White sneakers kept moving forward. Shin Hyun walked into the fog, thinking he was waiting for one big target to show up. This was the second time, counting the monster in Buchan. As he looked ahead, he wondered if it came from some huge gate or something. A red glow appeared in the fog. It was a monster's red eyes. Without even turning, Shin Hyun punched it in the nose. He figured there shouldn't be more than 2 monster types in this dungeon. The beast dropped, and he kept walking, thinking Jaehee's hair would stand on end if she found out about this. Then he noticed something and gave a small laugh. There was blue lightning inside the fog. A gate? The guy's eyes widened. No, something else. Standing before the blue crack, he said what it was. His fingers touched it like water, and he realized it was like the status window. There was nothing solid to grab. He pushed his fingertips into the crack and thought that if he could only see it, then he couldn't affect it. A shadow crossed his eyes as he called for the status window. Windows appeared in front of him. Shin Hyun reached out and said an unknown phenomenon was passing through matter. While the words began to spin, the guy clenched his fist. Hajin ran up from behind and said he was there. It looked like no large monsters were nearby. Then he was asked if he'd seen anything like a crack. Anxious, the man said no and asked if something had happened. Shin Hyun smiled. What did he mean? Was he the only one who could see it? Looking ahead with resolve, he turned to the heavenly warrior and asked if this might be that person's trick again. Jae was sitting at her desk. When someone knocked, she told him not to come in, but the man answered that he was coming in anyway. Dong-hwan appeared in the doorway with a smile. Jae let out a tired breath and said he must have heard her wrong. She told him not to come in. The secretary just smiled and handed over a stack of papers, saying he heard her perfectly. Still, she had probably been waiting for these documents more than anyone. Resting her head on one hand, Jae said she hated to admit it, but lately whenever she saw him, something inside her started boiling. Did he know why? She glanced at her phone as he replied that it was probably because he always brought more work. She said he knew exactly why. Excited, the man said this time it was about the incident site. Then he handed her a paper. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened. She asked if there had been deaths during the exploration of the new dungeon. As she pictured the scene, he explained that a team made up of mid-level hunters had entered, but they died before they could even use their skills. Standing by the desk, Dong-hwan said that no matter how you looked at it, this case needed her personally. The new dungeon seemed impossible to understand. The airport building came into view as a man walked with a suitcase. Shin Hyun looked annoyed while guild members behind him begged him not to leave. He thought they had finally finished everything required by the contract. Cars moved along the road to Seoul. Inside one of them, Shin Hyun stared at the green crystal. Yoon-sul called out, asking why he looked so lost. Was that the skill stone he got in the dungeon? The brunette grinned and said yes. It had dropped from a large fog monster, so he took it as his reward. He remembered Hajun giving him the stone and Kai-yeol handing over a bag of tangerines. His sister said that if he sold the stone, it would be worth at least 1 billion won. As she drove, the girl said that made sense. But what about the large monster appearing at all? He replied that something like that had happened in the Bushan dungeon too. Shin-hyun leaned on his hand while she said that meant at least 2 big monsters had shown up twice already. Were they seriously heading toward the end of the world? He frowned. The real issue wasn't the giant monsters, it was that crack. What was it? He remembered standing by the glowing crack and asking if anyone else could see anything. It let skills and martial arts pass through, and energy sensing couldn't detect it. The others looked ahead in confusion and asked if something was there. The brunette realized he was the only one who could see the crack. Ha-jun waved it off, saying maybe it was because Shin-hyun's perception was abnormally high, but he couldn't say for sure. Could it be tied to the heavenly warrior? Shin-hyun opened one eye when his sister asked if he was even listening, then asked what she had said. The girl snapped, asking where his mind had been. Then she asked if it was true he was dating the deputy head, and he nearly spat from shock. After wiping his mouth, he asked what nonsense she was talking about, and who told her that. His sister said everyone was already saying it, and that it was about time they started dating for real. As they drove, Yunsol teased that Ji-hye would make the perfect wife, pretty and capable. Shin-hyun said he'd never thought about that, and when she told him to start now, he just told her to watch the road. A huge pile of papers sat on the table. Ji-hye opened her eyes as someone said she'd finally woken up. Across from her, Shin-hyun calmly drank tea while watching her. She jolted upright when he casually said her timing was good. He'd been wondering if he should reheat the tea. Shocked, she asked when he got there, and he said about an hour ago. Red-faced, Ji-hye rubbed the back of her neck and complained that he should have made some kind of sound. He came in like an assassin. He told her she looked exhausted, so he let her sleep. Leaning on the table, she got up and said the mid-level Twilight Hunters fighting unification had given her a massive headache. Holding the documents, Ji-hye added that she was still tracking down the name. There was no news yet, but they'd sent a Chinese informant, so they should hear something soon. Her eyes suddenly widened. Her jacket slipped off, and Shin-hyun caught her by the waist. Even he looked surprised by it. Flustered, Ji-hye thanked him. He quickly pulled his hand back, coughing into his fist. Shin-hyun said it was strange. A trained fighter like her shouldn't be this worn out from desk work. Embarrassed, Ji-hye wondered if she'd somehow gained weight. She looked away when he asked if everything was okay, then asked whether he'd heard about the incomprehensible dungeon. Touching her elbow, Ji-hye explained that once dungeon difficulty became stable, she stopped using that term. Shin-hyun's eyes widened. There was a wound on her arm, and he asked what happened. Closing her eyes, Ji-hye said a dungeon had appeared with no measurable difficulty. She went in alone, and this was the result. Then she told him he could see the rest for himself. Shin-hyun listened as she explained that she'd even used shadow play, but only managed to suppress one monster. Biting her finger, Ji-hye said she'd never seen anything that strong. On top of that, large monsters had appeared again. Dungeon rules were changing fast, and if this kept going, she didn't know what would happen. Shin-hyun turned away and said he had something separate to report, but the details would have to wait. Then he asked where the dungeon was. With a confident smile, Shin-hyun said he'd check it himself. Inside the incomprehensible dungeon, red light burned everywhere. Shin-hyun stood near the lava covering his nose, as he complained that first it was fog, and now a volcano. It was blazing hot and smelled awful. Staring at the lava, he sensed something inside it with energy perception, and wondered if he really had to go in there. The surface began to ripple like water. The waves grew stronger, then lava burst upward. A hand rose out of it, followed by burning eyes. A giant monster opened its mouth. Shin-hyun jumped back and said it was convenient that the thing came out on its own. No need to go looking for it. Then he wondered if this was the monster that burned Ji-hye. Smiling, he mockingly apologized for interrupting its nice warm bath. The monster reacted, and Shin-hyun said it must be annoyed that he was looking down on it. The lava shook violently. Its arm slashed down. Then the monster thrust a hand forward as chunks of lava rained off it. Shin-hyun smiled and said this magma was seriously hot. Sungjin's flames didn't even compare. The monster looked startled. From what he'd heard, it really was a nasty opponent. For normal hunters, fighting here would be a nightmare. He figured melee fighters couldn't get close because of the heat, and ranged attacks would barely work against something that huge. For hunters in this world, this dungeon really was impossible. Shin-hyun clenched his glowing fist and called it the worst kind of enemy. He swung to attack, and punched a hole through it. Lava splashed everywhere. Crossing his arms, Shin-hyun muttered about its regeneration. Scratching his head, he complained that 15 minutes had passed. He'd cut it, beaten it, torn it apart, even frozen it, and it still wouldn't die. So annoying. Then he wondered how Ji-hye killed one. She'd run off the moment he asked. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Thick lava flowed through the giant body. Pointing at it, Shin-hyun said something was holding that monster together. He blasted fire forward, watched the magma shift, and said bingo. Now he'd found the core. A red stone glowed inside the lava. Aiming at it, he said killing one took a little work. Bright blue lightning flashed. An information window popped up, and Shin-hyun looked surprised. It showed that he gained experience and jumped from level 53 to 56. Reading it, Yunseo was shocked. 3 levels at once. A smile spread across his face as he said he should test this more. If it worked, it could be very useful. A blue light appeared near the mountains. He walked toward it. Nearby, a man watched while talking on the phone, asking if Shinhyun had come out of the dungeon safely. Shinhyun closed his eyes and replied that he was fine. In fact, it was fun. Then he was asked if he succeeded. Looking back, he said they should let him use this dungeon for a while because he just had a good idea. A stranger hid behind a tree. Holding the phone, Jihei said she understood what he meant. By the window, she added that she'd do as he asked and told him to be careful. After putting her phone away, she wondered what China was planning. Fire burst upward. Yunsol turned and called out to her brother. Looking ahead, she asked what this was. Shocked, she heard him tell her to try breaking the thing in front of her. Gripping her bow, Yunsol complained that he'd dragged her here just to fight a lava monster. He told her to calm down and destroy the core. Then he ruffled her hair and sweetly asked if she didn't trust him. He'd never do anything bad to her. Tired, Yunsol sighed and said he was saying that again. She drew the bowstring, heard him say to finish it in one shot, and agreed. Her attack exploded on impact. Yunsol stared at the information window in awe, then gaped and shouted that she gained 5 whole levels. Turning to Shinhyun, she said she'd reached level 43. He replied that it was more than expected, though the experience was shared since he wasn't hunting alone. Smiling, he said it was still amazing, and now they'd start power leveling her. They fought together all day. Shinhyun pulled out the cores, and Yunsol destroyed them. By the end, all 13 lava monsters in the dungeon were dead. Pointing at the screen with a shaking finger, Yunsol asked if she was dreaming. The status window showed her stats, and she asked if she was really level 50. Smiling wide, she rushed over and hugged her brother, thanking him. Now she was a high-level hunter. She'd get a raise and even buy an apartment. Looking at him with shining eyes, Yunsol said she'd always treat him like a real brother now, and stay by his side forever. Shinhyun couldn't help wondering what he was to her before. She turned away and shouted that her brother was the best in the world, and he awkwardly told her to stop. Shinhyun smiled to himself, thinking she was starting to worship him. Now Yunsol would earn real money. If he remembered right, only 10 people in Korea had that level. Then she turned back and asked if he'd lost experience because of her, since he did most of the hard work. He said no, he benefited too. Running his fingers through his hair, Shinhyun said he leveled up along with her. Now he was past level 60. With a smile, he told her not to worry so much. His hunter level had risen from 56 to 65. He was now super high level. Shinhyun handed her the green cube and said she earned a reward. It was a gift to celebrate becoming a high-level hunter. He explained that the cube was a skill stone he got on the island, and told her to keep it. Yunsol gasped, saying it was worth enough to buy one of the most expensive houses. They should sell it instead. Taking the stone, she heard him say less talking, more training. She needed to be strong enough to keep that high-level title. Shinhyun turned away and said he was leaving for a bit. His sister asked where he was going. Chuckling, he said they had a rat to catch. Watching through binoculars, the man frowned and asked where Shinhyun had gone. He flinched and muttered that there were no monsters left. Shinhyun had cleared the whole dungeon by himself. Biting his finger, the man grimly wondered if Shinhyun was really that strong. At this rate, they were in serious trouble. Then, Shinhyun appeared behind him with a creepy little meow. The terrified man bolted. A blue seal glowed above Shinhyun as he remarked that the spy was pretty fast. Blue light flashed in front of the man's face. A bright burst followed. Shinhyun grabbed him by the collar and said the heavenly harmony of pure art didn't resonate. Remembering the fighters who attacked him before, he demanded to know where the man learned it. The spy shut one eye as Shinhyun asked if he'd swallowed his tongue. With a fierce grin, Shinhyun ordered him to answer. Holding the spy over the volcano, Shinhyun said he'd been watching him since yesterday. If he hadn't stepped in, the man would have kept spying. He was easy to smell. Lightning flashed from Che's eyes as he warned the spy to hope he came ready to die. Foam spilled from the man's mouth. With tears in his eyes, he was told to spill everything he knew. Morning light hit a tall building. Jihai sat with the two of them, and said this was worse than they first thought. Shinhyun and Yunsol listened as she explained that dungeon safe zones were breaking down, and giant monster species were starting to appear. Yunsol remembered Che by the blue crack and said only he could see those things, so there was no way to contact them. Rubbing her forehead, Jihai said twilight joining in, and all these dungeon problems made it feel like even more trouble was about to crash onto them. Yunsol clenched her fist and said Jihai shouldn't worry. They had already cleared that crazy dungeon. The pink-haired girl thanked her for the support. Eyes closed, Shinhyun said the misty dungeon was now under the Tamna Guild's watch, and if anything changed, he'd let them know. Pointing to the monsters and the people behind all this, he said one thing was obvious. Every event happened at the same time. To him, that meant the old order was falling apart, and with enemies already moving in China, no one knew what was coming next. His sister stared at him, shocked to realize this was why he pushed her level up. Thinking back to the dungeon blast, He said he would keep training her until she could survive any danger on her own. Xinyan finished firmly. She needed to be able to protect herself from anyone who might come after them later. Yunseo nodded, and Jaehai asked why he was saying that. Xinyan told her someone had been tailing him in the dungeon. When someone blurted out that the person had to be either stupid or insanely brave, he turned and said that was about right. The man belonged to that group, but he didn't know much. Che gave a small laugh and admitted he hadn't gotten much useful information after all. In the middle of the city stood a tall hotel. Inside, Heaven Creation Guild member Wu Pyong sat holding his phone. Staring at the black screen, he wondered why Lu Wei still hadn't called. Maybe something had gone wrong. Then someone outside asked him to open up for room service. He frowned when it came again, cursed the staff in his head, and told them to go away. The knocking didn't stop, and his annoyance grew. Then, Xinyan kicked the door open, and said room service was here. Ujban jumped up, grabbed a penknife, and started cursing at him. Scowling, he warned Xinyan to leave unless he wanted his guts spilled. The hero only smiled. Blue energy rippled out around him. Stepping through the broken pieces, Xinyan asked if he was the one sent to watch him. Wu Pyong's jaw dropped when Xinyan casually apologized for smashing the door. Hands on his hips, he smiled and asked, "So you're Wu Pyong?" Wu Pyong froze and wondered how Xinyan had found him. If Lu Wei had lost, then Xinyan's power was way beyond what he expected. Looking him over, the brunette asked where their boss was hiding. Wu Pyong glanced at his phone, thinking this couldn't be happening. Then he hit the bell icon, deciding that worked too. Hearing the sound, Xinyan turned. Wu Pyong tossed the knife aside and said fine. He drew his sword and growled that he didn't know how Xinyan got there. But the door was only partly open, and escape was already impossible. More people were entering the room. Xinyan looked back at the men as they declared he had walked straight into his grave. The hero just said, "Look at this." Seeing a whole crowd dressed the same, he asked if they were martial artists who mixed magic into their training. There were way too many of them. He didn't bother listening to who these dark team members were, and leapt first. With bright streaks trailing behind him, he struck an enemy with his fingers. The man locked up like he'd been shocked, and thought in panic that he couldn't read anything about Cha's level, or blood energy. What was this? The subordinates shouted for their leader. Without even looking back, the hero said he was too lazy to question them, but since they practiced martial arts, they should at least be able to see the Muram status window. He clenched his fist and said he'd been using hunter skills too much lately. At this rate, his body would get rusty, so he needed a little warm-up. Grinning like a predator, the blue-eyed man told them to open their eyes and look for that status window. He'd show them what end-of-the-world experience looked like. The others watched their teammates blast out through a cloud of dust. Xinyan stepped out and asked in surprise what was going on. Seeing the men, he asked if they couldn't see it either. With a smile, Xinyan said that if that was the case, he'd show them again, and bright rays burst from him. He rushed through them, striking one after another at blinding speed. As he attacked, he kept asking if this one saw it, or maybe that one, or what about him. Wild-eyed, Xinyan said they still couldn't see the status window. He knew it by heart because he had stared at it so many times. One man trembled and looked down, then flinched when Xinyan said how fun this was, since no one had ever seen him like this before. A bloody hand dropped to the floor as the hero asked what exactly they wanted to see. Brushing back blood-stained hair, Xinyan asked where their boss, Yihai, was. Feet and boots were scattered across the floor. Yihai, the scar-faced man, stared ahead. The corridor in front of him was empty, and he thought no one was there. He looked around, confused about what was happening. He checked his phone to call Wu Pyong. Then Xinyan appeared behind him. Yihai spun around in shock when his name was called. A fist flashed in front of his face as Xinyan said he was getting really tired of waiting for him. A phone lay beside a bloody hand as the man called for his master. Slumped against the wall and covered in blood, he tried to warn him to run. Xinyan said all his men were already down, and this was all because of him. Yihi clenched his fists. Grinding his teeth in anger, he demanded to know how Xinyan got there. Arms crossed, Xinyan asked why he looked so surprised. The long-haired man drew his sword, and the hero mocked them for all being so gloomy. Yihi frowned and asked what he had done to his people. The brunette answered with a sly smile. Bloody bodies covered the hallway. Xinyan held out his glowing hand and asked if Yihi wanted to go through what they did. He could join them. The swordsman froze in fear, and then suddenly found himself underwater. He came up gasping for air. Sitting by the pool, Xinyan asked if people in their country normally swam in suits. Weihai frowned and shot back, asking if he didn't know the saying about empty politeness. The scarred man told himself not to fall for the taunts. Standing in the pool, he realized group teleportation was a top-level skill. Even in China, only a few people could do it. If that was true, then Wu Pyong and the others were probably dead already. He stared at the smiling brunette and judged his strength. His aura felt on par with Yang Qing, maybe even beyond him. Escaping would be hard, but even if he died, he had to report these abilities. The guild leader laughed, and Xinyan asked what was so funny. Had he swallowed too much water? Tightening his grip on the sword, the man said no. Thanks to him, his head was clear now, so Xinyun better not look down on him. Water swirled as the enemy declared he was the third blade of the dark team, serving the heavenly sword. His eyes turned red, and he vowed to drown Xinyun in his own blood. People outside noticed the blast on the rooftop and started talking about it. Weihai burst from the water and charged after the hero. While running, Xinyun asked if his opponent was that good at chasing. The man behind him was keeping up pretty well. The long-haired fighter swung his sword and yelled for him to shut up. He already knew he was from Muram. The attack slammed into a blue barrier as Weihai shouted for him to stop running and fight him, warrior to warrior. Xinyun jumped forward in one quick move. Red-eyed Weihai demanded a fight to the death. Xinyun gave the glowing red blade a curious look, then hopped back. A shadow covered his eyes, and he started grinning. Touching his forehead, he broke into laughter, and the enemy snapped, asking what was so funny. Wiping tears from his eyes, Xinyun said he couldn't keep laughing. His stomach hurt. The swordsman flinched when Xinyun mocked him and suggested he use his brain. Strangely enough, Xinyun seemed to enjoy this. Blue energy spread everywhere, as Xinyun said an ant he could crush with one finger dared to threaten him. How could that not be funny? Weihai gritted his teeth as Xinyun added that Heaven Creation Guild sounded less like a guild and more like a zoo full of bugs. Maybe their leader was just a monkey. His feet lifted off the ground as he said creatures like them were nothing but mistakes in front of him. A glowing orb formed in his palm, and he went on, saying there was no need to brag. More spheres floated around him as he told Weihai not to be stupid and just stand still. Then, the lights rained down in brilliant streaks. Weihai dodged while thinking Xinyun was unbelievably arrogant, but that arrogance might give him a way to win. He swung his blade and cut through the orbs. His hand tightened around the Wei's sword, and surrounded by flames, Weihai thrust it out using tribulation. Xinyun only chuckled as he watched. The man extended the sword-bearing hand, then suddenly frowned and gritted his teeth. Above him in the sky, the hero hovered, looking down with a calm smile. The enemy flushed red with rage. People below stared upward. As flashes lit up the sky, bystanders wondered if hunters were fighting out in the open, instead of inside a dungeon, and someone even wanted to zoom in for a picture. Weihai shot forward fast, and with a red slash, he cut through a blue beam, thinking it was the same trick as before. He rushed on, leaving a streak behind, sure that this time it wouldn't work. Red light drove straight for the brunette's chest. Xinyun laughed. Flames blazed around the two fighters. Weihai frowned, confused about the body in front of him. His sword trembled as Xinyun looked at him and asked what he was doing. Why not attack properly? Standing calmly right beside him, he asked if something was wrong. His opponent's eyes went wide as he stammered that it couldn't be a soul sword, and Xinyun confirmed it. Xinyun tapped the man's face and told him to explain what a heavenly sword was. He warned him he wasn't kidding. The leader froze in shock. Xinyun said he'd done well enough, and now it was time for him to rest. Then a massive blast went off. A man dropped from above. Someone stared at it in disbelief. He got even more scared when Xinyun suddenly appeared behind him and asked if he was from Prime. Had he been recording the whole fight? The cameraman said yes. He filmed it as carefully as ordered. Xinyun told him to cut out the part where the guy got destroyed at the end and send the edited file to the deputy head. Make it impossible to tell who really won. As Xinyun walked off, the man hesitated, then asked where he planned to use the video. With Weihai's bloody body on the ground, Xinyun answered that it was like a movie teaser. In other words, a declaration of war. Right after that, the news report began. Xinyun's photo appeared on screen as the announcer reported that the head of TJE Limitless Guild had been attacked in the middle of the city by an unknown enemy. Clips of bright flashes filled the report. People on the subway read the story, as the host said the battle caused major damage. At home, a family watched TV while the report added that nothing more was known about Hunter Xinyun's condition. One guy showed his friend the news on his phone and asked if he'd seen it. Then he wondered who won. By the fence, someone brought up a friend working at the hospital. They heard Xinyun was in intensive care. The other man blurted out, who could have attacked him. Xinyun stood with his hands in his pockets. A body nearby was covered with a cloth. Jihai turned around. Xinyun noticed her handing him a canned drink, saying the weather was getting colder. He looked at her and asked if she found anything. The brunette took a sip and said that even under absolute order, the captive died right away after the questioning started. Holding her can, the pink-haired girl guessed it was some kind of command tied to certain words. Once those words were spoken, they died on the spot. Xinyun handed her a flash drive and said that at least now they had proof of the attack. Standing beside her, Jihai said she agreed. Their enemies were seriously annoying. The brunette nodded. The girl smiled. Laughing, she said it was funny hearing that from him. Didn't he have ways to flip the whole continent upside down and track them down? Xinyun asked if she'd stop him if he did. The deputy answered no. There was no need to blow this up into an international issue yet. He said he didn't want that either. It was almost funny how they kept popping out, then hiding again. He compared them to card players. If you bet big too early, the other side just folds. Better to act like the game is still even. Yawning, Xinyun said they could play along for now and watch how the enemy reacts. The girl asked if he was leaving already. He told the pink-haired girl he was exhausted and going home to rest. She should get ready for the press conference and be careful. She told him not to worry. Handling press was their specialty, and they'd go all in. A week later, people were gathered at tables. A girl took her seat, and someone in the crowd whispered that it was really Ji-hye. Another sounded shocked too. As the pink-haired girl fixed her hair, someone muttered that the alliance between Dawn and Limitless must be strong. He'd never seen her appear like this in public. Then he added a wild rumor that they might already have a child. The door opened. The reporters stared in shock. Shin-yun walked in. Bandages covered part of his face. His hands were wrapped too, and someone immediately asked if he'd really been badly hurt in that brutal fight. Who could have done this to him? Ji-hye smiled to herself, thinking that if he was going this far, he should have taken his injured hand out of his pocket too. He adjusted the microphone. Then Shin-yun greeted the room from the podium. With camera flashes going off, he thanked the reporters for coming, and also thanked them for airing the footage. He said he wanted to address the incident from a week ago right away. Raising one hand, he explained that he needed time to recover from both his injuries and the shock of the attack. Since he couldn't appear sooner in that condition, he apologized for the delay. The pink-haired girl thought he was lying amazingly well. A reporter raised his hand as Shin-yun opened the floor for questions, and quickly introduced himself as Diggy. Shin-yun closed his eyes for a moment, as the reporter asked if the rumors were true, that the attacker hadn't been alone. Thinking back to the man in the hallway, he said around 20 assassins had come for his life. Remembering the fight, he added that the person caught on camera seemed to be their leader, a top-level hunter on par with him. One man eagerly asked what the battle was like, while another with a notepad wanted to know the attacker's name and what happened to him. Shin-yun smiled and called it a fierce fight. Still smiling, he moved on. He said he didn't know much else, including the man's personality, but one thing was certain, they were all Chinese. The room went silent in shock as he said they would soon officially ask China for cooperation. One reporter clenched his fist and called it a national issue. Another added that hunters from the other side had attacked them too. Someone said he didn't know who was trying to hunt him down, but if that bastard was listening, Shin-yun raised a finger and said he had one message. Sending underlings like dogs was pathetic. Then he lifted his middle finger and told Yang Cheng that if he had any guts, he should come attack in person. A pipe hung from his mouth. He exhaled a stream of smoke. The leader asked whether they'd contacted Wei-hai. The man answered no. The man in the kimono said that meant one thing. Either Wei-hai was late, or everyone else was dead. In the next instant, he slashed the assistant. Blood splattered the blonde man, as he said he knew it. With a crazed look, he added that even the dark team's third seat had died with the rest. As the wounded man lay on the floor, he went on. Not only had the mission failed, but now their identity was exposed too. Turning away, he said they'd have to move step by step from here and change the plan. Grinning like a madman, he swore he'd come himself and tear Shin-yun apart. Later, at a high-rise building, hearing the bell, Yun-xiao walked to the door and asked who it was. She peeked through the doorway. Her eyes widened in surprise. Shin-yun was lying down with a book over his face when he heard his sister call him. He slid the book aside as someone came in. Two men in glasses stepped inside, and one asked if he was Hunter Shin-yun. His sister tensed up when they said he needed to come with them. Someone important wanted to talk. Shen-yun almost laughed to himself. Coming straight to his house like this, they were bold. Later, in a restaurant, with his hands in his pockets, Shen-yun thought again how gutsy they were to approach him so fast. He looked ahead with a sly smile, curious to see who had called him out. A man at the table waved him over, and Shen-yun was surprised to recognize Xu Hao. The man shook his hand, said it had been a long time, and asked if he was doing okay. Shin-yun wondered why a former guild leader was here. Was he connected to the Heaven Creation Guild now? He was caught off guard when another man said he was honored to meet someone as impressive as him. Smiling, the man introduced himself as the president of Youngsu. Yun-sul stared at him, confused about why he was there. Taking the seat across from Shin-yun, the president said the sudden invitation must have been surprising. He apologized, but the matter was urgent. Shin-yun asked Cholo how they knew each other. Cholo answered that Korea's top guilds always have ties to the government. Their relationship was basically a state secret. Shin-yun frowned. If they were that close, then the president might also know something about the Heaven Creation Guild. Crossing his arms, he bluntly asked why they needed a hunter like him. One man reacted right away and told him to show more respect. The president stayed quiet, looking grim. Then, with his fingers laced together, he got to the point. A few days ago, he heard rumors that Chinese hunters attacked him. Shin-yun yawned and said everyone already knew that from the news. Youngsu calmly replied that of course he did. Then he said the truth was the opposite. They were the ones attacked, and the hunters in this room should understand that. Shin-yun frowned, while the guildmaster gave an awkward little laugh. As they talked, the president explained that dungeon outbreaks had changed international politics. Monsters gave every country a shared enemy, but tension between local and foreign hunters never really disappeared. He said this incident could become the spark that sets the whole world off, and he wanted to stop that if possible. Xinyun raised a hand and said they were looking at this the wrong way. The others stared at him. Xinyun said the guild causing him trouble had ties to China, just like Dawn had ties to the Korean government. They already knew about the war between Dawn and Twilight, right? That made it obvious Heaven Creation was backing Taehoon. The men looked away, unhappy with where this was going. Xinyun brought up the flash drive he had handed over and reminded them they had proof that the other side attacked first. Then he mentioned the papers found in Taehoon's safe, the ones marked with red Chinese characters, and said they should already know about them. Xinyun added one last thing, his face turning serious. With his arms crossed, he asked what would happen if Dawn got crushed by Twilight. The president stared at him in shock. The answer was obvious. Those lands and resources would fall into Chinese hands. Xinyun got to his feet and said he wasn't doing this for his country. He was involved for personal reasons, and if this counted as an international issue, then that fight had already started long ago. As he walked off, he said the president could act like he never heard any of this. Xinyun didn't care. He'd handle his own problems, so they should stay out of his way. When someone told him to stop, the brunette turned back and wondered if the man's real intentions were finally coming out. The president leaned over the table and said he'd heard enough. Fixing Xinyun with a hard look, he declared that from now on, the government would fully back his guild. Then he stood and said he hoped Xinyun would deal with them. Xinyun looked at him, surprised by that offer. Then he smiled and said that would work. Xinyun said with confidence that clay or porcelain, it didn't matter. Either one would shatter with a little force. Later, the city street was packed with people. Walking with his eyes closed, Xinyun thought the man at least had guts, even if his way of reaching out was strange. A beep came from his pocket. He checked the message. It said the sender had a proposal, couldn't reach him by call, and wanted to discuss business. If he was interested, he should reply and they'd contact him. Xinyun raised the phone to his ear. When the call connected, he introduced himself as Xinyun, leader of the Limitless, and asked if this was about the business offer. The man answered pleasantly, saying he was a hunter named Chung-sik. He explained that he found Xinyun's contact online and was glad he had the right number. When the man asked to meet in person because the topic was hard to discuss by phone, Xinyun grew wary. He still hadn't said what guild he belonged to. Even so, Xinyun agreed. He said he was free today and could meet in about 2 hours. The caller said they'd send the location later and contact him again. Xinyun smiled and thought maybe he should call her. Jaeha was at her desk. Her phone started ringing. She answered while pinning it with her shoulder, then heard someone ask if she was busy. Grinning, Jaeha said yes, but not for him. Then she asked what he wanted and heard him joke that things must be rough for her over there. While she kept typing, Xinyun asked her to check the association database and look up a hunter named Chung-sik. As he walked down the street, Jaeha said she found 4 people by that name. All were neutral hunters, one level 20, the others level 30 and 40. Then she asked why he wanted to know. Smiling, Xinyun said that probably meant Chung-sik was using a fake name. Jaeha glanced at the phone and asked if something was wrong. Xinyun said no, he just had a bad feeling. 2 hours later, he was in a coffee shop. Xinyun sipped his drink through a straw. Letting out a breath, he said he was exhausted. It felt like he'd met a whole parade of new people today. As he stirred the ice in his drink, he wondered whether to torture the man or just fry his brain with absolute order. He gave a dark smile, thinking he'd mess with him a little, toss him aside, and use it to blow off the stress from the whole week. Then someone appeared behind him. Xinyun glanced over and thought the guy had nerve. A man with a red aura walked right up from behind. Xinyun sneered to himself. Even if the guy was weak, he was way too exposed. Maybe the only deal waiting for him was death. The red-eyed man stopped beside him. He looked down at Xinyun. Xinyun smiled and said it looked like they'd met at last. Blue light wrapped around him as Xinyun ordered the man to tell him everything, without leaving out a single detail, or it would go badly for him. He was to start from the beginning. A shadow fell across the man's face. At last, he held out his hand and said this was their first real meeting. His name was Chung-sik, and he came from North Korea. That made Xinyun stare in surprise. Chung-sik answered with a faint smile. After sitting across from him, Xinyun repeated, "North Korea?" Chung-sik confirmed it. Arms folded, Xinyun said this was bad and asked if he should report it. Chung-sik awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked him to hear him out first. Xinyun listened closely as Chung-sik explained that their country had no proper hunter system. Frowning, Chung-sik said North Korea basically had no hunters at all. He went on to explain that the Supreme People's Assembly banned hunter training because they feared a public uprising. Xinyun pointed out that Chung-sik had called himself a hunter, and Chung-sik replied that he held a Chinese license, so technically, he was a Chinese hunter. Xinyun repeated, "China?" Chung-sik explained that North Korea was leasing all its dungeons to China, its ally. It was basically selling off resources. At first it seemed smart, but in the end, their nation became little more than a colony. Bodies lay scattered on the ground. Chung-sik walked toward a woman. He said that because of the current situation, the country's leaders couldn't escape the trap they made. The people grew poorer, starved, and died. Tears ran down his face. After losing family and friends to the authorities, Changxi left. He went to China, built up his strength, and gathered information so he could change things somehow. He walked past the bodies. A man in a chair saw him and shouted, asking what all the noise was about. Changxi said grimly that the cursed Supreme Council ignored every warning and never stopped. A red aura flared around him, as he said it was time to give them a taste of a new revolution. Xinhyun asked if he had stormed the place alone. Changxi said that with his power, taking down normal people was easy. Showing his badge, Changxi said he had every right to overthrow the government in that situation. After that, he tried to bring in a hunter system, but it was already too late. China had sunk its claws in too deep. Xinhyun crossed his arms and asked if he came to South Korea as an enemy. Changxi said yes and explained the plan. Open some of South Korea's dungeons and land to free access, then restart industrial information exchange. Clenching his fist, he said that if South Korea grew stronger and pushed China back, North Korea could rebuild its foundation and become stable again. Xinhyun looked down as Changxi admitted everything depended on his help, and he found the whole thing interesting. Still, the idea felt shaky. Xinhyun wondered if Taehoon had seen this outcome coming. After all, he didn't hand that dungeon over to North Korea for no reason. Touching his chin, he thought that China was swallowing North Korea, but maybe the Heaven Creation Guild was trying to swallow China. Changxi looked surprised when Xinhyun said he understood the situation, but still had one question. When told to ask, Xinhyun folded his arms and asked if Changxi had any ties to the Heaven Creation Guild. Changxi repeated the name while staring at him. A spark flashed in his eyes. Xinhyun caught it right away. Grinning, he said that was all the answer he needed. Xinhyun rose and said he had seen enough, so Changxi wanted him to deal with them. Changxi confirmed it. Meeting his gaze with confidence, Xinhyun said that if he was being invited, then going north might be worth it. Later, Jaehao was drinking tea. She set the cup back down. Turning to him, she asked how Xinhyun knew she'd be there. He said his phone had died. She wasn't at the office, so this was the next place he checked. Jaehao shut her eyes and sighed that after all those years of training, he still found her that easily. Maybe she should go back to her old life. Then her eyes widened when he suggested they go on a date today. The two shared a knowing look. Jaehao stood and said it had been months since anyone asked her out. Then she asked where they were going. Touching his shirt, she added that passive guys weren't really attractive, but since it was Xinhyun, she could make an exception. The brunette smirked. Soon, they were in a new dungeon near Ansan. A snake crawled across the ground. Its eyes glowed. Then it lunged between them. Jaehao said this dungeon was still unidentified. She leaped up, adding that its risk level hadn't been measured yet, and used her magic power to petrify the target. Xinhyun touched a tree and said if that thing landed a hit, it could be a real problem. Jihei raised a finger and proposed a contest over who could kill more, though he wasn't allowed to use martial arts. She turned as several more snakes appeared. Green beams flashed past them, and someone said this might actually be fun. The huntress jumped and spun in the air. Her attack sliced through the monsters. Xinhyun scratched his temple and said he had only wanted a peaceful talk. Then, several snakes crept up behind him. Their eyes shone red, and Xinhyun said if that's how they wanted it. Flames burst around him as he said he'd be happy to grant their wish to die. Soon, dead snakes covered the ground. Xinhyun shook out his hands and said they weren't even enough for a warm-up. Then he noticed something ahead. Jihye was sitting on a huge mound of dead monsters, and someone joked that she really let off some steam. She hopped down and said that even if the dungeon was high rank, compared to the incomprehensible ones, these things were like babies. Xinhyun agreed. Jihye touched her chin and said she was still worried. Dungeons like this were popping up all over the country, and there still weren't enough top hunters. Xinhyun put his hands in his pockets and said Korea wasn't the only place dealing with this. North Korea was too. He'd met a North Korean hunter named Changxi yesterday, and the man asked for help so they could share what they knew. That left Jihye stunned. Xinhyun remembered the fire in Changxi's eyes and said they still didn't know if he was tied to the Heaven Creation Guild. Maybe it was all just an act. Either way, he didn't trust him. Jihye gave him a worried look and said she hoped he hadn't agreed. It was probably a trap. Then a snake appeared behind them. A beam shot from its eyes. Xinhyun noticed too late, and a blue glow flashed beside Jihye. She called out in shock. Xinhyun was still standing in the flames when the snake's attack hit him. Jihye rushed toward him in panic. His body started turning black. The snake stared at them like it had already won. Jihye spun around, furious, and cursed the snake. With one clean strike, she cut its head off, demanding how it dared. The body dropped to the ground. Jihye looked back at Xinhyun, shaken. He was frozen like a stone statue. Reaching toward him, she nervously told him to quit joking. Her hand touched his shoulder, and she warned that if he kept this up, she'd break it. She clenched her fist, and the statue suddenly looked offended. Xinhyun returned to normal and complained that he didn't want to be saved like that. Jihye shot back, asking since when he could teleport that fast, and whether he really thought an attack like that could stop her. He grinned and said he barely trained physical power at all. He put everything into instinct. Wasn't that impressive? Jihye rubbed her head and said yes, fine, but they still needed to talk about what he said earlier. Pointing at him, she asked why he accepted an offer that could easily be a trap. This was North Korea, not just some random country, and there had to be hidden risks. Shin-hyun said he still couldn't turn down a show like this. Tilting his head, he asked if she was worried about him. Jae looked away and admitted she couldn't help it. Still, going or not was his choice. Then she looked back and said she hoped he'd really think about her warning. If something happened, she'd feel guilty. Shin-hyun stepped forward. Moving closer, he said he always left the hard jobs to her. Before, he only asked for help when things got truly bad. He held her shoulders and said he would go, but she had to stay here. She was the one closest to Yoon Se-ol, and she needed to watch over her while he was gone. With a firm look, Shin-hyun said it didn't matter how far away he was. If anything happened, she had to call him. He promised he'd come flying back no matter where he was. Jae looked away, embarrassed, and said she was glad to hear that. Shin-hyun smiled and said if that settled it, he'd be off. Some time passed in the evening city, and the day for the trip to North Korea was finally set. Standing by the manager's desk, Shin-hyun thought deals like this between North and South were rare, so other countries were watching closely. He had no reason to object. Chung-sik spoke with excitement, and thanks to his hard work, everything was moving smoothly. By the time snow started falling near the high-rise, Shin-hyun and Yoon Se-ol had cleared dungeon after dungeon. He reached level 67, and she made it to level 54. Nearby, shower water ran. Yoon Se-ol stood under the falling drops. Her eyes glowed blue. Shin-hyun was sitting on the couch when an explosion sounded behind him. He lazily opened one eye, then turned toward Yoon Se-ol when she called him. She stood there glowing, one hand on her hip, and asked how she did. Her overall martial arts level had reached 30. Shin-hyun realized she'd finally hit the basic stage of swordsmanship, the true start of the martial path. A small smile crossed his face. This was enough for now. Yoon Se-ol could protect herself. Cars moved along the road. On the bus, Shin-hyun tested the microphone. Looking pleased, he said he was glad to be there as the general manager of this department. Yoon stared at him with his mouth hanging open, thinking this really was his kind of grand speech. The narrow-eyed Yoon Se-ok listened as Shin-hyun said everyone here had the potential to become high-level hunters. Hana, sitting beside him, listened while Shin-hyun added that they all understood how big this mission was. Min-hyuk looked forward awkwardly, then started to speak. He raised his hand, apologized for cutting in, and asked if Shin-hyun could lower the mic a little. The hunters laughed when Shin-hyun said they were young, so their hearing should still be fine. Scratching his cheek, Shin-hyun awkwardly thought that in Murim, louder usually meant better. Yoon Se-ol smiled as Shin-hyun explained that this North-South hunter exchange wasn't just training, it was also a major diplomatic event, so normal rules wouldn't fully apply. Holding the mic, he declared that he'd turn them into real high-level hunters in Korea. The team stared at him in surprise, and Shin-hyun asked what kind of reaction that was. Didn't they believe him? Hana hesitated and said that wasn't it. Looking down, she admitted they just weren't sure they could do it after spending so long only leveling little by little. At her brother's cue, Yoon Se-ok stood up. With a sweet smile, Shin-hyun introduced her as a sniper from the south and thanked everyone for coming. Then he announced she'd lead the raid schedule, and the team would clear dungeons under her command. That shocked everyone on the bus. Ye-won raised a hand and said the leader was usually the most experienced member. He wasn't doubting Yoon Se-ok's skill, but Shin-hyun cut in and said he trusted her with the role. The others looked at him, surprised. Yoon Se-ok scratched her cheek with a smile and explained that she actually had more leadership experience than before. She used to lead a group, and lately she'd cleared many high-level dungeons. The only place she hadn't gone was the incomprehensible. Shin-hyun remembered her being blown back by a blue blast. A blue status window appeared in front of her as he continued. The hunters stared at their own windows in shock when he pointed out that Yoon Se-ol's level was higher than theirs. Her window showed, level 54, Archer 25, Sniper 29. Min-hyuk blurted out that the reports recently listed her as only a leader, and Ye-won muttered that this made no sense. Shin-hyun said with confidence that she'd gained 20 levels in just a few months. She'd risked her life for it, and it paid off. Standing there beside him, Yoon Se-ol looked like she wanted to disappear from embarrassment. Shin-hyun told them Yoon Se-ol would lead, and he'd watch over the whole team. When they returned home, they wouldn't be mere mercenaries anymore. They'd be real hunters, so were they ready to trust him? This time, the hunters looked back with confidence. A shout rose from the bus. They said they'd follow him. Snow fell in the mountains inside the Kumgang dungeon. A man stood behind the blonde leader, smiling. Bowing his head with a grin, the boy told Shin-hyun he would prove him wrong. A monster appeared above him in a flash of light. Now they were in the Port Toad dungeon southwest of Pyongyang. A toad hovered over Shin-hyun's head as he explained that these monsters lived in the area. They attacked within about 2 meters, and their claws seemed to carry poison. He snapped his fingers. The hunters stared at the toad in surprise. Its paws dropped to the ground. As another one leaped, Shin-hyun calmly said its jumping power wasn't bad either. If one caught them, they'd be in trouble. The monster's eyes flashed red. A red beam fired out, and a green blast answered it. Yoon Se-ol stood there with her bow. Shin-hyun praised the shot. One of the hunters could only think that the two of them really were siblings, taking down a dangerous monster so easily. Crossing his arms, Shin-hyun said he'd leave the regrouping to the team leader. Yoon Se-ok stepped up. She quickly gave orders. Priest in the center, warriors in front, tank protecting the group, Reaper using openings to take down enemies, and she'd cover the outside as sniper. Then she told everyone to form up fast. Shin-hyun watched her with a smile. He remembered telling that surprised man the schedule had to stay tight, at least one raid every 2 days. Holding the papers, Chung-sik had asked if they were serious. These were unexplored dungeons with unknown danger levels. They had no information on the monsters, terrain or climate. Shin-hyun set down the knife and asked what exactly he was getting at. Then he smiled and said if they wanted results, they had to work hard and stop being stingy. A toad shot out its long tongue and struck a hunter's shield. Yoon jumped in from behind. His eyes burned red. The monster was already covered in attack marks. Leaping up, he shouted that another one was coming, and warned everyone to be careful. The hunter gritted his teeth and cursed. Yoon grabbed the long tongue and yelled for him to hold on. The man clenched harder with all his strength. His shaking fingers loosened, then locked tightly around the hilt again. A heavy strike smashed into the toad's head. It dropped, and Hae-nae ran over, shouting to ask if he was okay. Yoon opened one eye and yelled for her not to come closer. It wasn't over yet. Hae-nae froze. Several more toads leaped in. A blue glow flashed. A bright beam shot past Hae-nae. Shin-hyun was holding a bow, and someone called out their thanks. Yoon Se-ol lowered her bow and asked if Hae-nae was all right. Hae-nae turned and said she was fine, but it looked like he was hurt. Yoon Se-ol told them to heal him first, and the Reaper switched places with the tank. Golden fire flowed from Hana's hands. Hana looked away and thought to herself, wow, Yoon Se-ol scouts, cuts monsters off, and guards everyone too. Almost every shot lands, and nobody can even touch her. While the others rested on the ground, Hana couldn't get it. Their levels weren't that far apart, so how was Yoon Se-ol this strong? Then Yoon Se-ol said the break was over and told them to pack up and move. The boy clenched his teeth. Ye-in jumped up and snapped at her to slow down. They'd been moving all day, the monsters never let up, and everyone was running out of energy. He marched up to Yoon Se-ol and yelled that she was trying to get them killed, that there was a limit. With a hard look, he said the raid should end here. No arguments. A blue light rose around Shin-hyun, and one word hit him again, limit. He'd heard it too many times before. The boy gritted his teeth. Weak. No matter what title people gave him, that was all he heard. The hunters on the ground listened as Shin-hyun told him that even when you're worn out, you have to ask yourself, is this really enough? He wasn't the only one making mistakes. Yoon Se-ol stared ahead as he said their levels weren't that different, but did he even know why she was stronger? Unlike them, she had never stopped facing death. The boy shook as Shin-hyun told him the answer was simple, get stronger. Still, he almost gave up right away. Shin-hyun remembered smashing the ground before and asked if the boy really thought he had been born strong. He gave a faint smirk. The shaken hunters stared at him as he said patience alone wouldn't make them stronger. If they stayed like this, nothing would change. The toad's eyes flashed red. A wave of monsters rushed at Shin-hyun. Blue fire burned in his palm as he said anyone who truly wanted to. The boy picked up the thought, eyes shining now. He said he wanted to find a way to become stronger. The bright blue energy twisted into a dragon's head. The boys watched with their mouths open as Shin-hyun said people who don't need strength always find excuses. The boy dug his fingers into his hair. Shin-hyun brushed his bangs back and asked what he was really searching for. Yoon stared at him in shock and called him a god. Then he bowed. From the trees they promised they'd find a way and follow him. After that, the whole group trusted Shin-hyun, and the North Korea run went well. A full month passed like that. Yoon Se-ol frowned at her brother. They stood before a red portal at Mount Kumgang, leading to an incomprehensible dungeon. Just looking at it, Shin-hyun felt sure the Heaven Creation Guild had been here. Shin-hyun turned when someone called him. Chung-sik asked if their team was really enough to clear an incomprehensible dungeon. Shin-hyun said it was. Then he flashed a wild smile and answered, slowly and clearly, of course. Even if it killed him, he'd go in alone. He stepped forward and told them to wait. He'd be back soon. 3 days earlier, Shin-hyun sat holding a glass filled with ice. On the roof he looked through a folder. He checked everyone's levels. Yun was 49, Youngsek 48, Minhyuk 47, Hana 48. His sister had climbed too, and now she was level 56. Thinking over the team, he saw that each of them had gained 2 or 3 levels. He pictured the team standing with his sister, and remembered how much they trusted them. Even if their power was hard to explain, nobody asked questions because of that trust. He tossed the folder aside. All of that happened in less than a month. Looking at his drink, he knew no one had gotten in his way so far, but that didn't mean things would stay smooth. He understood he was guarding high-risk dungeons on purpose, so the money and experience stayed with them. China was quiet for now, and there was still no word about the warrior god of the sky, so he wondered if his guess was right. Smiling, Chung-sik came over with a bottle and a glass. He wanted to talk. With ice and wine on the table, Xinyan praised him for handling things well. Changsik admitted he never thought the hunters could keep protecting a dungeon every 2 days. Xinyan was surprised when the manager cheerfully said that. Thanks to him, the number of active dungeons had dropped fast. Changsik showed him a map with marked spots, pointing out that Xinyan only planned to clear dungeons south of Pyongyang. The man in the suit closed his eyes and said the plan hadn't changed. With red eyes and a sly smile, Changsik said there was only a little left. Xinyan smiled back under his bangs and knew it would all be over soon. Leaning on the table, he grinned and asked where they were heading next. Inside the Kumgang dungeon, the hunters moved as a group. Yoonseol shouted that it was way colder than they had been told. The others complained too. She tried to stay calm, thinking the gear had cold resistance, but it looked like they still needed heavier clothes. Xinyan glanced aside and saw that even Yoonseol was heating up from the strain. This wasn't going to be easy. He turned to Changsik, who nervously suggested they go back because pushing on was too reckless. Xinyan frowned at that. Just yesterday, Changsik had insisted on coming as their guide, so his sudden change made no sense. Changsik kept sweating and frowning, like even he didn't know why he was saying this. Xinyan remembered him smiling over the notebook before. Now it was obvious. This dungeon was dangerous enough to run from, and Changsik knew it. Still, Xinyan put a hand on his shoulder, thanked him for the warning, and told him to lead them on. Changsik stared as Xinyan smiled and said this was the last dungeon, so they couldn't walk away from its reward. Up ahead, Yoonseol looked back at the team and felt the cold getting worse. At this rate, they might freeze before they even met the monsters. Then a scream rang out, and her eyes went wide. Everyone looked up at a huge blue bird. The monster let out a savage cry. Changsik bared his teeth. He had hoped this thing wouldn't show up so soon, but now the monster causing the dungeon's worst problems was right in front of them. Blue patterns and crystals formed across the bird's wing. Its glowing eye widened. The bird spread its wings and blasted the whole area with a snowstorm. Xinyan raised his palm, blue aura gathering. He blocked the crystal attack before it could hit the team. Purple fire spread through the space. Xinyan kept his hand steady while his sister tensed up beside him. Changsik gritted his teeth as cracks spread through the barrier. Even one ice shard could kill a mid-level hunter, and when those shards broke, icy flames burst out. Worse, the bird stayed high in the air, far from melee attacks. The monster kept raining ice down on them like non-stop bombardment. Xinyan looked up, frustrated. Against a flying enemy like this, close-range fighters were nearly useless. He glanced back at his tense sister and told her to shoot it with her bow. She quickly drew the bow and took aim. Her arrow struck an ice crystal. The iron tip started to crack. The boys ducked under the barrier and covered their heads. Xinyan only smirked. He reached out, ready to use fire, because an odd idea had just come to him. The team watched magic flash through the air. Yoonseo smiled at her brother, though he looked annoyed. He had plenty of ways to bring the monster down, but these strange conditions kept getting in the way. Xinyan looked at his startled ally, who realized he had given the barrier a fire trait, though that would change things in a big way. Planting his feet, Xinyan told everyone not to worry. This wouldn't last long, and farther ahead they'd reach a place where fighting these monsters would be easier. Hearing that, the team smiled under the barrier. Then they followed him forward beneath the purple-tinted snowfall. Minhyuk turned to Hana, eyes wide. A man's dark figure stood on a hill. Under the falling snow, the silhouette looked like it might vanish at any second. Xinyan looked up, startled, and asked who it was. The assassin beside him told him not to say something stupid. Changsik frowned and looked up with the others when a strange sound echoed out. He instantly started shouting. A massive wave of snowbursts rushed in like an avalanche. Then, a blond man in a black and red cape appeared, smiling as he said there were only 2 outcomes: victory or defeat. Standing with his team and wrapped in red aura, the enemy said there was no other way out. Hana's eyes widened, and she shouted that they had to run. Yoonseol and Changsik were already about to bolt, but Xinyan stood there calmly, eyes cold beneath his bangs, hands in his pockets. He grinned and realized the man was mocking him. Snow blasts and flashes swallowed the mountains. Lin Mei, the 4th ranker, fixed her eyes on her lord. Their leader stood in a black cape with his hands behind his back, the king of their line and China's true ruler. Snow blasts tore through the mountains, and the girl wondered who could have made such a powerful man this angry. Mei stared ahead and remembered how many leaders and soldiers they had already lost to him. She knew they had to capture Cha. Another aide moved toward their lord, and Mei figured he would shut her down and tell her to come with them instead. It was the athletic Zhang Genuine, heading out to check if the enemy was really dead. Their lord lifted his proud gaze toward Mei. Mei watched Genuine leave, her face dark. The second fighter stood on the hill, looking over the full army. One force wore red masks and bright capes, the 40-man Golden Lion Legion. Another group in red masks was the 40-man Lightning Arrow Legion. A third unit, wearing black and red masks, was the 20-man Dragon Legion. Genuine stood on the hill and shouted for every legion to follow orders. Then he turned back, fired up. A huge burst of fire exploded ahead of them. Che's silhouette floated inside the flames. He looked at the enemy with a cruel smile. Genuine tensed up at that grin. The man in the black cape shot into the air in a red aura and ordered everyone to kill the intruder. The blonde guy looked out from under his bangs and mockingly told Che to show his real power. The protagonist answered with a grin. Changsik carried the boys in his arms and shouted in panic. Genuine and Mei stepped to the front of the demonic legion. Their master stood close by, radiating a dark, evil aura. MC looked around in shock. His teammates were worn out, and he wanted to know what had happened so fast. He pictured the huge snow blasts and tried to figure out how things had ended up like this, after the avalanche. Then a beam of light shot past the group. Chai walked forward in a blue cloak, leaving the others confused about what he planned. He lowered his eyes and smirked. Then he thrust out a hand and raised powerful barriers of light. Changsik planted his feet and stared in disbelief. A power strong enough to stop an avalanche felt indestructible, and he had never imagined something like it existed. Learning Mr. Xinyan came from Morium was shocking too, but something else bothered him even more. He drew his long blade and demanded to know who these people were to threaten them. The master glanced at his fingers, snapped, and calmly said there was too much noise. Nothing was beyond his command. Changsik instantly frowned and widened his eyes. Che clutched his head in anger. Looking down on him, the blonde master called the servant insolent and said he had forgotten the vow to give his life for him. Changsik dropped into the snow beside his comrades. He clapped once and summed it up. The master had tampered with Changsik's memories, even erased parts of them, and honestly, it was well done. From the air, the master looked at Xinyan. Xinyan answered that his Korean was surprisingly good, and the man replied that he had prepared everything for this meeting. With open disdain, the enemy introduced himself as Young Cheng, guildmaster and heir to the Heavenly Warrior. Chao smiled wider and mocked how grand that title sounded. Rolling his fists, the protagonist smirked. Now the heir knew where the Heavenly Warrior really was. Cheng smiled back through a red aura and said he wanted answers too, because MC's power was something few could ever reach. Xinyun raised a hand in front of his sister and smiled, saying admiration didn't mean Cheng was worthy of acting this bold. Yunsul, standing behind them, looked annoyed. They sounded like kids fighting. The heir of the Heavenly Warrior grinned when he saw the black monster shapes and said Cha had gone too far. A heavy blast of smoke burst out. Changsik and Yunsul shielded themselves as the blast hit, while the enemy claimed his arrogance would be his downfall. Bluebirds hovered over Xinyan as the master prepared to explain why this dungeon was called impossible to understand. The protagonist looked up sharply when he heard it involved the strongest monster, a being treated like a disaster. The blue-eyed phoenixes moved to circle him and put him in his place. Xinyan closed his eyes, reached out with magic, and realized that was why the master had dragged him to North Korea and set up all this chaos. Blue light gathered in his hand, and he decided to answer that careful setup with the same energy. He swung his glowing hand, ready to repay that kindness. A shot of light hit one phoenix. Chung bared his teeth in glee, but Cha stared in confusion at what happened after the strike. The phoenix's head was gone. Then it started growing back. The heir smiled and explained that the dungeon's monster wasn't easy to kill. As long as it still had energy, it would never die. The whole legion watched Xinyan, while he quietly thought the guy was way too excited, and this dungeon clearly wasn't impossible. He grabbed his blade and declared that nothing was impossible for him. Holding the sword out, he said he hoped the master wouldn't disappoint him. Xinyan took the sword in both hands and said his stars were shining bright. This was the polar sword. He started walking forward, swinging the blade of light as if it were part of him. The phoenixes hovered above him, ready to punish the master's enemy. They dove in to attack at once. Mei's eyes widened in excitement, while Xinyan watched with fury, mouth slightly open. Cheng frowned under his bangs when someone told him to know his place. Smiling, Chad drew his blade and said that was the point. A true sword emperor had arrived. He brought out the glowing sword and swung it. A swarm of savage phoenixes rushed straight at him. He planted his sneaker in the snow and cut through the air with clean, skilled strikes. Mei could only stare as the sword sliced through the ice crystals. Chengzik and Cheng watched in shock. The technique moved like drifting clouds, like a leaf brushing water. It was so smooth, they could almost picture the blade barely touching the surface. Xinyan and Mei both went speechless. Before she could even react, the fighter was already in front of them. Xinyan swung his demonic blade, wrapped in red aura. Cha faced them with a fierce red glare. He struck at the protective barrier with his light blade. The whole legion, even the leaders, watched the attack in shock. Mei and Xinyan looked back in panic. The sword tip had broken through, and 2/3 of their army was already gone. The legion stared at the blood spraying off to the side. Black silhouettes gathered around the crater's funnel. The legion fighters looked over, baffled. Cheng snapped his mouth open and ordered everyone to form up. The soldiers stirred at once, still watching him for the next command. The heir of the Heavenly Warrior stretched out both hands and raised red spheres. Cheng spread his fingers wide. Then he opened his palm and sent the red aura down. Xinyan raised his head and watched the red spheres fall, Swinging his blade, he smiled, and said this mix of magic and martial skill was interesting. He wanted to see everything they had. The soldiers looked up at their floating master, as he ordered the surviving archers to fill the sky with arrows, while the Golden Lion Legion got ready to hold the line. The red-masked legion glowed from the eyes. They had to carry out their lord's will. The hunter calmly sliced through the falling red energy balls. Then the Golden Lion fighters rushed him with blades, and Xinyun looked more than ready to pay each one back. Cheng glared at his strongest warriors, and told Mei to back them up with magic. Xinyun frowned the moment he heard her name. With an ironic smile, Cheng pointed out the pawn and ordered them to seize it and bring it to him. Yunxiao watched tensely as the target shifted onto her. Cha smiled while parrying a legion fighter's strike, and said he had already slowed down enough for them to aim better. Looking through his bangs, the hunter smirked, and decided he should leave a few of them alive. Then he glanced back with a demonic look, clearly amused. MC fought hard, trading flashes of light with the legion fighter, and the masked soldier could only stare in confusion. Xinyun sprang forward in a fast attack, using the first martial style. Cha shot past the black silhouettes as he attacked. He brought his blade down with a wicked smile, killing them and already wanting the next wave. Then his eyes suddenly widened. The legion had pulled out iron shields and was closing in to crush him. Their shields lit up with cross-shaped light. Mei snapped an order to fire. Light beams burst out from the shield barrier. The brunette shaded his eyes and looked ahead, saying it still wasn't much, not nearly enough. A storm of sharp arrows flew straight at him. Changsik anxiously yelled the leader's name, but his sister stayed calm. Chao stepped between the fallen arrows with ease. He reset his stance, ready to beat back the next attack, and clearly enjoying himself. Mei angrily drew her magic blade, stunned that so many attacks from high-level martial fighters still hadn't touched even a hair on him. She swung the blade and rushed in, planning to strike right after the next attack. This blow had to land. At that same moment, a black demon rose from Xinyun's silhouette. Mei looked up, suddenly hopeful. The hunter moved past her, and as she dropped to her knees, she understood she had no chance of beating him. Chang threw out his hands and yelled at his subordinate to stop holding back and attack with everything she had. The heir of the martial line glared through his bangs and realized the enemy was tearing apart their formation. Just then, Genuine rushed in from the side to strike. He reached out to grab the enemy's sister. A blue flash lit up the dark space, and Shenyun saw his sister was about to be taken right in front of him. That blue attack swallowed the whole area. Walking through the snow, the hunter tried to figure out where this bold fighter came from. After the blast, a crater was left in the snow. The hunter praised him, saying he had reached an impressive level and was the first to dare challenge him like that. Chang turned to the side, teeth clenched in fury. Shangyun desperately reached toward the girl. His hand lifted to her chin, but the brunette coldly told the furious enemy it was useless to try taking his hostage. He added that Chang was thinking too small, and after so long without any fun, it was a shame things had to end like this. Shangyun was bound in chains, coughing up blood. Even wounded and chained, he still stretched out his hand. Yunxiao and Changsik stared in shock at Xinyun's collapsed body. Chang frowned, confused that his fighter had been killed. The protagonist's demonic silhouette stood there with blades. The sword's soul had appeared. The heir of the heavenly warrior line bared his teeth, trying to understand where his opponent got the mind sword. He lifted a hand over the red sphere and realized he couldn't reach that level himself. Hovering in the air, Chang held a huge red sphere and fumed at the hunter's power. The hunter shut his eyes and sighed in annoyance, saying he had wanted to teach him a lesson since their first meeting. A rainbow flash burst in Xinyun's eye. The blonde master looked around in shock and saw blood everywhere. Then, horror hit him, as blood covered him too. Xinyun closed his eyes and picked at his ear, mocking him. He wasn't a kid anymore, so why was he crying? With a cruel smile, Xinyun pointed down and asked Zhang how long he planned to keep looking from up there. The blonde man's eyes widened through the blood. Then a violent surge of energy drove into the ground. Blade in hand, the hunter walked up to the wounded Chang and told him to look at himself and realize who he had challenged. He grabbed him by the white hair. Smiling, the hunter looked at the injured man and pointed out the gap between them. Covered in blood, Chang smiled and brought up the fable of the light lineage. He hinted that the heavenly god of war had meant him, but said the hunter was still too immature. Xinyun stared at the fighter in disbelief. The injured lord smiled darkly and said the hunter hated the heavenly god of war, but he actually liked him. The boy's shocked face showed in Cheng's pupils as the master wondered if he really thought the heavenly god of war was his true enemy. He remembered his huge master meditating, saying the world was close to collapse, and that stopping it would require the fable of the light lineage and those who returned from Murim. Still smiling with sarcasm, the blonde master asked if the hunter could really face that disaster, when he didn't even understand it. The brunette stared back coldly, and said Cheng had it wrong. They were just worms who would die before they could ever touch him. The master grabbed the hunter's outstretched hand and asked if he really thought he had only been bait from the start. Cheng squeezed his hand tight. He leaned toward the stunned opponent with a wicked smile, and said that wasn't the case. The protagonist looked around the warped space in surprise, noticing the eyes. Smiling with his severed hand, the master revealed this was demonic spirit control, a skill he had gained through long study and training. The bloody man raised one finger by his head and said the hunter should have killed him earlier. Now he needed to stand up. The brunette lowered his head, looking grim. Head down, the protagonist held his blade, while the master said his spirit was under control now, and asked how it felt to move like a puppet. Delighted, the wounded master swung his fist and said he could keep this up until death, using him as a test subject. The brunette answered with a light slap across Cheng's face. The blonde master winced from the hit. Xinyun stared at him and asked what he thought he was doing. Mei lay in the snow, trying to make sense of the strange sounds. Then she saw the protagonist slapping her master. The battered lord spat blood as the hunter told him to lift his head and stop looking down when he spoke. Bloody and furious, the heir of the heavenly warrior line demanded to know how the hunter had avoided his ability. He insisted it should have been impossible. Glowering through his bangs, the wounded lord said he couldn't accept defeat. He had come too far because he was the true heir of the heavenly god of war. Still refusing to give up, he swung at the enemy with bloodthirsty force. The fighter slapped him again. Blood flew from the lord's mouth, and Xinyun's black hand reached toward his face. Another slap landed, and the hunter kept firing off questions. The brunette stared him down through the strike. He kept slapping him from the side. Blue aura flared around the hunter as he drew back for another hit. Not caring at all about Cheng's title, the lord was sent flying back into the snow. Covered in blood, the master glared at the enemy, who was ready to keep going. Light flashed from the protagonist's eye. It was his turn now. Cheng's eyes widened at the glow. Standing over the fallen warrior with his blade, he ordered him to say everything he knew about the heavenly god of war. The wounded lord narrowed his eyes and said a crisis would soon hit this world. As images of monsters and dragons came to mind, he explained that people would be sent to Murim to stop it, and they had to find the true fable of the light line. The shining figure of the god of war dropped down. The hunter narrowed his eyes in anger. He remembered the god of war's cruel smile behind chains. Shenwen calmly asked Cheng what he meant by sending people to Murim. The wounded lord lifted his head and said many unknown people disappeared in China and North Korea, and no one cared where or how they died, as long as they died by his hand. The brunette pointed his blade at him and asked if he meant that cursed human sacrifice, then demanded the number of victims. Bruised and bloodied, the lord answered that he had killed 10,000. Shenwen's eyes went wide beneath his bangs. He opened his mouth, wanting to hear his final words. Even with one hand gone, Cheng smiled and let his head fall back. With a battered, mocking look, the lord said Shenwen should kill his sister. The hunter swung his blade at once and ended him. Shenwen declared that Cheng no longer existed from this moment on, then split his face in two. The wounded fighter remained sitting in the snow, drenched in blood. Light slashes ripped through Cheng's cloak as blood sprayed out. Glowering through his bangs, the lord realized the hunter meant to cut him into as many pieces as the people he had killed. Mei stared at the remains in horror, sweat on her brow as she watched her master die. The brunette stood there with his sword, covered in blood. Mei knelt before Shenwen and said that from now on he was her master, begging him to accept her. Tears in her eyes, the girl bowed her head and asked for help. Standing in the bloody snow with his blade, the protagonist only said it was filthy here. A month later, the students were back at their desks. At a conference, Jen Yu told the public that the inter-Korean hunter exchange had ended successfully, marking a new step in relations between North and South Korea. Yoon Xiao sat with her arms and legs crossed as another big announcement was about to begin. Hana and Min Hyuk sat at the table in suits for the news about new high-rank hunters. Yoon and Youngsuk were there too, having reached level 50. The guild leader clenched his fist in admiration and said all of it was thanks to one person. Then the protagonist was introduced, standing beside his sister and covering his face with both hands. An assistant walked up to Jinyo with bad news about Jinyo's disappearance. Sunlight filtered through the leaves as Jihei pointed out this was an official event and asked if it was really okay to skip it. Smiling, she looked at Jinyo sitting by the tree and said she had become his partner in crime, even though she had come to drag him back. She sat beside the tree and said she deserved a break after working so long. Frowning at the hunter, she pointed out he left in winter and came back in spring. Scratching his cheek, he said he had too much work and it was a pain handling everything. The hunters looked at Mei in her suit. Shine Young had left the job to his new subordinate, and wisely chose not to destroy the Heavenly War Guild shelter, since its network, information, and money were more useful. Chung-sik glanced aside at his comrade as the main character said North Korea would still need help from China and Guild Island until a new hunter society was built. Jihei smiled at the scenery, scratching the back of her head as she commented on the nice weather. Then she turned and asked the warrior if he was okay. The brunette put a hand behind his head and closed his eyes when she said that. In the end, they still learned nothing about the heavenly god of war. Cha lowered his eyes, looking a little down. He remembered Cheng and the chained god of war. Back then, his master said the world was close to ruin, and that man wasn't really his enemy. To stop it, he had to shut off his inner self and become the true light from the legend. or lose everything. As he got ready to stand and pull on his boots, the protagonist said the world's destruction and that true light from the legend had to be connected, even if a lot still didn't make sense. Then he looked up and smiled. Questions didn't matter much to him. If something stood in his way, that was reason enough to crush it. He tightened his fists and stared ahead, deep in thought. Flames and arrows tore through the wolf. After bringing it down, the archers traded looks, thinking that had to be the last monster. The commander frowned, rubbed his chin, and told the others to gather every resource they could. They started picking red crystals off the ground. While the commander worked, 2 archers took a breather. One panted that he was already out of breath and asked if their leader had some skill that could scoop up all the drops at once. Holding a red crystal, the man glanced back and said a skill that useful probably didn't exist anywhere. Then his face changed, and he suddenly yelled for everyone to watch out. Another savage wolf rushed in and attacked. He answered with a swing of his flame-covered glove. Seeing the wounded wolf, he lit up for a second, sure it was already finished. An archer's leg stepped through a portal into the clearing. More archers carrying bags came out behind their leader. He noticed the monster hadn't dropped a magic stone, and said they needed to report that as soon as they got back. A worried assistant ran up to the guild leader and said he'd gotten a call from the Chak dungeon. The man's expression hardened at once when he heard a monster's body had been found there. He thought back to Park Cha-hoon's murder. Not long after the Twilight Guild leader died, the guilds moved fast and proposed a peace deal. Kang pictured the 2 guild leaders shaking hands beneath their guild emblems. That moment became the start of the 2 guilds joining together. Later, Cha walked with the new hunters through a swarm of paparazzi, since everyone now knew who had helped them rise. Every one of them belonged to the martial arts guild. Shin Hyun raised a hand with a grin to greet the cheering crowd. His fame as a new hunter star also pushed bigger hunter exchanges with China and North Korea. MC stood there in a suit, looking at the map. The table was covered with food. He crossed his arms and made an annoyed face. Meanwhile, his sister happily ate her noodles. Cha shot her a look and asked what she even liked about that swamp-looking noodle soup. Yunsul's words struck her brother so hard it felt like he was coughing up blood. She explained that she never had a warm family growing up, so she used to dream about eating together like this in a restaurant. She had always envied families who sat at one table smiling. She looked bothered by the grin on her brother's face when he told her to order anything she wanted. Leaning on the table, he smiled and said they could do this more often. The moment he called them a family, his sister blushed, tears filling her eyes. Then he suddenly pulled out his phone. One look made him freeze. He set his hands on the table and said something urgent had come up, so he had to leave first. Yunsul stared in shock as her brother teleported away. The other customers turned toward their table after he vanished. Still clutching her fork, Yunsul panicked. He'd told her to buy whatever she wanted, then ran off and left her there. A scream burst out of the cafe and carried down the street. After that, Shin Young could barely be called a brother. The elevator display showed it going down. Cha looked back at Jihye, who said he still hadn't seen the lab. He answered that she probably hadn't wanted to show it to outsiders anyway. As they moved down the hall, she explained that magic research was usually kept highly secret. Still, none of that mattered right now. Walking beside him, Jihye led him to a large box and said that was why she had called him. She reached for the lid and opened it, revealing the frozen body of an injured wolf. Cha pointed at it with clear disgust while she explained it was a wolf monster from the Jungye-do dungeon. What puzzled him was how it had gotten out. As Jihye shut her eyes, she said that wasn't the main issue. The monster hadn't dropped a magic stone. The protagonist kept his eyes on the frozen corpse. Holding the box, Jihye said she figured he might not know about this, so she wanted to show him just in case. With a faint grin, Cha asked why she seemed so worried. Still looking at the wolf's frozen head, he asked for the dungeon's coordinates and said access to the area should be blocked for now. Jihye looked at him in surprise and realized he wanted to check it himself. MC gave a cold smile and said things would be clearer once he saw it in person. Until then, no one should go near that place. In New York, an assistant stood before a gentleman, looking over the city, and reported that the rising number of monsters could leave their country short on mana stones, causing major economic trouble. The blond man kept his gaze on the night skyline and asked about Northeast Asia. The assistant said they were dealing with the same kind of problems there too. Looking down at the tablet, the aide added that the guilds in those countries were working closely together, so there was still hope of finding a solution. The lord then turned and asked whether he should go there himself. The shining-haired gentleman looked back at his assistant and said China was vast. If the talent he wanted existed anywhere, it might be there. A wolf lifted its nose to the air, while the rest of the pack rested nearby. Cha stood with his hands behind his back, watching them. He stepped to the edge and prepared to jump, wondering if he should wipe them all out in one move. The wolves looked up and spotted a figure flying above them. He flicked 2 glowing fingers. In an instant, every monster was sliced apart by beams of light from his hand. Shengyun reached his hand down. He bent over to gather the crystals, muttering about how many more he'd need to break before finding the right one. his back already hurt from picking up so many stones. Then a portal opened behind him, and his mood changed at once. For a second, he even thought maybe he'd find some skill in there to collect monster stones faster. Sparks and flashes of light crackled through the air. He stuffed the crystals into his pocket and watched the glow, realizing it looked like the foggy dungeon, though the color and aura weren't quite the same as before. Cha remembered Cheng and the chained heavenly god of war, saying the world was nearing disaster, and that the door to ascension had to be opened to go beyond human limits. Glancing to the side, he guessed this might be the disaster that Dead Enemy had warned about. He watched the crackling light, sure something was about to come out. A wolf's paw pushed through first, then a savage monster emerged from the portal. Cha swung his hand and struck the monster cleanly. Its head flew off at once. The severed head dropped onto the clearing. The protagonist looked aside, stunned. He held a hand near his chest over the corpse, and realized this creature was different from the others. A small smirk crossed his face under his bangs, as he understood this kind of monster had been around the whole time. Staring at the crack in the portal, he wondered what lay beyond it, and whether the heavenly warrior had known. He pictured the dark smile on that chained brunette's face, pinned in chains. That man had seemed to know they would meet again soon. Looking into the rift, Che guessed gods might be waiting on the other side. Xinyan slipped a hand into his pocket and moved toward the portal, deciding to enter since these corpses had to be coming from there. He reached his hand into the portal. Watching it pass through, he noted it felt like the foggy dungeon, so he needed to be careful nothing touched him. He glanced back at the wolf's body and figured out where these special monsters came from. They could cross through cracks just like dungeon entrances. Grabbing his head in frustration, he still couldn't figure out the real purpose of the monsters. Then his eye widened. He realized the dungeons they had now might be some kind of training ground. Touching his chin, he admitted it was still too early to prove anything. He'd have to keep digging. Lowering his hand, he looked up and decided to watch a little longer. Maybe someone else would find another crack, and he should also visit the island where one of the bodies had appeared. After teleporting, he landed on the ground. The fighters immediately rushed over to greet their leader. Kim Ha-jun, head of the Tamna Guild in Jeju, smiled with his eyes closed and asked the master how he'd been since it had been so long. Cha narrowed his eyes at the guild master and said he was doing fine. The man was drenched in sweat and breathing hard, and Xinyan could tell things had not been easy for him lately. He even looked ashamed. A moment later, he dropped to his knees before the master. Ha-jun clung to MC's leg and reminded him there were already 6 high-ranked dungeons on the island, and now a 7th had appeared. Cha grabbed the pest's face, thinking it was strange that the anomalies had suddenly stopped showing up. He remembered May's report. Since the second half of last year, dungeon anomalies had been happening in China too. Over the phone, she added that most people just blamed mutation and didn't think much of it. Xinyan stared at the phone as May said she'd contact him again if she learned more. He looked aside, then realized he had to solve this fast. Pulling his leg free, he asked if they'd actually brought trustworthy people this time. Hejin remembered introducing the others and bowing to the protagonist, swearing he'd only gathered people he trusted most. Xinyan gave a small grin and said he believed him. Then he stamped the ground. Pointing at the portal, Chad told them he was going in first. He glared at the dark funnel, planning to take whatever he could before more monster corpses came out. His eyes stayed fixed on the portal. Inside, he found a pack of savage monsters. A moment later, he killed every striped beast. He raised a hand and watched red crystals form. Cha glanced at the excited Ha-jun, who could barely believe even a top hunter could wipe them out that fast. Fog spread through the trees. He folded his arms, then spotted another crack in the portal, and realized it had grown. The brunette turned toward a fighter shouting behind him. Ha-jun pointed at the portal in panic, unable to understand what he was seeing. In horror, he asked what that thing was. The main character frowned, shocked that Ha-jun could see the crack too. Then every fighter reacted the same way, saying they all saw it, and it was spreading into larger fractures. He lifted a hand with vortex magic and realized he wasn't the only one who could see them now. Cha fired sharp crystals into the crack. He kept his hand aimed at the funnel as the crystals scattered apart. Hejun shouted that the magic had gone right through it. Elsewhere, a portal sat in the training dungeon at Mount Chak. A group of fighters sat watching a screen until one of them started complaining that he was hungry. The brunette leaning by the wall offered him some dried meat, but he turned it down. The guy got up and stretched, saying they still had to guard the dungeon for another month, and hoping he wouldn't get rusty. Another fighter shot the blonde a sly grin and joked that maybe he'd manage it, if he quit messing around elsewhere. Suddenly, the TV flickered and switched on by itself. Everyone turned to it, trying to figure out what was going on. A blank-faced blonde appeared on the screen and said they hadn't called this blessing a blessing for nothing. People all over the city saw the same girl, who said they had not been taking this seriously. Jihai stared at her laptop in shock as the girl went on, saying everything so far had also been humanity's fate. The townspeople looked up at the giant screen as the blonde said humanity could either keep putting things off and hope someone handed them salvation, or face this nightmare. The hunters stood before the dead screen in stunned silence. They nervously looked at each other and guessed it was the goddess's voice. One of them had heard that same voice back at Hunter Academy. Then a knock sounded at the door, and they all turned toward it. One hunter slammed his heel against the floor, and the group rushed outside toward the sound. A guy froze in horror, eyes wide. Small monsters were leaping over the fence, and he thought he had to be seeing things. The curly blondes and the brunette stared at the attack in shock. They ran out of the container and saw feral rabbits breaking out of the dungeon. Then a savage wolf came through the portal. Shin Hyun stood with the tense fighters and saw it too. Looking through his bangs, he realized the beast had come from the crack, and the dungeon's normal rules were falling apart. The wolf lashed out with its paw, but the hero instantly caught it by the neck, knowing he had to survive. Sweating, the others watched him hold the monster and wondered if this wasn't a foggy dungeon after all. With a smile, the main character knocked the wolf out and said it was a foggy dungeon. Something had just gone wrong. The fighters kept their eyes on the unconscious wolf, deciding to preserve it for research. The brunette studied the glowing crack. Soul blades began to appear in front of him. A bright beam flashed past his head, and the blades drove into the crack. He watched in surprise as another beam struck a yellow window. A system message appeared. Attack is prohibited. Shine Yum stared at the notice, then read the rest with caution. Humanity was not ready yet, and until he crossed the final line, he must not interfere with that power. As the yellow messages faded, the brunette realized these were enemies his soul sword couldn't affect. He tilted his head with a faint smirk and understood he still had more room to grow. With that thought, he stepped through the crack, deciding this was enough for now. At a press conference, the guild leader sat beside Jae-hee in front of the reporters. Both of them stayed calm as they watched the situation unfold. The tired brunette introduced himself as the leader of Guild Dom. Resting a hand on the table, he said that before anything else, he wanted to sincerely apologize. He and the girl bowed their heads together. He explained that bloodthirsty pterodactyls had attacked the city after the newly discovered dungeon breakthrough phenomenon, causing massive damage across the country. Some hunters still managed to bring the pterodactyls down, but mutant monsters were also found, ones that left no mana stones after death. The news warned that if these creatures kept increasing, a huge economic crisis could follow, and now the whole world was watching. Jinyo recalled shaking hands with another guild leader, and said Korea was quickly building ties with foreign guilds so they could work together on the problem. Then Jinyo looked at the reporters and said they would end the conference there, thanking everyone for coming. The journalists immediately burst out with questions, demanding to know what he had arranged with Twilight, and whether he planned to act alone. Ji-hye followed the departing leader as more questions came flying. Would hunters be blamed for refusing to protect civilians? As they turned the corner, they spotted the protagonist. Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, he thanked the guild leaders for their hard work. Ji-hye's eyes widened. He had said himself that he wouldn't be able to come today. Jino looked confused by the warrior's grin, and Chao told him he'd gotten an interesting offer. The protagonist Shin-hyun smiled, turned his head, and explained that he'd been invited to a meeting in China. He cracked the door open and started inside. In the cafe, he found Mei already waiting at the table. She looked nervous and a little embarrassed. The brunette pulled out a chair and sat down. Studying her face, he asked why she had called him here so urgently. Sweating, Mei clasped her hands and shyly asked for a favor. She wanted him to represent China in negotiations with the United States. He couldn't see why he should. Lowering her eyes, Mei explained that China currently had no hunter who could represent them. Cha rose from his seat when she added something even worse. The hunter coming was Alex Winchester, the strongest hunter in the world. He turned away, waved her off, and said if she was just going to keep talking nonsense, he was leaving. Mei broke into a sweat and grit her teeth. Jumping up, she blurted out that they would give Korea favorable rights. The main character pressed his lips together. Then he looked back with a smile and asked what kind of advantages she meant. Still worried, she explained that whether it was shared intel, negotiation gains, or future cooperation, China would split the benefits with South Korea. Shin-hyun touched his chin and thought it was a solid offer, one he could use well. Touching his chest with 2 fingers, he gave her a sly look and said he'd do it. Jin-ho and Ji-hye watched the smirking hunter with concern, as he explained that this was why he'd be going to China for a while. Later, Mei sat on a sofa beside a gentleman. Looking worried, she told the brunette that Alex had asked for a private meeting. She introduced the blonde and his assistant, explaining that Alex wanted to meet a famous hunter like him with only a secretary or deputy present. The protagonist looked at her in disbelief, guessing that made him the secretary, even though it should have been the other way around. His eyes widened. Mei tilted her head in confusion at Shin-hyun's grin, while he said this might actually be fun. He glanced at the sofa and said she'd get it once she met him in person. Then the hunter stepped into the room. Alex came in with his secretary and introduced himself. He then pointed to Barbara Allen, his secretary. Cha Shin-hyun folded his arms on the sofa and introduced Mei as his temporary secretary. Confused by that grin, Alex asked why a Korean hunter was here. MC simply said he had business. Standing beside the sofa with Barbara, Alex said he wanted to speak with China's representative and asked if they were fine with someone from another country speaking for them. May and he brushed it off. If he didn't want to be here, he never would have come, so Alex sat down and accepted it. Crossing his legs, he got straight to it. They were all worried about dungeon breakthroughs. He said every country might face it differently, but once monsters stop working as a kind of clean fuel, major economic trouble will hit. May lowered her head and agreed. Then Alex said they may have already found a solution. That made May look up right away. Alex raised his hands and clarified that it was still a theory, but a strong one, and recent research would make things clearer. May replied that was nowhere near enough to call it the answer. Watching them carefully, she asked why they had really come. With a grin, Alex said China's real strength was turning theory into reality, and hunters like that were rare. He pointed at May and said people like her were exactly why he came. As he started to rise, Alex reminded them of his request. He wanted to meet a hunter on his level, and he believed China had one. Closing his eyes as heat flared around him, he said there was no point pretending they didn't know. They were all graduates of that place. May froze, realizing he meant Murim. At that point, Cha Shin-hyun decided to step in too. Alex turned to him in surprise, while the protagonist figured out he was looking for people who had returned from there. With a grin, MC said it'd be a shame to leave him out. He closed his eyes and held out a hand to the stunned Alex. He knew the man was shocked, but he was tired of that reaction. Hiding power was easy, so Alex should stop asking dumb questions. Alex touched his chin and admitted he hadn't met many people with power that resonated like this. Still wary, he added that the gap in strength sounded a bit unpleasant. Hand on his waist, Alex asked where he could see Cha Shin-hyun's skills. If he was strong enough, being from Korea wouldn't matter. Smiling with his arms crossed, the protagonist told May to prepare the nearest dungeon. Soon, they headed out to test him. Facing Alex in the field, MC said they could test him, because Alex wasn't in any position to judge him. Alex leaned forward politely, and said he should introduce himself properly. Placing a hand on his chest as red demonic energy rose, he said that in Murim he was called the Heavenly Demon. Smirking at the faint red glow, Cha Shin-hyun joked that Americans really did end up in wild places. Then asked why Alex left Murim. Walking toward him, Alex said it was the only place where people of color weren't looked down on. Raising his darkened hand, he explained that he climbed from the bottom by killing everyone beneath him. That was the way of a demonic cult. He just shrugged. Usually the villain came first trying to kill him, and that only made hitting back more satisfying. With an amused grin, he beckoned Alex forward and said he'd give him only 3 tries. The heavenly demon bared his teeth, clearly not enjoying that polite mockery. He burst forward at once. Alex threw a punch, but Cha Shin-hyun caught it. He stopped the fist with one hand, then the protagonist brushed aside the next strike. Alex lifted his heel, preparing a kick. Before he could swing, he got hit instead. Cha Shin-hyun drove in a punch. Alex barely got his elbow up to block it. He answered with a slash-like strike, fingers stretched out. MC Shin-hyun dodged it cleanly. Smiling, he raised a glowing hand. The next blow landed hard and sent Alex flying back. Even in the air, the heavenly demon wore an angry grin. He flipped and landed on his feet. Grabbing his head with a smile, Alex finally understood Cha Shin-hyun's confidence. He never expected to meet someone this strong. He stretched out a hand and said that, for negotiations at least, the test had satisfied him. Then, frowning under his demonic aura, the heavenly demon said it would be a shame to stop now, and asked if he had ever heard of a heart index. A black beam of energy flashed past the protagonist's shoulder. He looked over, surprised. Alex closed his eyes with a smile, and said he'd done that on purpose, just to prove he was serious. Cha Shin-hyun grabbed his head, realizing the demon still didn't get it. Blue aura rose around his hand as he told Alex not to boast about sword skill in front of him. Resting a hand at his belt, he said this was what real sword mastery looked like. MC Shin-hyun stared ahead through his bangs. A moment later, Alex was on one knee before him. He wore a battered smile. Looking up at the laughing Cha Shin-hyun in pain, Alex asked to be executed on the spot. He took his hand and replied with dry irony that since the demon had come to his senses, the executioner should show mercy. Then the protagonist Shin-hyun asked him to explain his idea for solving the monster problem. Alex stood there, worn out and gloomy. Finally, he said the answer was mana stones. He proposed that monsters had something like an inner core. Cha Shin-hyun looked stunned as he pictured it. As Alex reached into his pocket, MC crossed his arms and asked if he meant a crystallized mass of energy built up over hundreds of years. Alex pulled out a red crystal and said that by Murim standards, yes. The process and nature were different, but the core idea was the same. They held monster energy. Scratching his ear, he told him to get to the point. With dark aura around him, the heavenly demon raised a finger and said an inner core could be made from mutant corpses. Puzzled, Cha Shin-hyun said that sounded like pulling a soul from a dead body. Staring at the crystal, he heard Alex insist there was nothing strange about it. The protagonist Shin-hyun recalled martial arts that absorb energy, like the green-blooded kind. He guessed it might be some sort of draining technique. Both of them looked uneasy as MC wondered who else could come up with an idea like that, if not a demon. Alex quickly defended himself, saying not all demons were evil. Smiling, Chao Xinhyun threw an arm around him and said it was time to head back and make the deal. Back in the room, they got right to business. Sitting beside Mei, he said he personally agreed to work with the United States on this. Mei stared at his smile in confusion, but he told her not to worry. Everything would be fine. Looking over the paper, Alex moved to summarize the agreement. As Chao Xinhyun and the blushing Mei listened, he said the profits would be split evenly between both sides. Mei lit up when he added that China and Japan could get exclusive development rights. The protagonist Xinhyun started laughing. While Mei grew nervous, she realized the supplier could cut them off any time. She lowered her head, upset, while he kept laughing because that meant he could keep control over her. Alex closed his eyes and promised he would meet all their demands as best he could. Then the heavenly demon held out his hand and reminded them that everything depended on the deal succeeding. With a sly smile, Cha Xinhyun shook his hand and accepted. After that, they traveled to a secret base in San Francisco. The two hunters walked down a huge corridor. Alex glanced back with a smile, as the curious MC noted this was no normal lab. It was the biggest one in the western United States. A door opened ahead, and Alex said he hated the word fragile in production, so he built this place to be tough. Inside was a black machine shaped like a printer. Alex called it a mana stone extractor. Alex put his hand on it and said the first step was simple: touch the machine and draw in its energy. A blue light flared, sending mana into his hand. Then a small glowing orb dropped out, an artificial insert he made himself. Xinhyun eyed the orb carefully, while Alex said everything was going well so far. Cha pointed at it with disgust and said a dead monster couldn't hold energy like a human. If it were alive, maybe, but not like this. Alex only gave a sly smile, and Xinhyun snapped that this was exactly what he wanted explained. He pulled his companion close and asked if he'd ever been to Shaolin, then answered for him, since heavenly demons don't go there. Frowning, he said this felt like making a Shaolin Taoist-style group. Then his eyes suddenly widened. Fixing his collar with a crooked grin, he realized he was starting to understand. Cha grabbed Alex by the shoulder and asked again if he'd ever been to Shaolin. Alex calmly replied that heavenly demons don't go there. Still stunned, the protagonist said this was like raising a bird in a cage, basically creating a Shaolin Taoist group. Then it finally clicked for him. His eyes went wide, and Xinhyun grinned, saying he must have figured it out. Cha held up a golden bead. With a serious look, he asked the worried pair what they thought about artificial essence, then pointed out that Murim already had a technique like this. Xinhyun brought up a monk and said the best-known case came from the Great Shaolin Temple. Alex looked confused, then asked if this was how the Great Energy Pill was made. He admitted he barely knew, since he never cared much about political factions. MC gave a faint grin and said it wasn't a bad idea. Then Alex asked where he even got such a method. Smiling wide, Alex asked if he could call someone in for a few minutes. When Xinhyun asked who, he said it was the prototype's creator, a level 70 craftsman, a returnee, and the only one in America. A smiling man stepped in and introduced himself as Tyron Wilson. He was craftsman Tyron Wilson. Tyron set a carrier on the table and said he brought what Alex asked for. Cha leaned toward it and said it was time to get serious. He pulled out a small monster and sent blue aura into it. As his energy wrapped around the creature and lifted it up, he explained this was magic. The magic started breaking the monster down. Xinhyun said he had made a few changes, and soon a small core appeared. He shut his eyes and kept working on the core. He clenched it in his fist and muttered that maybe because it came from a monster, the energy felt nasty. Then he poured the crushed core into the special machine, adding that it still felt a bit unpleasant. A blue glow lit up inside the slot. Everyone watched in tense silence. A blue core rolled out of the machine. Cha said it was done and handed the shining core over so they could inspect it themselves. The two were stunned. Tyron lifted the orb closer and said he needed a better look. His glasses scanned the core, and he stared at the protagonist in disbelief, asking how this was possible. The protagonist asked if it was really that bad. What exactly was wrong with it? Tyron shook his head with a baffled smile and said nothing was wrong. He was shocked because it looked so much like a real mana stone that he almost doubted it was fake. Xinhyun stretched his neck and bragged that the success should be obvious. He made it himself. Tyron turned serious and said the real question now was whether anyone else could use this technique. He put his hand on the scanner and said it was clear the device needed a master who could use magic. Looking at Cha, he added that he'd have to learn a changed absorption technique first. MC crossed his arms and said he didn't mind teaching it, but there was one problem. The others asked what. With a nasty smile, he warned that learning from him meant going through a lot of pain. Then he asked if they were ready to grit their teeth and endure it. A week later, the battered craftsman stared ahead and said they could finally do it now. Using magic, he lifted the monster over his head. Then he crushed the formed core in his hand. After that, he poured it into the machine. A new stone rolled out. They stared at the sphere in surprise. Then both of them broke into happy smiles. Alex shouted that they did it. It worked. Beaming, he told Che the technique was insane, and he still couldn't believe Tyron learned it in just a week. He gave the craftsman a sly grin and said violence is the fastest teacher. He headed for the exit with a wave and said that was it, time to go back to Korea. The others asked if he was leaving already. They stared at him in surprise as he repeated that he was going home. Cha turned back with a bloodthirsty smile and warned that if they touched his share, he'd kill both of them. They answered with stiff, nervous smiles. The room was lit by a fancy chandelier. Jihye smiled at the protagonist and asked why he came back so soon. Yoon-sol gave her brother a cold look and said they hadn't seen him since he abandoned them. MC smiled awkwardly and said work kept him busy. Jihye leaned toward the angry girl and reminded her they still had to report everything to Shin-hyun. Cha looked confused and asked what exactly they needed to report. The master showed him a drawing and said it was the new symbol for their martial arts guild, asking if it looked good. He studied it and said it wasn't bad. The pink-haired girl complained that that was all he had to say after she spent days thinking it over, then shot him an annoyed look. Yoon-sol watched them with a sarcastic smile. The others turned embarrassed when the brunette asked what was wrong with them and why they were acting so familiar. She stepped closer and said she wouldn't even call him by name. They weren't friends. The master gave a small smile and asked if she could call him Shin-hyun. Sha smiled back and said she could do whatever she wanted, though he was used to it by now. Then everyone's attention shifted to the door. Someone said there was urgent business, and the master told him to come in. A worried assistant entered and reported that more than 3 kinds of monsters had been found in the Teak-beak dungeon. The pink-haired girl looked shocked and asked if anything else had happened besides the dungeon break. Shay turned in surprise and asked if new monsters were coming out of the rift. Holding a tablet, the assistant said he wasn't sure yet, but one strange thing stood out, a powerful vibration inside the dungeon. Jihye asked what kind of vibration. He said every hunter who went in complained of a terrible headache. Alarmed, the pink-haired girl said that had never happened before, and declared she was going too. The protagonist grabbed her hand and told her to stop. The master looked at Shin-hyun in surprise when he said he'd go instead. She asked if he really meant it. Sha frowned and wondered if a goddess was involved. The master frowned at him, while Shin-hyun guessed it might be a heavenly warrior. MC thrust out his hand and blasted the monsters with magic. Their chopped-up bodies were scattered around him. Wiping blood off his cheek, he muttered about what was wrong with these dungeons. These beasts kept trying to break out. Standing near the spatial crack, he wondered if this was what the goddess meant by her second revelation. As he stepped across the ground, he said that after raiding the dungeon, monsters would start appearing at random. Nervously, he added that this could be a sign of the goddess's favor, or a warning of disaster. Then, he narrowed his eyes. Dark human shapes appeared behind the crack. A group of hunters emerged from the fog. Hana looked at the leader in surprise, and asked when he got to Jeju Island. Facing each other, the priest asked if he was here because of the fog dungeon too. The leader looked confused and asked what she meant by Jeju Island. Thinking of the monsters and beasts around them, he asked, wasn't this more than mixed monsters? Were the dungeons themselves mixed together too? Che stared ahead with a deep frown. The forest was covered in thick fog. Jeju Island's fog dungeon. Standing before them, he said he came to check the dungeon anomaly, but somehow ended up in the Teak-beak dungeon. Hana asked if that was in Gangwon-do, and Minhyuk wondered how they could meet this far apart, and what was going on. They all looked at one another, confused. The assassin called it complete nonsense, and the protagonist asked what happened to their dungeon. The assassin said the dungeon looked bigger than before. They moved forward after placing a flag at the gate. It was a red flag at a blue gate. Minhyuk looked back uneasily, and said that now both the gate and the flag were gone, only a crack remained. Che stared at him and asked if the gate had really vanished. The assassin said yes, and that was why they couldn't go back. The protagonist stared ahead, thinking there should only be one gate in this dungeon. He turned to the others and said the dungeon and the gate he used were probably still there. First, they needed to get out. Staying alive came first. The group looked relieved. Hana then asked what he was going to do. With a big smile, the leader said he'd try to break through the crack. Then his face turned serious. This had to be more than just 2 dungeons merging. The protagonist stood by the crack. Looking up, he noticed mutant creatures coming through it. It seemed like some kind of passage, and he wondered where it led. His eyes widened. A monster's hand holding a spear came out of the crack. More flying monsters with spears climbed through. The magician gave a nasty grin and asked what that thing was. It was a huge lizard wearing armor. The monster glared at the protagonist and warned him to move if he wanted to live a few seconds longer. The hunter stared back, confused. He'd never seen a talking lizard before. Blood dripped from his fingers as Alex stood with a dead monster behind him. Later, sitting at his laptop, he explained that similar dungeons had started merging. Frowning, he said he rushed to Hawaii as soon as he got the report. The sky demon looked up and said that was unexpected. Flying lizards filled the sky, and he wondered if they were some new kind of monster. One lizard studied him and said it didn't know higher beings lived here. The blonde froze in surprise. They had just spoken to him. He asked if they were still just animals. The creature fired back, asking if he understood what it was saying. The demon smiled a little and said, more or less, and he hadn't expected them to talk either. As they faced off, the monster asked what was going on and why they could understand each other. Alex replied that they weren't like normal monsters. The fighter looked puzzled and asked what he meant. Alex pointed to the giant scorpion and said those were monsters, the things crawling out of the crack they came from. The lizard got annoyed and asked how he dared compare them to those beasts. Alex just smirked, saying it was impressive that a monster could talk. The creature drew its sword and said he'd tried speaking like a reasonable man, but that was pointless. Swinging his blade, he decided lower beings weren't worth listening to. The hunter opened his spatial storage and said that settled it. This was definitely a monster. He pulled out his weapon, ready to strike. The lizards aimed their weapons at him, mocking his blade as a toothpick. The blonde shot back that he'd pierced someone's forehead with chopsticks before, and those weren't even sharp. A red aura rose from the demon. The lizard looked at him, confused. Then he stretched out an arm and told his allies to stay back. A moment later, he charged, shouting that he'd kill him. Alex swung at the fighter. At once, he realized the guy was strong. Their clash exploded. Alex leaped aside. The fighter chased after him with another swing. The demon caught it with his blade. The lizard attacked again. This time, the hit blasted the hunter away. The lizard flew up and rushed him. Alex blocked the sword, baring his teeth as he realized he couldn't win with raw strength alone. He stopped another strike. Landing on the ground, Alex heard the lizard say that if this was his best, he was finished. The demon shot him a hard glare. He raised his blade, and an energy sword formed above his head. The monster looked confused and asked what he was doing, saying there was no point in fighting. The hunter answered with a slash aimed at the enemy's neck. The lizard dropped to the ground headless. The other monsters watched in fear. Then they all charged him. The blonde cut through them with a storm of slashes. After that, he drove his sword into the ground. The lizards crashed down in the dust. Leaning on his blade, the blonde let out a heavy sigh. He shut his eyes and muttered that he should have kept one alive. Seeing the severed head on the ground, the hunter thought there was no way to hold one down safely without using his sword. He admitted even this was a bit much for him, but if other hunters ran into them, it would turn into a massacre. Alex flicked the blood off his sword. Frowning, he said he needed to tell the executioner first. Back in the foggy dungeon, one lizard knelt with his dead allies behind him. It looked up at the hunter and asked why they couldn't settle this by talking. The protagonist gave a cold smile and said that sounded rich coming from the bastard who attacked first. The lizard nodded fast and admitted it was their fault. The protagonist said that's how it should have been from the start, then asked who they were. The monster said they carried the blood of the first great dragon and called themselves Dragon Wings. Cha said he wasn't impressed. The creature went on, saying they had been cast out of their home and were searching for a new place to live. Closing his eyes, he said they never expected to meet someone as strong as him, and fighting him would only hurt them more. The Dragon Wing stepped closer and suggested skipping pointless conflict and speaking directly to his lord. The protagonist crossed his arms and watched him carefully. The lizard man said a man of his level deserved a face-to-face meeting. With a smirk, the protagonist asked if they barged in, caused trouble, and now wanted mercy. The Dragon Wing turned his head aside and said he had nothing more to add. Cha narrowed his eyes, thinking killing him now would be too easy. The lizard man kept staring, while MC decided that leaving him alive might help him get more information later. He closed his eyes and folded his arms, saying he needed to check one thing first. The monster asked what he meant. One of the hunter's eyes lit up as he asked if everything he'd said was true, using a lie detector. Alex closed his eyes and smirked, telling the executioner he understood the situation, but this wasn't the time or place to be meeting a girl. The executioner frowned and said she was the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. The blonde said he knew, and also knew they were pretty close. Spreading his arms, he said he'd let that slide because he came for a different reason. Looking into the laptop camera, he said that last night in the Hawaiian dungeon, he ran into a strong monster, and there were many more like it. Everyone sat in the conference room to talk about the dungeon. The protagonist looked down and said he let one go on purpose, so now they could only wait. That winged bastard might come back for him. The others stared at their leader in shock. Jae-hee looked down uneasily and said that sounded bad. The protagonist frowned and said there was worse. He showed them the dark image of a horned man and said this was the lord the Dragon Wing mentioned. Mei looked confused and said that if this lord was real, then the Dragon Wings must have some kind of group or order. The leader agreed and added that they were very strong, maybe even stronger than humans. If they tried moving onto land, that would be a huge problem. Alex let out a heavy sigh and called it a disaster. The mage looked at the group and said that's why he left one alive. There might still be a chance to negotiate. The executioner gave a faint smile and said they should use that chance to their advantage. The group nodded, and the deputy said it was a good plan. Smiling at the monitor, the demon told the executioner it wasn't a bad idea. For now, he'd stay in Hawaii, where the Dragon Wings had already shown up, and if stronger ones came for revenge, he'd help deal with them. The leader waved him off and told him to be careful. The demon said they could count on him, and the executioner agreed. A bright light shone from the ceiling. The protagonist sat across from the deputy leader and called out to her. She looked surprised as Xinyun asked what she thought about temporarily changing the rules for hunters. The pink-haired girl asked what kind of change. With a small smile, the mage said fewer monsters were appearing now, so instead of sending top hunters to wipe them out, she should send them into high-level dungeons to train and get stronger. Zhihai brightened and said that would help the hunters grow stronger, but she asked what they'd do about the island. What if something happened after he pulled away all the high-level hunters? The deputy looked surprised. The executioner told her not to worry because they would stay with them. She asked if that meant they were going too. The main character smiled wide and said, to put it simply, they should do their best to stay close together at all times. Jaehae looked away, embarrassed, and asked why he was saying that so suddenly. Was he asking them to live together? Xinyun replied that he didn't say that, though it was worth thinking about. The pink-haired girl stared at him, shocked, and asked if he really meant living together. He brushed it off and told her to relax. He wasn't interested like that. Jaehae frowned and asked what his real plan was. With a grin he held out his hand and said they should work together until the dragon wings were dealt with. Since no one knew what was coming, staying close was the safest move. The deputy smiled in relief and said she was in. He turned away with a sly smile and muttered that she'd understand him soon enough. The girl hugged herself nervously, and Cha Shin-hyun quickly said he never meant anything like that. A few days later, they moved through a dungeon wrapped in fog. The girls glanced around as Jaehae admitted it was her first time there, and she could barely see. The sniper, who had been there before, asked why they came. The executioner stopped and said he brought them there on purpose. The girls looked over in surprise, and Cha Shin-hyun said he wanted them to see it for themselves. His face turned serious. Then he brought up images of Chang, Alex, and the lizard. He explained that Chang was from China, Alex from America, and now the dragon wings were getting stronger too. If the strongest kept growing, they had to grow faster or fall behind. The girls smiled with confidence, and the sniper asked what they needed to do. He raised one finger and told them both to attack him at once. Grinning, he added that if even one hit landed, he'd admit they were strong. The offer made the sister blush, while Jaehae looked a little uneasy. The pink-haired girl said that even together, hitting him would be hard. Still relaxed, the executioner said he didn't care. A dark aura poured out of him, and a spirit rose behind his back as he told them to come at him for real. The girls exchanged a quick look. Jaehae and Inshao sprang apart at the same time. The pink-haired girl rushed straight at him. Cha Shin-hyun caught her blade between his fingers and said it was too slow. The deputy gritted her teeth, upset because she'd swung with all her strength. Arrows shot in from behind him. He blocked them with his spiritual sword. Inshao stomped in frustration, complaining that it was unfair since he wasn't even using his hands. He just smiled and said unfair fights were what made people stronger. She clenched her fist, still angry, and reminded him he'd thrown her aside the other day, without even apologizing. Glowering at him, she said she needed to slap him for that. The training kept going inside the foggy forest. Later, the girls were flat on the ground, and the brunette cursed that he wasn't even sweating. He really wasn't human. Jaehae smiled and said it was still a great chance. She never thought her level would rise this much so fast, and the brunette agreed she'd grown a lot too. The pink-haired girl smiled at Yunso and said that even though they'd both be busy, she really liked spending time with her. Standing with his back to them, the male lead said he was glad they were getting along and had rested enough. Then he looked over with a wicked grin and told them training was starting again. A week later, Jaehae dragged herself along behind him and asked how they survived a whole week of this. Cha Shin-hyun said it was worth it. Just then, an assistant rushed up and called out to them. Looking terrified, the man said Hawaii had sent a distress call an hour ago. Everyone turned to him, suddenly tense. Alex gave a nervous smile. Surrounded by lizards, he realized the executioner wouldn't reach him anytime soon. He glanced at his opponent and nervously asked if they could settle this with a fair duel. The brunette repeated the report with worry. Hawaii's call for help had come in an hour earlier. The group listened carefully as the assistant explained that over a dozen dungeons in Hawaii had linked together. He clenched his fist and added that the earthquake damage and several cracks opening at once had already pushed most hunters past their limit. Horrified, the protagonist looked at the brunette as she said Mr. Alex was alone there now. He asked if Alex was really by himself. The dragon wing leveled his spear at Alex and said he had one question. With the spear at his chin, Alex swallowed hard. The lizard asked about the relatives who came there recently and never returned. Did he know anything? Alex stared at the creature, confused, while it said he obviously did. The monster glared at him and said his conscience shouldn't bother him. Their deaths were tied to Alex somehow, so he would pay for it. The monsters all aimed their spears at him as purple aura flared around them. The blonde knocked one spear aside with his hand. A bloody aura burst from him as he glared back and asked how they dared threaten him. The demon's eyes widened in fury. A black-red aura spread out around the lizards. The monster dug its claws into the ground. Then it bared its fangs and let its own aura surge. Taking a fighting stance, the dragon wing admitted Alex wasn't bad. Their clash exploded, kicking up smoke and dust. The dust rolled across the ground. Alex shielded his face from the sand. The lizard rose into the air and said this was actually getting funny. Wrapped in purple aura, it opened its mouth and told the others not to interfere. It would catch this rat itself. The other dragon wings nodded. Staring Alex down, the monster told him to show what he could do. Alex smiled in anger and asked why it thought it could threaten him. Was a branch really a danger to a tree? He pulled out his blade from storage while glaring at the lizard. The creature demanded to know what he said, and Alex told it to shut up. Then he launched forward and swung, telling it to stand still while he took its head. The monster raised its spear, lightning crackling around it. Alex's eyes widened. Was this thing a mage too? The lizard aimed its weapon at him. A pillar of purple energy blasted toward Alex. He braced his blade in front of him and blocked. Noting that this attack was stronger than the last one, annoyed, Alex glanced at the other lizards and wondered why they all looked down on him. A sly grin crossed his face. This might be worth trying. As the mage spun its spear, Alex decided this was the moment to catch it off guard. He fired back with a red slash that cut through the spell. The strike severed the lizard's arm. The monster shut its eyes in pain and demanded to know how he dared. Alex rushed in again, furious. His enemy opened its mouth, formed a magic circle, and ordered him to stop. Alex bared his teeth, confused by the command, then slammed to the ground as the lizard used pressure. A crushing force pinned him down. The dragon wing stepped on his hand. With a terrifying aura, the monster said Alex had forced it to use dragon power on something as empty and small as him. It raised a hand and formed a purple sphere, saying the only thing left now was for Alex to die. Alex shut his eyes as a purple blade appeared near his head. A moment later, he looked down in surprise, realizing he hadn't felt anything. The protagonist had appeared and grabbed the monster's hand, glaring as he asked what it thought it was doing. He looked back at Alex and asked if he'd completely lost his mind making a mess like this. Then he kicked the lizard away when it told him not to interfere. The other monsters watched in shock. The kick sent the creature flying. The dragon wings shot into the air and rushed toward their ally. The executioner turned to Alex and asked what was wrong with him. Since when was he so polite? A blue aura wrapped around Alex's body. He stared at his own hand in disbelief and asked how Cha got there so fast. The last person he expected to appear that quickly was the executioner. The protagonist smiled and said he teleported. Alex asked why he warped in from that far away. Slowly getting up, Alex explained that the enemy had an ability, like the punishing blade, and it had called it dragon language. The protagonist stared ahead coldly and said he understood. Alex warned him to be careful and asked if he was seriously going to fight. The monsters readied themselves again. He said that if this one was stronger than Alex, it was probably above level 80, so this made sense. The dragon wing regrew its severed arm. Alex stared and said he had just cut it off. Regenerating that fast was not normal. The monsters looked at the protagonist in surprise, and Cha Xinhyun asked if they were dragons, the elite of the dragon wings. The monster nodded and said yes. From what it knew, they were the humans Martel had mentioned. Xinhyun glared at the mage and reminded it that he'd once offered to speak with its lord. Then he asked what kind of disaster they had caused here. The monster answered with arrogance, saying it had no reason to listen to someone it had already beaten. If it were up to him, he'd kill him on the spot. Flexing his fists, the executioner said this one clearly wasn't a lord like Martel, and judging by that attitude, talking was over. He waved a hand and sent a slicing attack at the monsters. Cha Xinhyun cut them in half. The remaining dragon wing watched in horror as he said one survivor was enough for a talk. The lizard dropped to the ground. It opened its mouth, formed a magic circle, and gave another order to stop. Surrounded by aura, the mage stared at him in horror, but the executioner said that command didn't work on him. With a dangerous smile, the leader clenched his fist and offered to continue the conversation physically. White clouds drifted across the sky. The monster let out a sharp scream. Shaking with fear, the lizard quickly accepted the offer and begged to be spared. Cha bared his teeth and said that without this deal, he would have killed it instantly. Then he struck the monster with magic. The hit dropped it to the ground. Alex let out a tense smile and said that was enough. Things had been rough, but he still refused to die before saying goodbye. The blonde walked over and asked what level the protagonist's martial art had reached. Was it already level 100? The protagonist just said who knows. Martial arts might not even have a limit. Looking at the dead lizards, Cha thought he always ran into fools like them and hoped the next ones would be smarter. The white-haired man asked if the lizard hadn't gone back this time, and the dragon wing confirmed it. The monster lowered its head, and the stranger said Martel had already told him. With a serious look, he said he needed to meet a man named MC Xinhyun. He told the demon they would stay here for a while and watch what happened. Until the blue rift closed, more creatures would probably keep coming out. The group looked over the lizard corpses, and the protagonist said maybe this time the dragon serving Martel would really show up. The sky demon nodded and said he hoped so, because that dragon was probably the only one they could actually talk to. MC stretched while Alex smiled at him. MC said they should make a temporary camp in the dungeon to observe the rift and rest there, and the blonde agreed to handle it. Then he pointed at the captured lizard and told him to wrap it up well. Looking at the dragon wing, the protagonist said it needed a little processing before being sent to the Inyong Guild, while the other two could be kept. Alex lit up and asked if he could really take them. MC said yes. Even cut in half, they were still great research material. Alex grabbed his hand and shook it hard, thanking him and saying they'd make excellent material. He asked, "Material?" Smiling, the blonde explained that dragon scales and bones were rare, top-quality resources, and a craftsman might be able to turn them into something useful. Arms folded, the protagonist smiled at the hunter and told him to get started. Alex wished him luck. MC shifted his footing and told him to call once the camp was ready. He headed off the other way with a smile. The blonde said he would, while he thought a strong dragon would make a good shield against other monsters. Night settled in. Cha lay on the couch while Alex sat at the table. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened, and the demon looked ahead in confusion. MC got up from the couch and asked if he felt it too. The hunter lifted his head and said yes. It felt different, heavy, and strange. Cha grinned and said they should move. It looked like they had an uninvited guest. A red net spread out above them. The rift gave off a huge amount of energy, and the demon asked what it was. He narrowed his eyes and guessed it was teleportation magic. The red net was pulled into the rift. Then a white dragon came out. It opened its mouth wide. The boys stared in surprise. The dragon landed in front of them. Then it lowered itself toward the group. Alex gave a nervous smile and said this one was different from the last three. Cha said there was no doubt about it. The dragon sat near them and, seeing their reaction, guessed they knew his kind. Then he asked if they could talk. The protagonist nodded and said of course. The monster stared at them, surprised they actually could communicate, and said he had come to meet a man named MC Shin Hian. Grinning, Cha pointed to himself and asked if he meant him. The dragon looked surprised and asked if he was really him. He said yes. The monster looked confused. If even Martel couldn't handle him, then the protagonist didn't look all that strong. MC smiled and asked if he was Altair, Martel's lord. Altair lowered his head and noted that he knew his name. The protagonist waved it off and said he'd been waiting for him too. He'd never had a dragon to talk with before. Altair turned serious and said that if MC truly was MC Shinhian, then he should know where his people were. He answered calmly that he had killed them all. They were too hostile to humans, so talk was never possible. The others looked at the dragon in surprise, but Altair said he understood. He had guessed as much when contact was lost. Closing his eyes, the dragon said he had warned them not to act rashly. Altair bowed his head and asked forgiveness for them, saying they had acted shamefully, and dragons each had their own will. Cha grabbed the blonde by the shoulder and asked why he was trying so hard to be polite, when this one had nearly gotten himself killed, charging in alone. The demon smiled awkwardly and said he had only been standing by. The only one really in danger was the protagonist. The dragon studied them and asked if they were sure they had dealt with everyone. MC folded his arms and asked why he would lie about that. Altair narrowed his eyes and said that if he really was the person Martel described, then he probably wasn't lying. Cha raised a hand and asked if Altair needed proof. Soul swords appeared above him. The blades hovered over the dragon's head. Altair looked up, confused. Then he quickly made a magic barrier. The blades surrounded him. Cha grinned and told him not to worry. The swords started fading into the air. Smiling wide, the protagonist asked if that was enough. Altair nodded. He now believed MC was truly MC and strong enough to kill dragons. Cha closed his eyes with a pleased smile, clearly satisfied. The dragon turned to Alex and said the level this world could reach was amazing, asking if everyone here was that strong. The demon explained that only he and him were unusual. If everyone were like that, the protagonist cut in with a grin and said he'd still be the strongest. Alex agreed. Altair looked up and admitted they were right. Alex crossed his arms and asked if, as the head of the dragons and the strongest among them, Altair had the authority to speak for his kind. The monster said yes. Then he opened his mouth slightly and began speaking in a strange language. A purple aura rose around him. When it faded, he was standing on human legs, and the others stared in surprise. Now in human form, Altair smiled and said the talk would take a while. Cha looked shocked and asked if he could really turn human. The white-haired man snapped his fingers and spoke that strange language again. A purple aura formed around their heads. MC frowned and asked what he had just done. The white dragon gave a small grin. A black human-shaped silhouette appeared on the rock. With its back turned, it watched them closely. Then it melted away into black mist. Altair raised a hand and told him not to worry. He had only used a translation spell to make talking easier. Che looked surprised and said that made things much easier, then asked what Martel and his men had told him. Altair closed his eyes, remembering Martel kneeling before him. Martel had warned him to be careful. He had nearly died to a man named him, and the report had been useful. The white-haired dragon looked at the protagonist seriously and said that if he had faced him back then, he would be dead now. MC closed his eyes and smiled, saying he liked that. Pressing a hand to his chest, the white-haired dragon said one who carries a dragon's name does not lie. For beings who speak such a hard language, lying would mean deceiving themselves. Altair looked away and added that even if they had tried to bluff, he still wouldn't have feared them. Che said he understood him well. With a broad smile, he said he already had a good idea what Altair wanted to ask: permission for his people to live in this world. The protagonist added with a sharp grin that they first planned to invade, then realized that would end badly, and changed tactics. Altair nervously shut his eyes and admitted he couldn't deny it. Looking at MC in surprise, the dragon listened as he said the best option was simple: act like neither side had noticed the other. Altair brightened and asked if that meant they could stay here. He said no, it meant exactly what he said: don't see each other. Altair looked down sadly. Che told him not to come near him, and not to make trouble. Did he understand? The hunter leaned toward the dragon, and pointed out that just because the protagonist told him not to come, didn't mean he wouldn't. Shinyon grinned and said he'd let them stay in this world. Altair grabbed MC's hands and thanked him. When he called to him, Altair smiled and asked what it was. He pointed out that his approval alone wasn't enough. Other people hadn't agreed, and the dragons wouldn't fit into human society. Altair just stared at him, stunned. Then he put a hand on his chest and said they could deal with that. If hardship came, they would endure it. Che gave him a sly smile and pointed at him. That was exactly why they could live here, but only inside the dungeon. The two faced each other. Altair asked if the protagonist was really telling them to live here. The protagonist said yes. Confused, Altair looked away. MC leaned in and asked what the problem was. With a sharp grin, Che said he'd let them settle there and give them land. All they had to do was kill any monsters that showed up, so why was that a bad deal? Altair hesitated and said that made sense, but this place was different. Then he asked if he planned to use them as a shield against the monsters. The protagonist shut his eyes with a crooked smile and said Altair should have expected that. Altair bit his lip. After a heavy sigh, he said he understood. Then he looked at MC seriously and said he had a few conditions. MC told him to say them, he'd listen and decide. Altair nodded and said they'd heard some dungeon cracks could widen or even link together. Facing him, Altair explained that food might not come regularly, so they would need material support. He agreed, and Alex added that it wouldn't be hard. The others looked at Altair in surprise when he said he had one more request. He placed a hand on his chest and asked for at least some access to the surface. The protagonist asked why. Altair said that if the dungeons they entered weren't connected, they'd need a way to contact the others. Sha turned to the demon and asked what he thought. The blonde man thought it over, then said that if the dragons were being placed there for defense, they needed a way to stay in contact. As long as Altair didn't do anything reckless, it was fine. MC moved his hand aside and asked what would happen if he agreed. Altair gave a small smirk. He held out his hand and said that would mean the talks were over. They shook hands, and Altair said that once he returned, he'd pass everything on to his people. A purple flash lit up the night. Altair changed back into his dragon form and said they'd meet again later. Chow replied that they had a deal and told him to travel safely. They watched the dragon fly off, smiling. After Altair returned to his world, the dungeons kept opening. The dragons started setting up their new home, and he noted that the migrants had begun settling in. Armed dragon guards stood watch with spears. Cha said they were guarding the portals, and for a while he hadn't needed to worry about the dungeons. With his hands behind his head, he smiled and thought everything was going smoothly. Then Altair appeared in front of him, and Shinyo asked why he was here. Altair answered with a serious look. He'd been busy helping everyone settle in the new land, so he hadn't had time to discuss access to the surface. The protagonist reminded him that the unlinked dungeons were scattered all over the planet. If they needed contact right away, was Altair going to fly over every time? Altair tilted his head and said he didn't fly there. He used spatial movement. It wasn't hard if you knew the coordinates. Shinyo's eyes went wide. He grabbed Altair by the shoulders and asked if that meant space travel, just by knowing coordinates. Altair bared his teeth and said yes, as long as you could calculate them. Shinyo asked if he was serious. Altair showed the map he used and explained that normal teleportation only worked within sight, so long trips took many jumps. Altair looked at MC in confusion, but MC just smiled and said spatial movement was a pretty amazing skill. Curious, he asked if Altair could use it. Altair checked if he meant space travel. He nodded with a wide grin and said it sounded really interesting. Altair fell silent to think, and the protagonist asked if he would teach him. Turning to him, Altair said he hadn't planned on it. It was dragon magic, but with Chaz's talent, he might still be able to learn. He put a hand on his chest and added one condition. If the invading monsters increased, MC had to promise he'd help them. He smiled broadly and agreed, saying that if their side was next, he'd get involved anyway. Altair let out a relieved breath and said they had a deal. Most important, they'd start with moving through space. The two stood facing each other. Then both turned to the side. Kang came out from behind the bushes and called to the guild leader, saying he'd found him. Cha teleported over at once and asked what happened. Grinding his teeth, Kang said an emergency report had come from TG headquarters. The protagonist's face changed in shock. Kang reported that huge flying monsters had appeared, and a giant creature was now in the center of Bachon. Che frowned. The monsters circled over the city, their mouths opened wide, and their red eyes flashed. People ran through the streets screaming for help. One winged monster dove at a man, its claws reached for him, but Jinyo sliced the creature's paw off. He looked back and asked the man if he was okay. Yunshu drew arrows glowing with blue energy. They pierced the monsters' heads, and the beasts dropped to the ground. Yunshu clenched her teeth. She never expected so many top-level monsters to appear all at once. She kept firing, knocking more of them out of the sky, then jumped aside. She landed hard. Pressing herself to a wall, she gasped for breath and thought there were just too many, especially now that her brother and the vice leaders were gone. Around her, the hunters kept fighting. Jinyo drove his blade into another monster. Yunshu thought things were getting worse fast, and many civilians still hadn't escaped. She pulled more arrows and wondered if she could hold on that long. Then she aimed at another monster coming straight at her. The blue-lit arrow shot forward. The winged beast opened its mouth wide. Fear hit her, and she realized she had to run. Then her eyes widened in horror. The monster closed in, and Che's sister realized her inner energy was gone. A sharp slash of energy cut the monster's head off. She threw up her hands as the body crashed down. MC appeared in front of her and told her to be careful. Startled, she asked when he got there. Che said he had just come back. Blue aura gathered in his outstretched hand. She asked if he hadn't been on Jeju Island, and he said he had. He put a hand on her back. Annoyed, he said he got the news while learning spatial movement, and it had taken a lot of effort to chain teleports all the way here. His sister looked at him seriously and said it was still good he came. The situation was bad. The protagonist said he could see that. More winged monsters rushed down. Che narrowed his eyes, thinking these creatures felt different from the monsters he'd seen before. Fireballs formed around them. His sister asked why he was using fire, and MC said he was tired, so he'd take the easy route and wipe them all out at once. He raised his hand and launched the fireballs. They slammed into the monsters, engulfing them in huge flames until nothing fell but cinders. Ash drifted through the air. With a satisfied grin, Che told his sister the urgent part was handled. He asked her to finish the rest and said he was taking one of the bird monsters. There was something he needed to check. She waved him off and agreed. He teleported back to the dragon with the bird monsters. He sighed in irritation and said he needed to learn spatial movement fast. He was sick of having to teleport over and over. Altair asked what those beasts behind him were. Che looked back at the black birds and asked what he meant. Then he moved the monsters closer to Altair. Black smoke rose from one corpse as the protagonist explained that, for the first time, over 1,000 extremely dangerous monsters had been released, and something about them had changed. Altair held out a hand, sending purple aura into the monster. A moment later, his eyes widened. MC noticed and asked what was wrong, and Altair said things had gotten complicated. Frowning, Altair told him demons had tampered with them. Che crossed his arms and asked if he meant the demons were behind this. Altair said yes. That strange feeling he noticed came from magic cast on the beasts, and demonkind was skilled in that kind of thing. He asked why they would do that, but Altair said he shouldn't speak yet. The leader stared at the white dragon and told him to stop being vague and answer properly. Altair said they first needed to find out if this was a one-time case, or some sick joke. Shin Hyun shot back, asking who would joke like that. The dragon leader pictured demons doing this for fun, and said that was exactly how they think. Che ground his teeth and called them insane bastards. Altair said that's why everyone avoids them. Standing by the dead beasts, Altair added that demons aren't dumb. If this happens again, then they're planning something. Hands on his hips, he said one thing was clear. They had messed with creatures from another dimension, and somehow even knew this place existed. That meant they could cross dimensions whenever they wanted, not just into the dungeon, but all the way to the surface. Altair gave a small nod. Shin Hyun said that settled it. They had to start searching for clues. Showing his teeth in a grin, he said he got the point. Most of all, they had to protect the dungeon. He started listing the jobs, keep checking the portals, capture the dangerous monsters, and figure out a way to. The dragon cut in and put a hand on his shoulder, saying he was carrying too much. Che asked why he was suddenly acting so emotional. Altair narrowed his eyes and said the hunters he once thought were decent looked pitiful, and regular people were even weaker. Without the protagonist, this world would be in real trouble. MC closed his eyes and said he was strong, sure, but handling everything alone would still take forever. Altair replied that he was too strong. He looked at him, stunned. The white-haired dragon said it was like they were living under a god's protection. The executioner smirked and asked what exactly was protecting them. He thought back to being stuck in a cave with nothing but a book, and wondered if that was supposed to count as divine protection. Then he looked at Altair seriously and said maybe, but he had reached this level through his own effort. A monster's hand punched through the boy's chest, then pulled back out. Looking down on him, the monster sneered that he was weak. Then it stepped into the portal. It came out near a volcano. Licking the blood off its hand, it said that was easy. On the news, the anchor reported that the people missing from the last incident still hadn't been found, and offered condolences to the victims. She went on to say the government and the martial arts guild were repairing the damage as fast as they could and still working to wipe out the remaining monsters. An elderly couple watched in fear. The woman asked what they were supposed to do, and the man could only repeat that things were slowly being restored. Online reports showed photos of Alex and Alina, saying the United States and Russia were taking huge losses even with level 70 hunters. Another article showed Che and his sister, saying the country's low damage was thanks to Hunter Xinyan, with comments calling him the best. At Pulkovo International Airport in Russia, Xinyan suddenly looked off to the side and asked if someone had been talking about him. Alina waved and called out that she was over here. When he walked up, the protagonist asked why she was calling him just Xinyan. If anyone heard, they'd think they were friends. Alina just smiled and said they were comrades, so a friendly mood was a good thing. Introducing herself with a big smile, Russian hunter Alina Smirnova said he'd asked her to take him to the dragon dungeon, so they should leave right away. She pointed toward the car. The executioner said that sounded good, and Alina asked why he wanted to go there. As he followed her, Xiao explained that dragons guarded the dungeon portals, so he wanted to make a way for them to communicate. She asked how, and he said she'd see soon enough. They headed through the mountains. Alina kept frowning at him. MC noticed, and she admitted Alex had sent her, but she still didn't get what was so special about him. To her, he looked ordinary. Irritated, the executioner asked how much longer she planned to stare before she burned a hole through him. Alina gave him a wink and said he was stronger than Alex, so of course she was curious. Cha asked if all that staring had taught her anything. She parted her lips and admitted she couldn't tell much just by looking. Then she smiled and asked if they could fight once after they arrived. Xinyan looked confused and asked why. Alina said she'd heard he beat the former heavenly demon, so he had to be a monster too. It was only natural she'd want to test him. Soon they reached the portal. The two faced each other in front of it. Alina mentioned that back in Murim, she was known as the Empress of Ice and Water. Cha guessed she came from the Ice Palace, and her wink told him he was right. The executioner crooked a finger at her and told her to come at him. Grinning like she meant it, Alina released a blue aura and thanked him. Ice spikes shot toward the main character. Xinyan dodged them and appeared behind her in an instant. Alina swung her ice blade backward, but the executioner had already placed a hand on her frozen shoulder. Alina stared at him in shock. Chem lightly scratched her neck. She admitted he deserved all of Alex's praise, and he answered with a faint smile that her will to win was impressive too. Closing her eyes, Alina said she had expected a lot from the man who beat a dragon and made a contract with one. But even then, she still couldn't tell how strong he really was. He clenched his fists and said they were just having a peaceful conversation. Red energy flared from his left fist as he said, "This is peaceful." Blue energy rose from the right, "And this is conversation." Alina said she got the message. Scratching his head, the leader asked one last time if the dragon dungeon was really here. Alina said yes. He held out a hand, and a green grid formed beneath the portal. Smiling, he told her to watch closely. Alina could only stare when the protagonist vanished. She shook her head and asked where he went. How had he just disappeared? Then she grabbed her head when Cha and the dragon appeared behind her. She blurted out, asking what that was, and Xinyan casually said he was right here. Still confused, Alina asked how he did it. The protagonist reminded her, he said he was setting up a way for dragons to connect through every gate. Pointing toward the dragon, he said this was his method. Alter looked at Alina seriously and asked if she was in charge here. She said, more or less yes. A card appeared in Alter's hand, and he asked if this would do. He gave it to Alina and told her to pass it to whoever was really in charge. If they ever needed help from his people, they could call the number on it. Alina blinked and asked if it was a dragon's business card, and Shenyan said he came up with it. The white-haired dragon said he'd go inform the others about what was happening. Shenyan told him to get home safely. Then he turned to Alina with a smile and thanked her for helping. She smiled back and asked if they could head back now. The protagonist said the dragon delivery was finished. Then he suddenly looked aside in surprise and said he could finally rest. But his phone rang. Pressing it to his ear, he asked what happened in Shenzhen, then said he understood. Alina asked what was wrong. The leader said he had to go and thanked her for coming with him. Grinning sharply, the executioner said something had happened back home. Alina watched him vanish into thin air again. As he left, Xinyan said he was going, and she muttered that he disappeared again. A man nearby looked at her in shock and said something bad had happened. Alina asked what it was. The assistant, gripping a tablet with trembling hands, told her to look. Frowning, she checked the screen, saw monsters, and asked where this was. He nervously answered that it was Western Yakutia, and there seemed to be a previously unknown dungeon nearby. They hurried toward the car. Alina ordered that they go there at once, and told him to alert the others. Frowning, she added that if they didn't move now, the casualties would be severe. Fire monsters kept pouring out of the portal. Jihei glared ahead. She cut through the monsters, then leaped back to avoid the flames. The protagonist appeared in front of the vice leader. He raised a hand and cast a freezing spell. The monsters were instantly sealed in ice. Then the ice started to force a crack and shatter apart. The The pink-haired girl ran over and asked how he got there so fast. Cha Shinhyun replied that she'd said it was urgent, then asked how bad things were. Gripping her blade anxiously, she said it couldn't be much worse. She was holding back the monsters trying to leave the dungeon, while the other hunters had been sent to the city center. By her count, there were over 1,000 of them. The executioner gave the pink-haired girl a serious look and said he got it. Her power was enough to hold this side, so he'd head to the city and back up the others. Then MC kicked off the ground to leave. Jihei said they'd meet again later. All over the city, hunters were battling monsters. Cha appeared high above them. He looked down, furious. Below, the hunters were struggling against beast-like monsters. A bright glow spread from him as he used spiritual word and called for everyone to gather. The monsters kept attacking anyway, leaving him confused. Why weren't these bastards obeying? One horned creature turned toward the executioner. Its eyes flashed red. Then it charged straight at him. A demon floated up in front of Cha and sneered, saying it wondered who dared interfere. Pointing at him, it demanded to know who he was. A blue horn stuck out from its head. The protagonist folded his arms and said the answer was obvious. He was dealing with demons. The creature twitched, saying he knew exactly what he was doing. Its eyes glowed red again as it barked in order to attack. Cha was caught off guard for a second. More demons appeared on the road. With them beside him, the horned one said anyone who knew about their kind had to be tied to their enemies somehow. Frowning, the demon asked if MC was the one who tried to control them. Cha said nothing. That only made the demon angrier, and it shouted for an answer. He lazily scratched his ear and said he just didn't feel like answering. He checked his fingertip while the demon yelled, asking what he thought he was doing. Blue light gathered in the protagonist's palm as he said that if they were demons, he flicked his hand, firing a wave of arrows. As the blast went off, he finished the thought. Then, calling them that was only fair. The monsters dropped into the cracked ground. The demons stared ahead in shock. Smiling, Cha asked why they were so weak. The horned leader pointed at him and ordered everyone to fire and kill him. The underlings raised their spears. Red energy formed at the tips. Those blasts shot at Cha like beams. The impact kicked up smoke and dust. As it cleared, MC was still standing there. He smiled and said this felt like a normal target practice session. Scowling, the leader ordered a full attack. The demons rushed in. One leaped up and stabbed with its spear. Cha brushed it aside with one hand. The demon froze in shock when he caught the weapon bare-handed. With a small motion, he tossed it away. Shaking out his hands, he said this had to be some kind of joke. A glowing blade formed in his palm. With a few clean swings, he cut through the monsters. The demon leader flinched as a beam sliced past him. Cha glanced at his phone. The screen was lit up. He answered and said it was him, then told them to have Altair leave the dungeon. He'd be waiting here. Then he slipped the phone back into his pocket. Monsters with spears closed in around him. They watched him with tense, angry faces. Cha waved a hand and told them to hold on a second. A strange glow wrapped around the demons. They looked at each other, confused. Energy rippled out through the area. Altair looked at Cha and asked what was going on and why he was in such a hurry. Then his eyes widened. Seeing the horned creatures, he asked why they were here. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked if they were demons. Altair confirmed it. With an annoyed look, MC asked if he really needed to explain. Altair was supposed to handle them. Why else did he think he was called here? Nervous, Altair told him to calm down and said they should question them first. He raised a hand. Energy streamed from his palm. Purple shots flew forward. Dust burst up from the strike. Wrapped in purple light, the demons screamed. The main one dropped to its knees. A stone slipped from its hand and hit the ground. Looking at the cracks, Altair started to speak, and Cha asked what that thing was. The enemies were down, and Altair said that if this demon could barely handle his magic, then it wasn't high rank at all, probably one of the weakest kinds they'd heard about. He then asked about the ones that just died. Altair said those were low-level demons too. All they could really do was fire shots, nothing else. The protagonist turned, puzzled, and asked why they were here at all. His companion hesitated. Walking ahead, Altair explained that demons weren't the only threat. Even he hadn't expected higher and lower demons to show up together. The horned demon ground its teeth and demanded to know what they were doing. The two stood over him. Cha said it was simple. They were going to interrogate him. Mind control might be the demon's specialty, but they could try the other way around. Then a scream came from the half-built structures nearby. The sky took on a pink glow. Jihei looked over in surprise. Recognizing Cha, she waved and asked if Altair was here too. MC waved back and said he called her over because he wanted to ask something. Looking at the horned demon face down on the ground, he explained that these guys were basically runners, some of the weakest demons, too low ranked to know much. Then he turned to Jihei and said their information might still help. As far as they knew, the only way in was through that strange gate. The pink-haired girl closed her eyes and said they most likely came from there. Everything was getting way too complicated. He put a hand on her shoulder and told her not to worry so much. Embarrassed, Jihei looked at him and said that at least in Korea there was only one dungeon like that, Chunchun, so they just had to guard it better. Still flustered, She asked about the other countries. Che introduced the blonde man with the sword and the blonde girl, saying Alex and Alina could cover America and Russia. The group's focus broke when the protagonist trailed off and said they needed to pay attention. He picked up his phone and asked who was calling. The screen showed Chung-sik, a North Korean hunter. Cha frowned and said North Korea was being overrun by monsters too. He remembered the last time there, standing with his sword aimed at the blonde man, and thought it had been a long time since he'd finished cleaning out North Korea. He also recalled that after Chung-sik took power in the north, trouble between North and South, and between the two Koreas had calmed down a lot. The others watched MC as he took the call. From the phone, Chung-sik said it had been a long time, and asked how he was doing. Che half closed one eye, and told him to get to the point. Chung-sik explained that new monsters had appeared, ones that looked human. Nearby military units had already been rushed in for defense. Several villages were burning, with bodies lying around them. He looked down and thought these things probably came from the other side too. Still on the phone, he asked about the hunters. Chung-sik said even with Lin Mei helping, it wasn't enough. That was why he was calling for help, even if it felt shameless. Cha put a hand in his pocket and asked for a minute to think. The girl looked at him. Touching her cheek, Jihei apologized for listening in, and asked if he was going to help them. The protagonist scratched his head, and admitted the problem was that he was already too busy. The pink-haired girl raised a finger, and suggested an idea. With a sweet smile, she said they could send dragons, and just not tell anyone. A few days later, dragons with spears were sent north, along with top dragon wings and their subordinates. They tore through the monsters, and wiped out the demons fast. So at first it looked like everything was going fine. Altair suddenly cried out, asking if that was true. Coming out of the portal, he heard Cha say the demons had vanished, and half the dragon wings sent there were now missing. The dragons looked around uneasily. MC let out a breath and said that was all they knew for now. Altair frowned and said that couldn't be right. Maybe they'd only lost contact. Cha shook his head. The report hadn't come from humans, but from a higher-ranking dragon sent with them. If he said they were missing, there had to be a reason. He raised a finger and said he was heading to North Korea. He added that he'd find out the truth himself. As a white dragon flew through the sky, someone asked why he chose to travel that way. Riding on its back, the protagonist answered that he didn't want to think. He didn't know the exact coordinates, and he hadn't learned movement magic back when he first went there. A white building came into view below. The dragon landed on the roof with Cha. In a purple flash, it returned to Altair's form. The two looked ahead, alert. A man bowed and said they had arrived. Altair looked at him, and asked where his people were. Chung-sik pointed, and told them to come this way. He led them into the tent. Inside, a green dragon and the others greeted their lord. Altair looked at them and asked if Deltade was missing. The dragon with the green forelegs stepped forward. Dragonwing Orin bowed and said that was his judgment. Holding a bag, he explained that when the others didn't come back from the place where the demons disappeared, he went to check for himself. In his hand was a broken pendant, the only thing he found. Altair reacted at once, saying it was a defensive artifact. The tent went quiet. If that artifact was broken, its owner was probably dead. Turning back, Altair told Orin he needed to see the site himself, and ordered him to lead the way. Cha asked if he could come too, and Altair agreed. Night had fully fallen. The dragons' bodies lay on the ground, and someone said they expected the area to be worse. Instead, whoever did this cleaned things up as neatly as they could. Crouching by one body, Altair said they stopped Deltade before he could even use his power. Cha folded his arms and said that could only happen if the enemy was far above them, or if it was an ambush. Altair leaned down and said Orin was careful. If it had been an ambush, his 5 men would have been picked off one by one, not all together. MC clenched his fist and said there was only one answer. The enemy was stronger than high-ranking dragonwings. Altair replied that, from what he could tell, it was a demon spirit. He asked again, stunned. He explained that the horned creature controlling the demons was part of their top ruling class, and had powers like his. Xinyun scratched his head, annoyed. He had just dealt with one of them, and now even more were showing up. Looking at the dragon, he said it didn't matter who they were, they had to keep searching for his subordinate. First, they'd check the nearby area. The man coughed up blood. The monster beside him asked if he had already passed out. Dropping to one knee, the demon admitted he couldn't endure it anymore. The other demon snapped at him, calling him weak. He should have lasted at least a day. Now the bet was ruined because of him. The narrow-horned demon watched the heroes through a crystal ball. Holding it up, he said playtime was over. As he watched them approach, he said they were here. He turned and ordered the others to take care of them before they could do anything. Raising his hand, the blue-haired demon asked for Shin Yun as his target. The leader gave him a doubtful look and reminded him that Shin Yun was the one who beat Altair. Smiling, the blue-haired demon said that only made him want the fight more. He asked if the leader was actually worried about him. The white-haired one, clearly irritated, reminded him not to get in the way of the bigger plan. The demon brushed that off as excuses and said he'd do what he wanted. Turning away, he said it was fine, they should be ready by today. Kalpadan laughed when he heard they'd be heading to Russia in a week. A border patrol boat moved across the sea. One officer looked ahead and wondered if that was a Chinese fishing boat. A warning was called out. A Chinese fishing boat had entered North Korea's economic zone and needed to turn back at once. Gripping the wheel, the man asked why it wasn't stopping. The men stared ahead in shock, asking who that was. A blue-haired demon stood at the front of the boat. With a cold smile, he spoke to them like they were beneath him. The boat reached shore. The demon jumped off and said they had arrived. Looking toward the city, he said they were moving forward now. Then he rushed ahead. A bright blast tore through the road. People stared at the monster in terror, asking what it was. He reached out with a clawed hand, then clenched it, and crushed a man's head. Licking the blood from his cheek, the demon ignored the screams and demanded Shin Hyun come out. Energy gathered around his hand as he said that if Shin Hyun still wouldn't show himself, he'd keep cutting off heads until everyone was dead. Nearby Mount Kumang, Shin Hyun and Altair were still searching. Shin Hyun said he doubted Deltade's kidnapper was this close. Then he checked his phone and froze. An unknown number was calling. He answered, wincing at the loud voice on the line. It was the president of Youngsu, saying the situation was so urgent they had called him directly without agency approval. Rubbing his head, Shin Hyun heard him ask if another dungeon had broken out. He said no, this time it wasn't a dungeon. The man, holding his forehead, said a monster unlike anything he'd ever seen was in the city center, asking for Shin Hyun and killing people. Shin Hyun was stunned. The monster was looking for him? After a breath, he told them to send the location. He was on his way. Altair asked if something serious had happened and where he was going. Shin Hyun said a monster was looking for him. Hearing that, Altair was shaken and said he thought it might be a demon. The monster muttered that killing bugs was pointless if his target still hadn't shown up. People knelt in front of him, begging for help. A girl looked up in shock when Shin Hyun appeared before her. The demon smiled and asked who he was. Shin Hyun told the civilians to run, now. They fled at once. Facing the demon, Shin Hyun said he had already killed a lot of people. Kalpadin pointed at him and said that if he knew about demons, then he had to be Shin Hyun. Shin Hyun frowned and asked if his name was really that well known. Kalpadin said yes. He heard it from a dragon wing named Deltide. Stepping closer, the monster said he'd heard Shin Hyun defeated Altair. He put a hand on Shin Hyun's shoulder and said a strong mutation had appeared among these dung beetles, and that was very interesting. Shin Hyun stared at him and said if he came looking for him, he could have shown some manners. Spreading his arms with delight, the demon asked if that was why he had called him out. Power flared around Shin Hyun as he asked what nonsense he was spouting. This thing couldn't even count as a guest. With a grin, Shin Hyun said, to put it simply, his fist slammed into the demon's body. The hit launched the demon back, and Shin Hyun called him trash, that deserved to be ripped apart. He jumped after him. Red energy gathered around the demon's hand. His eyes widened. When had Shin Hyun gotten that close? A kick smashed into his jaw and made him bite his tongue. His head snapped back from the impact. Shin Hyun swung his leg again and drove the demon straight into the ground. As the demon tried to rise and ask how dare he, Shin Hyun smacked him and told him to shut up. Cries and heavy blows echoed through the city. Leaning over him, Shin Hyun asked why he called him out if he was this weak. His eyes lit up with coercion as he ordered the demon to tell him everything he knew. Shaking, the demon agreed. Shin Hyun then went to Altair, who looked at the captive and asked if this was the one he'd been after. Scratching his head, Shin Hyun said yes. He caught him and brought him here after he dropped from the nearby mountains. Altair's eye flashed when he realized this might be one of the ones who killed Deltide. Shin Hyun told him that if he still had questions, he could handle it himself, whether that meant revenge or mercy. Meanwhile, Shin Hyun would head to China, arms crossed. Altair thanked him and said he'd squeeze every answer out of the demon. Shin Hyun vanished in a blue glow. Altair stood there with a dark expression, staring at the demon. The girl followed Shin Hyun into the Mount Killian dungeon and asked why he came, and whether everything was alright there. Shin Hyun turned and said demons had come through an unknown dungeon. She repeated, demons? He nodded, and confirmed they were some of the strongest creatures out there, almost impossible to deal with. Then he told her to place guards around the territory first. If she ever saw one herself, she wasn't to fight. Just run, evacuate the residence, and contact him directly. Lin Mei saluted and said she understood. Looking at the crack, Shin Hyun wondered how large the rift had grown for spirits and demons to cross through. That made this a huge problem. Rifts could appear anywhere, and he only had one body. Pointing at the portal, Shin Hyun called the girl over. In St. Petersburg, Russia, uniformed men stood near a blue dungeon portal. A bald man in glasses said he hadn't heard anyone was coming today, and asked who it was and what they had brought. The trembling driver looked at him, then suddenly coughed out blood. The man demanded to know what was happening. A hand shot out of the car and grabbed his head. In the next instant, his comrades shouted, asking what this was. An ambush? Then an explosion hit. The demons walked forward. One said he didn't expect they'd be found so quickly. Another answered that it couldn't be helped. They just shouldn't make more noise, since the man hadn't noticed them right away. The horned demon looked ahead and said all of this was for him. Standing in the flames with greedy eyes, he finished. Everything was for his master. A dragon's corpse lay nearby, as the demon stood before the Blue Rift in St. Petersburg. Another dragon hid around a corner, cursing to himself. He stared at the horned man and thought that even with an imperfect barrier, who would have guessed 4 demonic spirits could pass through so easily? Frowning, he decided he had to report this fast, but before he could move, something slammed into his stomach. A demon wrapped in red energy hovered in the air as it attacked him. The blonde man turned and said that now the last lizard was dealt with. He'd go bring their leader, and they should wait there. The others nodded. Then the spirit rushed into the rift. When his feet touched down, the demonic spirit arrived on a street in the settlement. As he passed, another demon saluted him. He entered the tent, and the demons inside bowed. The leader rested his head on one hand and said he had arrived. The blonde man dropped to one knee and reported that he had done everything exactly as ordered. The man on the couch told him to rise. Then he stepped down from the stairs. Coming closer, the leader told the white-haired man to guide him. The 11th demon king of Vilite pulled back the tent flap and declared they would invade at once. The next morning, a blue glow appeared in the northern dungeon. Shinhyun waved to Altair and asked what was so urgent that he had to rush him over. The blonde man turned away and apologized, saying they had lost him. Shinhyun pointed angrily, shouting that he had prepared everything and even packed for him, and now he was saying he missed him. How did that make any sense? The battered dragon apologized and said it was his fault. Shinhyun sighed and told him to explain everything from the start. Altair frowned as he remembered hearing his name being called. The blood-covered demon stood up and asked about his subordinate. Kalpadin smirked and said the subordinate was like paper. He didn't last long and tore apart easily. Altair glared at him, then suddenly grabbed the laughing demon by the throat and lifted him up. The demon looked back with open mockery, asking what the noble dragon planned to do. He would have laughed too if he had a Miev. Altair's eyes flashed with fury as he tightened his grip and insulted him. Glowering at him, the dragon said he'd never see right again. Blood burst from the demon's eye, and he screamed, grabbing his face. Squinting with one eye, he spat out a curse. The white-haired man coldly told him to shut it. Nudging him with his foot, the dragon mocked him for screaming over a tiny injury. Blood kept pouring from Kalpadin's ruined eye. One kick sent him flying back, and the dragon reminded him the people he killed suffered far worse. Then he gave a bitter smile. Startled, Altair fired purple energy at the demon. The demon vanished in a flash. The dragon ground his teeth in anger. Back in the present, he looked away and admitted he missed him. Che turned aside and said there was nothing they could do now. Then he spotted something off to the side. A see-through demon was hiding behind a tree. The protagonist figured it was bold for someone already hurt, but if it tried to run, he could catch it. Smiling, he decided to act like he hadn't noticed. In Moscow, world leaders sat around a table inside the bunker conference room. Russia's prime minister thanked everyone for coming. China's president quickly asked for a report. Arms crossed, Alina listened as they called the situation the worst possible. In less than half a day, the demons took the city and turned it into a base, and no one even knew if the citizens were alive. One official asked how they had responded. America's president grimly said, waiting longer would only let the demons grow stronger. Prime Minister Russia admitted that, honestly, every countermeasure had failed. Her hands shook as she explained that almost all hunters in the city were wiped out, except for a few who escaped. The military and hunter forces were both in chaos. Alex looked over at the man. That man raised a hand and asked what they thought the demons wanted from this sudden attack. The Prime Minister folded her fingers and said they barely even knew these were demonic creatures, and only because survivors told them. So how could they know the enemy's plan? Then everyone turned to the man who said he did have information. Thinking back, Jingsu said a city in Korea was attacked around the same time as St. Petersburg. He looked at Cha and said that, thanks to him, they captured some demons and got useful information. He explained that the enemy force included a leader called the Demon King, and 5 demonic spirits serving under him. The room went tense. He went on to say they also commanded over 100 high-level demons, and more than 10,000 soldiers already moving their way. One man blurted out, 10,000? Weren't even low-level demons as strong as high-level hunters? Korea's president gave a grim nod. Silence filled the room. Alex pointed out that high-level demons were said to be equal to powerful dragon descendants. With more than 100 of them, did they really think they could win? The Prime Minister snapped, asking if he was telling them to surrender just because it wasn't his country. Another man asked what stronger than a high-level hunter really meant. A blond man crossed his arms and asked if nuclear weapons could win this. The mustached man exploded at that, but Alex said everyone knew Chow was the strongest hunter there, so he wanted his answer. MC folded his arms and repeated, nuclear weapons? Behind him, a demon suddenly appeared as he said he didn't know. It chuckled when it heard that if things got desperate enough, Chow was saying they could use them. But right now, he said, things weren't that bad. Everyone at the table reacted at once and asked if that meant he had another plan. He gave a small smile. Then he said that before this meeting, he spoke with a dragon descendant. The plan came from him, and they agreed to it. Clenching his fist, he said he hoped they would hear out that proposal. 2 days later, Dawn came near the dungeon outside St. Petersburg. The guy tightened his grip on his sword. A dragon flew over the tank. More dragon wings circled overhead. Demons with glowing eyes poured out of the rift as voices warned that they were coming. Alina gripped her weapon and shouted that it was time to move too. Back at the meeting, Prime Minister Russia asked darkly what exactly the proposal was. Standing up, Che said the Demon King's army would most likely head south to Moscow. Since it was the capital, and packed with people, the path was obvious. The nearby demon didn't like hearing the protagonist say that. Based on what they knew, demons were proud and lazy, so they probably wouldn't move for at least 2 days. MC glanced at the demon and added that they had already attacked dragons weaker than the strongest ones, so they wouldn't charge in carelessly. That was why, he said, they first had to evacuate everyone within hundreds of kilometers. The woman nodded and said they would send emergency broadcasts and text alerts right away, using natural disasters as the reason. America's president then asked about the part involving the dragon descendants. Che met his gaze with confidence. Alina smiled, amazed he had come up with something like this. As hunters rushed in with dragons overhead, she thought about how fast everything had changed. Weapons in hand, the hunters charged. Alina noticed the weapons they'd been given were made from dragon corpses. She still couldn't believe the dragons allowed it. Firmly swinging her ice spear, she declared that from now on, she hurled it forward. A bright flash burst out as she announced the operation had begun. Tank guns opened fire. Explosions ripped across the field. The Allied forces pushed straight into the demon army. Ice streams slammed into several monsters at once. A demon came from behind and swung at the blonde. Blue fire blazed in her hand. The demon froze solid in ice. She swung her leg and asked what he thought he was doing. Alina shattered him with a kick, thinking that was what happened when someone looked down on freezing power. Sending ice in every direction, she yelled that they dared invade her country, and she wouldn't let them get away with it. Sharp ice pierced monster after monster. Dragons clashed with demons. One struck from above, as if it had chased them all the way here. Red flashes swirled around Alex. Bright beams blasted into the monsters' bodies. Others raised shields to block incoming attacks. Jihai suddenly sliced a demon's head clean off. Its body dropped to the ground. Holding her weapon tight, she breathed hard. Wiping her face, she thought everyone was fighting even better than expected. Helicopters and planes roared overhead. She looked up at them. That made her remember asking Che in the hallway if everything would really be okay. Jihai had worried that while the United Forces fought the demon army, he and the others would be going after the king himself. Her eyes dropped to his hand when he asked if she trusted him. He brushed her hair aside and told her not to worry. He also said she knew when to fall back and wouldn't stay too long. Touching her cheek, he promised he would never die. Flustered, Jihai shut her eyes and nodded. Then, bright streaks of light shot past. Arrows pierced a demon rushing in. The pink-haired girl turned to Yunsel, who held the bow. The brunette gave her a nod. Wrapped in that glow, the girl told herself to focus on the battle in front of her. As helicopters flew above the battlefield, she silently asked Che to stay safe. The boy stared out the window of the helicopter and said that since no one had contacted them, the others were probably holding up well. Altair answered that they probably were. Arms crossed, Che Mei said the demonic spirits didn't seem to be on the front lines, which was expected. The white-haired man looked down and said those with high rank had no reason to be there, though that would make things harder for them. Looking out the window, the protagonist mentioned the Demon King. He pictured the horned monster and thought that if it stepped in itself, everything alive nearby would die. Exhaling, he pushed those useless thoughts aside. With a serious look, Altair asked if they could win. A transparent blue-haired demon sat nearby, secretly listening. Che looked at him and said of course they could. Then he studied the white-haired man and asked if he really thought MC would go in without trust in them. The dragon happily said he believed in him. Then the heroes looked up. They had reached their destination. The door opened, and wind whipped through their hair. At the exit, Che Mei said they were going in. With a smile, he turned and asked the dragon why he looked so scared when they were only going to fight the Demon King. The man answered seriously that they were diving right into the middle of the enemy army, so of course he was nervous. Smiling, he told him to focus on the demonic spirits. The dragon looked at him with resolve and promised they would do everything they could, that the protagonist could count on them. The heroes jumped from the helicopter and dropped among the dragons. With fierce determination, Che Mei said they would take the Demon King's head in style. Kalpadin watched from behind. As he flew past, he let out a chuckle. The heroes landed on the battlefield. A huge white dragon stood behind them. The demon army rushed forward. Che Mei stared at them and realized there were more demonic spirits than he expected. The white dragon asked him in his mind how many there were, and he answered that there were. Then, walking ahead, he added that there also seemed to be plenty of high-level demons. MC came to a stop. Pointing ahead, he asked if he should start with a greeting. The dragon wings gripped their swords. Purple beams shot forward. The charging demons laughed. Is that all? Shinhyun lifted one hand. A blazing whirlwind shot out. It rose over the heroes like a blinding orb. The demons froze. What is that? The glowing sphere flew straight at them. then exploded. Fire swallowed the demons, and their screams filled the field. Seeing the chaos, the dragons knew this was their chance. They charged in with swords drawn. Xinhyun watched them rush ahead, then smiled and called out to the spy. A startled demon stood behind him. The spy spun around, excited for a second, but no one else was there. Arms folded, Xinhyun grinned and said he was the one calling him. The transparent demon turned back, clearly annoyed. Xinhyun asked if he'd been enjoying the show this whole time. Then he looked away and told him the real climax was starting, so he better watch closely. The spy stared at him. Xinhyun shut his injured eye and thought the spy had noticed him long ago, but acted like he hadn't. Fine, now he'd show him what he could do. A magic circle formed in front of the dragon. Altair fired purple beams. Inside a red barrier, the demon glared back and cursed. The white dragon only smirked. Then the monsters drove spears into the winged one. Roaring in fury, the dragon lunged at them. His claws ripped into a demon's back, and a massive paw slammed down. The enemy struggled to stop it and mocked him, saying no one would have guessed Altair would fall to a human. With a grin, he added that he'd send him there soon too. The white dragon blasted him with another magic seal and told him to shut up. Then he turned from the demon's body. Elsewhere, the dragon wings clashed with the horned demons. Their leader knew dragons had limits, and silently prayed Xinhyun would finish him. Sword in hand, Xinhyun faced his enemy. The demon calmly admitted it was surprising to see him alive. Xinhyun smirked. What's so surprising? Vilayet said he meant a human stronger than dragons, proof that mankind was more varied than he thought. As he drew his sword, Xinhyun said they weren't close enough for a chat like that. Pulling the blade free, he added that you can't judge power just by looking, you have to test it yourself. Vilayet chuckled. Is that so? A dark red aura spread from him, as he said he never expected a human to brag about power in front of him. Xinhyun dashed in at once and told him not to regret those words. Their attacks crashed together in flashes of light. Their weapons locked. Xinhyun stared him down, realizing he had no opening. Vilayet, meanwhile, stayed calm. A ring of shining swords appeared around them from Xinhyun's skill. The blades shot at the demon, but red flashes blocked every one. Smiling, Vilayet said, Xinhyun seemed to be using power on the same level as the dragons. Then he added that it still wasn't enough to beat him. Xinhyun leaped back to avoid a red beam. Vilayet asked if he knew why the dragons lost. Because they trusted their pitiful strength. Xinhyun swung his sword and split the red beam in one clean strike. Vilayet's eyes widened. In one blow? Xinhyun jumped up, thanked him for the hint, and swung again. He remembered the sword stopping at the crack and realized the soul sword couldn't affect it. That was when he understood. Even Vilayet had flaws. Wrapped in light, Xinhyun thought of himself as a warrior. As he cut into the demon, he shouted that if the soul sword wouldn't work, he'd just hit him directly. He twisted in midair and jumped back. Blood burst from the wound, and Vilayet screamed. Turning around, Xinhyun asked if he still thought they were equals. Red energy flared around the demon as he said he'd been holding back too much. Grinding his teeth, he snapped that if Xinhyun wanted to kill him, then he should face him at full power. The crimson aura kept spreading. Watching from behind, Kalpadayan realized the Demon King was releasing the king of demonic spirits. Staring ahead in shock, he wondered who Xinhyun really was. Xinhyun looked at the demon wrapped in red flashes and asked what he was doing. Vilayet answered grimly. This meant he was ready to risk his life. Xinhyun gripped his sword and felt at once that the demon's energy and presence were nothing like before. Everyone in the battle looked at the red mist in shock. The demons cheered, saying this was the true Demon King. Now it was over. Altair turned and said this demonic spirit was the Demon King's final spell, something he'd only read about in records. He looked toward Vilayet, who declared that everything was ending. The demonic spirit was unbeatable, and their last hope would soon be dust. The horned fighter clenched his teeth, irritated that so much inner power had to be wasted on a mere human. The white-haired man put a hand on his shoulder and said it would only be wasted if the enemy won. He was sure his master had a plan. The fight raged on as the demons shouted that they would kill the dragon wings, just as ordered. Xinhyun stood before the Demon King, surrounded by red flashes. He gripped his sword and breathed hard. A blue light flickered above his palm. Looking at it, he realized the natural energy was fading. With a hard stare, he understood why. The smell had poisoned the natural energy around him. Vilayet stood there, pouring out red flashes. Cracks spread across Xinhyun's sword, and it shattered as the Demon King said the weapon was useless now. Vilayet came in, slashing with his long claws. Xinhyun blocked with what was left of his sword. The demon smiled. Each strike left red marks behind. Xinhyun kept parrying, teeth clenched from the strain. Then the demon caught the blade with his fingers and asked with a smile if Xinhyun was afraid. His shaking hand tightened on the sword as Xinhyun called him a pathetic dog. He blasted the demon back and shouted that all he could hear was barking. Vilayet was thrown away. A bright slash cut across his body. He only laughed, saying it barely even tickled. The wound on his arm healed at once. As he fired red beams, he shouted, asking where all Xinhyun's power had gone. Blocking the attack, Xinhyun was forced backward. Red flashes sliced his arms and legs. He screamed and brought his sword down hard. Shock waves burst outward. Xinyun gasped for breath. Another crack ran through his blade, and it broke apart. He stared in shock. A sword made from dragon wing bones had snapped. Villette walked toward him, saying this was getting boring and his demonic spirit was being wasted. He raised a hand, and a bright beam blasted forward as he told Xinyun to die. Xinyun coughed up blood. Part of his body was blown away by the attack, and he fell, thinking this was how he would die. Then he made a startled sound. Floating in darkness, wrapped in light, Xinyun asked where he was. He saw himself lying on a rock and wondered if that was when he first came to this world. He remembered returning and taking his sister's hand. He remembered touching Jiahe's cheek. He saw the blonde smile, and the long-haired man in chains. Xinyun smiled, realizing these were his memories. A yellow window appeared before him, saying it was not too late. The chained brunette smiled as the words appeared, "Go beyond the limits of man." Xinyun studied the window as it urged him to step onto the path laid out for him. Touching his chin, he thought that if he accepted now, he could defeat Villette. Then he remembered standing beside the bodies, and wondered what would happen after the battle. Light glowed in his palm as he realized he would stop being human. He pictured his friends' faces crossed out, and thought he wouldn't be able to stay near them anymore. Xinyun decided that was not what he wanted. His fist shook as he clenched it, and said he could not throw everything away, just to protect them. With one sweep of his hand, Xinyun summoned the soul sword. Its blades flew at the yellow window. He gave a short laugh, knowing the new sword didn't work either. Raising his fist, he said that still didn't mean he had to listen to its nonsense, and punched the system window. Cracks spread across the yellow panel. Words appeared on it, warning that he would regret this. Xinyun laughed and said he'd deal with that later. He struck the system window again and smashed it to pieces. Behind the demon, Xinyun rose wrapped in flames. Villette turned in annoyance, saying he was persistent and still struggling. Then his eyes widened in shock. Xinyun now had long hair, and there wasn't a scratch on him. With a chuckle, he asked what was wrong. Was Villette scared? He'd only gone through a small transformation. Curling a finger, he told the demon round 2 started now. Villette could only stare in shock. The aura above Xinyun became the image of a three-faced man, and the demon realized his energy had completely changed. Xinyun walked forward through the flames, and Villette guessed the change in his appearance was tied to it. Red liquid gathered around the demon's palm, and he hurled the wave forward, cursing to himself. The long-haired hero watched it rise. A shadow crossed his face. Fire in his palm began taking the shape of a sword. Xinyun swung it in one sharp motion. A bright slash split the red mass apart. Villette was stunned. Xinyun swung again, and the shock wave hurled the demon backward. A bright explosion followed. Spitting blood, the shocked Villette watched Xinyun walk toward him through the flames. Pressing a hand to the wound on his chest, the Demon King thought it had been a long time since he used the spirit of the Demon King. His healing was slowing down. He demanded to know how Xinyun got stronger. As Villette swung a fist, the long-haired Xinyun said a dying man was asking too many questions. A heavy blow sent the demon flying. Xinyun leaped after him to keep the pressure on. The horned demon looked up darkly, and barely slipped away in a haze. But Xinyun showed up behind him and asked where he thought he was going. A beam of light punched straight through the demon. Xinyun sprang back as a huge blast went off. Smoke rose from the cloak. Villette slowly turned and spat out a curse, furious that Xinyun dared attack him. He reached a hand toward the boy closing in. Then a flash of light sliced it off. Xinyun stared him down with a smug look. Shaking all over, Villette bent forward, and Xinyun crouched beside him, cupped a hand to his ear, and mocked him. He couldn't hear a thing. With glowing red eyes, Villette yelled in the demon tongue, and Xinyun finally looked surprised. As he struggled to rise, the demon said this was the strongest spell he could use. Grinning, he called it a mind destruction spell that tears apart the soul. He swung his clawed hand and ordered this irritating human to die. Xinyun cut him off with a sudden strike, and the shocked Demon King's head dropped. In that last instant, Villette heard Xinyun mock him. His speech was so lame he couldn't even let him finish. Villette's body hit the ground. Turning away, the long-haired hero said the Demon King was done. Then he suddenly froze. A blue window popped up before him and told him to come. His eyes widened. Xinyun stared at it and said this had never happened before. The message replied that she couldn't hide her amazement. It was an incredible sight, unlike anything she'd seen in a long time. Thinking of the crucified man, Xinyun realized she spoke a lot like him. So he asked who she was. The blonde smiled and said she was the one managing the status window. When he asked if that made her a goddess, she answered that some people called her that. Xinyun touched the window as she asked him to visit her for a moment, but he said that probably wasn't happening. She seemed caught off guard and asked why. Crossing his arms, he said he had too much to handle right now. They could talk later, when he had time. The goddess frowned and said fine. Then the window vanished. Xinyun leaped forward, saying he'd come back later. Altair, still in dragon form, turned in surprise. The battlefield was covered with bodies. Standing beside a demon, the dragon thought there were just too many, and crushed one with a heavy paw. Then Altair glanced at the red dome, worried about what was happening inside. All at once, the red haze started fading. The demons turned with excitement, shouting that the Demon King's energy was gone. Another wondered if their lord had won. Altair looked away, saying there was nothing more to do. Then Chaw suddenly appeared, waved, and cheerfully announced he was back. The dragon gawked and asked what happened to him, especially his hair. He brushed it off and said he'd explain later. Golden lightning wrapped around his hand as he said there was no time for that now. He swung his arm at the demons, and a blinding gold flash burst out. For a moment, the smoke hid everything. Dragons and demons alike just stared, mouths open. Huge gouges were carved into the ground. Cha turned to the dragon with a grin and said first things first. Glancing at his lightning-covered palm, he said they were going to wipe out this trash. The demons were stunned, yelling in panic. What was going on, and had this man really killed their master? The white-haired demon cried out in horror that it couldn't be true. He quickly ordered everyone to fall back, and the monsters broke into a run. They rushed for the blue rift. Cha jumped after them, and one after another, their bodies vanished into the portal. He fired a beam of flame at their retreat, and it streaked over the demons as they fled. Those who hadn't made it yet stopped in shock. Hovering above them, Cha sneered that they were running like anyone had given them permission. Altair appeared beside him and turned his head. The protagonist said it was a shame. He was this close to finishing off that scum, and now he couldn't chase them farther. The white-haired one looked at him and told him to stop. As demons burned in bright flames, MC asked if they shouldn't just kill them all. The dragons nearby were trembling on the ground, and the white-haired one said that would be nice, but their allies had taken heavy losses. A demon shook between the fire and the portal, while Altair explained that stronger demons existed beyond this dimension, and they'd tighten security around the giant cracks those things could crawl through. Placing a hand on his comrade's shoulder, Altair said they would finish things here. Cha turned away and said he got it. Nearby, the red demon hovered in place. He crooked a finger at him and said the stalker was all alone now. After they landed, the protagonist demanded an explanation. Why had he been following him? Altair shouted from behind that there was no need to listen. They should just kill him. Kelpidon dropped to his knees and shouted that he was amazed by Cha's skill and wanted to serve him. The heroes just stared at him, shocked. Thrown off, MC muttered, "Was this guy insane?" The blonde agreed. Yeah, he probably was. The stalker begged with all his heart, saying he knew trust wouldn't come easy, but he swore his loyalty was real. Still kneeling, the demon begged to become his servant, while the dragon yelled that he was lying. Light flared around the dragon's palm as he shouted that he'd rip him apart. Cha stopped him and said to wait. After all, the demon had sworn on his heart. Greed flashed in his eyes, as he thought it might be useful to keep him as a slave. He could put him to work, and the guy looked pretty capable. The stalker trembled, and even the dragon gave in. The remaining demons fled into the rift. Once word spread that the Demon King was dead, his army pulled back fast. Later, at a press conference, they announced that with help from America, Korea, and China, Russia's recovery was going smoothly. Oron saluted the white-haired man, and under Altair's command, security around the dungeon rifts was strengthened. Cha stretched, thinking he could finally get some rest. A demonic hand offered him tea. He took the cup and thanked him. Kalpidon was still kneeling, so the protagonist told him not to stand out so much. Then he noticed the missing horns and asked if he'd hidden them somehow. The demon pointed where they used to be and said yes, they were camouflaged, kind of like a chameleon's trick. Cha set down the cup and said he understood. Then he waved him off and asked how long he planned to keep following him. The demon cried that he wouldn't be a burden. He just wanted to stay by his master's side. MC stared ahead, clearly annoyed. Then he shoved the demon out so hard even his slippers flew off, yelling that he wanted to be alone. Cha dropped onto the bed. A system window appeared, and he figured that if he opened his status screen, she'd contact him again. A message popped up saying he'd finally reached her. She added that she would bring him over right away. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was in a bright room. A girl sat in a gazebo before him, and explained that this was, basically, her own space. The blonde waved him over and asked him to sit. Cha pulled out a chair at the table. For a moment, they just looked at each other in silence. Frowning, the protagonist said that if she dragged him here, she should get to the point. The girl answered that it was hard to believe he was really here. Even his presence amazed her. Then she said he was only the second person to enter this place, and MC immediately asked, second. Looking down, the goddess said the first had walked the same road into oblivion that he had, and his name. The moment she said Heavenly Warrior, Chai pictured the crucified man. He clenched his teeth, thinking that man was the one who ruined everything for him. He waved it off and said fine, maybe she was telling the truth, but what did that have to do with him? With her hands folded on the table, she said that was exactly why she called him here. The protagonist told her to explain it clearly. Now serious, the blonde said that even though he was human, he was the first to step past human limits. Thinking back on the battle, she explained that the power the other man received had been used only for his own selfish wishes. Then she said that, luckily, she had managed to seal him away from this dimension, but the heavenly warrior only smirked, and she admitted the seal wasn't perfect. She went on to say that he had started calling the people of Earth into his world. Then he opened a rift between that sealed dimension and Earth. That was how monsters attacked cities. He sent demons, beasts, and his followers through it, and even reached this world. Cha lowered his eyes and said he understood. With a wave of her hand, the goddess said MC had pushed past his limits and driven back the Demon King's army. But as long as that man still existed, this would keep happening. He clenched his fist and said the only way to end this was to kill him. Then he asked if she knew how. She said yes. Bright sparks rose around her, as she said she would show him how to cross dimensions and reach the place where that man was. The long-haired hero's eyes glowed red. Shin-Yun looked at her in shock and asked if he really could go beyond dimensions, and she confirmed it. Looking away in thought, the goddess said that even after studying his art, by their standards he was still far below what she expected, at least compared to those who had truly reached the peak. She explained that people at that level could split body and spirit, letting the spirit cross dimensions. With a smile, she added that even in spirit form, he would still be able to use all his power. Sha looked down, and then raised his eyes and firmly asked why she wouldn't go herself. She had enough power, didn't she? The blonde fell silent. Lowering her head, she said it wasn't that simple. To reach the underworld, she explained, she would need to possess someone strong enough to hold her power for a while. But most people couldn't endure that power for long. She said only 3 people could handle it: Alina, Jaehee, and Alex, but even they would die before it was over. Hearing that, Cha blurted out that it couldn't be true. The goddess met his eyes and admitted she knew he'd hate that plan, so she never brought it up. He immediately said that wasn't happening. Instead, he told her to explain what he needed to do. He'd go himself. She smiled. As Alex climbed the spiral stairs, he asked what was going on and whether this was why everyone had been called here. Cha Shin-Hyun pointed at the house and said there was something he needed to hear first. Kalpadin glared at the blonde and demanded to know how he dared stand at his lord's right side. Alex pointed at him and asked if this was the demon who chose to become his servant. The hero confirmed it and threw an arm around him. Then the blonde asked what he planned to do. Since they were both warriors, they'd gotten close fast, and the blue-haired man exploded, calling it blasphemy. Cha Shin-Hyun shrugged off the hand and said if they were done messing around, he was going in first. The others hurried after him. While they traded looks, the hero opened the dial. Altair stood by the tied-up demons and said the protagonist Shin-Hyun had arrived. Pointing at the prisoners, he added that he had been about to call him over anyway. These guys had snuck in, and he asked if MC could handle them. One red-haired demon blurted out that it made no sense for a demonic spirit to be serving a human. The hero looked to Kalpadin and told him to question them, and beat out every bit of useful information. Kalpadin gladly agreed. He walked up to the captives, cracking his fingers. Terrified, they demanded to know why he was doing this, and begged him not to betray them. A fight started behind them, while Cha Shin-Hyun calmly sat at the table. Once seated, he said they didn't have much time, so he'd get right to the point. Resting his cheek on one hand, Shin-Hyun said he was going to destroy the demon seed from the other side of the dimension. The men stared at him in shock and asked how. Remembering the earlier battle, he said they'd already killed one demon king. The survivors would carry that news through the demon world. Then he explained that the longer the war grew, the more this place would suffer, so it was better to go there themselves. Alex was stunned. He said they couldn't cross the rift, and the dragon wings had already lost the territory fight. Altair agreed, saying that even if someone could cross, they belonged there, but he didn't. The hero cut him off and said that didn't matter. With a small laugh, he said the goddess had taught him a way. Even the demon turned at that. Folding his arms, the brunette said that now he'd reached his peak, he should be able to separate body and spirit. Eyes closed, Cha Shin-Yun explained that only the soul crosses the rift in that state. Then he warned that the method had limits. Once the soul crosses over, he said, the body left behind is completely helpless. He went on, if that body is hurt or killed while this is happening. The blonde finished the thought with a frown. Then he dies there too. Cha Shin-Hyun looked at him and said that was why this only concerned him and the dragon wings. He had only brought him here to hear his opinion. Alex clenched his fist, raised it, and firmly said he was going too. The hero smiled and accepted. Shaking his hand, he welcomed him aboard. Cha Shin-Hyun stared ahead with resolve. Alex looked at him the same way. Then the protagonist Shin-Hyun asked the demon if he was coming too, and he answered without hesitation, of course. Standing by a pile of bodies, the demon said things were moving on a much bigger scale than expected. They had even reached out to the demon lord Rodiak. The boy crossed his arms and asked again. A week later, blue liquid filled large tanks in a lab in San Francisco. Inside the lab, the pink-haired girl said everything was ready. The boy turned to his sister. He put a hand on her shoulder and called to her softly. Without looking back, Yunshil shouted that they had barely seen each other, and now he was leaving again. Cha Shin-Hyun gently patted her head and promised that this time he would come back. Yunshil cried and told him to return safe. MC Shin-Hyun nodded and promised. Then he turned to the guild's deputy and asked him to watch over everyone while he was gone. Jaehai leaned in with a smile and said he would. Standing beside them, Alina teased that even with so many people around, those two acted like they were alone. It was awkward just watching, and the blonde told her she'd better get used to it. Stepping into the tank, Cha Xinyan warned them the demons might attack again, so everyone had to stay alert. The blonde told him to be careful too. Bubbles rose through the liquid. The boys lowered themselves into the tanks. Alex waved his hands around in surprise and said it really worked. The hero answered, "Of course it did." Smiling at him, Cha Xinyan told him to begin. They both shut their eyes. With worried eyes, Jaehai told him to stay safe. When the boys' spirit forms appeared, the dragons said they had arrived. As they entered the rift, he said this would get them there faster. The girl touched her face and said that if she gave them support. Elsewhere, a demoness on a throne asked the man if he could guarantee success. He said he absolutely could. His teeth ground together in anger. Rodiak was furious, and Laffers swore he would burn the whole world where that man was. The man lay inside a tank. Cha Xinyan's spirit floated in the air, and he thought traveling between dimensions felt strange. He crossed the rift with the dragons. Looking ahead, he asked if this was the demon world. The blonde said it was no different from Earth or Murim. Altair told him they called it Dreadville. The hero turned to the servant and asked why his master used that name. Then he pointed ahead and told him to explain this place. Kalpadan introduced Vilayet and said the building was the former lord's castle. The dragons exchanged looks while the demon explained that this forest lay at the edge of the world, so the dragon wings fled here after losing their land. He added that most demons had no interest in this forest anymore, which was why they stopped caring about the dragon wings too. Then he mentioned Vilayet, who wanted to wipe out the lizardmen because their territory was so close. Touching his chin, Cha Xinyan said that explained why the others wouldn't care after Vilayet's death. Kalpadan shook his head and said it was the opposite. Now that Vilayet was dead, the other demon lords would start paying attention, especially his favorite, Rodiak. The protagonist asked how many demon lords there were. Kalpadan held up the number and said 11, counting dead Vilayet. The brunette frowned and said 11 demons was a lot. A dragon behind him agreed. Alex rubbed his chin and said the fight might last even longer than he thought, and the brunette replied that they'd need a safe base for that. Kalpadan looked pleased when Cha Xinyan called for him. Pointing at the castle, MC told him to lead the way. They'd be staying there. Guards waited at the castle entrance. Kalpadan waved and said with a sweet smile that he was back. The guards rushed over, saying they'd been worried after losing contact with him, and asked where the Demon King was. Then a blazing Alex appeared behind him, and one demon started to say, "Lord," but the blonde cut him off. In one strike he took the demon's head. The other two froze as it hit the ground. Then a clawed hand punched through another body. Without even looking back, Kalpadan said their king had died by the hand of his new master. The last guard trembled as he stared at him. By sunset, screams echoed through the castle. A demon in white boots walked forward. Other demons twisted on the floor in pain. Laffers asked if they were all right, then said he was glad he'd survived because he had news. The white-haired man recalled spying from behind a wall and said he had slipped into the lizard village. Noticing the man, the bound demons listened as he explained they had finally found the scouts he sent out. He said the foolish lizards had let their guard down after just one win. Lafrosse asked if he learned anything else, and the demon nodded. The one-armed man told him to speak. Holding his wound, the demon said Altair had returned to Dreadville with a traitor, and humans. The Lord was shocked, asking if he had really crawled back with a traitor too. The gray-haired demon said there was more good news. Looking at Lafrosse, he explained that 2 of the strongest human spawn had crossed into another world and left their bodies behind. When the blonde asked why that was good, the demon answered that if they killed those flesh and blood bodies here, he pointed out the men submerged in liquid, and said they finally had a chance. The demon's eyes lit up with greed as he said now he understood. Voices echoed through the lit castle, saying that compared to them, the others almost seemed less evil. In front of the heroes, tied-up demons sat on the floor. Cha Xinyan grinned and told his allies the enemy suddenly rushed in, so they killed some and tied up the rest, just like in a movie. The dragon said they had it coming anyway. A demon with glasses yelled at Kalpadan, calling him a traitor and asking how he dared return like this. The blue-haired man just waved playfully and said he was serving his master now. Cha Xinyan sat beside the demon and said that master had died by his hand. Then the brunette declared that this place was his base now, so they'd better accept it, just like their friends already had. He glanced at the silent demons nearby. The man with glasses shut his eyes and gave in. Then he turned and shouted for everyone to serve the new master. The demons looked at each other in shock, but still lowered their heads. The tied-up demons shouted their agreement. Fire flickered on Cha Xinyan's finger. The men were relieved when their ropes burned away. Alex looked at the brunette and asked if he really thought the demons would follow him. He said no, not really. When he ordered him to keep the lesser demons under control, Kalpadan bowed and told him to leave it to him. When asked his name, the bespectacled demon answered, Sal Shin. With a tired yawn, Cheshin told them to take him to his room so he could rest before getting to work. Salshin, looking miserable, quietly led the heroes onward. Once in the room, the protagonist sat on the bed and called the demon over. Then he fixed him with a hard look and asked what he was really planning. Salshin flinched under the pressure and nervously asked what he meant. He dropped to the floor and claimed he was only thinking of a way to help his new lord. Lifting his head, Salshin explained that he had served as the Demon King's deputy, basically his butler. Chashin mocked the title. Salshin waved a hand and said that role just meant obeying orders. If his lord wanted other demons dead, then that was what he followed. Touching his face, MC asked again what he intended to do. Pressing a hand to his chest, the demon firmly said he would spread false news that the demon lord Vilite was still alive. Cheshin laughed, said it sounded fine, and told him to give it a shot. The demon bowed low, hiding a wicked smile. Holding a red orb, Lafrost said their real bodies were still unharmed on the other side, so this was a perfect chance. The orb showed a girl, and she asked if that was true. Rodiak stood on the stairs, then said they should send troops there at once. The demons looked to her, ready to move. Back on the floor, Sulshin explained that Vilite, the current demon lord, had vanished, and most demons already believed he was dead. Frowning, he said that was exactly why he had advice on who should be targeted first. Thinking of a red-haired girl surrounded by fire, he named the next target, Demon Lord Rodiak. Scratching his ear, Chashin casually said he'd heard of that girl, Vilite. The demon blinked in surprise that he already knew. After a quick cough into his fist, he asked for permission to explain more about Demon Lord Rodiak. Seolshin said she wasn't just any woman, she was a demon lord deeply involved with the king, Vilite. Because of that loyalty, her power had grown a lot. As the girl bit her nail, he added that unlike the others, she wasn't shocked by Vilite's disappearance. She was just more worried about him than anyone else. The demon rose and placed a hand on his chest, saying that if Chashin allowed it, he would go to Rodiak and tell her Vilite was alive. He went on to say that if he claimed Vilite was too badly hurt to move, she would surely come in person, and then they could take her place. He stayed quiet for a moment, thinking it over, then waved him off. He gave permission to go, and the demon thanked him. Salshin hurried for the exit, promising he'd be back soon. The protagonist Shinhyun watched him leave with a faint smile. A stream of demons poured through the rift. Lefreeze grinned and said he had arrived. He looked over his troops, then threw out a hand and shouted, raising his fist as he promised they would rip apart the flesh in the San Francisco lab and crush the humans like bugs. Sulching bowed before Rodiak in her castle. The red-haired demon lord looked at him and said it had been a long time. She was pleased to finally meet him herself. He bent all the way down and greeted her respectfully. From the top of the stairs, she allowed him to lift his head. Rodiak's representative, Nerissa, shot him a sharp glare when he asked to speak with her lady in private. Her teeth clenched in anger, and she snapped, demanding to know how he dared ask for a private audience. Rodiak calmly said it was fine, and told her to leave. Nerissa warned him not to say anything foolish. The demon near the stairs stayed silent. From above, Rodiak asked if he had come about that matter. He asked what matter she meant. When she mentioned the burial of her lover, Vilite, he lowered his head and realized she thought Vilite was dead. Rodiak glared and demanded that if not, why had he come at all? Like a stray dog that couldn't even protect its master. Salshin slammed his forehead to the floor and apologized, saying he had to tell her something even if it cost him his life. That was why he came. With a frown, Rodiak told him to speak. Thinking of the greedy heroes, he cried out that those vile humans who killed his master had seized the castle. Rodiak stared at him in surprise. In his usual dark tone, Salshin said their numbers were small, but every one of them was dangerous, especially the man called Cha Shin-hyun. The girl ground her teeth and burst out that what MC had done was already known by all the demon lords. Salshin lowered his head and trembled. Rodiak waved a hand and said Lufreeze had reported that the humans were unstable right now, separated from their real bodies. Salshin asked if Vilite was alive. She said yes, one-armed, but still living. The demon gave a small laugh, pleased to hear their real bodies were helpless. Excited, he said they only needed to stall until Lufreeze struck those bodies. Once that happened, the two humans would be finished, and only Alter would remain. Resting her hand on the armrest, Rodiak asked if he had a plan. Remembering his talk with Che Shin-hyun, Salshin said he had promised to lure Lady Rodiak out of the castle. They only had to keep the heroes occupied until Lufreeze acted. The red-haired demon lord said nothing. Then she stood and called it a good plan. Salshin smiled, agreed, and asked her to leave it in his hands. Rodiak stepped out before her demons. Covering his mouth, Salshin quietly warned that if they marched out too openly, the enemy would think the castle had been abandoned. Standing beside her, he said she should wait nearby and ambush them. Once the heroes entered the castle, he would send the signal. With a sly grin, Salshin added that the soldiers hidden inside would work like rat poison. As he pictured the heroes being surrounded, Rodiak smiled and said she was ready. The butler returned and bowed to the heroes, saying he had convinced Rodiak. He rushed ahead, saying this was their chance while the castle was empty, so they had to move fast. The heroes sprang up and followed him. They ran straight ahead. Then the demon glanced back when the dragon said the castle really did seem empty, and the blonde agreed it made sense. With a stiff smile, Salshin turned and asked what they meant. Then he added that if they thought about it, the main army was nowhere to be seen. Altair answered grimly that it was nowhere around. In one sharp move, he said he was going to find Rodiak, and Salshin's severed head hit the floor. Alex crossed his arms and laughed, saying demons really were all the same. What an obvious lie. Looking at the dragon, he suggested they take the castle. Then Cha Xinhyun appeared behind the army with a servant. He raised a hand and asked, "Miss Rodiak, can you handle the dome?" The demons spun around in shock, asking who he was. Rodiak turned, furious, and said it was him. She motioned to her soldiers and said his sudden appearance was unexpected. If Salshin had been right, he should have been heading for the castle. Cha Xinhyun asked if she had really believed that. Facing her, he said he came for the main target and would leave the castle to the others. Rodiak replied that it didn't matter. He asked what she meant by that. Rodiak spread her arms and laughed. Still laughing, she asked what kind of joke this was. Grinning in confusion, the protagonist asked what she was talking about. Had she lost her mind? Wiping tears from her eyes, the red-haired girl said she had prepared something for him. Elsewhere, Lofries stood with his army, staring at the laboratory. With a sly smile, the demoness asked if he wanted to see what it was. The demons charged forward. Inside the lab, pipes lined the ceiling. Cha Xinhyun and Alex's bodies rested inside flasks. Yunsol looked over them and said the capsules seemed fine. Jaehae checked on them too, and asked if the two of them were really okay in there. Thinking of the servant fussing over her brother, the brunette said she knew him well. They were definitely fine and probably full of energy. The pink-haired girl gave a weak look and said she was probably right. She was just getting herself worked up. Suddenly, red lights flashed and an alarm blared in the lab. The girls turned at once, and Yunsol asked why it had gone off. Jaehae grabbed the radio and shouted, asking what was happening. Armed men answered that hordes of demons were attacking, and backup was needed immediately. The girls froze in shock at the report. Jaehae turned to Yunsol and told her to contact any Hunters and Dragon Wings members who could help right now. Cha Xinhyun waved a hand like it was nothing, and asked why he should bother guessing. Rodiak was startled when a weapon appeared in his hand. He swung it and warned that she didn't have much time left. A glowing whip shot forward. Rodiak leaped back to avoid it, flames swirling around her. Cha Xinhyun flicked his hand and told her to come at him with everything she had, her demon spirit or whatever it was called. He gave a small laugh, remembering that the demon lord had told him a little about it. A demon spirit was power granted by a demon god, completely different from a demon king's power. Wrapped in fire, Rodiak screamed in fury that his death had come. With a savage laugh, she called him the killer of her beloved, and swore he wouldn't leave alive. The nearby demons watched the flames rise. Cha Xinhyun smirked, thinking it was getting hotter. Rodiak hurled fire at him and screamed for him to burn alive. As he swung his whip, MC Xinhyun remarked that this felt like a clash between two top monsters. Swinging again, he wondered if every demon blessed by the demon god had learned the same kind of martial art, and said it was seriously annoying. Flames burst from Rodiak's palm as she screamed at him to shut up and die. Cha Xinhyun stared at the massive fire rushing toward him. He slashed with his golden blade, then settled into his stance. Liquid dripped to the floor beside him. Rodiak shouted in anger, demanding to know how he had resisted her power. With a smirk, he heard her ask if he wasn't supposed to be just an ordinary human. Meanwhile, the dragons were battling the demons. A demon growled, wondering why backup still hadn't arrived. From above, Yunsol fired an arrow into them. Wrapped in blue fire, she snapped, asking how he dared. Her arrows cut through several demons at once, and she kept shooting as fast as she could. Alina raised both hands, sending out waves of ice. She called them vain idiots and said war is built on connections and information. Lafris charged ahead, saying it was all for the greater good. He glanced back and coldly said these sacrifices were necessary, then ran for the lab door. He kicked it open. Spotting the flasks, he said he knew they would be there. Red fire gathered in his palm as he said all he had to do now was blow everything up. Jaehae suddenly appeared behind him. She drove her blade into the demon. Coughing up blood, he turned in shock and wondered how he let his guard down. As she pulled the blade from his neck, Jaehae said he never could have seen a sneak attack coming. Leaving the body behind, the pink-haired girl stepped forward. She stopped in front of the flask, resting a hand on the glass. She said it was a relief that no one got hurt. Her hand tightened into a fist as she wondered how long it had been since they crossed into this other dimension. Touching the flask again, she quietly asked Cha Xinhyun to come back soon. Throwing his weapon over his shoulder, he said he'd heard she had divine protection. As he moved closer, the hero said she seemed to handle it pretty well. With a smile, the brunette asked if he was impressed yet. Rodiak, still burning with flame, shouted that she'd had enough of him. He just grinned and called it the demon's divine power. Then he swung his weapon and said he'd kill her. Blue power slammed into her flames. The two fighters vanished inside a huge fireball. Soon, the fire started to fade. Blood ran down the blade. Shin Yun had stabbed the girl with his sword. She coughed blood in shock and asked if he pierced her with raw power alone. Then she screamed for the fire demon to kill him. Shin Yun smirked and asked if maybe she should have used her power more carefully. As she fell backward, she heard him ask if she thought she'd taken too many souls. Rodiak's eyes rolled back. He told her goodbye, saying she did it all for her beloved, but then his hand shook, and black smoke started pouring from her eye. The brunette turned away, sure she was finally dead. Then the demoness stood back up. One eye glowed through the smoke, and a horrible voice called her its sweet, grieving child. Hearing that, Jinyun frowned when it asked if he was fully undead. With her face ruined, Rodiak repeated that he was her sweet, heartbroken child. Shenyun clenched his teeth as the voice asked whether he was even alive. Frowning, he asked if she wasn't really Rodiak. Then who was she? A red aura wrapped around the demon as she called Shenyun a madman. Pulling her damaged eye open with her fingers, she said they had killed the one she loved most. Staring right at him, she declared that someone was the god of Dreadville. The hero looked disgusted and said there was only one god. Rodiak touched her head and asked if they even knew other gods existed. There was no demon god. Shenyun frowned, realizing this place had many gods unlike his own land. He pictured red-cloaked figures and a blonde woman shining with bright light. Rodiak reached out a bony hand, called him a foolish child, and said she wasn't meant to die here. Shenyun lowered his brows and shot back that her fiancé attacked his dimension first. Keeping his eyes on her, he said he came here to protect his world. Outraged, she shouted that he killed her fiancé over something that stupid, using a dirty trap. Shenyun only smiled and asked again if she shouldn't lower the pressure and temperature a little. Crossing his arms, he said he'd seen death himself, so why should he just stand by and lose? Rodiak pointed at him and said none of that mattered now. Her finger started crumbling as she said he had already killed 2 demon lords and called him trash. With a flick of his hand, Shenyun shattered it and said she was right about that. Then he sliced her in half and told her to get out of his way. As her body split apart, she warned that all demons would come for him. With only a small piece of her left, she said her brothers and sisters would never stay still. Shenyun watched her vanish completely and let out a sigh. He wondered what kind of twisted game the gods were playing. Then he turned and noticed several demons nearby. Smiling, he said there were plenty more of them. The demons looked angry and afraid when he said he might as well enjoy himself with them. A red moon hung in the sky. Later, as they sat together, Alter said that during the castle attack, the hero took down Rodiak by himself, and that was incredible. He answered that even with divine protection, a demon king like her didn't scare him. Everyone listened closely when he warned them not to relax yet, and Alex asked why, since they'd done well this time. The blonde raised a hand and asked if they could just kill the demons one by one, instead of all at once. Shenyun shook his head and said it wasn't that simple. Once a leader dies, the demons strike back right away. The others stared at him, surprised that he knew that. Alter gritted his teeth and said it all made sense now. They had fought demons with dragon blood before, and seen the same kind of blessing, but he never thought these demons had it too. While Alter and Alex watched him closely, Shenyun said there was something beyond a demon god, and that being was likely steering the demons toward him. Folding his arms, he decided they needed a plan. Kalpadan looked up when he was asked if he could gather everyone, because there was something important to discuss. The hero felt a sense of danger, and stressed that it had to be done fast. Soon, the captured demons were brought to the square. Walking up to Nursia, the hero asked if she was Rodiak's top subordinate. Nursia lowered her head in annoyance as Kalpadan explained that she acted as the demon lord's direct representative. She frowned and asked if he really thought she'd submit to a man like him that easily. Touching his face, he only wondered whether she could resist a certain someone. He snapped his fingers, muttered that he should probably know, then warned that she was crossing the line. Nursia started trembling in fear. Golden light poured from Shenyun as he demanded her oath of loyalty. He watched in silence as pain took over her body. She opened her mouth wide and cried that this wasn't supposed to happen. The hero kept watching without a word. Nursia threw her head back. Then she slammed her forehead to the ground and said she gladly welcomed the new king. The other demons panicked, shouting that they served only her and she couldn't do this to them. Shenyun looked over them and asked if they wanted to be brainwashed too, or swear on their own. Smiling, he put a hand on his chest and said their lord was merciful enough to give them a choice. The demons glanced at each other, confused. Then they bowed, following Nursia's lead, and the hero ordered them to greet their king. Elsewhere, several figures in white cloaks sat around a table, and someone asked if everyone was present. One of them smiled and mocked another, saying he was weak because his patron demon had been killed. The other slammed the table and snapped at him to shut up, saying it wasn't easy to keep track of everything. His eyes flashed as he said a human had killed his demon, but while the body was mortal, the soul was divine. Another raised a hand when someone pointed out that the hero understood soul levels despite having that kind of body. He replied that the hero came here as a human, which made it strange. Then someone else asked if that meant he was king now. The one beside them lowered his head and said that, for the peace of their world, that soul had to be erased completely. Those across from him nodded, saying it was troublesome, but there was no other choice. A cloaked figure reached out to the demon and called him his child. Another leaned over a different demon and called Xin Yuan a scum from another world. Patting the demon's head, he said the hero wouldn't stay standing for long and demanded revenge. The demon woke in bed, thinking it was another bad dream. Beside him, another demon woke too, and said it felt like a bad sign. The girl threw out her hand and said they had to find Naznel. A red moon lit the walls. The first demon king rose from the bed. Staring ahead angrily, he asked what was happening here. As Rodiak split in two, she still swore that all demons would kill him. Sitting against the wall, Xin Yuan muttered that the woman was completely insane. Frowning, he repeated her warning that her brothers and sisters would kill him. He remembered asking Alter and Kalpadan how many demons had divine protection. Scratching his head, the demon answered that the lords and the king were the ones who received the demon god's protection. He started listing names: Duras, Arsha, and Falidan, adding even the dead Rodiak, though he wasn't sure anymore. Xin Yuan cut him off and said that was enough. Kalpadan grinned and proudly called himself his master's strongest and most loyal servant. Hands on his knees, the hero thought that unless the demon god came down in person, it might not change much, but he still had to stay careful. Meanwhile, several demons gathered around a table. The one in the center said this was clearly an important matter. Duras, Falidan, and Arsha looked at him as he asked why all of them were here together at the same time. Naznel glared at them and asked if the three had teamed up to attack him. Falidan shook his head and said it was a nice idea, but no. Then he asked why they had all met like this, and whether Rodiak should have been here too. Arsha raised her hand and said that was exactly why they came. Naznel chuckled and asked if she fought with her fiancé again, but Arsha asked if gathering over something so small really made sense. Duras closed his eyes and said he'd keep it brief. With a tense smile, he says he's had the same bad dream for several nights straight. Naznel looks annoyed when he hears the dream was about the god of madness being killed by a king from another world. The man stares at him and says it might be a message from above. If only they saw this dream, then the answer is obvious. Rodiak is the apostle of madness. Naznel covers part of his face and thinks it over. The four of them, including Rodiak, are special beings blessed by the demon god. He pictures himself surrounded by flames, knowing his power is real. Even so, his place as commander and strongest demon king feels shaky. Could someone really replace him? He pounds the table and asks if anything like this has ever happened before. The answer is no. Folding his arms again, he says this is the first time they've ever heard of a dream, warning them about danger. The girl points out that he's brushing it off. Eyes closed, he says he isn't denying that such a person could exist. After all, Rodiak is a demon king blessed by the demon god. Then he grits his teeth and says the old records are clear. These powers are given at random, and he's never heard of two strongest beings appearing in the same age. Falite slams the table and demands to know if he's doubting them, and the demon god's power. Duraus raises a hand to calm things down. He says Naznel probably means this whole situation is unnatural, especially if the warning really came from the demon god. Since they were blessed by that god, they have no reason to lie. With a small smile, Naznel asks them to forgive him, then wonders why they came to him if they can contact Rodiak so easily. The girl lifts her head and says they already tried, but Rodiak never answered. Their connection to her was cut off while she was chasing someone. Falate leans back and says that's exactly why they came. He's the closest one to the head of demonkind, so doesn't he have the power to send demonic spirits into Rodiak's land? Naznel lowers his brows and points out that they want to use his authority. Duras smiles with a hand on his chest and promises they won't abuse it. They'll explain everything to the other demon lords later, and Naznel won't suffer for this. Sighing, he covers his face and tells them to go as royal family members and make contact with her. He'll help arrange it. The demon places both hands on the table, thanks him, and says they'll report back with the results. The three demons approach the throne. Rodiak is already sitting there. One of them tells the others to bow, and the servant greets her with folded hands. Rodiak looks at them and asks if they really thought she wouldn't be here today, and if they planned to be this obvious. Then she tells them to raise their heads. Crossing her legs, she says the servant's face looks strangely familiar. The demon stares at her in confusion, wondering if this really is Rodiak, and why she feels so awkward now. Rodiak lifts her chin and asks why all three of them came to see her. Bowing again, the servant says the king asked him to deliver a message. He wants to meet with her. She asks why the king didn't come himself. The servant answers that he'll be busy until tomorrow. Rodiak points at the other two and says they don't feel like the king's servants at all. Have they met before? Both of them bow and admit she's right. Smiling, Rodiak asks why people from different lands joined up to come see her. She studies them closely and asks if they really thought they could trick her. The demons drop to the floor at once and swear that wasn't their plan. Shaking with fear, the servant says the king recently held a meeting and sent them to check on her condition. Rodiak smiles again and asks if she's supposed to be in danger. The servant raises his head and says that's exactly what they wanted to say. Then he looks down again, unsettled. This feeling is familiar. The look, the voice, all of it. Frowning, he realizes he can't sense any demonic aura from her. The demon brings up Arsha, saying a demon king has to show power, strength, and authority, even if they don't want to. Rodiak steps forward and says she's heard that before. Her body starts to shift. As she transforms, she speaks about demonic spirits sent by demon lords blessed with divine protection, and says they'll be useful to her master. All three demons stare ahead in shock. Kalpadon is standing before them, smiling. One demon scrambles up and asks what he's doing there. Touching his neck, Kalpadon says pretending to be Rodiak was harder than he expected. A man shining with bright energy appears at the far end of the hall. Kalpadon asks if they're still confused, and the man says he already gave up searching for the other demon lords. Smiling, he thanks them for coming to him instead. Still glowing, he asks how he should show his gratitude. One demon pulls out a blade. Thinking this arrogant human doesn't know his place, he charges in to attack. Shen Yan calmly watches the blade rush toward him. He catches it between his fingers with ease and says the demon is brave. Then, he takes the weapon away and asks, "What now?" His hand closes around the hilt. One swing cuts the demon clean in half. Shin Yan tells him his sword would never reach him. Not in 100 years, not in 1,000. Lowering the blade, the hero says the other survivor knows the least about his master's powers. The remaining two demons just stare at him in silence. Resting the sword on his shoulder, he orders them to tell him everything about their master. Shin Yun narrows his eyes and warns them to talk if they want to live. Later, inside the palace, the mood turns heavy. One demon places a hand on his chest, clearly shaken. Shin Yun lowers his head, thinking over what he heard. He and his companions keep their eyes on the demons. Kneeling, one of them says that's all they know, and begs them to believe it. Altair and Alex listen in silence, thinking it over. The blonde one says they got less useful info than he hoped. Behind him, Kalpadon says one thing still matters. A group of demon lords went to Naznel, and that could become a threat to them. Altair folds his arms and says something still doesn't add up. Even if those demon lords are working together, how did they know Rodiak was the one Shinyan killed? Shinyan puts his hands behind his head and shares what he remembers. He says that when he killed her, his mind went hazy like he was drunk. Before dying, she said the demons would unite and come for him. The others stare at him in shock and ask if he's fine now. Altair says they'll have to wait for the Demon King's move, calling the whole thing bad news. Pointing at himself with a grin, Shinyan asks if they really think anyone can kill him. He says he already has a solid plan, so they don't need to worry. Walking past the demons at his feet, he tells them to watch closely. They raise their heads, confused. Light wraps around him as he uses the divine word, ordering them to do exactly as they're told. Arsha folds her arms and asks where they're going, and why they came to her castle. The two demons kneel and apologize for their rudeness. Dark energy rises around Arsha as she cuts them off and demands the real reason they came. Through clenched teeth, one demon says Lady Rodiak talked too much and made too much noise, so she was executed on the spot. Arsha's eyes widen in shock at the news that Rodiak was killed. She starts torturing the two demons. One of them cries that they had no choice and begs forgiveness. Before reporting to their lord, they came to bring her this terrible news. Arsha grinds her teeth in rage. Then she covers her face with one hand and says she understands. Letting them go, she admits Rodiak really was too talkative, and no one could argue with that. She waves them away and tells them to go finish what they came to do. The demons bow and thank her. Arsha silently watches them leave. Later, she lies in bed. Turning her head, she mutters that the king has been blinded, and the truth has to come out. Her eyes snap open in fear as a voice warns her not to be fooled and to face the truth. Arsha bolts upright in bed. Covering her ears, she asks what that is supposed to mean. By morning, the talk begins again. The girl spreads her arms and says she's truly sorry that the spirit of the slain Rodiak still hasn't been put to rest. Smiling, Duros asks what really happened. His men, and Philidon's men too, came back safely from Rodiak's territory, acting completely normal. Looking away, he wonders if his servants lied, or if their dreams really were a message from the demon god. Arms crossed, the girl says that if the demon god wanted to enlighten them, he would have made things much clearer. The boy agrees. Scratching his head, Philidon says they need to act. Duros asks what exactly he means. Philidon looks at the others and says he'll go there himself. Duros and Arsha stare at him in surprise and ask if he's serious. He's usually lazy, so why go in person now? Frowning, he says he's sick of these nasty dreams every night. Then he asks if the others are somehow enjoying them. He rises from the table and says he'll personally check whether Rodiak is alive, then come back. If the dreams continue after that, they'll deal with it then. Philidon glances at his comrade, who says that if he's going there himself, he must think an enemy is involved, and one that can be handled. Philidon says that's right. Arsha asks the white-robed demon if that means he believes Rodiak was harmed. He replies that if Rodiak fell, the rest of them could fall too. Philidon holds out a hand and says that if anything happens to him, they should focus on protecting Naznel. Covering her mouth with a smile, Arsha says he sounds like a hero ready to sacrifice himself for everyone else. He smiled and said he had no plans to die, so they didn't need to worry. Duros smiled and told him to go ahead. The two demons arrived outside Rodiak Castle. Faladin turned to his aide and asked if he was ready. The demon said yes, but then he froze when someone asked if Faladin was a demon lord protected by a god. Cha stood there with his companions and asked the demon if he was Faladin. Faladin frowned, surprised they knew his name. Then he asked the aide if that was true, and Faladin's eyes widened. The demon who came with Faladin bowed and confirmed it. Angry, Faladin reached out, demanding to know what lie he had just told. And then something happened. His assistant was sealed in ice. Cha said the demon had been a puppet. Faladin struck the frozen body and shattered it. Then he stepped toward the protagonist and demanded to know who they were. MC pointed to himself and said he was a man from another dimension. Faladin frowned and said that meant they really were invaders from another world. With a smile, Cha asked if he'd been seeing dreams or nightmares, maybe payback for killing Rodiak. Faladin studied them and said he had no idea what he was talking about. The protagonist crossed his arms and said calling him an invader was rude. Velayet invaded first, and without that, they never would have met. Thinking of the dead demons, Faladin clenched his teeth. If MC knew Velayet, then he had to be the one who took down Rodiak. He put his hands on his waist and admitted it. His gaze shifted to the frozen aide, and he noted that Faladin used ice magic. Flames burst around Cha as he grinned and told Faladin to come at him with everything. He added that he'd do the same. Faladin smiled and called them abnormal. A blue aura rose around Faladin. Ice quickly spread through the area. Cha looked at it and asked if this was a demon lord's power. With one hand behind his back, Faladin said his power was an ice storm. He sent an ice prism rushing forward. It brushed the protagonist's leg. MC noticed it right away. With a flick of his hand, he pushed the ice back. He frowned and said that without his power, that hit might have ruined his organs. More streams of ice rushed at him. He swept them all away with another wave. Faladin touched his neck and said the hero was pretty good at bluffing. While smashing the last of the ice, Cha answered that Faladin could believe whatever he wanted. Resting his blade on his shoulder, he said Faladin was even dumber than Velayet and Rodiak, because he could barely understand what he meant. Faladin stared at him confused. Offended, he launched more ice and snapped that the protagonist had no right to compare him to those losers. As ice covered him, Cha realized he'd hit Faladin's pride. Smiling, Faladin said MC would die soon, and if he were in his place, he'd keep quiet. As ice closed over his head, he thought back to his fight with Rodiak. Back then, he only cared about wiping him out, so he never found the source of that power. This time, he planned to do it right. Then he shut his eyes. He pictured Velayet wrapped in red energy. He remembered Rodiak covered in fire, then compared that to Faladin now, realizing all of them had drawn out the Demon King's spirit. Putting those images together, he wondered how these demon lords, protected by higher powers, were really different from normal kings. Faladin reached out. He grabbed Cha by the throat. The protagonist said he'd figured it out. All he needed was to mix their power with the power of a pure soul. Bright light burst from him and shattered the ice. Then a fireball formed in his hand. He hurled it at Faladin. Faladin wrapped himself in an ice block and asked if this was Rodiak's power. While holding back the flames with ice, he asked how someone could receive a lord's blessing. Cha fired more flame and said the demons seemed to mix their own power with divine protection, and once he saw that, anyone could guess the trick. Hercules stepped forward. Faladin still struggled to stop the fire with ice. MC frowned and offered him a chance to talk. Confused, Faladin held out a hand and quickly agreed, begging for mercy. He dropped to his knees and said he'd tell them everything if they spared him. Cha said he'd think about it, depending on what he heard. Trembling, Faladin answered why he came alone. It was his own choice. He didn't trust the other demons yet, so he came to check on Rodiak himself. He put his hands on his waist and said that made sense. If someone had died, the others wouldn't understand much from rumors alone. Then he asked about the dream. Lowering his head, Faladin remembered the cloaked figure and said only a king with divine blessing could become an apostle of madness. In his dream, he saw himself killed by people from another world, so they thought of Rodiak. Bowing again, he said he never expected things to end like this. Cha touched his face and thought that these dream warnings had to be coming from something above them. Then he crouched down, said he already knew most of that, and asked why Faladin deserved to live. Faladin grabbed his leg and swore that if he lived, he would never let any demon stand against the protagonist, even if he had to hang them or wipe them out. The protagonist asked why he should trust that. Faladin put a hand on his chest and swore on his name. MC smiled and agreed. Faladin immediately bowed and thanked him. Cha looked down and told him to be quiet. Later, Faladin grabbed the iron bars and asked why he was locked up if he had promised otherwise. The protagonist waved a hand and said he still needed to hear what the others thought before letting him go, so Faladin should sit still and wait. Looking up, Faladin muttered that he thought this would go differently. Time passed. Che gathered with his companions in the hall and said he wanted their opinions, starting with the dragon wings. Mercia looked at him, thinking about how her mistress failed to use that power right, and turned to dust. She remembered Rodiak's fight with MC. Then she looked to Kalpadan, who believed Faladin should be made to swear loyalty to them. With her hands behind her back, Nursia said he shouldn't trust him. When asked why, she answered. Altair stepped in and said the war had been long ago. Back then, there were far more demon kings, and people still gave their lives trying to destroy them. Kalpadan said that if he were a demon, he'd reveal his master's powers the first chance he got. Then they'd gather forces and start a war against them. When Cha asked if that was what they wanted, Kalpadan got flustered and said no, he was only giving an example. That night, after hearing everyone out, the protagonist said he'd go free Faladin. Altair stopped him, worried he hadn't listened to what they just said. MC turned and said they would let Faladin out, but that didn't mean he'd live. Soon after, they went to him. Faladin glanced back and stepped out of the cage. Cha gave him a nod. Faladin took off at once. As he ran, he called them fools. He kept talking about how he would regret letting him go. Then ice suddenly caught up to him. It pierced straight through him. Blood burst from his mouth. Faladin turned at the sound of Cha, asking if he liked the taste of his own trick. Dropping to his knees, Faladin said the protagonist had just started a war. Head lowered, he added that MC wouldn't make it home alive. He looked at him and said he'd heard threats like that plenty of times, so he wasn't impressed. Faladin would need something better. Meanwhile, Duros sat with his head down and said Faladin might be dead. He clenched his teeth, thinking that even if Faladin went himself with all his power, it still wasn't enough. Then he looked up and decided they had to gather all the lords. Nesnel looked annoyed and said those people were really persistent. Hadn't they already come asking for enough? Was his name alone not enough? Sitting across from him, Duros said this time the news was shocking. Arsha sighed and said it was about Faladin's death. Nesnel pointed out that lately, everything seemed to be about him. He gave a small smile and said Faladin must have chosen death himself. Duros answered that Faladin went to Rodiak yesterday, and their link to him was cut off. Nesnel frowned and asked again. Duros held his head and said that if Faladin was dead, then the other two demon kings had definitely been killed by invaders from another world. Without looking up, he said they knew very little about other dimensions. All he knew was that one savage race there was called humans. But what if they were stronger than expected, maybe even like the Dragonborn? Grinding his teeth, he said the danger was far worse than it seemed. Arsha told Nesnel to use his power, call all the demon kings together, and find a place where they could talk calmly. Covering his face in annoyance, Nesnel said he'd summon everyone. Later, several demons sat around one table. Nesnel apologized for calling them so suddenly, and said something very important had happened. Terranil covered his mouth and asked what could have happened to make this so urgent. Siren smiled and said he thought Nesnel had called them to offer something interesting. Duros smiled at the group and asked for their understanding before he began. Jerichin let out a chuckle. The demon with glasses touched his face and asked Duros if he wanted something from them. The demon beside him said it hardly mattered. Duros then raised a hand and asked if everyone remembered that Vilayet chased Dragonblood beyond the dimension. They all said yes. Duros marked Velite with a cross and said something awful had happened. Velite was dead. Siren clenched his fist in anger, but Duros still wasn't done. Frowning, he added that Rodiak had gone after Velite, and Faladin, who went to check on it, never answered back either. Then he brought up Cha Shinhen and said they believed these attacks were caused by invaders from another world. Jerikin pointed at himself, and Duros said he wanted to speak to those who could change into other races. With a small smile, he asked the man in the hat to disguise himself as one of the Dragonblood and scout Rodiak's territory. They needed to learn what was happening there, and how strong the enemy was. The demon crossed his arms and said he understood. At the same time, one of the demons was secretly listening in. As he slipped away, he realized things had gotten serious and decided to warn Cha Shinhyun right away. Then a hand stopped him. Duros was standing beside him, asking if he'd been spying on their meeting. The demon clenched his teeth and denied it, but Duros called him a liar. Blood sprayed past his face as Duros said he was disappointed. A second later, the demon dropped dead. His head was gone. Duros then looked down at a sphere on the floor. The pink ball was repeating everything said at the meeting. Duros brought his foot down and crushed it. Blood on his face, he muttered that there were rats in the castle, not demons, and wondered if this might get more fun later. Looking down, he added that he couldn't wait to meet these invaders from another world. Meanwhile, Cha lay on his bed, thinking about the new demon king who had divine protection. He frowned, wondering what the demons would do next, and what the demon god himself was planning. Then Altair came into his room. He told the protagonist they needed to talk alone, and asked him to step outside for a minute. Cha looked at him and asked why. Altair brushed a hand over the leaves nearby as he led him out. The two stopped at the cave entrance, and Altair said this was the place. MC's eyes suddenly lit up. Staring at him, he asked who Altair really was. Altair smiled and asked if he'd known from the start. With the image of a dragon behind him, he said he'd wanted to meet Cha Shinhyun ever since hearing about him. He called himself a god close to death, and a dragon about to be born. He wondered if a being that was both god and dragon could even exist in this dimension. Altair placed a hand on his chest and explained that only a few demons knew about him. He'd taken this form for now so he could speak with the protagonist in peace. Arms folded, Cha asked what he wanted and why they had to meet in secret. Altair pointed into the cave and said he'd understand everything once he went inside. He stepped in and called for MC to follow, but MC said he wanted an answer first. As he followed him anyway, he thought the cave felt strangely familiar. At the end, they found someone waiting there. The protagonist stepped in and frowned. Gritting his teeth, he said he'd been here before. When he saw the man sitting in lotus position, he recognized him as the Heavenly Warrior. A weapon appeared in Cha's hand, and Altair quickly told him to talk first. MC charged anyway, saying there was no need for talk. The Heavenly Warrior blocked the strike. As their blades locked, he said this man was the reason he left his little sister behind. Because of him, he'd been thrown into this place all alone. The warrior swung his blade and knocked Cha back. Grabbing his weapon again, the protagonist blamed him for everything. Earth had turned into chaos, with monsters, mutants, and demons appearing out of nowhere. Their next clash shoved both of them apart. The blades carved bright trails through the air. MC lunged, driving his sword straight forward, but the Heavenly Warrior stopped it again. They collided once more. This time, the warrior forced Cha to give ground. He was breathing hard now. Lowering his head, he demanded just one answer. He attacked again and shouted, asking why the warrior had done this to him. Cha's sword slammed into the enemy's guard. The Heavenly Warrior only smiled. Holding him back, the man said he was surprised the protagonist finally wanted to talk. Fire rose around MC as he asked again if the warrior really thought they could talk now. A burst of light spread out, and the warrior answered that such mercy was appreciated. Through gritted teeth, Altair told both of them to calm down. Their strikes kept flashing through the cave. Raising his sword, Cha swore he'd cut the man into 1,000 pieces. After another swing, he said he could do far worse than that. Pointing his sword down, Cha ordered him to die. Flames reached the Heavenly Warrior, and a huge explosion followed at once. A silhouette still stood inside the smoke. Holding his weapon ready, he asked what that was. Then he noticed a chain around the warrior's neck. Looking closer, he saw more chains connected to him. One bound his hand, and the warrior was hanging there, suspended by them. Stunned, Cha asked why he was tied up, and what those chains were. Still hanging there, the warrior said it was a long story, and asked for just a minute. He began by saying the goddess had learned he existed. He looked down and explained that this started when he rose from a mortal to a deity. She had welcomed him into her divine world, and even congratulated him on becoming a god. But it was all a lie. From the start, she never wanted to share that status with anyone. She wanted to be the only god. To make that happen, she joined hands with a demon named Dreadbell. She even broke her oath not to interfere with other dimensions, and together they became enemies of the dragon god. The Heavenly Warrior recalled falling into the void. He'd been tricked by the goddess and sealed here. Since a god can't fully use divine power outside his own dimension, all he could do was endure. Once she and Dreadbell trapped him, they showed their real goal: kill the dragon god and take this land for themselves, with the goddess ruling it. Closing his eyes, he said that to stop the goddess's twisted greed and the demon god's rule, he used the last of his strength to create a world inside his mind. There, he could learn every martial art that existed. He imagined two people, and said they had never met, because his world ran parallel to this one. He also explained that the goddess couldn't touch that world, since he was its creator. Meanwhile, the goddess prayed for worship while winged monsters slaughtered people. While the warrior kept teaching, she gathered the faith of the people, and disaster after disaster followed. People worshipped her because the more they suffered, the more they clung to a god. Cha gritted his teeth and said that couldn't be true. Pulling his hand back, he asked if everything he'd learned had been one huge lie. Altair put a hand on his shoulder and said sadly that it was all true. With a faint smile, he added that this god was close to death, so they didn't have much time left. Cha clenched his fist and accepted that. Then he drew back to strike and said he'd help the warrior lose this life, if that was the burden he wanted to carry. Altair quickly grabbed him and told him to calm down. Trying to hold him back, he said he understood the anger, but the protagonist needed to hear the rest. From the moment the protagonist arrived in their dimension, Altair had been watching him. Still holding him, Altair said that after seeing two demon kings defeated, he finally believed the Heavenly Warrior's words. He knew MC could be a huge help to their people, who were close to extinction, and that MC would likely help train them for battle too. Looking away, Cha agreed, but said he had one more question. He studied the chained man, and asked why they were telling him this fairy tale. The warrior looked surprised, and asked if he really knew a way to stop the goddess. He pressed further. Did the protagonist really think he could save the human world without a plan? Of course he didn't have one, right? MC's eyes turned red with rage. He'd killed a demon king himself, so none of this was some made-up story. The Heavenly Warrior smiled and said Cha was a man who could stand against a god, so if he trained his power more, how much stronger could he become? He tore himself free from Altair's grip. He punched the chained warrior in the face and said he wouldn't kill him, not because he'd forgiven him. Standing between Altair and the warrior, the protagonist said he'd make a deal with him to protect his family and everyone else. He'd also noticed the warrior knew a lot about both demons and gods. The warrior smiled and thanked him for seeing that. Then, Xiaobei reached his hand toward him. The moment he touched the chain, sparks burst out. Looking at it, he asked how to break the chains. Altair said there were only two ways. Either the warrior kills the one who sealed him, or the demon god frees him himself. Lowering his head, the warrior said he could no longer bring people into his imaginary world. This cave was the only place he was safe now, but he would still try to move Chai there. Then he started to fade, trying to say one last thing. MC and Altair watched as he vanished completely. Altair sighed and said there was nothing he could do about it. Stretching his hands, he said that only left one choice: kill them all. After that, the two left the cave. An aura suddenly rose around Altair. He looked at Chai in surprise. Pointing at him in confusion, he asked if the protagonist was going to help him now too. Scratching the back of his head, MC said it was something like that. Altair hurried after him and asked him to say it again, and he just repeated that it was basically that. Right then, a dragon dropped in front of them. Altair stared and asked why one of the dragon wings was still here. The dragon looked up and said his rank was so low that his master probably didn't remember him. He tapped his chest and introduced himself as Jerry. After losing at the crack crossing, he was badly hurt and couldn't rejoin the others. He had been left on the ground, covered in blood. Jerry lowered his head and said he was just glad to see his master again. Altair paused, thinking, with a hand near his face. Xinyun nudged him and explained that Jerry was one of his subordinates who had been badly injured, but somehow lived. Hearing that he should be treated first, the dragon lit up. Awkwardly, Altair touched his neck and apologized for not taking care of him. Jerry grabbed his hand and thanked him for forgiving him. He bowed, and it became clear this was Jerry-kun in disguise. Xinyun and Altair helped Jerry walk. The other dragons stared in shock. They rushed over, amazed that such a young fighter was still alive. One of them prepared a healing spell. Jerry quickly waved it off. Jerry-kun knew healing magic might expose him, so he claimed he was already much better, and told them not to worry. Then he asked Altair if he could have somewhere to rest. Altair pointed to another dragon and ordered him to take Jerry to a room. Once seated on the bed, Jerry was told to rest there, and he thanked him. When they said he should speak up if anything hurt even a little, he waved his arms again. Later, he looked around. Jerry lowered his head. He remembered Nursia bowing to Xinyun and realized the demons under Rodiak had died by Xinyun's hand too. After that, they passed the training grounds. Even the demonic spirits were being drilled under Xinyun's command. Jerry recalled two demons talking. One said Rodiak's death wasn't that sad, and the other agreed things had actually improved. Touching his muzzle, he noted that Rodiak was dead, and the hero was trying to build an army. His claws tightened a little, and he decided to dig for more information. Smiling, Jerry-kun raised a hand and decided he should join their meeting. The next day came. Jerry caught up with Alex. Alex turned and asked if he was the low-rank dragon who came back yesterday, and Jerry said yes. When Alex said he had to leave for a meeting and they'd talk later, Jerry grabbed his hand and said that was exactly why he came. Alex turned back as Jerry asked to join the meeting. After hearing the dragon had information from Dreadville, Xinyun looked at the two of them and asked what they were doing there. Alex rubbed his face when Jerry said he wanted to help with revenge, then answered that letting outsiders in wasn't his call. Xinyun put a hand on his shoulder and said Jerry could enter. Looking down, the hero thought Jerry might know something very useful. They headed inside. At the table, Xinyun told Jerry to share what he learned while barely surviving in that place. He then asked what kind of suffering he'd gone through. Jerry lowered his head and said that once he was left all alone, it felt like hell. He pictured being captured and tortured, claiming he had barely escaped. Clenching his fist, Jerry said he couldn't stand their twisted cruelty and begged for revenge. Kalpadan crossed his arms and said that once the enemy took the bait, they'd wipe them out fast. Alex showed everyone the map and asked if they were ready to go over it. He spread it across the table and said Nursia had given him a map of Dreadville. Pointing to it, Alex explained that Nizal's castle sat at the center of the continent. Around it, in the north, south, east, and west, were demon kings protected by divine power, and 2 were already dead. Jerry studied the map as Alex added that there were 11 demon kings in total. Starting from Rodiak Castle, the nearest targets were Veliti Castle, and then Siren. Jerry glanced at Alex, thinking they had researched the area better than expected. With 2 demon kings gone, the situation was serious. Altair said Nesnal couldn't be beaten even with high-rank dragon blood, so they had to be extra careful. Kalpadan added that his old master Veliti never stood a chance against Nesnal. Xinyun grabbed his horn and told him to shut up. Then he looked at Jerry and asked which side they should attack from. Jerry lowered his head and thought it over. Then he raised a finger and suggested they aim for Nesnel Castle. Everyone gave him a strange look. Kalpadan pointed out that Nesnel was the strongest, and Altair asked what exactly Jerry meant. Jerry said the last place he stayed before escaping was near Nesnel Castle, and he saw Nesnel leading troops toward the southwest. Pointing to the map, he said that if the castle was empty, they could strike it and take the center. Everyone stared at the map in silence. Then Shin-yun slammed his palm on the table and said they'd go with Jerry's plan, shocking everyone. With a smile, he said an empty castle dropping into their hands was pure luck. Jerry folded his hands and thanked them for listening. Shin-yun answered that they only accepted it because it was useful. Then Shin-yun clapped once and ended the meeting. A figure suddenly rushed forward. It was Jerry Kun. He burst into the castle and asked if everyone was here. Sitting beside Siren, Taranil asked what was so urgent that he gathered them all, and Siren said they were very interested. Jerry slammed the door and said he had already humiliated himself enough by asking those brats for help, so why should they do the same? Nesnel, seated at the table, told him to calm down and explain what information had brought everyone together. Jerry said they had made up for the lack of military support by gathering demon spirits and many demons. He introduced Kalpadan. Bratos asked what demons were missing compared to humans and dragon blood, while Malpine called humans insane. Taranil slammed his fist down and said they should kill the traitors. Jerichun smiled and said he had found their weak points too. He brought up Yunchao and Jahai, explaining that they had loved ones left on the ground, and he heard them worrying about those people between meetings. Durao smiled and asked what that meant. Then he turned to Nesnel and suggested sending several demon kings down to the ground. He imagined grabbing the humans and said that by taking them hostage, they could slowly break and tame their enemies. Nesnel rested his head on his hand and said the plan could work. Jerichun smiled. Bratos stayed calm. Malpine ground his teeth. Wrapped in dark energy, Nesnel asked who wanted to go down to the ground. Soon, several people gathered by the pond, and someone shouted in shock that Jerry was one of the demons. Shin-yun covered his ears and said the scream alone might kill him, then confirmed it was true. Hearing that the demon had escaped, Altair put a hand on the table. Alex hurried over and said Jerry was gone. According to the others, the room was empty, like no one had ever stayed there. Altair sighed and admitted he had been fooled because he saw someone from the same race. He apologized deeply. Shin-yun smiled and said there was no need. Since they weren't demons, it made sense they couldn't tell them apart. As Alex entered the building, he asked why Jerry had been allowed into the meeting. Their powers and plans had probably been passed on by now. The hero just smiled again and said it was fine. He pictured Siren outside the castle and said that since the traitor fed them false information, they'd move the other way instead. They would start with the weaker demons and hit Siren's castle first. Clenching his fist, Shin-yun called it a sure win. Later, at Nesnel's stronghold, Breda stood and asked if they really had to go, while Malpine complained that the job was too boring. Jerichun looked at Nesnel and said they were leaving tonight, then went to prepare. Nesnel wished him luck. Durao stood and said it was time for them to get ready too. Throwing up his hands, he added that everyone should ready their troops and meet there again tomorrow morning. Arsha told the demon across from him that it was a good plan, and the other demon agreed. Nesnel watched everyone leave. He frowned and stayed silent. Meanwhile, Shin-yun's team gathered at Siren's domain. Shin-yun turned to them and told everyone to follow the plan. With dragons and demons behind him, he reminded them the key was speed and resolve. Then, everyone charged in. Dragons and demons clashed at once. Kalpadan turned and warned that the enemy was armed too, so they needed to kill them before they fully woke up. Shin-yun, Altair, Kalpadan, and Alex ran down the hallway. The hero kicked the door open. Siren's jaw dropped. Still trying to act calm, he said they had tightened security in preparation for this. Then he looked aside and called out that enemies were inside. Shin-yun rushed him and said calling for help was pointless. With a wave of his hand, he said everyone else was already dead. Siren collapsed to the floor. Frowning, the hero told him that this time he had only taken his left arm. Terrified, Siren heard the warning clearly. Tell him what Nesnel was planning, or lose every limb and die. Even then, Siren spat back that he wouldn't tell someone like him anything. Shin-yun cut off his leg and asked if he still refused to talk. Siren rolled over and begged him to stop. He said he'd tell them everything. He confessed that tomorrow morning, all the mages of Dreadville would march out to wipe them out. Siren kept his head pressed to the floor, while Shin-yun listened. Folding his arms, Shin-yun asked if they knew he was here and were still coming anyway. Siren kept his head down and said that even if Shin-yun was strong, he still couldn't face every mage in their armies alone. Then Siren looked at Altair and mocked him, calling him a stray lizard who ran away and came back using humans for revenge. Altair answered that, from their side, it probably did look that way. Siren only smiled and said Altair should have been wiped out for good. He added that he never liked those rejected even by the gods acting proud. That pushed Altair over the edge. His whole body shook with rage. Shin-yun put a hand on his shoulder. As he walked away, he told Altair he'd let him finish this himself. Flames rose in Altair's hand. Siren said it wouldn't change anything, but Altair fired anyway. When it was over, nothing was left of Siren except a puddle of scorched blood. Alex turned to Shin-yun and asked what came next. Most of the enemy troops were here, and only a small force had been left behind in their own land. Kalpadane stepped in and offered to lead the army back to Rodiak Castle, but Shin-yun said that wouldn't be necessary. Kalpadane lowered his hand. clearly disappointed. Xingyang warned that once the others noticed something was wrong, they'd realize Siren was gone, and there was a good chance they were already heading this way. Kalpadane spread his hands and asked what they were supposed to do then. Xingyang glanced at Altair. Altair turned as Xingyang said there was one place the two of them needed to reach by teleporting. Kalpadane pointed at himself and asked why Xingyang was taking him along. Then they watched their allies vanish. For a moment, they just stood there in confusion, the same puzzled look on both their faces. Soon, 3 pale trails led toward the castle. Jerichin, Bratos, and Malpine landed on the ground. The man in the hat pointed off to the side and said the rift should be there. Bratos told Jerichin to stay back and keep watch over Villite Castle just in case. After that, the 3 moved up. Bratos and Malpine stopped beside the rift. Right then, Altair and Xingyang appeared in front of them. Xingyang smiled and said he knew this would happen. Hidden behind a tree, Jerichin heard that Xingyang had told Jerry about this land on purpose. Malpine answered with a dark smile. Both demons let dark aura spill around them and told the pair to try killing them. Elsewhere, Arsha stood before the army. With her arms crossed, she asked why Siren still hadn't shown up. Noznel let out a breath and said maybe Siren had run off, but Arsha shut that down. She said he wasn't the kind to miss something like this. Duros raised a finger and guessed something might have happened. Maybe their plans leaked, and the enemy reached him first. Arsha asked if that was really possible. Duros remembered the assistant who had been killed, and said that Spirit had also tried to leak information while under human control. Noznel frowned and said that even if Siren was gone, it didn't mean they had lost, they would stick to the plan. Duros smiled and asked why though. If Siren had really been beaten, then they should change course instead of going to the castle, especially since it wasn't far. Noznel looked at him and could tell Duros was trying to take control again. Turning away, Noznel said they were still going to Rodiak Castle. Duros opened his arms and agreed. Still smiling, he said that if the first mage had decided it, then they would follow his will. Someone slowly started to open his eyes. Malpine saw Bratos lying there without a head. Stunned, he blurted out that even 2 mages couldn't stop them. Che Shinhyun kicked him and said they had already stopped the attack on the ground. The dragon then noticed a dark aura around him. When he saw Jerichin running for the rift, he warned that one more was still left. Cha Shinhyun frowned and said he thought they had already dealt with that. Jerichin was just about to reach the rift when the dragon fired a stream of energy at him. The blast clipped his mask, and it cracked apart before dropping to the ground. The protagonist Shinhyun froze in shock and cursed when he saw it. That's where this video ends. If you made it this far, subscribe and leave a comment. See you in the next one.